In a grand, sunlit hall, a man's voice echoes from the top of a staircase. He extends a hand, addressing the young woman below. Anastasia, he declares, as of this moment, my engagement with you is annulled. She looks up, her expression hardening as she processes the words. Annulled? Your Highness, she begins, her voice steady. I don't understand what you mean by that. The prince scoffs from above, retorting that, as usual, she is a woman of little understanding. He then gestures to a demure young woman beside him. Amy, who is both kind-hearted and gentle, is more deserving of being my fiancée than you. Anastasia challenges him, questioning if he truly believes a woman who knows nothing of etiquette or nobility could be queen. The prince snaps back, declaring that Amy isn't a rotten woman like her, and that kindness is what the country truly needs. His companions join in, accusing her directly. We know all about it. All those times you have harassed Amy. They collectively declare that a person like her is unfit to be queen. In the crowd, onlookers begin to whisper, some murmuring about the poor girl. Her defiant expression fades into one of quiet, somber understanding. I see, she says softly, so that's the way it is. With a sudden, sharp movement, she pulls a gauntlet from her uniform and hurls it towards the group, an unmistakable challenge that causes the crowd to gasp. The white gauntlet flies through the air, a formal declaration of a duel tumbling towards the prince and his entourage. The scene shifts entirely. In a sparse, wooden room, a young boy jolts awake in bed, his eyes wide with shock. He recalls that it was at that very moment he remembered everything. He understands his situation with dawning horror. His name is Alan, a normal 8-year-old boy, but he has just remembered a past life, and with it, the knowledge that he has been reincarnated into the world of a dating simulation game he once played. Worse, he is not a main character, but merely a nameless face in the crowd. Looking out his window at the city below, Alan connects the scene he just witnessed to the game's plot. Anastasia, having thrown the glove, has initiated a duel where the prince will fight as her proxy against a champion chosen by Amy. The terrible truth crashes down on him. According to the game's story, this event is the trigger. Everyone in the city is going to die. He recalled the grim future laid out by the game's storyline. After Anastasia's defeat, with no one to challenge the prince, she is forced to fight for herself and loses. Shamed, she departs for a monastery, but her carriage is ambushed by bandits, mercenaries secretly hired by the prince himself. This act of treachery unbalances the kingdom's political power, sparking a devastating civil war. He knew it was a terrible plot, and it was only going to get worse. The consequences of that war were catastrophic. Exhausted from the internal conflict, the kingdom's troops were swiftly trampled by the army of a neighboring empire, which had declared war at the most opportune moment. The royal capital was razed to the ground. The sheer injustice of it all filled him with rage. He clenched his small fists, wanting to scream directly at the story's protagonists, to tell them to stop involving ordinary people in their personal drama. His shout echoed, not in his mind, but in his room. A woman's voice called his name, and his bedroom door creaked open. It was his mother, asking what was wrong. Startled, Alan realized it had all been a vivid dream. He reassured her it was nothing, and she smiled, telling him breakfast was ready and to get dressed. As she left, his expression hardened into one of grim determination. He made a silent vow. He would protect his mother. He promised. While dressing, he considered his new reality. He wanted to save everyone in the town, not just his mother. But even with the memories of a past life, he was still just a child in a feudal society. There was no freedom to simply run away or move to another city. He resolved then and there not to abandon this place. Now, clothed, he stood firm, his eyes burning with purpose. From Anastasia's condemnation to the ensuing civil war, he would overturn it all. He would change this cruel fate. At the breakfast table, his mother pointed out a grain of rice on his cheek. As they ate, he mentally reviewed the timeline. He recalled that the engagement of the 8-year-old Prince Karl Heinz to the 8-year-old Anastasia had just been announced to the public. This confirmed his understanding. He had 8 years before the condemnation event. He understood why some might question his motives. Why would a background character interfere with an Otome game's main scenario? The answer lay in his past life. His older sister had ordered him to complete the game and collect every special illustration. But now, walking through the bustling town, he knew his reasons were twofold: that old promise, and his new vow to save his mother. Just then, a carriage passed, and the townsfolk began to whisper. It was the young lady engaged to the prince. The carriage rumbled past, and through its window, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the young Anastasia. He stood watching as the young princess, Anastasia, sat poised in her horse-drawn carriage, her gaze distant. With a lurch, the carriage began to move, its heavy wheels clattering against the stone as it pulled away from the crowd. As it passed, his determined eyes met hers for a brief moment. The fleeting connection solidified his resolve. He would save her, and he would save everyone. He recalled the promise he'd made to his sister in his past life. It wasn't simply a matter of survival. He had already planned to save Anastasia and everyone else. He remembered her older self, reflecting that in the game she was a villain, but to him, she had always been a decent person. His memories brought back her words, how she would demand proper manners and remind nobles and commoners alike of their duties, funded as they were by the people's taxes, while others saw her as condescending. He knew the game's scenario had twisted her true character. He contemplated the dark future where Anastasia was condemned, only to reappear as the final boss. If he did nothing, that unpleasant story would come true. His thoughts were abruptly shattered by a cheerful voice calling his name, belonging to a young woman with dark skin and white hair. She bumped into him, apologizing for not looking. He quickly apologized as well. The woman, Monica, smiled and noted he was a hard-working son, out helping with the shopping. Alan observed that she seemed to be doing a lot of shopping herself. She laughed, explaining that the young people at the guild eat a lot, and things get rowdy when the booze runs out. As she left, she cheerfully advised him not to grow up like them and to watch where he was going. As she walked away, a realization struck him. Monica was a waitress at the Adventurers Guild Tavern. He'd completely forgotten. Calling out her name, he then turned to his mother, who was waiting nearby, and asked her for a moment. He entered the Adventurers Guild. A group of rough-looking men at a table turned to him. One, a bald and muscular man, addressed the kid, gruffly asking what business he had there. For Alan, this was the first step. Inside the bustling Adventurers Guild, a bald man with a sharp goatee leans over a counter, studying the small boy before him. He questions the child's purpose, asking what business he could possibly have with the guild. Watching from a short distance, the boy's mother murmurs his name, Alan, her expression etched with worry. The man's skeptical gaze softens slightly as he leans in, asking the boy what seems to be the matter. He responds not with a whimper, but with a powerful shout, declaring his intention. Please let me clean the mud from the ditch. The unexpected request startles his mother, whose hand is on his shoulder and catches the guildman off guard. A moment of stunned silence gives way to a hearty laugh from the guildman. Oh, I see. He booms, understanding the boy's earnestness. All right, go for it. He then turns to Alan's mother, instructing a colleague to provide the registration documents and telling her to fill them out. While she nervously begins writing, another guild member beckons to Alan, calling the boy over to the table. He holds out a small metallic card. Put a drop of blood on this guild card, he instructs. The word blood sends a jolt of alarm through both Alan and his mother. Noticing their distress, the man quickly clarifies for the mother's benefit. He explains that it's only a small prick on the finger and that the needles are sterilized. His calm reassurance eases her fears, and she realizes he is a gentleman. He then turns to Alan, telling him to be brave for a moment. A small needle pricks the boy's fingertip, and Alan winces at the sharp, sudden sting. As Alan presses his finger to the card, it flares with a brief, magical light, and intricate runes materialize on its surface. The registration is complete. The bald man hands the newly activated card to the boy. You're all set, he says, reminding him not to lose it. Alan accepts his card, gazing at the proof of his new status. He feels a rush of excitement, realizing this is the first step toward his goal. Monica ruffles his hair, congratulating him on joining the guild and wishing him luck. His mother watches with a gentle smile, and Monica remarks how happy she must be to have him as a son. His mother echoes the sentiment, telling him to take it easy. As he walks away from the guild, his resolve hardens. He sets two objectives for himself. First, to confirm if this world is truly a game, and second, to make a lot of money. Both are necessary to destroy the coming scenario and save his mother and the town. He reviews the steps of his grand plan. To save his mother, the town, and the villainous, he must overturn the condemnation scenario. This requires defeating the Crown Prince in a duel. To do that, he must enroll in the Royal Academy in 7 years, an endeavor that will require a great deal of money. His thoughts land on his current, stark reality. He is poor. With renewed determination splashed across his face, he throws himself into his work, shoveling grime from a flooded stone floor. His hard work is noticed by a guild supervisor, who offers him a job for the following day, cleaning the underground sewer. The man warns that it smells much worse, but the reward is double. Alan accepts immediately and with great enthusiasm, thinking to himself that he has a very specific reason for wanting to enter the sewer, a place normally inaccessible to the public. He descends into the dark, stone-lined tunnels, holding a lantern. He recalls that according to the game, a secret scroll is supposed to be found in this very sewer 8 years from now. He continues to piece together the game's plot. Amy and the others were meant to escape Imperial guards through this sewer, finding the scroll in a forgotten room at the end. This, he realizes, is the perfect opportunity to test if this world truly operates on the game's logic. Covering his face with a cloth, he grimaces. The world might be a game, but the foul stench is undeniably real. His search leads him to a specific section of the wall. He finds it, a single brick with a distinct dent. Pressing it, a mechanism engages, and a section of the wall slides open to reveal a hidden passage. He steps through the archway, lantern held high, and wonders what the room was once used for. His eyes scan the small chamber, searching for the scroll. Inside, he finds an ornate shield mounted on the wall. Just below it, resting on a stand, is the scroll. He reaches out, but pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he considers the possibility of a trap. He strains to reach the scroll, frustrated that it's just out of his grasp. Despite his belief that there were no traps, the placement itself proves to be a challenge not designed for a child. With a final effort, his fingers close around the object. Unfurling it slightly, he sees a single word inscribed upon it: concealment. His face breaks into a wide, triumphant grin. This is exactly what he was looking for. As his fingers touch the fully unrolled parchment, the scroll begins to gleam brightly. In a flash of light, it disappears completely. The light fades, leaving him staring at his empty hands. A realization dawns on him. The skill wasn't for him. He confirms his suspicion. Amy had probably acquired the skill of concealment. He confirms this by checking his own guild card, tapping it twice and swiping left. His status appears in a holographic display. Under skill, the word concealment is now listed. He realizes this world truly does operate by the rules of the game he remembers, and this new ability is perfect for his plans. His thoughts are interrupted when one of the other guild members, his face covered by a cloth mask, calls his name. Alan cheerfully reports that he got a lot of work done right away. The masked man, however, is lost in his own thoughts, recalling the game's ruined scenario. He steels himself with a quiet determination, vowing that he won't let that future come to pass. Later, emerging from the sewers, the guild members tell a filthy Alan to take a bath before going home, lest he anger his mother. With good-natured ribbing, another proposes a race to the bathing tent. The loser has to fetch the water. Alan groans, clearly not thrilled by the challenge. He arrives at the bathing area only to stop in his tracks, stunned. Monica is already there, washing herself in a large wooden tub. The sight leaves him speechless and flustered as the other men look on. Before he can react, Monica grabs him and begins washing his back. She explains that his mother was troubled by him coming home smelling of the ditch every day, and that it's the guild's responsibility to take care of him. She reassures the sputtering boy that he doesn't need to take his clothes off, as hers will get wet regardless. His guildmate roared with satisfaction, declaring that this was how he was meant to look. Her boisterous approval echoed as she celebrated her work, having scrubbed him clean for all to see. The vigorous scrubbing left him sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted. The other guild members stared, one remarking on his now glistening appearance, while another sensibly suggested it was time for him to get dressed. Later that evening, back in the quiet of his home, Alan stood in his room, contemplating his newly acquired concealment skill. He wondered if it had activated just as his mother's voice called out, announcing her return, and that dinner was ready. She entered the room, sighing with mild annoyance as she noticed the lit lamp. She muttered to herself that he shouldn't leave it on when he wasn't there, completely unaware of his presence. He chose that moment to reveal himself, startling her. She asked when he had arrived, and he explained with a smile that he'd been there all along, confirming the success of his experiment. He then handed her the coins he had earned that day, telling her to take it easy. As they ate, his mother urged him not to worry about their finances and to concentrate on his schoolwork. He acknowledged her words, adding that the local elementary school offered free lessons 3 times a week. He considered this, but his mind was already on a different path. He mused that while subjects like reading and geography were necessary for the high school entrance exam, they weren't his current priority. Having secured concealment, he knew the next skill he had to obtain was appraisal. He understood that appraisal was the key to changing his fate. But unlike the last scroll, this one was not in a simple sewer. It was in a place guarded by monstrous creatures, and he knew that acquiring it would mean putting his life on the line. Putting his plan into motion, he ventured into the wilderness outside the town. His first encounter was with a horned rabbit. Relieved that he had survived this far and that the creature wasn't a major threat, he decided to use concealment to slip past it and continue his search for the ruins. He soon discovered that navigating the wilds was far more difficult than simply looking at a map. As he made his way back toward the town, he passed by a pair of guards, his concealment skill granting him an easy passage. Still, a sense of frustration settled in. It was his second day of searching without success, and with nightfall approaching, he began to wonder if he would ever find the ruin he so desperately sought. He continued his search for days. On the third day, he witnessed a fight between wild creatures. By the fourth, he was cold and weary, huddled in the woods. His mother noticed his exhaustion when he returned home, asking if he was all right. He brushed off her concern, insisting he was fine. His persistence finally led him to a weathered stone staircase on the 5th day of his exploration, the entrance to the very ruin he had been seeking. He let out a breath. He didn't realize he was holding a wave of relief washing over him. Finally, all his hard work had paid off, but he quickly shook off the feeling of accomplishment. This was no time to celebrate. He had to find the appraisal scroll immediately. As he neared the top, strange sniffing sounds reached his ears. Peeking over the final step, his heart froze. A patrol of goblins stood guard at the entrance. He reeled back in shock. There weren't supposed to be enemies like this here. Panic set in as he wondered what he could possibly do. Within the ancient ruins, Alan found himself facing a grim reality. A horde of goblins, far more numerous than he ever anticipated. A hulking, axe-wielding goblin stands at the forefront, its smaller kin flanking it. The boy grips his staff, a cold realization washing over him. This situation is dangerously different from the game he knew. He ducks behind a crumbling wall, his mind racing. The only reason he's still alive is his concealment skill, but he knows it won't last forever. He questions his plan, wondering if he should retreat, but the fear of the skill wearing off paralyzes him. His thoughts drift to his objective, the scroll of appraisal hidden within these ruins. He understands the stakes are high. If the goblin population continues to grow, or if anyone gets hurt fighting them, the authorities will form a subjugation team. This would make retrieving the scroll impossible. The situation is not good. A wave of panic washes over him. He forces himself to take a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He can't understand why the scenario has gone so wrong. so far off from what he expected. He steels his resolve, dismissing the idea of retreating or starting over. He knows this is his only chance. If he doesn't get the scroll now, the opportunity will be lost forever. With a firm grip on his staff, Alan rises to his feet. He decides to place his faith in the overwhelming power of the cheat skills from the Otome games. With newfound confidence, he walks past the oblivious goblins and towards the entrance to the underground layers of the ruins. He steps into a dark, stone-lined passage. The way forward is illuminated not by torches, but by a soft, ethereal glow emanating from moss growing on the ceiling and walls. He notes how surprisingly bright it is. Reaching out, he touches the cool stone wall, admiring the beautiful luminescence. It's a helpful discovery, he thinks, since torches are unusable in this place. He proceeds deeper into the cramped corridor, his footsteps echoing softly. His only hope now is that there are no more goblins waiting for him in the depths below. Finally, he reaches a small room, the very place the scroll of appraisal is supposed to be. But instead of an empty chamber with a single item, he finds it stocked with barrels, crates, and racks of weapons. He stands frozen in disbelief, his mind reeling. This is completely different from a game. He can only stare in shock, wondering what is going on. He pants, sweat beading on his face as he processes the scene. This must be where the goblins keep their collected treasure, a detail that never existed in the game he knew. A hulking goblin suddenly appears, its shadow falling over him. The creature leans in close, sniffing the air around him. He clamps a hand over his mouth, holding his breath, his mind racing to understand why the scenario has deviated so much from his expectations. Its foul breath washes over him, a putrid stench that makes him recoil in disgust. Despite the close call, the goblin seems unable to pinpoint his location and turns away, grumbling to its companions. Alan remains perfectly still, concealed in the shadows. Once the creatures have passed, he finally lets out a long, shaky breath, relieved to have made it through the tense encounter. He begins to ponder the cause of these changes. He questions if his acquisition of the concealment scroll is the reason the events in the ruins are no longer following the game script. Regardless of the reason, he recalls the one good thing that remains constant. The scroll is still here. He drives the end of his staff into the dirt floor, striking something solid. He unearths his prize, a rolled-up scroll. He recalls the ruins map, indicating it would be buried, a clever hiding spot that kept it safe from the goblins. With a confident wink, he glances back at the oblivious creatures. His mission complete, he makes his way out of the ruins and across the open land, the high walls of the town visible in the distance. He breathes a sigh of relief, thankful to have made it back alive. He finds a secluded spot to finally examine his reward. Deciding it would be too risky if someone else were to find it, he prepares to obtain the appraisal skill immediately. He successfully uses the scroll. A notification flashes, confirming the acquisition of a new skill, appraisal. His status is now updated. He internally celebrates this victory. Acquiring appraisal was a crucial step in his plan. 2 weeks pass. One morning, while walking through town, he notices a group of men gathered in excited conversation and wonders about the cause of the commotion. He approaches a bald man with a goatee who is sitting at a desk, writing. Recognizing him as Alan, the man looks up as the boy asks if something has happened. The man explains that a goblin's nest has been discovered in the ruins of an ancient labyrinth to the northeast. He elaborates that a strike team is being organized because, if left untreated, the goblins will multiply and cause even more damage. He realizes with certainty that taking the scroll was the right decision. He surmises it must have been buried, left unnoticed by the goblins and the future strike team. The thought even crosses his mind that it might have been placed there for Amy to find. He asks if this new development means they are now outside of the game's known scenario. The man considers this, replying that if the goblins had been hoarding treasure, it would have been profitable for them, before telling Alan that it's too early for him to worry about such things. Alan then asks if the man will be joining the fight. With a slight smile, the man confirms he is staying behind, explaining that he is a retired adventurer. He expresses his surprise, remarking that the man still seems very strong. The retired adventurer pauses his writing and asks if he has not yet shown Alan the reason for his retirement. With a dramatic flair, the man lifts his trouser leg to reveal a complex, mechanical prosthetic leg. Alan stares, wide-eyed and speechless. The retired adventurer explains how it happened. He took an orc's arrow to the knee while on a job. The arrowhead was coated with poison, and this was the result. He stared in awe at the intricate prosthetic leg. The retired adventurer explained that while the leather and steel were magically well-crafted and fine for daily routines, sparring with the younger guild members was now a significant challenge. The man's expression softened as he looked at the boy, offering to teach him how to at least hold a sword someday, once he was able to wield one. Alan gratefully accepted the offer. Later, the adventurers gathered around a map, planning to scout a forest near some ruins as a potential hunting ground. While cleaning a ditch, Alan reflected on the retired adventurer's trustworthy character. With the appraisal skill secured, his mind was now firmly set on his next target. Alchemy. Back at home, he prepared to leave for the day. His mother noticed and asked if he was going out, to which he confirmed he was leaving town for a while, but would return by nightfall. She playfully wondered if he was going on a date. His thoughts, however, were consumed by the massive cost of the alchemy scroll, 15 million cents, a sum that dwarfed his current savings of only 5,000. He walked through the city's crowded market, pondering the immense financial hurdle. He decided to set aside the strange nature of the scroll being a chargeable item and focus on the immediate problem: how to earn such a vast amount of money. His steps led him to a district where traveling merchants had set up stalls. It was then that he realized this was the perfect opportunity to use the appraisal skill he had acquired in the ruins. Focusing his gaze on a piece of jewelry, he activated the skill. Information flooded his mind. It was a rare earring of strength that slightly boosted the wearer's power, valued at a surprising 300,000 cents. Startled by its high value, he approached the merchant and asked about the earring. The old man confirmed there was only one and kindly asked if he was buying it as a gift for a girl. He clarified that he was just curious about it. The merchant explained it was left by a merchant's wife as collateral for a loan. He mused that it was a good choice, but wondered what girl would be happy with a single earring. With a determined smile, Alan announced that he would take it. To pay, he presented his guild card, which the merchant accepted. A prompt then materialized in Alan's vision, showing the total payment as 2,500 cents and asking for his confirmation to proceed. He turned back to the merchant with a determined grin. Seeing the boy's persistence, the stall owner simply wished him good luck. The transaction was a resounding success. The earring, originally sold by an adventurer for 15,000 cents, had been purchased for a mere 2,000. This netted him a profit of 148,000 cents. Such bargains were rare and often led to bidding wars, but fortune had favored him. With this new capital, his confidence swelled. He resolved to stick with this method until he had saved the 15 million cents he needed, even if it meant continuing to clean ditches. Soon after, he found himself at another establishment, placing the valuable earring on a wooden table next to a sturdy-looking glove. Across from him, a powerfully built, bald man eyed the items. He asked where Alan had acquired an earring and gloves and if he could inspect them. Alan explained he bought them at a stall for 3,000 cents and was thinking of selling them, but wanted an opinion first. The man considered this, murmuring about the stall. He picked up the small piece of jewelry, his expression shifting as he examined it. Recognizing something beyond his own expertise, he told Alan to hold on and that he would get one of the guild's experts, noting that the old man had already noticed. An elderly man with swept-back hair approached, bringing a jeweler's loupe to his eye. His focus was intense as he identified the items: the earring of strength and fireproof gloves. The expert confirmed their authenticity without a doubt. The guild leader then turned back to Alan, his tone serious. He acknowledged the boy's desire to sell, but warned that a public sale could attract dangerous people. As an alternative, he offered to have the guild purchase them for a fair price. Alan readily agreed. The guild leader then offered a word of caution, telling him not to get carried away by this stroke of luck, as greed often leads to failure. The expert, understanding the circumstances, stated he would handle the transaction, and Alan affirmed that he understood. But as the deal was being finalized, he spoke up again, addressing the men. He had one more request. He made his request by presenting a wooden sword to the bald adventurer, who looked back with a questioning gaze. The adventurer agreed to train him, and the lessons began immediately. The man's voice boomed across the training yard, correcting Alan's every move. He ordered him not to slouch, to hold the sword properly, and to swing it wider and with more force. Sweating and trembling, Alan could only acknowledge his master's commands. He paused the physical training to impart a lesson, explaining that simply possessing a powerful weapon doesn't grant strength. True strength, he stated, comes from knowing how to wield a weapon, not being wielded by it. The word struck a chord with Alan, who realized that relying on his skills without proper training could still lead to his defeat. With the lecture concluded, the adventurer immediately ordered him to run 100 laps around the training room to build his core strength. Despite being on a break, Alan had no choice but to comply. His training continued relentlessly. As he practiced against the dummy, Monica arrived to watch alongside the adventurer. His instructor yelled that he'd never protect anyone at this rate, demanding he show some guts, while Monica shouted words of encouragement. The command was given, 100 swings. The grueling session left him collapsed on the cobblestones, completely exhausted. The adventurer declared that was enough for the day, remarking that with his current weakness, he couldn't even defeat horned rabbits. They would resume the next day. Lying there, a single thought burned in his mind. He couldn't protect what he wanted to protect. He knew that if he didn't overcome this weakness, he would fail to save both his mother and the villainess. His expression hardened with resolve. This newfound determination fueled him. Day after day, he trained, his swings becoming more powerful and his stance more solid under the adventurer's unwavering gaze. His efforts extended beyond swordsmanship. He took on any manual labor he could find, from cleaning waterways to other grueling tasks, diligently saving every cent he earned. 3 years passed. Now, 11 years old, Alan's body was lean and strong from his constant toil. As his mother called him for breakfast, he answered, his mind focused on his singular purpose, to protect what he wanted to protect. A glance at his status revealed his savings had grown to over 15 million cents. As Alan prepares to leave, his mother calls out to him, asking if he's going out. He confirms he's heading to the market. A look of surprise and pride crosses her face as she remarks on how grown up he's become. She reminds him to be home before dark, noting that the next day is important. Alan acknowledges her words and bids her farewell. He walks through the city streets, reflecting on the past 2 years of diligent training, schooling, and competing. All that hard work and dedication has finally paid off. He has reached his goal of saving 15 million cents in his guild account. With his savings secured, his path takes him away from the main thoroughfares. He ventures into an unsafe district of the royal capital, heading for a suspicious-looking store located in the basement of a building down a back alley. He continues up a flight of stairs, passing a brutish-looking man who mutters about how scary the area is. Alan keeps his head down, determined to remain unnoticed and avoid any trouble. Finally, he arrives at a heavy stone door marked Rub Rub, the rule store. He understands the requirements for entry are concealment and disarmament. As he reaches for the demonic door knocker, a voice emanates from it, demanding to know who is there. Inside the entryway, a glowing screen displays the day's password. Using his appraisal skill, Alan reads the cryptic phrase about a rabbit in the eastern forest. Realizing he must recite it, he speaks the words aloud. A distinct click signals the lock disengaged. The inner door opens to a shop filled with arcane curiosities. Behind a counter, a deeply hooded figure with a wide, unsettling grin greets him. "Welcome," the shopkeeper says, their voice echoing slightly in the candlelit room. "What are you looking for?" The shopkeeper identifies Alan's choice, the Scroll of Alchemy. They praise his good taste, calling it a nice choice, and then state the price. 14 million. He stands silently for a moment, processing the cost. One moment, please," Alan requests, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The shopkeeper's long, pale fingers with sharp nails rest beside the item in question. "This is the scroll," they confirm, their unsettling hands drawing attention to the price. Alan's expression hardens. He realizes that goblin magic stones are being offered as a bonus, a small concession from the shopkeeper. To be certain of the scroll's value, he focuses his mind and activates his appraisal skill. His skill reveals the item's true nature. It is merely an ordinary scroll, marked as alchemy, but only useful for memos or calligraphy. A common item, worth a paltry 1,000 cents. Seeing the deception laid bare, he looks up, his voice sharp with accusation. He demands to know if the shopkeeper is mocking him, asking directly if they have the real item or not. The hooded figure's grin seems to widen. Through a narrow slit in their hood, an eye regards him with newfound respect. They concede that he has a good eye for details and has passed their test, presenting a different scroll. He immediately uses his skill again on the new item. This time, the appraisal confirms its authenticity. The true Scroll of Alchemy, an epic-class item that teaches alchemy skills before disappearing. The price is a staggering 13 million cents. This is the real deal. With the item verified, he makes his decision. He asks if the shopkeeper would mind if he used his guild card to pay, confirming his intent to purchase it. The hooded figure chuckles, agreeing to his terms. The exchange concluded, Alan turns to leave, a grimace on his face. He thinks to himself that he never wants to return to this place if he can help it. The shopkeeper, still grinning, thanks him for his patronage and invites him to come again. He finally arrives home much later, announcing his return only to be met by his mother's stern voice. She was waiting for him, demanding to know why he was so late. His years of hard work had culminated in this single purchase, but he knew the cheat-like power of the alchemy skill was still a long way off. She stands with her hands on her hips, her expression softening from anger to exasperation. She reminds him that tomorrow is an important day and orders him to go to bed early. Looking tired, he meekly agrees. In the quiet of his room, he sits at his desk, a book open before him. The important day his mother mentioned is indeed his middle school graduation exam. In this world school system, elementary starts at 12 and middle school at 15. By using memories from his previous life, he has skipped grades and is now taking the exam at the young age of 11. He arrives at the school in the royal city. Here, elementary and middle schools are provided for free, but many children do not bother attending middle school, viewing it merely as a preparatory step for high school. Inside, his teacher explains the curriculum, which covers classics, advanced arithmetic, the names and crests of royalty, local products, international affairs, and etiquette, all necessary for anyone aspiring to be involved in politics. She addresses Alan directly, confirming he is 11 years old, and tells him it is time for his graduation exam. He calmly agrees. She wishes him luck, remarking that graduating at his age is an unheard of accomplishment in the capital. Internally, Alan feels a twinge of guilt, knowing the test is only at the level of an elementary student from his previous life. The teacher announces the exam will last 3 hours and flips an hourglass, officially beginning the test. His written answers demonstrate his profound knowledge. He correctly identifies the full name of the crown prince as Karl-Heinz Bartels Sentvalen and lists the 3 great ducal houses, House of Innenberg, House of Ramslet, and House of Schleswig. As he works, he reflects that much of the test is simple memorization. Aside from the crown prince, he doesn't even know what the other nobles look like. He breezes through the mathematics. The only section he finds remotely troublesome is geography, though determining which territories have high wheat or iron production is a familiar sort of problem. Having completed the exam, he raises his hand and calls out to the teacher. He calmly announces that he has finished. His teacher stares back, utterly bewildered, her eyes darting to the hourglass, which shows much time remaining. She points out that only a little over an hour has passed. He confirms that he is done and wishes to submit his test, explaining that he doesn't have time to wait for the full 3 hours. Flustered, she insists that he should go over his answers again, worried he might regret a hasty submission on such an important exam. Alan, however, remains unconcerned, stating that it's probably fine. Resigned, she accepts his paper, officially ending his exam and telling him the results will be available in a week. He thanks her and departs. 1 week later, Alan returns. As he enters the room, his teacher, trembling with shock, yells that he passed. She breathlessly informs him that he didn't just pass. He achieved a perfect score in all subjects. She exclaims that his accomplishment is an unprecedented feat, far beyond simply skipping a grade. As she continues to marvel, Alan calmly asks her to calm down. His teacher, flustered by the unprecedented result, apologizes for her outburst. Composing herself, she confirms his score and offers him a perfect recommendation for high school admission. He confirms he worked hard for it and readily accepts her offer. She then explains the caveat. Even with the recommendation, he cannot enter high school until he turns 15, a full 4 years from now. Unfazed, he confirms he is aware of the rule and is prepared to wait. The teacher accepts his decision and agrees to submit the recommendation. As he prepares to leave, he asks if she can contact his mother through the Adventurers Guild, since she is often away working. The teacher watches him go, pondering the strange contradiction of a grade-skipping system that still enforces an age limit, realizing such a large leap was never what it was designed for. She formally congratulates him on graduating, and they shake hands as other students applaud his achievement. He thanks her, privately acknowledging that his remarkable memory and the inherent advantages of his reincarnation were crucial to his success. And so, with his middle school education officially complete, he returned home. Upon his arrival, he finds his mother has prepared a celebratory feast, and he is surprised to see white bread on the table. She apologizes, explaining that since they have little money, this is all she could afford. He reassures her with a warm smile, saying her presence is all that matters, and thanks her. She then presents him with a gift. He opens it to find a dismantling knife, something he exclaims he has always wanted. His mother explains it is a gift to celebrate both his graduation and his coming of age. He holds the knife, keenly aware of the significant financial strain its purchase must have placed on his mother. He recognizes it as a heartfelt gift, a debt of love he can never truly repay. The weight of her sacrifice brings tears to his eyes. His mother, surprised by his reaction, gently comforts him. She tells him she knows he will be on his own more often now, and her only wish is for him to be happy and not to push himself too hard. He looks up at his mother and promises to take good care of the knife, declaring it his treasure. She acknowledges his words, her hands still resting gently on his head. He holds his mother's hands, telling her it's okay. He explains his plan to save money to go to high school himself, but she apologizes, lamenting that she cannot afford to help him. In response, she gently places a hand on his head, reassuring him. With a calm smile, Alan promises that he will succeed and protect her without fail. With his resolve set, he steels himself for the path ahead, determined to pull himself together and face the future. For years pass. At the age of 12, Alan is granted an exemption from the age restriction for the high school entrance exam and becomes an F-rank adventurer. He vows to change his cruel fate within the 3 years he has left, when a familiar voice suddenly shouts his name. He turns to find Monica, who exclaims how fast he is. Inside the guild hall, she expresses her surprise that he is now an F-rank adventurer. The other members congratulate him, though Alan asks them to stop treating him like a child as they joke about being short on ditch cleaners again. As the others jest, a senior guild member named Rudolph approaches. He tells the 12-year-old that while he's good, there's still plenty of room for him to grow and that he must remain focused. He continues his praise, noting that Alan's skill is impressive considering he lacks the divine protection of a swordsman or warrior. This divine protection is explained as a blessing from the gods, a system that can boost proficiency or grant special abilities. To illustrate, Rudolph explains that the heroine Amy has the healing divine protection for recovery magic, while the crown prince has 2, fire, and hero. Rudolph himself has the swordsman protection and invites Alan to practice. Alan reflects that, like most commoners, he has no such protection and must overcome this handicap before high school. Alan approaches Rudolph, asking what he needs to do to reach E rank. Rudolph finds the question premature, but explains that thanks to 4 years of ditch cleaning, Alan has accumulated enough points. All he needs to do now is complete a single F-rank task to be promoted. Eagerly, Alan asks what the task is. Rudolph replies that it involves either gathering herbs or hunting horned rabbits, noting that neither option seems too difficult. He listened as Rudolph cautioned him to be careful, reminding him that he'd never been outside the town before and that horned rabbits could be dangerous. Alan, undeterred, acknowledged the warning and announced his intention to begin his task on the morrow. 2 days later, a small sack of herbs and a few magic stones lay upon a wooden surface, proof of a completed task. He presented the herbs and the horned rabbit's magic stones at the guild. The supervisor confirmed that he had completed the task, and the men around the table, including Rudolph, offered their congratulations. His success was no accident. He recalled that he already knew the location of the herbs from his past life's game knowledge, in the ruins where goblins once dwelled. Since guild members had already cleared the area, it was perfectly safe. For the horned rabbits, he employed a different strategy, activating his concealment skill. Using this ability, he approached his target. The horned rabbit sat peacefully in a grassy field, seemingly unaware of his presence as it nibbled on a piece of food. He watched the creature, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. It seemed so harmless, yet he knew they were considered vermin for destroying fields. With a silent apology, he prepared to strike. With his mission complete and a proof submitted, Rudolph officially declared him an E-rank adventurer. Alan beamed, confirming his new status with a happy affirmation. Later that evening, by the light of a single lantern, he began dismantling the horned rabbits. He used the knife his mother had given him, grateful that it had proven so useful. As she slept peacefully nearby, he offered her a silent word of thanks. His new rank opened up a world of possibilities. He could now travel freely between cities and undertake long expeditions that require transportation. He reflected on the divine protection that so many commoners lacked, understanding its significance. He recalled from his memories of the game that there was only one way for a villager to acquire a divine protection. His own status showed his age at 12, but the fields for his protection and skills remained a mystery. He recalled the specific method from his past life's knowledge. To gain a divine protection, one needed the Book of the Wind God. This artifact was located in the treacherous Valley of the Flying Dragon, a perilous place that required a week-long carriage journey from the capital. This particular divine protection, as its name implied, only served to strengthen wind thread magic. He remembered how crucial it was. The high school practical exams were directly influenced by whether or not a student possessed this specific protection. With this goal now clear in his mind, he gripped his knife, his expression hardening with resolve. He was Alan, a simple villager and a novice adventurer. Now, with renewed determination, his true adventure could begin. A massive white wyvern, its eyes burning with rage, looms over Karl-Heinz and Amy. It roars a curse, accusing them of killing its husband. Amy desperately pleads with the creature, insisting she had a reason for her actions. But Karl-Heinz warns her that persuasion is useless. As the beast lunges, Karl-Heinz shouts for Amy to get back. With an apology, she thrusts her hand forward, a magical sigil flaring to life before her as she unleashes an offensive barrier. The blinding light of the spell fades, revealing the wyvern's severed head lying motionless on the shattered stone floor. Standing amidst the rubble, Karl-Heinz asks if she managed to defeat it. Suddenly, the creature's headless body lurches up, impaling him through the chest with its claws. Amy cries out, lamenting that she couldn't persuade him. He pulls her into an embrace, assuring the weeping Amy that it had to be done, as they had no other choice. It is confirmed that they have defeated the Wyvern Lord, acquired the Book of the Wind God, and that the bond between Karl and Amy has deepened, becoming that of fated partners. Elsewhere, Alan observes the unfolding events with a look of profound weariness. Riding in a horse-drawn cart, he reflects on the situation. He sees it as a typical magical fantasy game event, complete with school life and romance. However, he considers the Wyvern Lord's perspective. It was a home invasion, a robbery where intruders killed his family and stole his property. He feels he isn't the only one who sensed the emptiness in Amy's tears after she killed the mother and child. His ride comes to an end. Alan hops off the cart, tossing coins to the driver and thanking him. He declares that with the game's main story out of his way, he is now heading to the Valley of the Flying Dragon for the Book of the Wind God, just like Emily. The driver warns him to be careful on the dangerous road ahead. He gazes at the distant mountains. He has already made preparations in Friesen, the closest village to the Valley of the Flying Dragons. From there, he knows it will take a full day of trekking through the mountains to reach his destination. Now cloaked and hooded, he begins his journey. He plans to use his concealment skill to make his way through the mountains. While he is curious about the ferocious demons said to lurk within, he intends to avoid any unnecessary fighting. He panted, the mountain path proving more arduous than anticipated. A sudden shadow fell over him, and he looked up in alarm as a winged beast swooped low. He immediately regretted not preparing more thoroughly for the climb. The creature soared past, joining a sky filled with dozens of its kind. Reaching the cliff's edge, he gazed out in awe at the breathtaking, yet terrifying, sight before him, the Valley of the Flying Dragon. These creatures were wyverns, a subspecies of dragon. While formidable, they were known to be weaker than true dragons, lacking the ability to breathe fire or produce a mighty roar. Realizing that gawking at the dangerous beasts would not help him survive the night, he knew he had to set up camp before sunset. He quickly scanned the area and found a suitable location. Crouching down, he placed a hand forward and invoked a specific skill. Alchemy. The very earth responded, shifting and rising into solid, geometric blocks. He continued to shape the terrain, recalling the fundamentals of the ability. While alchemy was primarily a crafting skill used for weapons, armor, and potions with magic stones, its applications were far broader. He meticulously formed air holes and a chimney for his makeshift shelter. He knew that with enough mastery, the skill could be used to construct massive forts or even powerful magical items, such as one capable of temporarily weakening the darkness-corrupted final boss, Anastasia. With his work complete, he sat by a crackling fire inside the small, semi-basement shelter. This simple camping area was the result of a skill that had cost him 14 million cents and 3 years of dedicated effort to acquire. Feeling secure within his creation, he closed his eyes to rest, his hand never leaving the hilt of his knife. He murmured a quiet word of satisfaction. Outside, under a sky full of stars, smoke curled gently from the chimney of his earthen fort. Night had fallen on the Valley of the Flying Dragon. He finishes restoring his shelter with a simple gesture, the structure solidifying behind him. With his preparations complete, he sets his sights on his next goal, declaring his intention to visit the Temple of the Wind. He makes his way through the valley, recalling that in his past life, wyverns would relentlessly attack anyone who approached. This time, however, he can use concealment to walk with confidence. As he reaches the base of a long, stone staircase leading to the temple, he suddenly halts, his eyes widening in surprise. His surprise is warranted. A massive black wyvern lord, the patriarch of a family of 3, lies sleeping within the temple's main chamber. Seeing this as a convenient opportunity to retrieve the Book of the Wind God, he prepares to move forward, only to be stopped by a voice addressing him directly. "Hey there, human." The voice belongs to a radiant, muscular figure with impossibly long, flowing hair who has appeared from nowhere. Alan is frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. The being smiles down at him, calmly stating that he needs a favor. He tells Alan to relax, explaining that he has no intention of killing him and that trying to use concealment is pointless. The being reveals he knows Alan has come for the Book of the Wind God, warning that fleeing now would mean leaving empty-handed. Stunned that his skill has been completely seen through, Alan can only listen as the entity apologizes for the lack of a proper introduction and reveals his identity. He is the God of the Wind. Staggered by the revelation, Alan can barely process what the god wants from him. The deity simply states that their first order of business is to wake the sleeping wyvern. Before Alan can object, the God of the Wind raises a powerful fist and brings it down with tremendous force. The impact sends the massive wyvern lord hurtling into the air. With casual ease, the god catches the dazed creature by its tail, holding it upside down. He asks Alan to wait a moment while the wyvern slowly regains consciousness with a pain groan. He continues to dangle the creature, urging it to wake up and introduce itself. Alan can only stare in disbelief, wondering what in the world is happening. The dazed creature finally sits up, looking utterly flustered. It stammers, introducing itself as Jerome, a wyvern lord. With the introduction made, the God of the Wind gestures towards Alan, telling Jerome to shake the boy's hand. He prods the timid wyvern lord, telling him not to hide. Alan, maintaining his composure, formally introduces himself. He stared in disbelief as the God of the Wind, with a knowing wink, made his bizarre request. He wanted Alan to help the timid wyvern lord, Jerome, find a wife. Puzzled, he asked why God would involve himself in such matters. The God of the Wind cheerfully explained that Jerome had fallen for his dream girl, a lizard named Melissa, who possessed the traits of a sky dragon. He then made an offer. If Alan could help make their love story a reality, he would receive the divine protection of the Wind God. Alan, however, looked utterly exhausted by the proposition. A grim realization settled in. The god possessed the Book of the Wind God, leaving him no choice but to comply. To his dismay, the deity responded directly to his thoughts, telling him to stop. As the God of the Wind expressed his confidence in him, Alan felt a wave of exhaustion, admitting to himself that he knew nothing about lizard romance. Resigned, he turned his attention to the wyvern lord. "So what is Melissa like?" he asked. Jerome, flustered, stammered his assent as the God of the Wind mused that he would be watching with interest. In response, an image of a graceful, light-scaled lizard creature appeared. "That's her," Alan confirmed, and Jerome shyly agreed. His eyes fixed on a ribbon tied to her tail, and a crucial memory surfaced. In the game, Melissa was the final boss in the quest for the very book the god now held. He understood, then, that without his involvement, the god would have eventually abandoned Jerome's cause. The wyvern lord, meanwhile, peeked out from under a cloak, gushing that Melissa was the most beautiful in the valley and praising her cute ribbon. Alan recalled a different future from the game, one where Jerome, at his happiest, had built a family with Melissa after overrunning the area. Trying to form a plan, he asked about her hobbies and interests. When Jerome faltered, Alan pressed further. "Have you ever talked to her?" The wyvern lord's silent admission was a clear no. He stated the situation plainly. "So, you're a stranger and a stalker." Jerome flinched at the harsh words. With a sigh, Alan laid out the first, most basic step. They would start with simple greetings and work on becoming friends. The wyvern lord timidly agreed. Following Alan's plan, Jerome attempts to greet Melissa, but his courage fails him. He can only hunch over and stammer incoherently as she watches with a cold, unimpressed gaze. His fumbling attempt continues as Alan, from a distance, tries to coach him, suggesting he compliment her ribbon. Jerome's stammering only irritates Melissa, who demands to know who he is and what he wants. Seeing her look at the wyvern lord as if he were trash, Alan realizes this approach has failed. He quickly formulates a new plan. If Jerome cannot speak, he should offer a gift instead. When the flustered wyvern suggests a piece of meat, Alan despairs and calls out to the God of the Wind for help. The god promptly appears, confirming he knows Melissa's location and offering to guide them. The deity leads the way, his disembodied head floating beside Alan, who finds the sight unsettling. The god reassures him that Jerome is a skilled hunter and will catch up with him shortly. Just then, Jerome arrives, panting from the chase. He carries the massive, freshly killed carcass of a worm-like monster in his jaws, his intended gift for Melissa. His offering, however, is not well received. Upon seeing the bloody creature, Melissa lets out a terrified scream. Alan realizes this approach is also useless and declares they must now focus on an appearance that girls find appealing. With Jerome lying dejected on the ground, the God of the Wind asks Alan for a new strategy. Alan decides it's better to dress well than to be fashionable. He explains that for humans, a suit and necktie are symbols of social trust, though he admits he knows nothing about wyvern customs. Focusing on this idea, Alan decides to create a necktie. As the god of the wind and Jerome watch in confusion, he begins to draw a complex circle on the ground with his stick. He then kneels and invokes his skill. Alchemy. Focusing his energy on a goblin's magic stone, he specifies the details within the magic circle, which erupts in a brilliant flash of light, startling Jerome. The light fades to reveal the finished product, a perfect, shimmering white necktie now fastened around Jerome's neck. The wyvern stares in awe. The god of the wind remarks that it looks quite good, but Alan slumps over, exhausted by the effort, noting how tiring proper alchemy is. He protests as the god of the wind's grip tightens, the deity calmly suggesting they show Melissa something quickly. But their plan immediately goes awry. On the ground, surrounded by other wyverns, Melissa lets out a terrified shriek. Jerome, panicked, calls out her name, but she can only stammer a fearful thank you in response to his earlier gift, her eyes wide with terror. In response to the unfolding chaos, the god of the wind takes flight, Alan perched on his shoulder, and agrees to lead the way. The boy shouts for Jerome to hurry. The wyvern lord soars through the air, desperately calling for Melissa, though Alan realizes with frustration that the panicked creature doesn't even know where to look. On the ground, Melissa remains frozen in fear, tears welling in her eyes as she stammers. High above a rocky canyon, Alan is carried by the god of the wind. He spots the chaos below, pointing and shouting that the god is over there. On the ground, Jerome stands over a fallen Melissa, surrounded by other hostile wyverns. The surrounding wyverns watch in disbelief, one of them demanding to know what Jerome is doing. He offers no answer, instead bringing his powerful arm down upon another of his kind with a brutal crash. He stands firm over the terrified Melissa, roaring at the others to get away from her. The other wyverns snarl, preparing to attack. They descend upon him, a flurry of claws and teeth. As they swarm him, Jerome ignores his own pain and shouts for Melissa to run. He continues to fight them off, bellowing for them not to touch her. Taking the opportunity, Melissa launches into the air and flees. The assault is relentless, and Jerome cries out as the attackers overwhelm him. Watching from above, Melissa screams in horror, pleading for them to stop. From his vantage point, the god of the wind watches with a smirk, finding the situation amusing. Alan, however, panics, warning that the wyverns are now flying towards them. Jerome looks up, his expression weary. He simply puffs out his cheeks and exhales a tremendous gust of wind, sending the entire swarm of wyverns scattering. Alan is impressed, remarking on the god's skill. He then turns to Jerome and clarifies that these are his friends. The god announces that he is there to help and has beaten every last one of them. In the next instant, his strength fails, and he drops Alan. As he falls, Alan realizes with a shock that the god is out of power. He plummets from the sky. Jerome dives underneath to catch him, but Alan lands hard on the wyvern's back. Both cry out in pain from the jarring impact. He found himself pinned to the ground, dazed from the fall. Melissa was on top of him, apologizing profusely for her weight. As he struggled to understand, she grabbed his hand, her face flushed, and thanked him for saving her. In response, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, telling him he was cool. Jerome was left speechless. Watching from short distance, Alan figured he had successfully fulfilled the god's request to bring the two together, even if he hadn't really done anything himself. As Alan reflected on this, the voice of the god of the wind echoed from above, announcing that as promised, he would now grant the boy his divine protection. The god instructed him to bring his head closer. A hand rested gently on Alan's hair as the deity declared the blessing complete. Alan, confused, wondered what this divine protection entailed. The god simply smiled, adding that he knew just what to do for Jerome and Melissa. He then turned to the two wyverns, promising them a blessing of their own once they were married. The suggestion of marriage made Jerome recoil in shock. With a cheerful farewell to get along, the god of the wind dissipated into a swirl of air. Left alone, Alan considered the strange god. A thought struck him. The book of the wind god at the altar was originally meant for Amy. By accepting the blessing now, he had altered the future, ensuring she would not receive that divine protection in 4 years. He pondered how this would affect the story he knew. His contemplation was cut short as Jerome approached, thanking him profusely for his help. Alan humbly deflected the praise, insisting that he hadn't done anything and that Jerome deserved all the credit for his hard work. The wyvern insisted, however, that he truly wanted to thank him. Alan, slightly flustered, tried to assure him it was all right. He confirmed the boy's identity as Alan, then made a peculiar request as his form of thanks. He asked Alan to stay away from a certain place for the next 4 summers, warning of a possible break-in. Melissa joined in, adding her own thanks and complimenting the cloth ornament Alan had given Jerry. She then made a solemn vow. Should Alan ever truly need their help, they would come to his aid once, no matter what. Alan agreed to their terms. With the agreement made, Alan encouraged a blushing Jerome to make things work with Melissa and bid them farewell. Melissa thanked him again, calling him strong, before turning to a mortified Jerome, telling him to get a hold of himself so they could find a love nest. Utterly flustered, the two wyverns took flight, calling out their goodbyes as they disappeared into the sky. He stood alone, reflecting on the strange turn of events that led him to help wyverns instead of people. With a confident smile, he bid his new acquaintances farewell. Having finally secured the divine protection, he sat at a desk, contemplating his next move. Before returning to Rurden, he had one more task to complete in Friesen Village. His goal was to secure a method of high-speed transportation. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolved to build a glider. In this world, travel was dictated by the pace of a horse. A common carriage could only manage about 10 kilometers a day, and even the fastest horse-drawn transport was limited to a few hundred kilometers at most. But he envisioned something far greater, a way to travel hundreds of kilometers per hour, soaring through the sky. Back at his desk, he refined his idea. He would build a motor glider powered by wind magic. Although learning this magic wasn't part of his original plan for the expedition, the recent change in circumstances allowed him to accelerate the project. With the plan finalized, he recalled a crucial detail from his past life. He had been an aeronautical engineer. He even remembered piloting a plane he built with friends for a tournament, the memory as clear as the taste of water from Lake Biwa. The next day, he set to work, pushing a wheelbarrow across an open field, breathing heavily from the effort. He found a suitable spot, declaring it perfect for a runway. To clear the land, he gathered manna in his hands, commanding it to become the wind and cut down his enemy. With a shout of "Wind Cutter," he unleashed a blade of air that sliced through the tall grass. He felt a flush of embarrassment from chanting the spell, but the incantation had come to him instinctively, a benefit of his new wind magic skill. He realized that the divine protection he'd received from the wind god was, in fact, this very ability. As an unexpected bonus, learning it had raised his magic power from rank F to D. He muses on the utility of his new powers, realizing that with wind magic, he can both mow the grass for his project and fly his glider. He offers a slightly sarcastic thanks to the self-satisfied, creepy wind god for this divine protection as he unleashes a wind cutter spell. With the field cleared, he surveys his work. He declares the runway complete and turns his attention to preparing the glider for its training flight. He recalls using his alchemy skill to construct both the glider and the runway, placing the drawings into a magic circle. To forge the final components, he uses the bones, skins, and magical stones from the wyverns Jerome had defeated. With his magic power now increased, he notes that the amount of material needed for smelting is greatly reduced. He raises a hand and commands the materials to smelt. The result of his efforts sits before him, a sleek, fully constructed glider resting on the grassy runway. He looks upon his creation with pride, deeming it a great success. Standing beside the craft, he confirms that with the runway complete and the weather favorable, it is time to run a few tests. He settles into the cockpit, satisfied with the ideal position of the seatbelt. His focus then shifts to the controls. To start the engine, he must channel magic into the right handle, which will in turn activate the wyvern's magic stone. Continuing his pre-flight check, he notes that the left handle controls both the elevator and the rudder, with the auxiliary wings linked directly to the rudder's movements. He finds no issues with the operation. The test begins. He concentrates, commanding his mana to gather and become wind. The glider lurches forward as he slowly increases the power. The machine shakes violently, and he struggles to adjust the output, momentarily wondering if he should abort. He dismisses the thought, stealing his resolve. Determined to succeed, he pushes onward. The glider rapidly gains speed, hurtling down the runway until it reaches V1, the critical speed for takeoff. With a final surge of effort, he pulls back, and the craft lifts from the earth. Alan takes to the skies. Soaring high above the rolling hills and patchwork fields, the glider cuts cleanly through the air. Inside the cockpit, Alan's face is alight with pure joy, his fist clenched in triumph. It flew. His creation was a success. He banks the craft, gazing down at the landscape below. With a destination in mind, he decides to follow the road leading towards the city of Rurden. The glider glides effortlessly over the scattered buildings and trees, a silent shadow passing over the world. A brief pang of guilt hits him as he remembers a chore left undone, but the exhilarating feeling of the wind rushing past quickly washes it away. He reflects on the fact that he hasn't flown like this since his previous life as a university student. The sensation is incredible. Meanwhile, on the ground, Princess Anastasia's gaze is drawn upward. Her eyes widen slightly as she spots a strange, distant object moving across the sky. Her companion, Amy, notices her distraction and asks what is the matter. Anastasia, pointing vaguely, explains that she just saw a strange bird. Amy inquires about its location. Anastasia describes it as being large and flying straight without flapping its wings, somewhere over the forest. The princess's expression turns serious. She speculates that it might be a wyvern that has wandered from its territory and resolves to report the sighting to the castle authorities later. High above their conversation, the object of their concern continues its journey, now approaching a massive city. Alan announces to himself that he can already see the royal capital. He marvels at how a journey of several days by carriage was completed in just a few hours. Confidently, he decides to prepare for landing, but a sudden, horrifying realization dawns on him. Where can he possibly land? The streets are narrow and crowded. There are no large bodies of water nearby, and he has no parachute to simply bail out. He desperately scanned the ground, weighing the safety of a cleared meadow against other options. With a grunt of frustration, he realized there was no choice. Spotting a lake, he committed to his course, piloting his human raven towards the water. His expression hardened with concentration as he formulated a plan. Glide to the very edge of the water, then decelerate just before touching down to prevent a stall. The glider shot forward, skimming inches above the surface of the lake. At the last possible moment, he unleashed his magic, roaring out a command for a reverse thrust of wind. A powerful blast erupted behind him, churning the water into a violent spray. The sudden deceleration was too much. The glider slammed into the lake, its frame splintering on impact. He burst through the surface, gasping for air amidst the floating debris of his creation. After dragging himself to shore, he sighed, acknowledging how careless he had been. He checked his belongings, the guild card, his mother's knife, and other items, and was grateful to find the important things safe. His relief soured as he watched the remains of the glider dissolve into shimmering particles, finally understanding what happens when items created with the alchemy skill are broken. A sense of failure washed over him. The flight itself had been a success, but the cost was immense. In that one flight, he had lost the precious wyvern magic stones, the femur, and a wing. Sometime later, he was greeted by a familiar voice at the guild. Rudolph called out, observing that it had been a long time and questioning why Alan's clothes were soaking wet. Alan sheepishly explained that a lot had happened. He'd messed up and fallen into some water, so he came to the guild hoping for a warm shower. Rudolph accepted the vague explanation, simply telling him to be more careful in the future. He found himself being fussed over by Monica, who couldn't believe Rudolph had poured water on his own disciple. She chided the instructor for being too strict, even for training, and worried that Alan would catch a cold. Rudolph countered with his harsh philosophy. The best time to die is when one gets comfortable. Alan tried to smooth things over, claiming he simply fell into the river, which seemed to placate Monica, though her concern remained. Monica, still fussing, noted it had been a while and offered him a bath, teasingly asking if he was shy now that he was 12 years old. Rudolph, arms crossed, questioned if there was a problem with that. Alan simply accepted the offer to use the warm water. He let out a sigh of relief onto the hot spray. He reflected that in this world, magical tools made showers possible, a costly but helpful convenience. The concept of sanitation here was far more developed than in a real medieval world. As the warm water washed away the grime of his journey, his thoughts turned to his next steps. He decided he would sell the items he acquired in Friesen, get the money, and then finally head home. Later, clean and in fresh clothes, Alan sat at a table with Rudolph and the guild supervisor, officially concluding his business. His return home marked the end of his very first expedition, celebrated with a quiet meal alongside his mother. That night, as he lay in bed, the events of the journey replayed in his mind. But he was not truly at rest. He realized with stark clarity that he had a lot to reflect on. His thoughts turned to the series of events during the return from Friesen to Rurden. To be frank, he concluded he had failed as an engineer. He replayed the cascade of errors in his mind. The glider should have been completed back at the capital, not rushed in the field. There was no established landing site, no parachute, and the unscheduled takeoff had led to an emergency landing in the lake. To make matters worse, he was supposed to have turnaround. It was a litany of mistakes. He reflects on his recent actions, concluding that his adult thought processes have reverted to that of a child. In his previous life, he would never have done something so foolish. This realization solidifies as he considers his past. A child's brain within a child's body is, ultimately, just a child. He resolves to constantly remind himself to be more cautious from now on. Despite his self-criticism, he acknowledges that the experience wasn't a total loss. He has made some important discoveries regarding gliders. The fundamental design was correct, but the flaw lay in the maneuvering. The problem was one of complexity. The elevating rudder, the directional rudder, and the wind magic engine all required separate, independent control. It was impossible to operate them all simultaneously. This limitation leads him to his true ambition. He wants to build a VTOL airplane, a craft that can take off and land vertically without a runway. He muses that even his previous motor glider design should be able to fly if the control problem is solved. He considers the requirements for such a craft. It would demand the simultaneous control of at least 2 and ideally 4 separate engine outputs, a feat currently impossible. However, a solution presents itself: the use of special cheat items. The item he has in mind is the Scroll of Multiple Chanting. Its name alone suggests its incredible utility, its effect being exactly as described. Acquiring it will not be simple. The scroll is located in a troublesome place, but he resolves to manage it somehow and begins to prepare. With his plan set, he begins the process. Dressed for flight, he extends his hand and calls out the command, "Smelt." In response, a pillar of energy erupts from the ground, swirling around him in a ribbon of glowing runes. The energy solidifies, revealing an improved version of his first glider. He notes that while it isn't a VTOL, it is a specialized craft customized for the mission ahead. He secures his harness, ready for takeoff. He pushes the throttle of his newly constructed glider, the craft bumping along a grassy runway before smoothly lifting into the air. Soaring through the sky, his expression is focused behind his flight goggles as he pilots the sleek machine. As he flies, his mind turns to the principles of his craft. He understands that to create things using his alchemy skill, two important factors must be considered. The first is the accuracy of the blueprints. The precision with which he can imagine what he is making directly affects the finished product and the amount of magic power required. He recalls how Amy, the game's protagonist, could create a high-performance carriage from a vague, fluffy image, a feat only possible due to her incomparable magical power. Lacking such reserves, Alan knows it is essential for him to prepare blueprints as accurate as possible to visualize the structure in his mind. The second factor is just as crucial, preparing a sufficient amount of the necessary materials. Without them, the required magical power varies wildly, making it nearly impossible for him to create something from nothing. He had, however, made some pleasant discoveries. He found he could partially substitute materials with others of similar properties, such as combining rare, expensive wyvern's wings with cheap, common bat's wings. This thriftiness he muses while taking a bite of food is important for cutting costs. His cost-saving measures have brought him to his destination. Gazing ahead, he sees a colossal structure piercing the clouds. He adjusts his goggles, a look of determination on his face. That's it, the Tower of the Sage. A lone pilot in a small aircraft circles an impossibly tall structure known as the Sage's Tower, which pierces the sky and disappears into the clouds. The pilot marvels at its scale, estimating it to be 300 floors high, perhaps as tall as 1,500 meters. The plane's engine rumbles as it continues its spiraling ascent. The pilot realizes that to reach the very top, a simple straight flight is not enough. They must repeatedly ascend and turn, circling the colossal pillar. From the summit, a serene and silent vista unfolds. A vast, uninterrupted sea of clouds stretches out to the horizon, far below the tower's peak. Through their goggles, the pilot assesses their position. They confirm they're flying at approximately 2,000 meters, the altitude where straightest clouds typically form, matching the view perfectly. As they approach the tower's apex, the pilot notes with satisfaction that there is no interference emanating from within. With the objective now in sight, they prepare to approach the top floor. With the target reached, the pilot dismantles the aircraft's wind magic engine with a flick of their hand. Shouting for withdrawal, they leap from the cockpit as the plane begins to break apart and fall from the sky. Plummeting through the air, they gather manna into their hands, commanding it to become wind. A device is deployed, resembling a parachute but with a weighted, spear-like tip. With a powerful command, the device fires its projectile. It slams into the side of the Sage's Tower with a deafening crash, embedding itself deep within the structure. The projectile serves as an anchor. The pilot, now secured by a rope, commands their gear to smelt back into a storage state. Panting from the terrifying ordeal, they begin their descent along the tower's face. Inside the tower, amidst the rubble of the wall they just breached, the pilot sits on the floor, catching their breath. Before them rests a treasure chest on a pedestal. Exhausted, but successful, they think to themselves that it all went according to plan. Their mission, Operation Glider Missile, was a resounding success. By breaking into the top floor of the Sage's Tower, they bypassed all the traps, monsters, and bosses that would have made a direct ascent nearly impossible. This direct approach led them straight to the prize waiting within a large chest, the Scroll of Multi-Chanting. Without a moment's hesitation, they unrolled the scroll, immediately acquiring the multi-chanting skill. With one objective confirmed, their thoughts turned to the only other item they desired. Their focus was shattered by the sound of grinding stone. The tower's self-repair function was already mending the breach. Realizing they had to get out soon, they grabbed their parachute, planning for a swift, single descent to the ground. And so, the multiple chanting skill was obtained. Gazing down from the top of the tower, high above a sea of clouds, they admitted to themselves that, even now, the height was still terrifying. The ability's history is a tale from long ago, of a kind sage who wandered the land helping people with his magic. This sage possessed the unique talent to manipulate all spells without needing to chant. The sage's journey came to an end one day when he became lost and perished in the forest of illusion on his way to the village of elves. It is said his soul became the chantless scroll, waiting for someone to carry on his desire to help others. This legend forms the basis for the pilot's next objective, recovering the chantless scroll. The goal is the entrance to the forest of illusion, the elves' hiding place. They intend for this to be a simple recovery operation and a shakedown for their new VTOL aircraft, as they have no business with the elves at this time. The pilot consults their map, but it's an outdated one from a guild. From the sky, the forest canopy hides all the reliable roads. Judging by their direction and distance traveled, they should be right above Rinzia village, near the forest entrance, or at least that was the plan. But the plan has gone awry. They realize they are lost in the sky, having failed to even reach the forest of illusion. As the sun begins to set, they know that being caught out here after dark would be a serious problem. He knew the risks. Strong demons appeared in this area, and while they weren't invincible, the concealment spell he was using had its limits. A surprise attack was a very real possibility, and he was not powerful enough to afford any carelessness. As the sun began to set, a wave of panic washed over him. If he didn't find the village soon, he'd have to camp in this danger zone. Then, through the clouds, he spotted it. Rinzia village. A profound sense of relief filled him as he noted a drop-off point just outside the settlement, making his descent easier. He immediately engaged the aircraft's vertical engines. Thrusters on both wings activated, shifting the plane from forward flight to a controlled hover for landing. Once on the ground, the pilot removed his helmet, revealing himself to be the young boy, Alan. He let out a breath, utterly exhausted. Maintaining 4 magic spells simultaneously had quadrupled the power requirement, and the fatigue was immense. He resolved to hide the aircraft in a bunker and proceed to the village on foot. Before he could act, a sharp voice commanded him to halt. Alan froze, his eyes widening in shock as he found himself surrounded by warriors with pointed ears, each one aiming a spear directly at him. He was escorted into one of the village buildings and brought before a regal elf. She confirmed that he was human before asking his purpose in their village. He replied meekly, stating his name was Alan. When pressed, Alan apologized and admitted he had gotten lost while trying to reach a different human village. A stern male elf guard jabbed him with the butt of his spear, shouting at him not to lie. The regal elf gestured for her guard to stand down. She then informed Alan that their village was protected by the power of spirits, her gaze analytical as she studied it. She continued her interrogation, stating that humans and demons should not be able to leave the forest. She demanded to know how he accomplished it, asking if he had arrived from the sky in his strange vehicle. Alan quietly confirmed that he had. The male guard immediately protested to his queen, insisting it was impossible as he could sense no magic from the boy. The queen, however, seemed to consider this. She noted that she didn't feel enough magic from Alan to sustain a flight across the forest of illusion, making his presence an even deeper mystery. Alan considered his answer carefully. He did possess the divine protection of the wind god, more or less, but he felt it was best not to expose his full capabilities, especially when dealing with elves who were known to dislike humans. He gave his confirmation with a simple, quiet yes. The elven queen, who had been sitting with regal composure, leaned forward in disbelief. Her voice trembled as she asked if it was truly the divine protection of the wind god. Her doubt dissolved into tears of relief. She whispered that God had not forsaken them after all. Alan watched, confused by the sudden shift. Composing herself, the queen knelt before him, apologizing for her impertinence and pleading for him to save their village. She began to explain the village's plight. An evil spirit had appeared in the forest of illusion and was gradually drawing closer to their home. Despite their efforts, the elves had been unable to scare it away. He took a sip from the cup he'd been given, admitting that he knew nothing about this event. He then asked what exactly the evil spirit had done. She touched her cheek, her expression troubled. It had chased them, she explained, and the other spirits of the forest as well. The simple answer left Alan wide-eyed. He pressed further, questioning why the clergy hadn't simply exterminated it. The queen explained that due to the unfortunate history between humans and elves, they were reluctant to invite outsiders. Though the spirit was slow and hadn't harmed anyone yet, she feared it was only a matter of time. She was certain that with his divine protection, he could succeed, and she begged him for his help. Her desperate plea was cut short by a young elven woman who burst in, declaring that she would exterminate them and that there was no need to rely on a human. Alan's eyes widened in recognition. He knew this girl, the princess of the elves, from the game. The queen angrily ordered her daughter, Sherry, to leave. Before the argument could continue, another elf rushed in, shouting that the evil spirit had appeared in the central square. Without hesitation, Sherry demanded to know where and bolted from the room. As the queen called after her, Alan realized he should probably follow. The sounds of panic filled the air as guards were summoned to the square. Alan looked on in alarm as the source of the commotion came into view. A tall, skeletal figure draped in a dark, hooded robe, clutching a gnarled staff, stood ominously in the center of the village. He looked at the robed figure, questioning if this was truly the evil spirit. The elven queen confirmed his suspicion. To Alan, the figure simply appeared to be a suspicious man, wandering aimlessly and staring into the void. The queen, however, seemed to perceive something more, asking Alan if the black fog she saw was also visible to him, and wondering if he saw things differently than the elves did. To help him understand, she placed a hand over his eyes, offering to lend him some of her power so he could see the spirits as they did. At first, all he could perceive was the suspicious man, but the queen clarified what was truly happening. A mass of black fog was chasing the spirits around. With his new sight, the scene became clear. The robed figure, now undeniably more menacing, reached out as tiny, winged spirits scattered in terror. Seeing this, the elven princess drew her bow, shouting a challenge to the evil spirit and preparing to end its existence with her arrows. He cried out for her to wait, realizing that even if she could see the man, it wasn't justification for killing him. But his plea was too late. Sherry loosed her arrow, only for it to be deflected mid-flight by an invisible force. The queen, alarmed, ordered her daughter to fall back as Sherry clicked her tongue in frustration. The queen turned to Alan, her voice filled with desperation as she pleaded for his help. The robed figure slowly turned its head, revealing a skeletal, mask-like face beneath the hood. Staring at the unsettling visage, Alan was left to wonder just who, or what, this being truly was. In the elven village, a skeletal figure in a dark, hooded robe raises a staff, causing a stir among the onlookers. Alan stares in disbelief, wondering what is happening. As the robed man points a bony finger in his direction, Alan decides that in the meantime, he should try to persuade the strange wizard. The figure bellows with unexpected passion, declaring himself to be a middle-aged virgin. Alan is left speechless by the bizarre confession. The man, whose name is Lorengas, defensively adds that the name was a gift from his parents and bristles at being called an old man or a virgin. He asks Lorengas what he is doing, noting that he senses a crime in progress, with a suspicious-looking man chasing a little girl. Lorengas seems pleased by the question and explains that he wanted to meet the spirit from the elven village. He elaborates with disturbing glee that this spirit has lived for thousands of years, but remains in the form of a little girl. In other words, a legal lowly. The realization dawns on Alan. The man is a pervert. From the elves' perspective, it appears as though Alan is talking to an evil spirit. They wish the human boy good luck, noting the high expectations they have for him. Meanwhile, Lorengas is berated for being a pervert as he reaches for a tiny fairy spirit, who flutters away in terror. He protests that he was only admiring her, but Alan observes that he isn't denying the accusation of being a pedophile. He sternly tells Lorengas to stop chasing her around. Lorengas quickly agrees, declaring, "Yes, lowly, no touching." He adds that he wouldn't dare touch the spirits, especially if it were their last moment. But the damage is done. He has already made the fairy spirit scared. The realization hits Lorengas with full force. He clutches his head in horror, crying out in disbelief that he is scaring away the very spirits he came to see. His despair deepens as he laments what he has done, moaning that he is not the kind of gentleman who scares Lolas. He wails that he needs to go to the village of elves, but now he can't. Alan dryly points out that this is the village of elves and suggests he should just leave. Suddenly, Lorengas's demeanor shifts entirely. He expresses immense gratitude, exclaiming that with this, he can finally make the elixir. Confused, Alan asks if an elixir is his goal and demands to know where the queen of the elves is. As if summoned, the elven queen appears before them. Lorengas immediately bows deeply, thanking her majesty. Alan, taken by surprise, tries to stop him. She asks if what she has heard is true, as one of her subjects explains that the elves perceive Lorengas as an evil spirit because of his many evil thoughts. Lorengas then turns to Alan with a proposition. He explains that to make the elixir, he needs petals from the spirit tree and honey from the elves. He asks Alan if he will leave the village peacefully if he is given these items. He agrees to the elven queen's request, turning to face her. She asks what it is he requires, and he confirms his decision to proceed. He recalls the skeletal figure's terms, a petal from the spirit tree and some elven honey in exchange for his departure. Hearing this, the queen immediately understands and commands one of her guards to fetch the items at once. The items are delivered to Lorengas, who tastes the honey and confirms its authenticity with delight. He promises Alan he will never forget this favor. As the strange being departs, the elven queen thanks Alan profusely, remarking on the divine connection he must have with the god of the wind. Alan, however, looks on with uncertainty. The elven princess, Sherry, also offers her thanks, admitting that for a human, he wasn't so bad. She invites him to rest in the village for the night. Later, Alan soaks in a hot spring, surprised to find such a luxury in an elven settlement. His solitude is interrupted by the male elf guard, who joins him in the water. The guard remarks that the day's events were entirely new to him and offers to wash Alan's back. A flustered Alan accepts. As he scrubs, the guard asks if Alan has any itchy spots, musing aloud that this sort of scenario is something one would typically expect to happen to a queen or princess in a story. After his bath, while getting dressed, Alan's attention is drawn to a commotion outside. The elven villagers are gathering in the streets, buzzing with excitement and confusion over the source of the noise. He finds the elven queen, her face alight with joy. She announces that the spirit of light has been born. Nearby, a small elven child excitedly points it out to him. A tiny, winged fairy flits through the air, playing with the child. The queen explains that it has been 800 years since a spirit of light was born, an event that signals the birth of a saint in the human world. Alan is stunned. He knows of this event, but in the timeline he remembers it's supposed to happen years from now, after the heroine Amy saves a village. This premature birth throws his knowledge of the future into chaos. He stares in confusion as the spirit of light flutters towards him, calling his name. She joyfully explains that he saved her life yesterday, allowing her to create an elixir and be reborn as a spirit. His shock deepens as she confirms she was the one he helped. With a wink, she declares that thanks to him, she has finally come to understand the essence of being a lowly, a concept she believes one must embody to truly comprehend. He struggles to process this, asking if she is truly Lorengas. The spirit cheerfully refutes this, announcing that she has made a contract with Millie Tan, and her new name is Lou. The revelation makes him cry out in astonishment. Nearby, the male elf guard informs the elven queen that the spirit has apparently formed a contract with the young elf, Lula. The queen's face lights up with joy at the news, congratulating the bewildered child on the wonderful occasion. He internally grapples with this new development, recalling that in the future he knew the spirit of light was meant to form a contract with the heroine, Amy. Since these events are unfolding differently, he tries to convince himself that it is no longer his concern. His thoughts are interrupted when Lou presents him with a scroll. She explains it as a token of her immense gratitude, stating that he helped her finally master the art of lowly, a lifelong pursuit. Alan can only stare, dumbfounded. She continues, revealing the scroll was originally intended for a daughter she never had. Now that she has no use for it, she offers it to him. An appraisal confirms its legitimacy. A chantless scroll, which grants the skill of the same name. He holds the valuable item, feeling a profound sense of conflict over receiving it from such an eccentric source. Sometime later, as preparations are made for his departure, the Elven Queen formally thanks him for his aid. Nearby, the male elf guard expresses deep skepticism about the aircraft, pleading with the Elven Princess to reconsider. The Queen then turns back to Alan, catching his attention and holding something out to him. She places a special amulet around his neck, explaining that it was crafted with the prayers of all the villagers. It is a token of their gratitude and friendship, a symbol of his status as the hero who saved them. She assures him he is always welcome to return, and he accepts the gift with sincere thanks. The pilot, now fully geared, instructs the assembled elves to stand back for their safety. As the male elf guard urgently echoes the warning, the Elven Queen watches the proceedings with a calm expression. He pilots the aircraft into the sky, leaving the elves below in a state of awe. Looking down from his cockpit, he thanks them for everything and shouts a promise to visit again. As he ascends, the group of elves, including the princess and young Lula, watch his departure, their faces turned toward the heavens. Higher still, the spirit Lu flies alongside her kin, waving goodbye to the distant machine. She calls out a cheerful farewell, promising to see Mr. Allen again someday. And with that, the chantless skill was acquired. The journey back to Rurden began. Back in his room, Alan reflects on his progress. With the chantless scroll secured, the first phase of his plan to avert a terrible future is complete. He has the skills and the money needed for high school. All that remains is to raise his level, his strength, by training and defeating enemies to win an upcoming duel. At the guild, Alan announces his goblin-slaying debut. The supervisor jokingly warns him not to get killed by booze, while Alan soberly states he has no intention of becoming a criminal, noting that the true enemy could be a demon or even another human. His master, Rudolph, crosses his arms, his expression stern. He tells Alan that this is not a joke and reminds him of his previous warning. Do not do anything to make his mother sad. Alan acknowledges the command, but the serious moment is shattered when Monica suddenly appears, enveloping the guild's supervisor in a crushing hug. As the old man gasps for air, Monica laments that she let her guard down, while Alan watches, taken aback by the sudden chaos. She then turns to Alan, grabbing him with fierce intensity. She warns him never to push himself too hard, explaining that his mother won't be the only one who would be sad if something happened to him. Understanding her meaning, Alan agrees, and she gives him a powerful, bone-crushing hug as encouragement. Later, at home, Alan properly informs his mother about the goblin extermination and his need to be away for a dangerous request. She pulls him into an embrace. He reflects internally that, unlike Monica's powerful hug, this one was very gentle. He departed with a single, unwavering thought consuming him. With determination solidifying in his mind, he made a silent vow, pleading for his mother to wait for him. He swore he would protect her from the coming scenario, whatever it may be. Inside a dimly lit shop, the mysterious, robed shopkeeper inspects an item, identifying it as rare honey from the elves. Before them, Alan confirms he acquired it through special connections and asks for a price. The shopkeeper offers 1 million for the 3 units, a deal Alan quickly accepts. He then eagerly asks if the shopkeeper can procure more, but is told it will be difficult. As their business concludes, he asks if the shopkeeper has any magic bags for sale. When asked what kind he wants, Alan specifies he would be happy with something about the size of the room. The shopkeeper lets out a cackle, explaining that an item of that value could buy an entire country. Stunned, Alan reflects that magic bags, which can carry far more than their appearance suggests, do exist in this world, unlike in the game he knew. The robed figure cryptically adds that there are ways to store a lot in a small bag and invites Alan to visit again, leaving the boy to wonder at their amusement. Leaving the shop, Alan arrives in the village of Struzen with a new purpose, to exterminate demons and raise his level. He is greeted by the village chief, who is relieved to see an adventurer after 6 months without aid. The chief explains the terms. Lodging is free for a few days, but the 1,500 cent reward for killing a goblin barely covers the daily living costs of 2,000 to 3,000 cents. He considers the grim reality of the quest. Goblins attack in groups, making them dangerous. Furthermore, the equipment they drop is tattered and sells for cheap, and their magic stones are of low value, making the entire endeavor unprofitable. But the next morning, in the forest on the outskirts of Struzen, Alan reveals his advantage. He holds a modern firearm, an imitation AK-47 Kalashnikov, confident it will be his key to success. He activates a skill, concealment, and moves through the woods. His plan is to hunt the goblins that roam the forest after leaving a nearby labyrinth. It isn't long before he spots one. Keeping his distance, he takes aim. With both himself and his rifle rendered invisible by the concealment skill, he unleashes a burst of gunfire. As the shots ring out, he anxiously wonders if he hit his mark, watching as 2 goblins fall to the ground. He approaches the fallen creature, observing that only one of his 3 shots struck its chest. After retrieving the magic stone from body, he presses onward through the forest, rifle at the ready. Pausing to catch his breath, he examines the magic stone. A bead of sweat on his brow, he smiles with relief, realizing this method of hunting is entirely manageable. He unleashes the power of his own invention. the AK-47 Kalash, an air rifle that fires projectiles using compressed wind magic. The goblins fall before its rapid assault. After collecting the magic stones from their bodies, he incinerates the remains in a smelting pit, a necessary precaution as unattended goblin corpses can attract demons. He reflects that while he had trouble with the reloading mechanism, the weapon now functions perfectly. This newfound power is a stark contrast to his past. He remembers being 8 years old and terrified of goblins, despite possessing the strength to defeat them. He now understands that with a gun, any enemy can be faced, making his old fear feel like a mere illusion. His thoughts return to the present as he counts his earnings for the day. The small, round magic stones dropped by the creatures. Returning to the village, he approaches the chief to request his pay. The old man looks over the collection of stones and confirms the total: 12 goblins eliminated. The chief asks for his guild card to formalize the payment. Alan hands it over, and the chief verifies the commission details, a standing request for goblin subjugation, with 12 kills approved. With his business concluded, he decides to stay in the village for a while. The chief wishes him luck, looking forward to their continued work. Alan settles in, eating, hunting, and resting, his earnings accumulating beside his bed. After some time passes, he informs the chief of his next destination. The chief asks if he is going into the labyrinth, and upon receiving confirmation, simply tells him to take care. He ventures out once more. After hunting for a week, he found no more goblins in the forest. He concludes that it is time to move on. His journey leads him to a stone structure overgrown with vines, its twin archways opening into pure darkness. He has arrived to take on the Goblin's Labyrinth. He recalled the purpose of this place from his past life. The Goblin's Labyrinth was the first major event in the game, a place where one was meant to kill the goblins that sporadically attacked nearby villages to raise their level. There was never any actual need to venture inside. However, he also remembered the rumors about its depths. It was said that if you destroyed the labyrinth's core, which was protected by powerful bosses, you could kill the labyrinth itself. The demons that constantly spawned within were both a nuisance and a resource, so it seemed there was no need to fully destroy them. He ventured deeper, guided by the light of a magic lantern he'd purchased from the guild. It was a useful item, lit by manhwa without emitting heat or smoke. He observed that the labyrinth wasn't swarming with goblins, but encounters were frequent enough for leveling up. Ahead, he spotted 2 of them. The creatures were drawn to the glow. Even with his concealment active, the light from the lantern was impossible to hide completely. The goblins stared into the darkness, puzzled by the approaching light. With 2 sharp cracks from his kalash, both goblins fell. He felt it was almost too easy, like shooting fish in a barrel, and briefly wondered if an ambush might be more efficient. He pressed onward, the layout of the labyrinth a nauseatingly familiar memory. Knowing there were no rewards or treasures to be found, he decided to head straight for the boss room on the 5th basement floor, where the core was protected. Arriving at the chamber, he prepared for battle. He switched the Kalash's magazine from stealth-oriented bullets to power-oriented ones, carrying only the essentials. He recalled the boss fight's composition: 2 hobgoblins, 2 goblin mages, and lastly, the king. Before him stood the Goblin King, a hulking figure in heavy plate armor, wielding a massive warhammer. He was flanked by his retinue of hobgoblins and robed mages. He knew it was best to deal with the troublesome ones first. Aiming at the goblin mages on the right, he unleashed a volley from his rifle. In an instant, he confirmed 2 bodies were down. With the mages eliminated, he planned his next move. The sound of the Kalash had broken his concealment. He would use wind magic to create a smoke screen with smelted sand, then use the downtime to sneak around and reactivate his concealment. His next targets, the 2 hobgoblins. He unleashes a volley of bullets, peppering the Goblin King's heavy plate armor. The projectiles ricochet harmlessly, but one of the hobgoblins cries out in pain as it struck. The armored king roars and brings his massive hammer down with crushing force. Alan rolls to safety just as the stone floor shatters, realizing with a grimace that even with all his practice in the game, this foe is incredibly tough. He knows his current weapons are ineffective, but he has prepared a special countermeasure. Pulling out a small pouch, he taunts the king before hurling it directly at the giant's head. The pouch bursts on impact, splashing its contents across the king's helmet. The effect is immediate and agonizing. The Goblin King and his remaining hobgoblin guard roar in pain, clawing at their helmets as the liquid seeps into their eyes, blinding them. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges at the flailing hobgoblin, driving his knife deep into its skull. The blinding strategy, using water bombs mixed with peppers, has worked exactly as it did in the game. He observes the fallen creature, noting its incredible life force. It's still twitching despite the fatal blow. He considers using a wind cutter spell, but realizes he can't pierce its tough hide. With a sigh, his eyes then fall upon a massive, spiked gate that has been revealed. Stepping past the gate, he enters a chamber containing a large, black sphere hovering silently above a stone pedestal. He recognizes it instantly, the labyrinth's core. It is said that if this core is destroyed, the entire labyrinth will cease to exist. He walks up the steps of the dais, reaching out a hand to touch the mysterious, glowing orb. Upon contact, his surroundings dissolve. He finds himself standing back outside, before the twin archways of the dungeon's entrance. A smile spreads across his face as the truth dawns on him. This is the key, the true method to conquer the Goblin's Labyrinth. He sits at a table with Rudolph and another guild member, who asks for confirmation of the rumors. Had he truly conquered the Goblin's Labyrinth? Alan confirms that he had, somehow. The other man can only express his disbelief, calling the feat incredible. Rudolph offers his own praise, a rare occurrence after a mission, commending Alan for a job well done. The compliment leaves Alan feeling a mixture of happiness and embarrassment, even as another guild member shouts his admiration. The guild master adds that Alan's elimination of 138 goblins will ensure the town's safety for some time, urging him to rest well. Just as Alan agrees, planning to submit the magic stone and return home, Monica bursts in, welcoming him back with overwhelming enthusiasm. As she shouts after him, Rudolph informs her that Alan has already departed. Walking through the town, Alan reflects on his progress. He has sold the Goblin Lord's magic stone, earning over 5 million cents and officially gaining the Clearing a Dungeon achievement. With his increased level and newfound wealth, he feels ready for his next operation, but a more immediate goal has taken priority in his mind. The following day, Rudolph sits with his guild members, his expression turning to one of complete surprise as he listens to some unexpected news. The source of his shock is revealed. Alan stands before his mother and Amy, announcing his intention. When his mother asks for clarification, if he truly wants to find a new home, he confirms it with a resolute yes. Alan arrives home, calling out to his mother. She turns from the stove, a bowl in hand, and welcomes him back. Rushing to his side, she inspects his face with concern, asking if he's okay. He reassures her that he's fine, explaining that he was just making his way through the goblin maze, and asks how she has been. She wipes a tear from her eye, insisting that she's always fine, even when he's away. She recounts a simple but meaningful conversation she had with their neighbor, Martinez-san, the previous day. For Alan, hearing this gives him a warm feeling, reinforcing his conviction that he could not allow fate to take his precious mother from him. Later, over dinner, his mother tells him he can continue to live in their house, and that the money he earns is his own to spend. She adds that she doesn't expect him to take care of the kids, though he seems to think she has misunderstood his intentions. She clarifies that as an adventurer, he needs to carry a lot of equipment, and their current small home doesn't have enough storage space. That's why he wants to move out. He admits that while needing a place for supplies is true, his main desire is for his mother to have a better life and for her to come with him. His expression is earnest as he adds that he'd rather she live with him and handle the housework. The directness of his request seems to startle her. In response, she reaches across the small table, placing her hand gently over his. She looks at him intently and says his name. She calls him a fool, but her tone is warm. She explains that all she wants is for him to be happy. Having understood his true feelings, she suggests that since he has the next day off, they should go look for a new house together. Beaming, Alan immediately agrees. The following day, they stand before a large, stately building with a prominent clock tower. Alan confirms that this is the place he intended to bring her. Inside, they are greeted by two men at a round table. One, a portly man, welcomes Alan's mother to the Adventurers Guild. She introduces herself as Katerina and expresses her gratitude for their care of her son, then asks worriedly if he is doing well and not causing any trouble. The man quickly reassures her that Alan is doing great. The other man, who is bald with a goatee, introduces himself as Rudolph. He praises Alan as the guild's most promising newcomer, noting his perfect track record and dedication over the past 4 years. Rudolph mentions that many adventurers are eager to invite Alan to their parties once he reaches D rank. This makes Alan realize it's time to start considering joining a party, now that his commissions will have fewer restrictions. He thanks Rudolph for his kind words. He considers what he should do if asked to join a party, deciding he'll think about it after he ranks up. Rudolph, however, cuts the thought short, insisting they focus on the main issue of the move. He then explains that the Adventurers Guild is not a real estate agency. The properties he knows are for adventurers, located in areas with poor public security, which he deems unsuitable for a parent and child. Hearing this, Alan's mother looks worried, and Alan asks if Rudolph can at least introduce them to a proper real estate agent. As they speak, Monica arrives, calling out to Alan and asking if he's moving. She greets his mother, Katerina, who notes how different Monica looks from when she's at work. Alan internally reflects on the gravity of the situation, knowing he can't afford to make a mistake when choosing a room. She overhears their conversation and confirms they're looking for a room. Alan explains that since he's earning a little money now, they're hoping to move into a bigger place. Seizing the opportunity, Monica makes a startling offer, asking if Alan would like to come to her house. The suggestion leaves both Alan and his mother speechless and confused. Her unexpected offer leaves them stunned, so she clarifies with a smile. Her father runs an apartment building. She believes she can show them a house that would be just right for their family. The other guild members nearby express their relief, agreeing that Alan would be safe at a place owned by Monica's family. She then leans in and quietly tells him the rent would be 10 a month for the two of them. Alan is shocked by the low price, muttering 100,000. His mother, equally surprised, turns to him and asks what they should do. The price is a shock, but Alan quickly realizes that even a shabby apartment costs around 60 to 70,000, making this offer a bargain. He tells his mother they should at least take a look. Monica agrees, saying it's close by and she can show them immediately. Before they depart, Alan's mother thanks Rudolph for always taking care of her son. Monica then playfully teases Alan about his flustered reaction to her initial invitation, asking what he had imagined. Blushing, Alan realizes she was just having fun with him. Monica leads the way, explaining that the building is in a great location, a 5-minute walk from the guild and close to the town center. She gestures to a large, timber-framed building and announces that the available unit is on the top floor, the fourth. Inside, she guides them up a flight of stairs, mentioning that the apartment isn't very popular because it's difficult to get up and down. Alan, however, thinks to himself that it will be an improvement over his current room on the 5th floor. He stepped into the main room of the apartment, followed by his mother and Monica. His mother was immediately struck by the size, exclaiming how spacious it was and wondering if it might be too big for just the two of them. Monica confirmed that this was the place. As he explored, he found a ladder leading up to a loft and considered making it his bedroom. Monica explained the full layout, 2 medium rooms in the back and 1 upstairs. His mother, meanwhile, was astonished to find a bathroom and a toilet, something she thought would be impossible. From his new vantage point in the loft, he peered out the window. The view was remarkable. He could see the castle clearly from there. He gazed at the distant structure, a quiet determination settling on his face. Just a little more, he thought to himself. Almost there. While he was lost in thought, his mother turned to Monica, expressing her disbelief that such a wonderful room could be rented for only $100,000. Monica smiled warmly, explaining that she considered it a worthwhile investment. In her eyes, Alan was a promising adventurer. His mother, uncertain, asked Alan what they should do, while the boy himself quietly wondered what she meant by investment. He didn't hesitate. Seeing his mother's happiness, he declared with a smile that if she liked to hear, they would take the room. His mother asked if it was truly all right, and Monica reassured her that it was. She then added playfully that she would make sure Alan paid her back once he became a much better man, leaving the boy to puzzle over what pay back meant. And so, their search for a new house came to a swift and successful conclusion. Later, back at the guild, Rudolph asked how the house viewing went. Alan confirmed that he and his mother had seen it and had decided to accept Monica's offer, placing themselves in her care. He sits in a tavern with his guild mates, who ask if he found a nice room. Alan smiles, confirming that it's much better than their current house, earning him a hearty congratulations from Rudolph and another senior member. Rudolph, looking flushed and emotional, leans in close. He notes how hard Alan works to provide for his mother and bluntly asks when they plan to move out. The boy explains that the place is available immediately, so they'll move their things over time. This answer doesn't satisfy Rudolph. He slams his mug down, declaring they'll start moving right now. Getting to his feet, he bellows to the entire guild hall, announcing that Alan and his mother are moving. Overcome with emotion, he proclaims that this dutiful son is making him cry and rallies everyone to help. A mustache man named Jared tells Rudolph to just shut up and let them help. Alan tries to object, pointing out that the others have jobs, but Jared dismisses his concerns, telling him he's a century too early to be worrying about them. Another guild member adds that they're bored anyway, prompting Jared to retort that he's choosing his job, not just doing menial labor. Unsure of what to do, Alan turns to his mother. Monica, sitting nearby, smiles warmly and tells him it's fine to accept the help. She observes that Alan is already like a son to the entire guild. His mother looks at him, her expression soft. She tells him that he has been blessed with wonderful seniors and that he must always value people like them. With a gentle smile, Alan agrees. He watches the boisterous scene, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him. He internally admits that while his seniors are drunk, dangerous, and generally no good, he feels an incredible warmth inside. The emotion is so strong that he feels he's about to tear up. Just as he thinks this, his mother beside him begins to hiccup and cry, completely overwhelmed. Through her sobs, she murmurs that they are all such good people. Alan is taken aback by her sudden outburst of tears. Moments later, the entire guild forms a procession through the streets, carrying furniture and belongings to the new apartment. It's an odd sight for the townsfolk, but the guild members work diligently. Wiping sweat from his brow, Alan breathes a sigh of relief, believing this is the last of their things. Inside the new home, several guild members stand around, admiring the space. Jared remarks that even with all the furniture, it feels spacious, a testament to the simple life Alan and his mother lived. The bald guild leader crosses his arms, expressing his hope that Alan will earn his money and get everything together. With the move complete, one of the guild members, Jared, addresses the group with a raised hand, thanking them for their hard work and declaring it's time for a banquet. His sudden declaration leaves Alan and his mother momentarily confused. The other adventurers, however, are immediately on board, with one man stating he's happy to drink for any reason, especially a moving celebration. Later, at the banquet, Alan's mother stands before the assembled adventurers, a cup in her hand. She formally thanks them for their help that day and for always taking such good care of her son. She continues her speech, giving special thanks to Monica for introducing them and to all the adventurers who carried their luggage, which allowed them to move into their new home safely. She then asked for their continued generosity, acknowledging that Alan will likely cause them trouble in the future. Alan, embarrassed, asks her to keep it simple. Undeterred, she raises her cup and proposes a toast to their luck and happiness, and the entire room erupts in a hearty cheers. As the celebration gets underway, his mother informs him that she's going to greet everyone personally. Alan smiles and agrees. His thoughts drift to their new home, and he reflects on his hope that he and his mother can live there for as long as possible. He resolves to work hard to make their lives better. He then realizes his goal isn't just for his mother. Looking around at the cheerful guild members, he understands that he wants to protect this future, a future where the master, Monica, and all his seniors can live with smiles on their faces. This is the only thing that matters, he thinks, resolving to break his fate to achieve it. His intense focus is interrupted by Jared, who asks what he's drinking. Alan confirms it's only fruit juice. Jared leans in closer with a sly grin, remarking that he sees now, commenting on his mother's beauty. The unexpected compliment leaves Alan completely flabbergasted. He watches as the adventurers, flushed with drink, comment on his mother's beauty and the hardships she must face alone. One offers to help, but Rudolph sternly tells them all to leave it. Alan, looking up at his master, quietly expresses his gratitude. The master then declares with a blush that he will be the one to make a move, ordering the others to stay out of it. His disciples can only stare in disbelief. As his mother graciously thanks Rudolph, Jared protests that it's unfair for their master to get a head start. Alan's expression hardens. He immediately takes back his earlier thanks, his thoughts clarifying that anyone pursuing his mother is an enemy, especially Rudolph. This new resolve fuels his training. Days later, in a clearing, he exhales after firing a powerful shot from his rifle, the sound echoing through the trees. He inspects the metal plate he used as a target, noting with satisfaction that the rounds have penetrated. He realizes he still needs small-caliber firearms that can use full metal jacket bullets for maximum effect. Later, while relaxing in a bath, he reflects on his creations. In addition to the Kalash, he has now smelted a smaller-caliber version called the Nikov, along with full metal jacket bullets for both. His mother peeks in, playfully asking if she can join, but he tells her it's too cramped, inwardly contemplating the urgent need for weapon enhancements. His training takes him back to the Goblin Maze. For 3 weeks, he has been systematically clearing the dungeon, viewing its endless supply of enemies as the perfect place to earn money and increase his level. He dispatches another heavily armored goblin with practiced ease. He has been running through the maze every day for a week, completing over 100 circuits in total. The magic stones collected from the defeated goblins are all turned over to the guild. Back at the guild, the supervisor looks over the hall and tells Alan he has a lot of something trailing off before advising the boy to check his status later. Confused, Alan sees a notification appear. As a result of his continuous efforts, he has become the Goblin Slayer, reached level 9, and amassed a fortune of over 7 million cents. In a dense woodland, monstrous, boar-like creatures with sharp tusks forage and snort. One, more humanoid in shape, stands upright, wielding a crude club, its presence a clear threat to any who wander into its territory. Observing them from a distance is Alan, who lets out a soft sigh. He identifies his location as the Orc Forest, near the suburbs of Altmut. He has accepted a request from the town to hunt the orcs and limit the potential damage they could cause. He knows that while they are dangerous, they are also valuable. Nearly every part of an orc, from its brain to its feet, can be harvested as meat. With one of the creatures dispatched at his feet, he clarifies his true objective. The orcs in this forest are merely a prelude, as they spawn infinitely from a location deep within the woods, the great labyrinth of orcs. That labyrinth is his next target. He smiles with determination. Entering the labyrinth serves multiple purposes. He can level up, earn rewards for hunting orcs, and gain guild achievements. Most importantly, it's the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of his hollow point bullets against them. The ammunition in question is the hollow point bullet, or JHP. It's a type he used primarily for hunting in his previous life, specifically designed to deform upon impact, expanding its surface area to increase the destruction and killing power. He continues to strategize. Orcs are terribly tough, possessing high health despite their low defense. His plan is to use small-caliber Nikov firearms with these hollow point bullets for them, while reserving his Kalash and full metal jacket rounds for harder, more heavily armored enemies. Having confirmed how effective his firearms are against the orcs, he decides his course of action. As dusk settles over the town, he resolves to head to the Great Labyrinth the following day. That evening, a hearty meal is set before him. A braised, salted orc shank, served with potatoes, onions, and sauerkraut, seasoned with laurel leaves and pepper. If desired, it can also be served with pickled cabbage or bacon. He offers thanks for the food, though he remains cautious about eating unknown fare in this unfamiliar world. The first bite dispels his worries. The salted meat melts quickly, and while the texture is a bit rougher than pork, the skin around the bone is full of rich flavor and collagen. It's so delicious that he finds himself wishing he could bring his mother here to try it someday. The next day, inside the Great Labyrinth of Orcs, Alan puts his knowledge to use. He notes that the strategy here is just like in the Goblin Labyrinth. Use concealment to kill the weaker enemies while heading straight for the boss floor. He recalls that each floor also has a mid-boss, but they're dealt with by exploiting their predictable patterns of attack, which involve using smoke screens. He has grown accustomed to the process of harvesting orcs, collecting a magic stone since his bag is already full of meat. Before him stands the final boss, the Orc King, flanked by all the mid-bosses he has previously faced. A strange thought crosses his mind. Now that he knows what orc meat tastes like, the sight of them is deeply appetizing, a problem he notes with some concern. He formulates his strategy, deciding to follow the same pattern as before. He will hit the isolated recovery units as fast as possible, shouting his intent to destroy the orc mage and orc priest, then deal heavy damage to the orc general. His winning tactic relies on using a smokescreen to temporarily retreat and re-engage. With his plan set, he opens fire. His initial volley is met with a ferocious counterattack. He watches in shock, realizing the orc general possesses a level of power he hadn't anticipated. This resilience is the consequence of facing a king with recovery abilities and immense health. Though he wants to eliminate them quickly, he knows it will be difficult. Sticking to his plan, he calls for a smokescreen to cover the area. Through the haze, he spots two orcs in a defensive, back-to-back formation, a surprisingly smart tactic. He notes that they even taste good, but pushes the thought aside. Deciding to proceed, he pulls out a ball of chili pepper extract, his usual blinding agent, and hurls it at them. The extract hits its targets. The orcs, including the king, cry out as the potent substance strikes their eyes, forcing them to recoil in pain. But his advantage is fleeting. To his astonishment, the king's eyes are already healed, glowing with renewed fury. He grits his teeth, realizing just how much of a nuisance this foe will be. With its sight restored, the king charges forward, smashing through a wooden barrier. Alan stands his ground, takes careful aim, and fires a single, precise shot at the beast's head. The bullet has no effect. He is thrown backward as the massive creature barrels past, shattering the wall behind him. The orc king turns, its eye glowing menacingly, completely unharmed. Staring down the uninjured beast, he suddenly recalls a critical fact. A brown bear's thick hair and subcutaneous fat can stop a hollow-point bullet. He realizes with dawning horror that the orc king must have a similar defense. His current ammunition is useless. He clutches his rifle, contemplating his next move. He quickly reconsiders his strategy, uncertain if his Kalashnikov's bullets will be enough. He knows the giant boar's vital points are between the eyes and the heart, but as the beast charges, he realizes his current position offers no clear shot. The massive creature thunders toward him. He desperately tries to aim for the space between its eyes, but the angle is all wrong. He cries out in alarm as the beast closes the distance in an instant. The impact sends him flying backward, knocking the rifle from his hands. Lying on the ground, he grimaces, realizing this has devolved into the worst-case scenario, a protracted war of attrition. Scrambling to his feet, he begins to formulate a new plan, considering the need for heavier ammunition like shotgun slugs. But as he prepares to conceal himself, he notices the boar is lying completely still. He cautiously approaches the fallen beast, wondering if it simply passed out or perhaps struck its head against the wall during its charge. Then, the realization hits him with a jolt. The creature is dead. He remembers his shot. He had aimed for its heart, and the bullet had found its mark after all. He understands now. Even after taking a fatal bullet to the heart, the beast's sheer ferocity had carried it forward in one last, desperate charge. Staring at the formidable creature, a single word of admiration escapes his lips. Awesome. With the danger past, his thoughts turn to practical matters. He notes that his luggage space is limited, but resolves to take some of the creature's meat with him to enjoy later. At the heart of the labyrinth, near the exit, stood a treasure chest. An examination with his appraisal skill revealed its contents. The bracelet of fertility. Alan examines the bracelet he acquired. Its inscription describes it as an item for reproduction, meant to increase a woman's fertility. He frowns, wondering why such a thing would be found in an orc dungeon. This was how he had conquered the great labyrinth of orcs. The strange reward only reinforced his confusion about the nature of this world, which felt more and more like some kind of bizarre game. Since that conquest, he had established a routine, regularly visiting the elven village to purchase honey. The elves had been so good to him that they even maintained a small airport for his glider, a testament to their surprising friendship. He observes the area, noting that the street is normally a playground for the village children. Now, however, it was being used as an archery range, and no one seemed to be complaining about the change. Well, almost no one. Princess Sherry was loudly protesting the use of their precious forest for such things, attempting to break a wooden target while a guard tried to restrain her. Amidst the commotion, Alan reflects quietly to himself that he has finally turned 13. His recent accomplishments flash through his mind. By clearing the labyrinths, he had gained the Goblin Slayer and Orc Slayer achievements. His rank was now D, and his level had risen to 23. As he considers his progress, the Elven Queen approaches, addressing him respectfully. An Elven guard informs him that the honey he requested has been loaded into his glider. He thanks them, but the Queen insists it is unnecessary, calling him the savior of their village. Alan protests, saying they should conduct their business properly, but the Queen seems troubled, replying that she doesn't mind if he doesn't pay. She explains that her mother enjoys the honey every day, and as a result, her skin has become incredibly smooth. The Queen then changes the subject, having heard he is going on another adventure. She acknowledges that it's getting harder to level up and that it's time for him to tackle more difficult labyrinths. Her words prompt a question. Where to? With a determined look, Alan announces his next destination, the Labyrinth of the Wind Mountain. He contemplates his next challenge, the Labyrinth of the Wind Mountain. He recalls that its strategic level is 30, significantly higher than the Great Labyrinth of Orcs at 15 or the Valley of the Flying Dragon at 25. Awaiting him in the final phase is a Blizzard Phoenix, an opponent that would have been formidable before, but one he now feels more prepared to face. The Elven Queen, sensing his determination, asks if the labyrinth is a dangerous place. He turns to her, his expression calm, and reassures her that while it may be, he will be careful not to push himself too hard. Her gaze then falls upon an amulet hanging from his neck. A look of pleasant surprise crosses her face as she exclaims, "Oh my!" She notes that he wears it well, recognizing it as the one she had given him. He affirms this with a quiet yes. The queen's expression softens with warmth as she tells him she is certain it will protect him well, and she sincerely wishes him the best on his quest. The moment is suddenly broken by the spirit of light, Lu, who appears and yanks on his hair, shouting his name. The queen flinches in surprise. Lu cries out that she heard he was going on a dangerous adventure and wishes she could help, but she is bound by her contract with Millie-chan. As she laments her inability to go, Alan thinks to himself with relief that this pervert won't be following him. At the Zeven Adventurers Guild in the City of the Wind, a young adventurer named Alan prepares to undertake a daunting task, entering the labyrinth of the wind solo. Inside, the guild's supervisor eyes him with skepticism, questioning if he is sure about this. Alan confirms his resolve. The supervisor notes his details, D-rank adventurer, Alan, 13 years old, and wonders if this is mere youthful recklessness, but ultimately decides to allow it. He grants Alan permission to enter, handing over an official card while warning him to stick to the first level to avoid death. Alan accepts it gratefully, promising to be careful. He understands why others would see him as cold and reckless. After all, even A and B-rank adventurers form parties to challenge this labyrinth. Now, standing before the imposing Wind Mountain, Alan gazes up at the entrance to the labyrinth. This notorious dungeon has swallowed many adventurers, with the current record for exploration being only 8 of its 30 levels. Despite this, he is determined to conquer every single level before he enrolls in the academy. Certain the odds are in his favor. His confidence is immediately tested as 2 large vampire bats dive at him. Holding a peculiar weapon, Alan is momentarily startled before unleashing its immense power, instantly reducing the monsters to dust. He admires his tool, a magic gun called Saiga, modeled after a Russian shotgun. This is the reason for his certainty of success. He muses that a shotgun feels somewhat out of place in this world, and its power seems like overkill, but he is clearly pleased with the result. The weapon's discharge is magnificent, a blinding flash of destructive energy that obliterates its target. Relaxing after the encounter, he feels that as long as he has his Saiga, he needs nothing else. Its debut in a real fight is promising, and he believes it will make conquering this complex labyrinth a simple matter. His weapon proves effective, allowing him to push through with ease. He soon arrives at level 28, a cavern filled with floating islets, a gimmick level that even skilled adventurers find to be a breeze. As he steps onto the first islet, a magical projection appears, explaining the rules. To advance, he must use wind magic on a small, apple-sized target on the next islet. However, there is a catch. The islets must be activated in the correct order. A wrong move will randomly teleport him either back to the labyrinth's entrance or straight into the depths of darkness. He reflects on the difficulty of the puzzle, realizing it would be nearly impossible to navigate the narrow footholds and fight airborne enemies without prior knowledge. With that in mind, he decides to take a little detour. This alternate path, he recalls from his game knowledge, leads to a hidden treasure room. He likens his special, smelt, ability to a cheat skill, a way to pay for power, as he uses it to gain access. The skill reveals a hidden pedestal upon which rest 2 identical substitute rings, magical items that can revive their wearer once upon death. He gratefully takes both. He remembers their purpose from the game. One was for the heroine, Amy, and the other for the character she was attacking. For now, he decides to put one on right away. Now possessing insurance against the worst-case scenario, he feels there's no longer a need for detours. He uses his smelt ability one last time before proceeding to the boss room on the final level. He steps through the final doors into a vast, icy chamber. Before him stands the final boss of the labyrinth of the Wind Mountain, the Blizzard Phoenix. The Phoenix wastes no time, launching an immediate attack the moment the doors open, just as he knew it would. He braces behind a polycarbonate shield he had already created with smelt, in anticipation of this very assault. Having survived the initial barrage, he believes the rest of the fight will be a simple matter of his usual combination of concealment and attack. He returns fire with his shotgun, aiming at the screeching beast. But the creature is impossibly fast. It instantly distances itself and dodges, with only the first bullet finding its mark. The Phoenix retaliates with a storm of blizzard and ice arrows. He watches in alarm as the shield begins to freeze. It won't be destroyed, but the bitter cold is a severe problem. He quickly formulated a plan, realizing he needed to use his Nikov rifle from a distance to weaken the creature before moving into range for a headshot with his Saiga. For now, though, he needed cover. With a focused thought, he used his smelt ability to conjure a massive boulder, shielding himself from the Blizzard Phoenix's advance. Resigning himself to a lengthy war of attrition, he understood it couldn't be helped. As the Phoenix swooped in, he activated his concealment skill and simultaneously smelted another boulder, diving behind the new rock formation for safety. He waited for a lull in the creature's assault. The moment the attack ceased, he sprang into action, cycling through his commands. Attack, conceal, create a new boulder, and take refuge once more. The Phoenix let out a piercing shriek, and its strategy shifted. An agonizing, all-directional blizzard erupted around Alan, the temperature plummeting instantly. He shivered, realizing he was almost at his limit against the intense cold. Suddenly, the creature began to fall from the sky. Seeing his opportunity, Alan prepared to move in. It was time to get closer and deliver the final headshot. He lunged forward, but his feet slipped out from under him. With a cry of alarm, he realized the ground had become a sheet of solid ice. The massive phoenix was crashing down directly in front of him, and he could only yell in panic for it to stop. The blizzard phoenix slammed into the ground just short of him, its impact shattering the ice. He let out a shaky breath, relieved by the close call. Getting to his feet, he knew it would be disastrous if the beast recovered. He had to finish it now. He approached the downed creature, shivering from the intense cold radiating from its body. He decided to quickly extract the magic stone and wondered aloud if the feathers would simply melt once they were pulled out. Upon plucking one, however, he made a surprising discovery. The feathers did not melt. Admiring its beauty, he decided to carefully collect the feathers from the tail and wings, one at a time. He finishes his work in the dungeon, noting that all that remains is to check the treasure chest. As he collects the bones of the defeated creature, he finds them surprisingly light. Inside the chest lies the sword of the Sky Knight, a blade capable of evolving a user's divine protection and granting them wind magic. While rare and valuable, his attention is captured by something else entirely. A strange, pedestal-like device in the corner, a magic stone synthesizer, which he recognizes as the true prize of this dungeon. He places several small magic stones into the device, understanding its function. It can synthesize stones of the same kind, increasing their size. The device operates on a simple principle. Two magic stones of the same size can be combined into one of the next larger size. Following this logic, it would take 16 of the smallest stones to create a single huge one, a process far more valuable than a simple monetary exchange. He quickly grasps the economic advantage. The market value of a magic stone increases exponentially with its size, meaning one huge stone is worth significantly more than the 16 tiny ones used to create it. A realization dawns on him. He can use this synthesizer every time he clears the labyrinth for immense profit. With this new plan in mind, he resolves to circle through the dungeon repeatedly, secretly farming it for money and experience while trying to keep his activities as quiet as possible. Years later, a now older Alan is seen working in the city when Rudolph spots him. The guild master expresses his surprise, remarking that he didn't know Alan was still taking on menial jobs like ditch cleaning. He confirms that he only does it in his spare time. Rudolph asks about his plans for high school next year, and Alan reveals that he just turned 14. The master then notes Alan's current status as a D-rank adventurer. Later, inside the guild hall, Rudolph advises him to quickly complete the predetermined rank-up request to reach C-rank. He suggests a guard request, warning Alan that he shouldn't let the nobles at school take advantage of his low rank. He hesitates, admitting to his master that he doesn't really care about ranks. Rudolph counters, explaining the vast difference in reputation between a C-rank who can accept guard duty and a D-rank who cannot. He assures Alan that with his achievements, successfully completing the bandit subjugation quest will guarantee his promotion. He remains silent as his master, Rudolph, continued to press the point, advising him that taking the quest was an undeniable advantage. Rudolph then acknowledged that he knows Alan is hiding things from him. He explained his concern. He doesn't want people to discover Alan's true fighting style, relying on guns and concealment, just yet, as such a leak could compromise the judgment of future events. Despite his reservations, Alan was introduced to the men he would be joining. One, a man with a top knot, respectfully called Rudolph a Niki and remarked on how great he'd become. Another expressed his eagerness to work with Alan. The boy, however, was taken aback, questioning if he was really meant to team up with these older men. In response, the bald, bearded member of the group gruffly asked if he had a problem with that. Rudolph cut through the tension with a direct order. He commanded everyone to assemble in front of the guild the next morning at 7 o'clock, warning them not to be late. The boy was stunned by the suddenness of the plan, crying out, "Tomorrow!" He then noticed his guild card was gone and asked when Rudolph had taken it. His master simply stated it was a master's order, revealing he had already processed the quest request himself. As Alan began to protest that he wasn't ready, the man with the top knot leaned in close, slurring that he looked forward to working with him. Alan recoiled in disgust, complaining to Rudolph that the man reeked of alcohol. The bald man confirmed it matter-of-factly, before Rudolph simply warned the two men not to be late. A young girl named Carlin eagerly pleads with Alan, wanting him to show her something. Another child nearby chides her, telling her not to bother him. The group is on an escort mission. Alan and a few other guild members are on guard duty, protecting wagons traveling from the royal capital to the small village of Yersdorf. Their client is a man named Dirk, who makes this journey every 2 months to purchase necessities for his village, funding the trip by selling local goods like charcoal and barley in the capital. Inside one of the wagons, Carlin persists, making Alan promise to show her his magic once they reach the village. He reluctantly agrees. Another guard, Jared, notes how attached Carlin is to Alan. It's revealed that Carlin is Dirk's younger sister and, despite the dangers, always accompanies him. The escort team is comprised of 5 members in total, including Jared and a man named Benjamin. Their route takes the wagons through remote forests and mountainous regions, areas that have recently seen a spike in bandit attacks. As they travel, Carlin asks Alan what kind of magic he uses for fighting. He tells her it's wind magic, capable of blowing enemies away. He reflects internally on his choice of weapon. He left his larger wind magic guns behind, opting instead for a smaller, concealable smelted wind magic gun modeled after a Makarov pistol. This weapon's noise can be suppressed, but a grave concern troubles him. He doesn't know if he could actually shoot another human being. His thoughts darken as he imagines facing not a goblin or an orc, but a person begging for their life. The internal turmoil shows on his face, prompting a worried Carlin to ask what's wrong. Alan quickly brushes off her concern. Up ahead, the path narrows significantly. The other guards note that this is a likely spot for bandits to appear. From the wagon, Alan and Carlin peer out at the treacherous road, their expressions growing tense. Suddenly, their fears are confirmed. With shouts of alarm from Dirk and the others, boulders begin to crash down from the cliffs above, blocking the path. The bandits have sprung their trap. As the dust from the rock slide settled, his companion Jared spotted the culprits. Bandits were positioned on the cliff above, with another group blocking the path from behind. Their leader, a man with a wild mane of hair and a jagged scar, grinned maliciously. He mockingly thanked the escort for transporting the luggage, making it clear he intended to take everything. In response, Jared quickly assessed the threat, counting 5 bandits in front and 6 in the back. He ordered Dirk to stay inside the wagon for safety. With a determined shout, he rallied his men to fight. The battle erupted in a clash of steel. An archer from the escort party loosed an arrow as the bandits pressed their attack with fierce cries. Amidst the chaos, Jared yelled for Alan to show them his skills. The boy hesitated, his mind racing. He questioned whether he should use his attack magic, realizing with a jolt that he was facing people, not monsters. His hesitation vanished when he saw a bandit lunging at one of his companions. Reacting instinctively, Alan thrust his hand forward and unleashed a wind cutter spell, striking the assailant down. The bandit leader stared in disbelief, exclaiming that no one had mentioned a magic user. He immediately ordered retreat. As the bandits fled, Jared yelled for Alan not to let them escape, demanding he kill every last one. But Alan, hand outstretched, could only watch them go. He stood frozen for a moment as the last of the bandits disappeared. Jared, walking back towards the wagon, confirmed that they had all run away. One of the squad members, bloodied but standing, reported that the rear was cleared. When Jared asked how many there were, the man confirmed there had been 6. He then turned his attention to Alan, who was still shaken. Jared asked if he had managed to find the bandits' hideout. Alan, clutching his scarf, admitted that he hadn't, but noted that there seemed to be a lot more of them this time. He found himself pinned by Jared, who furiously questioned why he went easy on the bandits. Jared roared that Alan couldn't even kill a horned rabbit, let alone an orc. Stuttering, Alan tried to explain that he didn't think it was a good idea to kill people. Jared's voice cut through the air, his expression hard as stone. He declared that killing when you can is an absolute rule, one that must never be forgotten. Another member of the subjugation squad, Rudolph, added his own stern warning, telling Alan to remember that rule if he wished to continue as an adventurer. The boy could only look down, the weight of their words pressing on him. The tense moment was broken by the large, bearded adventurer, who called out to Alan for help moving a rock out of the wagon's path. Shaken from his thoughts, Alan quickly agreed, and the group prepared to move on. After that, their journey proceeded without any further bandit attacks. They soon arrived at the gates of Yersdorf, where children ran to greet them, joyfully shouting that Dirk's wagon had returned from the capital. The villagers gathered around, welcoming them back and helping to unload the goods. As they settled in, Carlin excitedly showed off some new items to a group of local women, who admired them as the latest fashion from the capital. Watching from a short distance, Dirk sighed in exasperation, muttering to himself about the ways of countryside women. Meanwhile, Dirk purchased medicine from an elderly apothecary, apologizing for the trouble. Nearby, the bearded adventurer from the squad was sweating heavily, clearly unwell. From across the way, Carlin spotted a yellow ribbon among the wares and excitedly claimed it. Rita, jelet aphoachet Alan privately. He stated that if Alan had been the leader of the guard request, the mission would have failed. Alan looked away, quietly admitting he knew the reason, because he didn't kill. He confirmed Jared's assessment was correct. Standing beside him and looking out over the fields, Jared explained that bandits are just like demons, merely pretending to be human, which makes them even worse. Alan conceded that he understood this intellectually. Jared softened slightly, adding that perhaps this hesitation is just how it is at first. He listens as Jared insists that goblins, orcs, and bandits are all the same. Jared commands him to kill them properly next time, and Alan quietly agrees. The heavy moment is broken when Carlin runs up, hands on her hips, calling out to Alan. She reminds him that he promised to show her magic. Her excitement is contagious, and soon a group of other village children gathers around, all clamoring for him to show them his magic. One of them wishes him good luck with the babysitting. He obliges, performing wind magic for the children until sunset, when their parents come to collect them. Later that evening, the entire village holds a welcome party for the adventurers. During the feast, he explains that the celebration is not just to thank them for their guard duty. It is also a custom to extend hospitality to those who come from outside. A young woman sitting nearby elaborates, explaining that in villages like this, it is customary for visiting men to share their seed to prevent the local bloodline from becoming too thin. Alan recalls hearing about this practice in his previous life. A man then suggests to the woman that they should go to his room, but she asks Alan if they should go to his house instead, noting his mother is at home. She leans in closer, asking what a 14-year-old boy plans to do. Flustered, Alan stammers an apology, internally questioning the strange, game-like situation he's found himself in. The next morning, Jared and another squad member appear utterly drained, far more fatigued than they were after the battle. Jared explains their plan. They will stay for 3 nights to recover before returning to the capital. The other adventurers comment on the lack of wives in the capital. The village children, however, are full of energy, gathering around and asking Alan to show them more magic again today. He agrees, deciding to take the day to relax. The peaceful day is shattered when a man runs into the village square, desperately calling for Dirk and the village chief. With a look of pure terror, he announces that Carlin has been abducted. The news hits Alan with a sudden, terrible feeling. In the village of Yerstorf, Dirk delivers grim news to a shirtless Alan. Carlin and other children have been abducted, likely when they ventured into the fields outside the wall. The confirmation leaves Alan stunned and uneasy, the faces of the missing children flashing in his mind. The realization crushes him. He clenches his fist as the memory of the bandits escaping with their captives surfaces. It's his fault. Overwhelmed by this guilt, he turns to leave, but Jared calls out, asking where he is going. Alan whirls around, shouting that it's his fault because he couldn't bring himself to kill them. Jared urges him to calm down, questioning if he intends to raid their hideout alone. Dirk steps in, explaining that adventurers don't act without a formal request. He holds out a scroll, telling Alan to read it. Alan protests that it's not just about him, but Dirk warns that if they make a move, the village itself will be the next target. The scroll contains the bandit leader's message, his sneering face coming to mind. The message begins, "I have 3 children under my custody." The message continues with the bandits' demands, delivered to Dirk earlier. They demand young women, food, and money, and for the village to submit to their rule. Any resistance will result in the children's deaths and an attack on the village. Alan turns to Jared, a grim realization dawning on him. He says that if Jared had just killed those bandits back then, none of this would be happening. Jared listens, his expression serious. He explains that these are clever bandits. Sooner or later, they would have come to the village regardless of what happened before. The village chief desperately asks if they will accept their request for help. A member of the subjugation squad notes the difficulty of the task. Either attack the hideout to rescue the children or stay to defend the village. Before a decision is made, Alan interrupts, calling out to the chief. Jared turns to Alan, his gaze intense. He asks if Alan is truly ready, warning that if he hesitates to kill next time, the children and all the villagers will die. An image of a smiling Carlin flashes through Alan's mind. With hardened resolve, he declares, yes. He stood by as the village chief formally accepted the adventurers' help, expressing his profound gratitude. Jared, looking towards Dirk, stated grimly that they had a lot of killing to do. As the men prepared to move, Dirk turned his attention to Alan. He clasped the boy's hands tightly, his voice filled with desperation as he begged him to save his little sister. Tears streamed down his face, his voice cracking as he repeated his plea. His expression hardened with resolve. Looking towards Jared, Alan made a solemn vow. He would save her by any means necessary. Later that night, under the pale moonlight, he and Jared moved through the dense forest. Alan asked how they would locate the bandits' hideout. Jared explained that there were very few places nearby where a gang could set up, considering the timing of the kidnapping and the arrival of the threatening letter. He added that the location was a few hours' walk from the village, then ordered Alan to put out his light. After they extinguished their lantern, Jared led them to a ridge overlooking the surrounding hills. From that vantage point, he explained they could see every possible hideout. His eyes scanned the darkness before settling on a specific point. He identified a cave that had been inhabited by another gang of bandits the previous year, estimating it could hold about 30 people. A faint glow from a watchfire confirmed his suspicion, and Alan saw it too. He immediately understood the situation and declared his intention. He would sneak in and rescue them. Jared reacted with shock, calling the idea ridiculous, but Alan calmly insisted it would be fine. He reminded Jared that the bandits had threatened to attack the village if their demands weren't met. Besides, he added with confidence, conducting himself without being noticed was his specialty. He listened as Jared questioned his plan, asking what he could possibly do alone. Jared estimated there were about 15 bandits, maybe more. Alan countered this, reasoning that with the 6 they had already killed, the bandits' numbers in the cave would be lower than during their last failed attack. With a confident expression, he declared that he had an idea. Moments later, he knelt on the forest floor, conducting a small test that produced a puff of smoke. Jared watched, perplexed, asking what he was doing and how he intended to get past the sentry. Alan simply replied that he understood the gist of the situation. He turned to Jared and pleaded to be trusted, assuring him he could infiltrate the hideout undetected. After a tense moment, Jared relented, agreeing to trust him one more time, but sternly warning that failure would mean death for the captive children. Alan's face filled with relief as he offered his thanks. Beneath the moonlit, cloudy sky, he steeled his resolve, promising himself he would succeed. He carefully navigated a network of tripwires connected to wooden clappers, a traditional alarm system. He instructed Jared to return later and wait for his signal, explaining that the bandits were extremely cautious and they would be spotted if they moved together. Activating a concealment skill, he confirmed that Jared could no longer see him. Now hidden from sight, he crept through the undergrowth towards the cave entrance. A lone guard stood watch by a fire. Alan knew that while his concealment should make him invisible, he still needed to move with absolute stealth. He recognized the man. It was the one who had escaped their last encounter. A flicker of regret crossed his mind. If only he had killed him then. Putting the thought aside, he prepared to slip past the sentry and into the cave. Once inside, he used his appraisal skill to map the interior. The cave was far more spacious and complex than he had anticipated. He saw a group of bandits relaxing at a table, completely unaware of his presence. From the shadows, he observed them, realizing his next task was to determine the positions of all the bandits within the hideout. He continued his reconnaissance, noting a three-way intersection deeper inside the cave. In one chamber, he counted a total of 13 bandits. Nearby, several children were huddled together inside a crude cage, seemingly unharmed for the moment. However, he realized with a sinking feeling that Carlin was not among them. His search led him further into the hideout's depths. His gaze hardened as he approached a rickety wooden door, sensing something was wrong. Peeking through the opening, he witnessed a sickening sight. A large, shirtless bandit was assaulting Carlin, whose face was contorted in silent anguish. A cold, murderous rage instantly consumed him, his expression twisting into one of pure fury. Before the bandit could react, Alan was on him. With chilling calm, he asked if it hurt, then unleashed a vicious series of blows to the man's jaw and throat, silencing him with brutal efficiency. The large man collapsed without another sound. He stood over the fallen bandit, panting from the exertion, his knuckles raw. Turning to the stunned Carlin, his expression softened immediately. He reached out a hand and assured her, "You're safe now." The girl, overwhelmed with relief, threw her arms around him, sobbing his name repeatedly. He quickly placed a hand over her mouth to quiet her, whispering urgently that she must not make any loud sounds. When he asked if she understood, she gave a small, tearful nod. Taking her hand, he led her out of the room and back through the dark corridors of the cave. He brought her to a safer spot near the entrance, explaining that he had blocked the way in with a large rock. He asked her to wait there patiently while he went back to save the other children. Carlin agreed, sitting down to wait as he prepared to return to the bandit's den. He activates his concealment skill, his thoughts hardening as he observes the bandit guard. To him, bandits are just like demons. No, he corrects himself, they are worse, for they pretend to be human. He presses the barrel of a silenced pistol firmly against the back of the unsuspecting guard's head. With the guard dispatched, he approaches the cage holding the other children, placing a finger to his lips to quiet them. The children stare in shock as he whispers that he has come to save them, just as he saved Carlin. Once they are free, he asks if everyone is all right. They confirm they are fine. With 2 down, he calculates that 11 bandits remain, hoping they're all still within the cave. He then leads them down a passage, stopping before a thick rock wall that appears to have been sealed from the inside. He instructs everyone to cover their ears and wait for his signal. Elsewhere in the hideout, the bandit leader pauses, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face as if he heard a faint, unusual noise. His suspicion leads him to a large, sealed stone door, where he confronts another bandit. He demands to know why the boss's room is being blocked. The subordinate stammers that he doesn't know who, but someone is coming to kill him. On the other side of that very door, Alan and the rescued children listen. The bandit leader's voice echoes through the stone, wondering aloud what the strange carving on the door is. The leader squints, examining the intricate carving. From the other side, Alan holds up 2 fingers, channeling his focus into the very same seal. As he inspects the carving, a blinding light erupts from its center. The seal detonates in a powerful explosion, blasting the bandits backward with concussive force. He watches as the force of the explosion tears through the cavern, sending bandits flying amidst splintering wood and debris. Jared, caught completely off guard, whirls around and demands to know what Alan has done, questioning if this violent blast was the signal he mentioned. Alan calmly instructs him to stay put while he assesses the aftermath. The dust begins to settle, revealing the groaning forms of bandits crushed and pinned beneath the collapsed structure. Alan surveys the scene, noting that some of them have survived the initial blast. He quickly realizes the greater danger. The entire cave is now unstable and could collapse at any moment. His priority shifts instantly. He must get the children out of there immediately. Just as they prepare to move, a blood-soaked bandit staggers to his feet, his face a mask of fury. Muttering curses and vowing to kill the boy responsible, he lunges forward with a knife. Jared immediately steps between the attacker and the terrified children, letting out a weary sigh at the unending complication. Having dealt with the final threat, Jared gathers the children outside the collapsed cave entrance. He tells Dirk and Carlin that it's time to return to the village, confident that they've made it through the worst. Someone tells a tearful Carlin that she did a good job. The praise breaks her composure, and she begins to sob with relief as the group finally leaves the bandits' lair behind. In the aftermath, Alan learns the fate of the bandits who attacked the village. They were all exterminated, the ones who fought back being killed and later beheaded. Jared informs Alan that while his group hunts for any remaining stragglers, Alan should stay behind and prepare for the return trip to the capital, assuring him they're strong enough to handle it alone. This grim task was a necessity. The adventurers returned to the cave hideout to execute the bandits they had previously incapacitated. Back in the village, as Dirk tends to his arm, Alan quietly reflects on the harsh realities of their world. He acknowledges to himself that he, too, has taken lives. He concludes that perhaps he should be grateful to his master for assigning him this request, as it forced him to confront this truth. With his resolve hardened, the time comes to depart. As Jared confirms everyone is aboard the wagon, Carlin calls out to Alan one last time. She stands with the other rescued children and thanks him for saving her. When Alan confirms he's staying in the village for now, she expresses her hope that they will meet again, asking to see his magic someday. He watches them go, promising to return soon and wishing them well. With the bandit extermination and guard requests fulfilled, he eventually made his way back to the royal capital. Years passed. At 15 years old, Alan became a C-rank adventurer, breaking the record for the youngest to ever achieve the rank. At home, his mother helps him with his bow tie, commenting on how well he tied it. When he seems flustered, she playfully admits she just wanted an excuse to say it was crooked. After her playful teasing, her expression softens. She tells him that today is finally the day and embraces him, wishing him good luck. He quietly accepts her well wishes. He steps out of the house, now fully dressed in a formal uniform. As his mother waves from the doorway, he looks ahead, thinking to himself that today is the day it all begins. He walks along the cobblestone path, his new school uniform marking a clear departure from his old life. Other students, similarly attired, move past him, their faces set with anticipation. He looks up at the grand, imposing structure before him, a bastion of tradition and power. At last, he has arrived. He is going to enter the Royal High School. Inside the entrance hall, a stern-faced school official directs the flow of new arrivals. He instructs the freshmen to check their class assignments at the entrance before proceeding to the auditorium to be seated. Within the grand hall, Alan finds his seat among the 39 students of his year, but an unexpected situation has arisen. He has been placed in Class A, which he knows to be an aristocrat's paradise. The class list confirms it. Anastasia Kleinel is first, and he is second, noted as a special student. He had hoped for Class B to avoid direct involvement in a certain event, but now he is surrounded by nobility, one of only 3 commoners. He muses on the social complexities of his new environment. In this world, a commoner speaking to an aristocrat without a proper reason is an intolerable act of disrespect. He has no idea how he will get along with his classmates. This isolation, he decides, is actually convenient, as commoners are almost always loners here. But his thoughts are interrupted by a stir among the other students. A wave of whispers spreads as 2 girls enter, and his eyes widen in recognition. It's Anastasia. He finds himself captivated. More than the excitement of arriving at the school, he is struck by the sheer elegance of her figure and an aura that makes her seem utterly unapproachable. He feels the immense difference between an ordinary person like himself and her. His attention is then drawn to other prominent figures as the students around him begin to gossip. They point out a beautiful, elegant young man named Oscar, and behind him, Marcus, the heir of the wealthiest family in the kingdom and a leading candidate for prime minister, who is said to possess the blessing of a sage. The murmurs continue, identifying Leonardo, the muscular son of the commander of the Imperial Guards, and Claude, the 3rd Prince of Westerdale, who is rumored to be blessed by the demon king Ifrit and capable of defeating demons with his bare hands. Alan observes them all, thinking to himself that, as expected in this kind of world, the main characters are all remarkably handsome. The group of handsome aristocrats turns their attention toward him. One asks if he is the special commoner student, while another remarks on his commoner-like face. Alan overhears their condescending words, but remains unfazed, a slight smirk on his face. He can hear them perfectly. As another student begins to walk down the aisle, he thinks to himself that the real star has finally arrived. He watched as the other students fawned over the newcomer, Crown Prince Karl-Heinz. Alan noted the prince's arrogance, how he paid no attention to those he deemed beneath him, just as expected. He knew to just wait. His attention, however, was not on the prince, but on a girl with long, light brown hair who had just entered the room. She stood with a quiet, composed demeanor. She approached him directly, introducing herself with a warm smile as Amy Von Brace. When Alan expressed surprise that she knew his name, she explained that they were both commoners who had skipped a grade, and that his perfect scores were too amazing to forget. She then asked if she could sit next to him, so they could talk until the entrance ceremony began. A bit taken aback, Alan agreed. He realized with a start that this was the pivotal event, the entrance ceremony where the heroine, Amy, would meet the crown prince. He thought to himself how tremendously cute she was, just as one would expect from a game's heroine. Amy noticed his expression and asked if something was wrong, but he quickly brushed it off. With that tumultuous start, his school life began. A week went by, and the orientation period ended. Alan prepared to move into the dormitories, saying goodbye to his mother. She asked if he had made any friends, and he could only offer a vague, non-committal answer. She told him to take care of himself, and he promised he would. In truth, he was completely alone. Not a single person had spoken to him since that first day. The only one who had, Amy, now seemed to have successfully completed the event of meeting the crown prince, and was often seen walking with him through the halls. He watched them from a distance, adhering to the school regulation that required commoner students to show respect by silently bowing when passing aristocrats. This rule applied to all aristocratic students throughout the corridors and other areas of the school, a constant reminder of the social hierarchy. As he stood alone, he reflected that being ignored after their initial conversation was mentally tougher than he had anticipated. More importantly, it seemed Amy's interest in him had completely disappeared. Today marked the day the new students would genuinely begin their classes. As his first real class began, the teacher stood before the students, a small orb of energy coalescing in her hand. She explained that magic was as much about control as it was about activation, and urged them to remember the proper controls. She then asked for all students who could already use magic to raise their hands. He looked around, surprised to see only a few hands go up. Alan had assumed that the ability to use magic was a prerequisite for admission to the academy. The teacher's gaze settled on one of the students. She called upon His Highness, Crown Prince Karlheinz, to provide a simple demonstration for the class. With a confident smirk, the prince accepted, assuring her he would handle it. He casually flicked his wrist, launching a small bolt of fire that struck the training target with precision. The teacher commended him on his excellent control, noting how he hit the target perfectly. Pleased with the display, the teacher then called for Anastasia to demonstrate another attribute of magic. The prince turned his head slightly, a curious expression on his face as Anastasia stepped forward, her eyes narrowed with focus. She extended her hand, and a torrent of energy erupted from her palm, not merely striking the target, but completely vaporizing it in a brilliant flash. Stunned by the display, Alan could only think how amazing her power was. A moment later, a grim realization followed. To so thoroughly outshine the crown prince would surely lead to trouble. His prediction proved true instantly. The prince's face contorted with rage as he shouted Anastasia's name, accusing her of deliberately making him lose face. He insisted he had only gone easy on the target, but she had destroyed it completely. Unflinching, Anastasia simply told him to back off. Her defiance pushed him over the edge. He snarled that he would show her his true power. As another student cried out for His Highness to stop, the prince unleashed a massive, uncontrolled blast of dark, crackling energy. A massive explosion of dark energy erupts in the school courtyard. In the foreground, Anastasia lunges forward, her hand outstretched, shouting a desperate warning. The dark energy crashes against a shimmering wall of water that has materialized to protect the students. Cries of shock and fear fill the air as Anastasia rushes to the side of Prince Karlheinz, who has been knocked to the ground. As the immediate danger subsides, Amy kneels beside the injured prince, her hands glowing with healing magic. Anastasia watches them intently, her expression a mixture of concern and grim resolve. Alan stares at the scene, a bead of sweat on his temple, his mind racing as he processes what has just happened. He utters Amy's name, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. Anastasia hurries to the prince's side, asking if he is all right. Now on his feet, he turns to Amy with a grateful smile, telling her that her power is amazingly wonderful. She blushes, demurely stating she was only doing it for him. Alan recognizes this interaction as a key event from the world he knows, wondering if Amy has successfully navigated it. Nearby, Anastasia expresses her relief that the prince's burns were the only significant injury. In the aftermath, the bond between the crown prince and Amy deepens, their closeness becoming more apparent to all. However, this newfound intimacy comes at a cost. Amy becomes the target of bullying, with other students whispering cruel rumors about her commoner origins and supposed poor manners. These whispers are led by a particular group of girls, the same ones who, in another timeline, were known to have vanished from the academy following a period of civil unrest, believed to be followers of Anastasia. Anastasia, however, will not tolerate such behavior. She confronts the gossiping students directly, her voice sharp with authority. She admonishes them for speaking ill of a classmate, declaring an act of lowly individuals and reminding them to uphold their pride as nobles. The girls, startled and intimidated, quickly apologize. Despite Anastasia's intervention, the social damage has been done. Amy feels the chill of isolation, sensing that everyone has begun to avoid her. Anastasia observes the situation with a sad expression, wondering aloud if she should try to tell them something indirectly. The prince, however, misinterprets her concern, loudly declaring that he will take care of everything. From a distance, a young man named Alan watches, realization dawning on him. He reflects that the events unfolding are similar to a game he knows, but Amy's personality seems quite different. He surmises that she is cunningly using the bullying as a pretext to curry favor with the crown prince and other influential students with her charming act. He continues to ponder her circumstances, a commoner suddenly taken in by a baroness, enrolled in a school filled with aristocrats, and relentlessly picked on. In such a hostile environment, he concludes she likely has no choice but to depend on and charm the powerful young men willing to protect her. His thoughts turn to the school's social structure. The female students are divided between Anastasia's faction, which wants Amy gone, and the crown prince's faction. However, Anastasia personally restrains her followers, so their numbers are small and they lack momentum. For now, Amy has no faction of her own. While showering, he considers the other side. The crown prince's faction is not superficial. They seem to have an agreement to use Amy as a means to undermine Anastasia. Like their rivals, they do not appear to think well of Amy either. He thinks about the crown prince himself, who, despite being Anastasia's fiancé, is only interested in Amy. He barely speaks to Anastasia, and this blatant disregard has not gone unnoticed. Others see this as an opportunity to plot and remove Anastasia from her position. The grim implication settles upon him. With an egotistical prince who has no regard for his country at the top, the nobility below him can only resort to flattery and schemes to drag each other down. It all means one thing. The royal city is on the road to ruin. Having finished a shower, he begins to dress in his room, his thoughts shifting from the fate of the kingdom to his own circumstances at the school. He walks through the halls, reflecting on his strategy. He speaks to no one, whether commoner or noble, unless absolutely necessary. In doing so, he has steadily established a reserved, detached position for himself. He gazes out a classroom window as an air of uncertainty looms. The exams are finished, and the summer holiday begins tomorrow. Summer has arrived. He sits in the classroom as the teacher concludes the final lesson, reminding all students to review the handout detailing their independent study assignments for the upcoming break. The basis for these assignments are the final exam results. A posted list reveals a surprising outcome. Alan is placed first with a perfect score, followed by Anastasia, Amy, Marcus, and Claude. At this school, students are typically grouped by performance, but esteemed nobles are exempt from being placed in lower classes. This result immediately draws the attention of Anastasia, who approaches his desk directly. She calls out to him, confirming his name. From a distance, Leonardo mutters that this is a matter for the nobility. Alan, still seated, respectfully acknowledges her, stating it is an honor that she remembers his name. Dismissing the formality, Anastasia tells him to stand. He rises, and she regards him with a look of appraisal. She calls his performance on the final exams impressive, as expected of a special student. Alan is taken aback by the unexpected praise, rendered momentarily speechless. Her inquiry continues as she reveals she has heard he is a qualified adventurer. Alan confirms he is C rank. She then asks if he has ever explored a labyrinth. He replies that he has been through a goblin labyrinth. Seemingly satisfied, Anastasia declares that she will send a messenger to him later, leaving him utterly confused. With her questions answered, she turns to leave, offering a curt apology for having interrupted him. As she departs, he watches her with a troubled expression. Though he tells her it was no bother, his mind races with suspicion. He questions why she would seek him out and what a messenger could mean, a dreadful thought crossing his mind. Could he have been found out? The school term ends, and at long last, summer vacation begins. His vacation, however, takes an unexpected turn. He finds himself standing before the academy's elite, Anastasia, the prince, Amy, and their entourages, and introduces himself as their guide for an exploration of nearby ruins. Internally, he despairs at how things have turned out this way. Once everyone is ready, he tells them it is time to move. He leads the group onward, explaining that Anastasia's request was effectively in order. His task is to assist the crown prince and the others with their independent study. He warns them all to be careful, as the road ahead is inhabited by a creature called the horned rabbit, which can easily cause injury. As the group of nobles travels, Claude scoffs, declaring he has no intention of being beaten by mere horned rabbits. Leonardo agrees, proudly stating that he has been trained to become a future knight commander. Nearby, Oscar dismisses the creatures with a smug look, promising to finish any they encounter with his bow. Marcus adds with a sneer that he will turn them into barbecue for Oscar. The prince overhears this and retorts that if Marcus were grilling, there would be nothing left but charcoal. The comment sparks a chaotic argument among the boys, with Claude and Leonardo suddenly vying for Amy's affection, each claiming she is theirs. Amy tries to interject, explaining that Alan was simply expressing concern for her, but her words are lost in the noise. Overwhelmed, Alan can only think that he wants to go home. As the bickering intensifies, Anastasia watches with growing irritation. The prince, noticing her expression, calls for calm. He urges them to hurry, stating that if they are late, his majesty will be concerned. He then turns his sharp gaze on Marcus, who has fallen behind. He snaps at the slowpoke to move quickly, and Marcus meekly complies. Soon after, the group arrives at a marvelous, if run-down, stone ruin. Alan confirms it's the right place and directs them towards the underground entrance at the top of a flight of stone steps, warning them to be careful of the slippery moss. As they begin their ascent, the prince offers his hand to Amy, telling her to be careful. Anastasia observes the gesture from behind, her expression unreadable but tinged with annoyance. Inside, Alan reflects that other adventurers were supposed to be their guides, but the plan changed when Anastasia discovered his background. He resolves to follow the script to avoid trouble. The group proceeds down a tight corridor, its walls faintly glowing. The students marvel at the sight, realizing it's a bioluminescent moss called a karigok. Amy calls it beautiful, and the prince agrees, adding that she is even more so. Alan braces himself, certain that Anastasia will be annoyed by their fawning. He glances over, but to his surprise, Anastasia is not annoyed at all. She gazes at the glowing walls, a hand raised to shield her eyes, and quietly murmurs that it is indeed beautiful. Alan is momentarily stunned by her genuine reaction. Her reverie is broken as she turns to him, her expression now serious. She asks if there are any monsters in the ruin. Alan confirms there are not, explaining that while it was a goblin nest 7 years ago, The Adventurers Guild has since exterminated them. Anastasia listens intently, processing the information. Her line of questioning was cut short by the prince, who lost his patience. He confronted Alan, demanding to know if he had brought them to these filthy, monsterless ruins for nothing, calling him an incompetent commoner. Alan could only offer a terse apology, his own expression hardening slightly. The other nobles quickly joined the chorus of complaints, remarking on the boring, musty room. As they grumbled, Amy wandered towards a far wall. Alan noticed her, calling out that there was nothing over there. She turned, seemingly surprised by his attention. He then explained to the group that this chamber was once a treasure room for the goblins that lived here. However, after the Adventurers Guild exterminated the nest, they took everything of value. While the prince remained unimpressed, Anastasia found the detail fascinating, noting her surprise that goblins had established a base so close to the capital. Just as the prince insisted they leave, Amy's voice cut through the chatter. She announced that she had found the scroll of appraisal. Alan's eyes widened in recognition. That was the exact place. Her discovery drew Anastasia's sharp gaze. She approached and asked Amy what was wrong. Crouching by the wall, Amy quickly dismissed the question, claiming it was nothing. This entire exchange struck Alan as deeply strange. In the game, finding the scroll was a random event. Yet Amy had gone straight to the spot, as if she already knew. The thought solidified in his mind. Could Amy also know about the Otome game world, just like him? While the other nobles began bickering again, Anastasia approached Alan and commended him on a job well done, noting his knowledge would be useful for her report. She then added that something else felt strange. According to how events should have unfolded, she was supposed to have shown much more hostility and jealousy towards Amy. Her words confirmed Alan's fears. For some unknown reason, this world was slowly starting to change. With that unsettling realization, they decided to head back. Anastasia approaches Alan, directly asking to spend time with him the next day. A bit taken aback, Alan agrees. Satisfied, she confirms their meeting for the following morning in front of the school gate before departing. This summons came immediately after they had finished their exploration of some nearby ancient ruins. The next morning, as instructed, he arrived at the school's grand, wrought iron main gate. He was surprised to find not Anastasia, but a stately horse-drawn carriage waiting for him just beyond the gate. The carriage door opened, and she emerged, apologizing for the delay. He assured her that he had only just arrived himself. She acknowledged this and beckoned him to follow. As he moved to climb up beside the driver, she stopped him, directing him to get inside the main cabin instead. Once they were both settled inside, the carriage set off through the town streets. Anastasia thanked him for coming, and also for his guidance during their exploration the previous day. Inside the carriage, she turned her attention to some documents, then brought up the report they were making. She announced that they were now on their way to consult with some experts. When Alan asked what kind of experts, she elaborated, explaining that she had scheduled meetings with researchers who specialized in the study of labyrinths and local historical ruins. She confirmed Alan's suspicion about the interviews with experts, explaining that as a commoner, he is unaware of the complex politics at work. Alan, sweating slightly, questioned if she was truly willing to go so far for what was supposed to be a simple high school assignment. She elaborated on the immense pressure, stating that the report would be officially submitted by the Crown Prince and Prince Claude of Westerdale. It would become a permanent record of the capabilities of the country's future leaders, and any mistakes would be heavily scrutinized. For that reason, she could not allow for any half measures. She concluded that for the future of their country and to maintain friendly relations between the two kingdoms, they had to carefully listen to the experts and distill their knowledge into an error-free report, regardless of the circumstances of the nobles involved. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Alan simply replied, "Got it." As their carriage rattled through the city streets, he found himself genuinely wanting to support Anastasia's sincere wishes. Their research began in earnest. They sat before a cheerful, elderly man, an expert researcher on the subject of goblins. They met with various other scholars and spent long hours in libraries, poring over stacks of previous reports and academic texts. The two of them immersed themselves in their work day after day. Alan noted internally, with some annoyance, that none of the so-called capture targets had offered any help whatsoever. After several long discussions and multiple revisions, they finally completed the report. Presenting the thick stack of documents to the Crown Prince, Anastasia announced their success, only for him to glance at it and declare it too long. He then demanded they explain it to him in 3 minutes. He leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed, stating plainly that he was busy and needed her to summarize it for him. Anastasia stood before him, speechless, as two maids watched from aside. Alan, observing the exchange, thought to himself with a wry smile. He wouldn't have minded helping the prince, he mused, if only he had actually bothered to read the report first. He lets out a quiet sigh. Beside him, Anastasia's expression is one of stern disapproval at the prince's attitude. Alan, however, simply reminds himself that Karl-Heinz is just a classmate, not his boss. He recounts to her that despite his annoyance, he went ahead and simplified their extensive report for the prince as requested. After receiving the summary, Karl-Heinz had offered a dismissive good work before being escorted away by his attendants. Finishing his story, Alan offers a simple apology. Anastasia looks away, her expression somber, explaining that this is just how His Highness is and asking him to bear with it. Her resigned tone is palpable. As they walk, Alan observes her, thinking to himself that it was as if she had completely given up. He quietly speaks her name. He recognizes the look on her face. It was one of someone resigned to their fate, a mere pawn in a political marriage. Despite the prince's apathy, the full report received glowing reviews from the teachers who graded it. Word of its excellence spread quickly, and soon other prominent students like Leonardo and Claude were being celebrated as rising stars. Unsurprisingly, Prince Karl-Heinz was credited as the primary author. Alan, meanwhile, was labeled by his peers as a freeloader who was lucky to have his name attached. He sits apart from the crowd, feigning indifference. His nonchalance masks a firm resolve. He thinks to himself that he only has to endure this until winter. When the time comes, he plans to defeat the prince and his cronies in a duel and finally get himself expelled. As Alan contemplates his future, time marches on. Anastasia stands alone by a window, her arms crossed and her expression troubled, as the summer passes into memory. As summer gave way to autumn, the leaves began to fall around the Royal High School. With the new season came the next major school event, the cultural festival. Students gathered around a notice board detailing the rules, buzzing with ideas for their projects, from handmade jewelry to running a cafe with friends. Amidst the chatter, Alan considered his own plans. He turned to Anastasia, his expression serious. He explained that while he had an idea of what to do, his primary goal was to prevent a specific event tied to the festival. Since not participating was forbidden, he had no choice but to get involved. She asked what he had decided on, offering to help the prince's group again if he was still undecided. Alan, however, politely declined, explaining that he had already submitted his application. Anastasia paused, processing his words before quietly acknowledging his decision. Curious, she inquired about his project. He revealed he was planning a food stall. With a faint smile, Anastasia wished him luck, and he offered a quiet word of thanks in return. As she walked away, he watched her go, a troubled look on his face. He reminded himself that he needed to keep a low profile and avoid getting involved with either Anastasia's or Amy's groups to stay clear of the main story events. Despite his resolution, he found himself observing Amy's group from a distance. She was surrounded by Oscar, Marcus, Leonardo, and Claude, all diligently planning their project. They discussed the optimal placement for their display to manage the flow of customers, their focus intense. Alan watched them, trying to remain unnoticed. He sighed internally, realizing his fears were coming true. Just as he'd expected, the boys were completely captivated by Amy, leaving Anastasia standing alone, pushed to the side. Within the group, Claude mentioned he was getting thirsty, and Marcus quickly agreed. Amy turned her attention away from the plans, looking toward the isolated princess. She then addressed Anastasia directly, asking her to pour them some tea. The princess's expression hardened, her gaze cold and resentful at the menial request. She is approached by one of her companions, who asks with concern if she is truly not doing anything. Before she can answer, Prince Karl-Heinz calls out to Amy, suggesting they take their tea in the garden. Amy agrees to join him shortly, while Anastasia quietly accepts the prince's wish. As the others prepare to leave, her companion asks if Anastasia will be having tea as well. When Anastasia confirms, the girl expresses confusion, pointing out that Anastasia is present but not actually assisting with the festival exhibit. She continues to tease her, noting the icy mask Anastasia wears and commenting that it isn't very cute. In response, Anastasia offers only a self-satisfied smirk. The companion speculates that the prince must not like that expression and suggests that the people deserve a cute princess. Anastasia dismisses this, stating that such things are not important in her relationship with His Highness. Her friend presses on, demanding a smile from the future queen, and noting that Anastasia's current behavior is different from what she saw in the game. Anastasia coldly reminds the girl, Baroness von Breezes, to mind her tone, asserting that despite being classmates, status must still be observed. Just then, Amy returns, declaring Anastasia's behavior around men to be a cause for concern and unseemly for her station. Enraged by the interruption, Anastasia shouts for the outsider to stay out of it. The commotion draws the prince back into the room, who angrily demands to know what has happened. He immediately demands an explanation from Anastasia. Before the Baroness can defend her, the prince silences her, stating he will not hear a word against Amy and telling Anastasia not to channel her frustrations onto others. He then turns to Amy, dismisses Anastasia for the day, and orders her to clean up and go home. Left alone in the silent room, she stands defeated, whispering her compliance. As you wish. As the sound of the prince's departing footsteps fades, she begins to quietly gather a stack of books and papers. She confronts Amy in a quiet hallway, her expression sharp with disdain. Carrying a box of papers, Anastasia coldly asks how it feels to have her fiancé stolen away, before looking down at the silent girl and dismissing her as pathetic. As Anastasia leans in, a sudden, loud sneeze echoes from Amy. The sound startles Alan, who is watching from a distance, and he recognizes both Anastasia and Amy in the midst of their confrontation. The unexpected interruption causes Anastasia to pull back. Amy, no longer demure, looks up with a stern gaze. She tells Anastasia that while her opinion may not matter, she must understand that the prince is the future king. Amy declares that Anastasia does not comprehend the duties of a noble and is therefore unworthy of His Highness. Amy's sharp gaze then drifts past Anastasia, her expression hardening as she quietly asks, "What's with that guy?" Her thoughts turn inward, dismissing Alan as a mere background character. She bites her thumb, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face as she realizes a key event. The slap that was meant to trigger the kingdom's collapse has been prevented. The deviation from the expected path is irritating. From his vantage point, Alan is bewildered. He questions why Amy would stop the slap, as the event shouldn't have unfolded this way according to his knowledge of the story. Amy smirks to herself, a new realization dawning. This scenario wasn't even part of the extra hard mode she was familiar with, something she's never encountered despite the countless hours she invested in the game. Her thoughts confirm everything for Alan. Amy has been reincarnated into this world, just like him. He understands her goal. She's aiming for the reverse harem route, a path he knows leads to the capital's destruction. She is manipulating events to suit her desires. But this world is now his home, where his family and friends live. A new resolve hardens his expression. He will not just stand aside. He is going to stop her. A young woman named Amy declares herself the heroine of this world. She recalls her former life, one of poverty in a lower town, which ended when she was struck by a carriage. The impact to her head caused her memories to return, and she realized the truth of her situation. She then understood that this world was the stage for an otome game she had adored. Magical fantasy, the thrill of love school life. And she was its protagonist, surrounded by the game's handsome male leads. Her thoughts drifted back to her previous life, where she had been a high school student who died in an accident. She had hated her miserable world and was obsessed with the game, as the handsome men within it seemed to appreciate her in a way the people at her school never did. She came to believe that God must have taken pity on her, preparing a second life for her as the heroine. This belief was solidified when it was revealed that she was the illegitimate child of Baron Braze, and both she and her mother were taken in by his noble family. With this new reality, she smugly anticipated a princess-like life, surrounded by handsome men and living luxuriously in a castle. For a devoted fan, such as herself, she was confident that achieving the reverse harem ending would be a simple task. Her ambitions carried her all the way to high school, where she intended to begin her conquest. However, she was soon approached by Anastasia, who had placed first in the entrance exams. Anastasia noted that the second and third place students were commoners and, addressing Amy as Margaret, ordered her to investigate them. The two students in question were Alan, who placed second, and Amy herself, who placed third. Alan was a boy from a poor district, raised by a single mother, who had nonetheless become the youngest in history to graduate from the commoner school with perfect marks. Amy was known as the illegitimate child of Baron Braze, possessing a healing blessing. As they walked through the school's corridors, Anastasia elaborated that they should pay more attention to Alan. When Amy asked why, Anastasia explained that it was suspicious for a commoner to achieve such high scores so unexpectedly, and that his motivations and financial situation didn't make sense. Amy asked what she intended to do. Anastasia speculated that Alan might be receiving support from her ducal family's opposing political faction, or perhaps some other questionable organization from abroad. For the time being, she decided they would simply observe him. Their conversation concluded as they entered a grand hall for the entrance ceremony. An announcement called for the freshmen to take their seats. Anastasia and Amy found a spot in the last row on the left, ready for the school year to officially begin. Her gaze fixed upon the boy, Alan, who flinched under the intensity of her stare. She considered his ordinary appearance, a facade she refused to trust. Beside her, Amy watched in silence. Amy, the student who ranked second in the entrance exam, caught Anastasia's attention. But Anastasia's thoughts remained on the prince's safety, resolving that she needed to be extremely cautious. She recalled seeing Alan at the commoner's school, where he was rumored to be a genius, yet she couldn't remember such a background character. Deciding to investigate, she approached him with a friendly hello and asked if she could sit next to him to talk before the ceremony. Alan agreed, and Amy inwardly noted how easily he'd fallen for her, though she found his gloomy demeanor unappealing. Having confirmed her suspicions, she concluded he was just an ordinary background character after all. With a cheerful smile, she decided she would leave for now, but not before mentally designating the gloomy Kuan as a potential errand boy. But the true danger was not the boy, but the student who had ranked third. Anastasia watched as Amy spoke with the crown prince, her fiancé. She knew their engagement was a loveless, political arrangement, but he was her responsibility nonetheless. She worried that if His Highness continued to be seduced by a woman like Amy, the burden would fall upon the people, and the kingdom would be thrown into chaos. As a noble, she felt a deep responsibility to her people and knew she had to advise the prince. She recalled an incident where the prince received minor burns, and Amy used her low-level healing blessing to treat him. Though the magic was slow, the act had clearly deepened His Highness's trust in Amy. Anastasia watched, her resolve hardening. This situation could not be allowed to continue. Anastasia understood Amy's strategy all too well. She was clever, effortlessly charming the main male students, Marcus, Leonardo, the Prince Claude, and Oscar, who all swore their devotion to her. Amy was actively pursuing the reverse harem route, and in her game, the meddling of pathetic losers like Anastasia and her friends was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She recalled the grim fate that awaited her in the original tale. Despite being born with every advantage, beauty, intelligence, and the path to the throne laid before her, it was all destined to end in ruin. A broken engagement, a brutal violation, and finally death at the hands of the very woman who had taken her beloved. From the shadows, Amy's cruel amusement echoed in her mind, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Her focus, however, was on the present. So far, her plans were proceeding, but the final exams brought an unexpected development. The results were posted. Alan first, herself second, and Amy third. A single mistake had cost her the top spot. She realized that while she had been preoccupied with His Highness and that woman, neglecting her duties as a student, Alan had been quietly working, achieving a perfect score. She decided to change her thinking. The social chasm between royalty and a barren child was vast. It was best to let His Highness enjoy his dalliances for the time being. With a new resolve, she walked through the school's corridors. For now, she would focus on her studies, beginning with the independent research project for the summer vacation. She remembered His Highness expressing a desire to explore some ruins. The fact that Alan was an adventurer presented a perfect opportunity. At the ruins, the prince discovered the appraisal scroll was missing and urged Amy to retreat with him. She readily agreed. Watching them, Anastasia felt a quiet satisfaction. Inviting Alan had been the correct move. She was aware that in this version of the world, the high-difficulty extra mode, the scroll was unavailable, a trivial detail for an experienced player like her. She considered Alan an excellent guide, his wealth of knowledge and experience, likely born from early hardship, making him utterly convincing. She felt fortunate to have him. Approaching him, she expressed her gratitude, noting how he had consistently surprised her since she entered school, and requested his assistance again the following day. From a distance, Amy watched their interaction with a smirk, noting how friendly they appeared to be. Her gaze shifted to Alan, who was likely working on a report from their exploration. That mob character, she thought, was certainly useful. She then decided, with a touch of self-proclaimed mercy, that after she had successfully exiled the villainess, she would keep that commoner as her personal servant. Meanwhile, Anastasia observed Amy's cheerful demeanor. She could tell what the girl was thinking, and it only confirmed her own assessment. Just as she thought, Alan is brilliant. She found herself feeling ecstatic while exchanging opinions with him. At first, Alan lacked basic knowledge, but he absorbed information so quickly that he could now engage in discussions like an expert. Her sudden smile didn't go unnoticed. Alan asked if something was the matter, but Anastasia quickly brushed it off, assuring him it was nothing. Later, she watched him from a distance, observing that, as usual, Alan was alone. She mused that for a commoner in an academy filled with nobles, such an environment must be stifling. She wondered if there was a way to help, considering inviting him to the upcoming cultural festival. She felt confident that Alan would handle himself well if he participated. Before she could act, Alan approached, informing her that he had already submitted his application for food stall. Surprised, Anastasia acknowledged his decision, thinking it a pity but accepting it. She told him she was looking forward to it. Their conversation was cut short by Amy's sharp interruption. She called Anastasia's behavior ridiculous and accused her of creating misunderstandings by getting close to boys. Amy declared that outsiders should stay out, recognizing this as the pivotal moment from the reverse harem route, where the villainess is meant to slap her. Provoked, Anastasia glared at her. Just then, the prince arrived, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. Amy immediately turned to him, feigning innocence and claiming she just wanted to get along. The prince, taking her side, told Anastasia that was enough. As she was led away, Amy's innocent facade dropped into a confident smirk. She decided that while it might be troublesome later, it was better to push things a little further right now. She turned back to the dejected Anastasia, her voice dripping with malice as she asked how it felt to have her fiancé stolen away. Her final, silent thought was one of pure contempt. Serves you right. Anastasia could only stare back, her expression a mixture of shock and pain. Her fury mounting, Anastasia glared at Amy, who only smirked in return. Amy goaded her, noting how angry she was and daring her to retaliate, vowing to repay any action 10,000-fold. Just as the tension peaked, Alan rushed into the hallway, calling out Amy's name. Anastasia stared in surprise, wondering why he was there. Amy, however, seethed with frustration at the interruption, inwardly cursing the boy for interfering just as she was about to succeed. She turned her attention back to Amy, who responded with a dismissive sound. Anastasia began to lecture her, stating that while it was likely pointless, Amy needed to understand that the prince is the future king. She admonished Amy for failing to grasp the roles expected of royalty and nobility, declaring her behavior unfit for someone associated with His Highness. Her lecture was cut short by a sudden, loud sneeze from Amy. The unexpected sound left Anastasia momentarily speechless. Later, alone in her room, Anastasia reflected on the encounter. She understood that if she had acted on her anger at that moment, the situation could have become severe. Thinking of Alan's timely arrival, she quietly wondered to herself if she had been safe. On a wet runway, a jet-powered glider comes to a stop. A pilot in a winter flight suit adjusts their goggles, letting out a breath and remarking on the freezing air at high altitudes this time of year. Elsewhere, Alan stands over a large, netted bundle, noting that the cold temperature is perfect for transport. With freshness being the key, he decides it's time to open up. The scene shifts to a bustling school festival. In front of a grand building, a waitress in a frilly uniform cheerfully welcomes patrons to her cafe as students mill about the courtyard. Inside, Anastasia approaches Amy, whom she addresses as Margaret. Having finished their own exhibit preparations, she asks her friend what's wrong and invites her to take a look around the festival together. She leads them through the crowded grounds, following the organizing committee's directions. Their walk is interrupted by a loud welcome from a nearby stall. Anastasia stops short, stunned to see Alan hawking what he calls delicious orc meat from behind a counter displaying a massive, whole roasted creature. Her shock deepens as she glances at Amy, who is blushing and breathing heavily, clearly finding the sight of the roasted meat incredibly appetizing. Anastasia realizes with a start that it's a food stall for orc meat, recalling that it's a delicacy in Amy's home region of Altma. She observes the other students, noting that while the food looks delicious, many are repulsed by the idea of eating monster meat and are keeping their distance. With a knowing smile, Anastasia turns to Amy and asks her to come with her for a moment. Her assessment is correct, as the noble students murmur among themselves that the spectacle is too shocking. They agree that keeping the orc intact to dismantle it live is why no one is approaching the stall. Unaware of the discussions, Alan enjoys a piece of the meat himself. He admits that he mainly set up the stall because he wanted to eat it and decides he'll just take any leftovers to the guild. His thoughts are interrupted as Anastasia and Amy arrive at his counter. Alan looks up in surprise, stammering a welcome to the princess. Unfazed, Anastasia confidently asks for a skewer. He listened as Princess Anastasia introduced her companion as Margaret von Altmund, a friend of hers. Amy, whose hometown was famous for orc meat, looked intrigued. Anastasia then requested a skewer for herself, admitting she was a bit particular about such fare. The moment she bit into the meat, her eyes widened in delight. The juices flowed from the perfectly grilled skewer, crispy on the outside and soft within, seasoned only with salt. Amy looked on, stunned, questioning how he could sell such high-ranked, perfectly cooked meat for a mere 100 cents. He explained that he acquired it through a secret route, an adventurer's privilege, careful not to reveal he'd hunted it himself that morning. As he spoke, Anastasia loudly proclaimed the meat's quality to the growing crowd. Its firm texture and lack of odor proved its freshness. She declared it was delicious and something no one should miss. Her words had an immediate effect. Students surged forward, eagerly placing orders for 2, even 3 skewers at a time. Alan, wide-eyed, quickly confirmed their requests. With the stall now bustling, Anastasia suggested to Amy that they should head back, as Alan would be busy for a while. Amy, still savoring the last bite, agreed. As they turned to depart, he called out, thanking them both sincerely. Anastasia simply replied that they were just having fun, though Amy seemed puzzled by her remark. He then added an invitation, telling them to come back later to watch him dismantle the rest of the orc live. The suggestion was met with a mix of enthusiasm from Amy and firm rejection from Anastasia. Business continued to boom. As he worked, Alan made a mental note to check on Anastasia and the Crown Prince's group later in the afternoon, once he had some free time. Thanks to the large crowd Anastasia had gathered, Alan sold out completely in the morning. After closing his shop, another figure decided to look around the festival. The Crown Prince, Karl-Heinz. He decided he should have some fun while he was there, resolving to start by visiting Anastasia and her group first. Spotting their exhibit, he headed towards the door. He stepped inside, finding the exhibition hall completely empty. The theme was life in the kingdom's downtown, yet there wasn't even a receptionist to greet him. His gaze fell upon a display purporting to show a commoner's diet. He read the description with disbelief. It claimed the people of the capital ate fluffy white bread, butter, soup, fresh vegetables, and juicy meat, that children never went hungry, and that education and public safety were well maintained. He found the entire presentation to be incredibly shallow. He surmised that this must be Anastasia's work. While it was well organized, he wondered if this was truly the limit of a noble's imagination when it came to the lives of commoners. Deciding to look around a bit more before leaving, his attention was drawn to an embroidery exhibit. Just then, Margaret waved cheerfully, calling out to Alan and welcoming them in. She explained that this was her group's display. As they stepped inside, Anastasia turned, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Alan. The boy was equally taken aback to see her. The prince immediately questioned her presence, reminding her that she had been kicked out of her previous group just the day before. Anastasia calmly explained that since she had always enjoyed embroidery, Margaret had invited her to join them, and she was now displaying some of her older pieces. She let out a sigh, calling the whole situation disappointing. She declared that she had moved on and was now focused on His Highness and the future of the country. She then told the prince to stop looking so displeased and to take a look around, pointing out that Margaret's work was also on display. Alan's attention was caught by a particular piece. Margaret informed him that it was her creation. He admitted he knew nothing about the craft, but found the intricate patterns beautiful, earning a quiet thanks from her. He continued to admire the various works, including an elegantly embroidered blouse, remarking on their beauty and noting that it was a hobby befitting a noble. Margaret then directed his attention to a framed piece depicting fruit and a slice of cake, revealing it to be Anastasia's work. Uninstalled, impressive. He is asked by the prince for his opinion on Anastasia's embroidery. He admits that while he knows little of the craft, her depiction of cake and fruits made him hungry. Nearby, Anastasia overhears and flushes, stammering that she understands. Realizing his comment was strange, he quickly adds that her work was truly great. Anastasia seems to accept the praise, though she remains flustered. Amy then approaches, reminding him that the school festival is almost over and that they need to clean up before heading to the auditorium. He agrees. From a nearby doorway, the prince observes Anastasia's reaction. He finds it curious, thinking to himself that he never imagined she was interested in sweets. Anastasia, meanwhile, regrets her choice of subject, wishing she had brought a different piece. Later, in the auditorium, an official takes the stage to announce the winner of the year's cultural festival, which was held under the theme of downtown culture, living, and the kingdom's support system. The winner is declared, the group led by His Highness Crown Prince Karl-Heinz. The announcer explains their exhibition focused on the poor, highlighting their living conditions and the kingdom's future role. As the crowd cheers, Alan watches the prince and his companions wave from the stage. Taking the podium, the prince thanks everyone for the award. He graciously gives credit to Amy, revealing that the theme for their project was her idea. Amy adds that their goal was to highlight the current situation and consider what could be done. As she speaks, Alan reflects on the stated purpose of royalty, to guide the weaker people, and contrasts it with the memory of a meal from an exhibit, thrown away uneaten. The hypocrisy strikes him. He internally scoffs at the prince's speech, deeming it shallow and obnoxious. The realization that this man is the future king fills him with dread for the country's future. His thoughts then turn to the future. He knows that with the coming of winter, an event known as the Anastasia condemnation is approaching. Before that, however, he realizes there is another critical event he must prevent. He sat alone on a park bench, contemplating the grim future he knew from the game. In that version of events, the protagonist, Amy, would be relentlessly harassed by the villainous Anastasia and her followers, a conflict that would culminate in Amy being pushed down a flight of stairs. He noted, however, that the current situation was unfolding differently. The relationship between Prince Karl-Heinz and Anastasia seemed to have ended far too quickly compared to the original scenario. Still, he knew this was the pivotal event he had to prevent. He recalled that in the game, the harassment from Anastasia and her minions was a mandatory event, a certainty on Karl-Heinz's path. Yet, in this reality, they had done nothing of the sort. His expression hardened with resolve. If the harassment event never happened, then there would be no reason for Anastasia to be condemned and exiled. Elsewhere, Anastasia herself was lost in thought, a worried frown on her face. She too felt that things were diverging from the scenario and wondered if the event would still trigger regardless. Alan considered a hopeful possibility. If the event could be avoided and the engagement between the crown prince and Anastasia was simply called off, then perhaps she could find her own happiness. His quiet contemplation was shattered by the sound of nearby students gossiping. They spoke of Anastasia snatching and burning Amy's pen out of jealousy, and that Prince Karl-Heinz had summoned her. A cold dread washed over Alan. It had already started. Fate, he realized, did not change so easily. The scene he dreaded was already unfolding. Prince Karl-Heinz, flanked by his friends, furiously demanded to know what Anastasia was thinking, accusing her of harassing the kind-hearted Amy by burning her pen. Anastasia calmly denied the charge for both herself and her friends. But the prince's companions sided with him, remarking on the ugliness of jealousy. Anastasia looked around, realizing she was completely surrounded and outnumbered. She challenged them to provide proof, a weary look in her eyes as she wondered how far Amy would go in her corruption of these men. The confrontation escalated when Leonardo von Jukes grabbed her arm, insisting they weren't finished. Anastasia pulled away, forbidding him to touch her and questioning how a Viscount's son dared to lay hands on a duke's daughter. Enraged, Leonardo shouted at her to shut up, threatening that he would only let go if she pleaded guilty. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension. Alan interrupted, loudly announcing that it was almost time for class to start and that everyone should hurry back. Leonardo glared, annoyed at the interruption from this mob character. Anastasia looked at Alan, surprised. Ignoring the hostility, Alan formally addressed Anastasia, asking her to please hurry, before turning and excusing himself from the scene. He stood with Anastasia, who acknowledged that he had helped her. She mused that she knew it all along, questioning if Amy had triggered the event herself. With a smirk, she declared that if the condemnation was inevitable, she was actually looking forward to it, as things were proceeding just like the scenario. As they spoke, a formal party began, and an announcer's voice echoed through the hall, congratulating the students on their promotion and graduation before introducing the freshman student of the year, Crown Prince Karl-Heinz. Taking the stage, the prince beamed at the crowd, expressing his gratitude for the award. He insisted, however, that he also wanted to honor the friends who supported him along the way, starting with Claude, whom he beckoned to join him. From his place in the crowd, Alan watched the proceedings with a troubled expression. A young woman approached him, remarking that she was always amazed by his eye for detail. She asked if he was enjoying the party and introduced herself as Isabella von Leeuwenberg, adding that they would be in the same class next semester and should get along. Alan, however, was distracted, thinking to himself that he would likely leave this place soon. On stage, the prince stood with his companions, declaring that his achievements were only possible with their help and asking for the crowd's continued support. His tone then shifted. He announced he had one more thing to say, his voice ringing out as he made a final, pointed summons. Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, come forward. In the audience, both Anastasia and Alan tensed, realizing the moment had arrived. Before a crowd of students, Prince Karl-Heinz points an accusatory finger at Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet. With a furious expression, he makes a stunning declaration. As of this moment, he is breaking off their engagement. She remains perfectly composed, questioning if His Highness is serious. She asks if he truly desires a woman who knows nothing of nobility or the country's affairs. The prince, enraged by her calm demeanor, dismisses her, retorting that she knows nothing and demanding she show more anger and upset. He then turns and pulls Amy into a protective embrace. He declares that Amy, a kind woman with healing powers, is the one who deserves to be his fiancée, not a rotten woman like Anastasia. Amy swoons in his arms, thinking how wonderful he is and silently urging him to condemn her rival. She coolly asks if he will take responsibility for the consequences. Nearby, Alan observes that Anastasia's response is unexpectedly calm, not at all like he anticipated. He overhears another student remark that this is why the bull-headed ramslets always get into trouble, warning Anastasia to be careful what she says. The student concludes she must have given up on the prince long ago. He sneers, proclaiming that this is why the ramslets will forever be nothing more than country bumpkins who can only grow wheat. Both Anastasia and Amy react with recognition at the specific, rehearsed-sounding insult. She finally shows a flicker of emotion, stating that while she doesn't care what he says about her, she cannot overlook an insult to the Ramslet family. Amy joins in, claiming it's the truth and that Anastasia's countryside origins are why she fell from favor. Anastasia turns her gaze to Amy, questioning her involvement as well. Seeing no point in continuing, Anastasia turns to leave, stating it's useless to take this further. The prince shouts for her to stop, demanding to know where she is going without permission. She advises him to handle the situation himself with the pride of a noble, instead of crying to his parents. Her words make him pause, and he asks what her gloves are for. She replies that they are not meant to be used for something like this. The prince misinterprets her meaning, taking it as a sign of weakness. He declares that the daughter of the Ramslet family can't even fight for her family's pride and honor, mocking her father's supposed lack of talent for raising children. She looks at him coldly, asking if he wants her to challenge Amy to a duel. The prince scoffs at her question, telling her to think for herself and expressing frustration that he, the crown prince, should have to explain everything to her. His condescending tone elicits a sharp retort from Anastasia. She tells him he should have done that earlier, and with determined eyes, she begins to pull off her right glove. Amy lets out a small cry of alarm as she realizes what is about to happen. As she made her move, a triumphant smirk spread across Amy's face. She was certain that victory was guaranteed and the villainess's downfall was confirmed. Her gaze, however, was not on Amy, but on the glove that had slipped from her hand and fallen to the floor. Lifting her eyes, Anastasia confronted Amy directly, questioning how far she intended to take this provocation and asking if insulting her was truly satisfying. From the sidelines, Alan observed, realizing Amy had orchestrated the entire confrontation, knowing she had been challenged to a duel. Before Amy could respond, Prince Karlheinz stepped forward, placing a protective hand on her shoulder. He assured Amy not to worry, declaring that he would fight the duel on her behalf. Alan looked on, perplexed by the prince's decision to fight for the one who had been challenged. His friends, Claude, Marcus, and Leonardo, quickly echoed his sentiment, each volunteering to protect Amy as well. They turned their collective gaze to Anastasia, mockingly asking what she would do now and if she even had a representative who could fight them. As the prince laughed at Anastasia's apparent lack of support, a clear voice cut through the crowd. Alan stepped forward, his hand raised, and announced that he would do it. He would act as a representative. She whirled around in shock, rushing down the stairs towards him. Grabbing his shoulders, Anastasia demanded to know what he was talking about, insisting there was no need for someone like him to get involved in a duel against royalty. Her frantic words did not faze him. Alan met her panic gaze with a calm, steady expression and simply instructed her, "Anastasia-sama, say I accept it." She could only stare back, bewildered. Before she could protest, he turned back towards the prince and loudly announced that Anastasia had accepted the duel. Anastasia was horrified, trying to deny it, her thoughts racing that she couldn't let a talent like Alan go to waste. His declaration silenced the hall. Prince Karlheinz's confident expression vanished, replaced by a hard, focused glare directed squarely at the young boy who had just challenged him. He recognized the boy, asking if he was a commoner he knew. The prince reminded Alan that they were in the same class, and that he had even shown him some ruins before. Before Alan could respond, Anastasia interjected, stating that she had already made her decision. She demanded that the prince take back his insults to the Ramslet family and apologize. Unmoved, the prince simply asked what she and Amy were demanding from each other. As the question was directed at Amy, she stammered, unsure how to answer. The prince's companions cut her off, warning her to stay away from all of them. They then turned their attention back to Alan, informing him that since there were 5 of them, he would either have to find 4 more representatives or fight 5 consecutive one-on-one matches. Alan sighed, calling the proposition troublesome, and casually asked if they could all attack him at once. Claude scoffed at the commoner's audacity. Alan insisted he wasn't joking and provocatively asked if His Highness was scared of him. Claude's amusement vanished, replaced by a snarl as he asked if Alan wanted to be torn to pieces. Anastasia tried to intervene, telling Alan that his bravery was appreciated, but that he was far outmatched in magic, archery, and swordsmanship. She questioned if he was afraid they couldn't win together. The prince's friends erupted. Leonardo furiously called Alan a meat-headed doll, while Marcus noted his own reputation suffered for losing to a commoner. Oscar mused that his own popularity was due to his family and money, not his looks. Amidst the chaos, Anastasia pleaded with Alan, asking why he was deliberately making things more difficult. He simply told her not to worry, promising he wouldn't run. Watching the scene unfold, Amy had a startling realization. This wasn't right. A minor character fighting for the villainous. This never happened in the game. Anastasia, too, watched Alan with narrowed eyes. She had her own suspicions about this boy. Amy's mind raced back to a piece of lore. A worthless commoner who was killed while protecting the noble he loved. The truth struck her with revulsion. Alan was in love with the villainous. Ignoring the others, Alan issued his final challenge directly to the prince. He asked Karl-Heinz what he would do. Accept the 1 versus 5 rule or run away. Cornered and furious, the prince gritted his teeth and accepted. Okay, he snarled, but don't regret this later. As the terms of the duel settled, Alan spoke up, addressing Anastasia directly. He had one more condition. In this fight, neither side would be allowed to kill the other. The princess stared back, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He offered a slight, almost apologetic smile, admitting he had forgotten to mention it and thanking her. In the background, the prince's companions discussed the new rule. Marcus conceded it was a better condition, as it would look bad for a group to kill a single person. The prince, however, scoffed in frustration, declaring it fine before raising his voice to call for a witness to the duel. In response to his call, an elderly nobleman with long, light hair and a fur-collared vest stepped forward from the crowd. He placed a hand on his chest and formally offered to serve as the witness for the duel, addressing the prince with deference. Alan watched him approach, his expression unreadable. With the witness decided, the prince announced that the duel would commence in 30 minutes, giving them time to prepare. Alan's eyes narrowed, and he accused them of trying to cheat by appointing their own witness. But the prince simply confirmed the arrangement. He pointed a finger at Alan, warning him not to regret his decision before declaring they would wait at the training grounds. Alan calmly accepted. As he turned, he was immediately surrounded by his concerned friends, including Anastasia, who urged him that it wasn't too late to withdraw. Alan simply smiled, murmuring that it was good, which only served to fluster the princess further. Her composure breaking, Anastasia admitted she was happy he had good friends, but pleaded with him to withdraw, insisting no one would blame him. She expressed her fear that a talent like his would be destroyed, worrying that the prince would simply dismiss any foul play as an accident. Touched by her genuine concern, Alan quietly spoke her name. He then turned to the worried group and asked if they had heard the rumor of the youngest C-rank adventurer in the capital. When they acknowledged the story, he grinned and pointed to himself, revealing that he was that very adventurer. He continued, adding the titles of Goblin and Orc Slayer to his name, and claimed to have even defeated a Blizzard Phoenix single-handedly, leaving Anastasia and her friends utterly stunned. With his credentials established, he gave him a final, reassuring smile. He told them to rest easy because, in short, they were going to win. He then turned to leave. His confident departure left Anastasia completely speechless. Her face flushed, she could only stare after him, her mind reeling from the revelation. Meanwhile, Amy had slipped away into an empty corridor, her mind racing in panic. This was all wrong. This development was completely different from the game she knew. The villainess was supposed to lose, so why did she have a substitute? Why wasn't Anastasia the one being beaten in the duel? She watched from the sidelines, her expression hardening with grim certainty. There was no way Karl-sama would lose. In her eyes, Alan was just a nobody trying to impress the girl he liked. She steeled herself, resolving to watch the man who tried to protect Anastasia die a terrible death. A small, unsettling laugh escaped her lips. Thanks to this turn of events, it would be fun. After all, she was the heroine, and the world was, of course, on her side. A wide, triumphant grin spread across her face. Meanwhile, at the dueling grounds, Alan stepped forward, a calm smile on his face as he thanked everyone for waiting. A murmur rippled through the assembled students. They stared in disbelief, pointing out that he was armed with only a single dagger. Some wondered aloud if he had a death wish. He walked calmly toward the center of the arena, offering a polite apology to the prince for keeping him waiting. From the sidelines, Anastasia and her companions called out his name, one of them demanding to know why he had come so poorly equipped. The prince paid them no mind, instead turning to Anastasia and vowing to win the duel for her. Nearby, Leonardo clicked his tongue in annoyance, remarking on the duel between Anastasia and Amy, and the commoner Alan, who resented them both. The official witness cut in impatiently, declaring that was enough and ordering them to begin. With a sharp command, the witness signaled to start. Leonardo lunged forward without hesitation. In an explosive burst of light and force, Alan vanished from his spot, and Leonardo was violently thrown backward, his body slamming into the stone ground. The onlookers could only stare in stunned silence. A sudden explosion of smoke erupts across the dueling arena, completely obscuring the combatants. From the sidelines, Anastasia, the prince, and Marcus stare in disbelief. Anastasia wonders aloud what the strange smokescreen is, her thoughts immediately turning to Alan. The spectators cough, blinded by the thick cloud. Anastasia anxiously questions what is happening on the field. As the smoke slowly begins to dissipate, the still forms of defeated students are revealed lying on the ground. It appears the match is already over. When the last of the haze clears, Alan is the only one left standing, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his 5 opponents. The prince cries out in horror, naming the defeated nobles, Prince Claude, Oscar, and his dear Leonardo. Anastasia can only stare, speechless. He sees that even Crown Prince Karlheinz and Marcus are among the down fighters. The prince clutches his chest, stammering in disbelief at what just transpired. The referee, seeing Alan holding a weapon to a defeated student's throat, screams for him to stop. The official declares Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar unable to continue. He pleads for help, but Alan coldly asks if the man will take responsibility if he doesn't concede the match, threatening to stab the student. The crowd murmurs in shock at how quickly he defeated 3 people. Anastasia watches Alan intently. His strategy unfolds in his mind. From the start, he planned to use a smokescreen and activate his stealth skill. Blinded and confused, Claude and Leonardo could only shout into the smoke, wondering where the commoner bastard had gone. He then drew the pistol and suppressor he'd used against the thieves, employing a newly developed non-lethal technique. He knew the projectile wouldn't kill, but its force would be enough to break bones, causing excruciating pain. After taking down Claude, he activated stealth once more and deployed another smokescreen. His next target was Marcus the Magician. Alan had correctly predicted that Marcus panics easily in unexpected situations. Instead of using magic to clear the non-poisonous mist, he was overwhelmed. Alan was glad he didn't have to deal with magic immediately. With Marcus down, Leonardo was next. Leonardo swung his sword wildly in the smoke, demanding his cowardly opponent show himself. Alan knew he couldn't risk a stray bullet hitting a student in the crowd, so he couldn't approach carelessly. Instead, he used a small gust of wind to briefly clear the smoke, creating an opening to strike. The master archer, Oscar, was also helpless, unable to shoot a target he couldn't see. The prince, still reeling, shouts at Alan, demanding to know if he was responsible. He complains that he can't even see his own feet, let alone his friends, and accuses Alan of using powerful attack magic. He demands an answer. Did Alan kill them? As the dust settled, the referee's voice rang out, declaring Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar unable to continue the fight. Standing amidst the fallen nobles, Anastasia stared in disbelief, her mind struggling to process the scene before her. A single, frantic question echoed in her thoughts. What is this? Her shock curdled into fury. She glared at Alan, demanding to know what he was, pleading with him to stop destroying her world. Nearby, Amy could only whisper his name, her expression a mixture of awe and fear, while Prince Karlheinz watched in stony silence. While they reacted, Alan remained composed, calmly assessing the situation. He had already dealt with Leonard and Claude using non-lethal ammunition and had used the referee's judgment to officially defeat Oscar. Now, he mused, the problem was the remaining 2. He recognized Marcus as a key figure who, in the game, was destined to become the chief court magician and prime minister, an important player in the country's future. He turned his attention to the future prime minister, his voice sharp. He asked Marcus if he truly believed he could get away with his actions, demanding to know if he would surrender. When Marcus scoffed, Alan pressed further, accusing him of threatening his opponent's families whenever he was on the verge of losing. He pointed out that such a threat also implicated Anastasia and her family, since Marcus was acting as her representative. He continued, stating that a smart person would understand the true cause of the duel. The accusation struck a nerve. Marcus could only think that he had done it all to protect Amy. Alan then raised his voice for all to hear, questioning if Marcus had blamed Anastasia unilaterally, without any proof, simply because Amy had provoked her. The distant crowd, including Anastasia, strained to hear, confused by the turn in conversation. He declared that the only thing Marcus should do now was apologize to Anastasia and her family. Calling him a short-sighted choice for a future leader, Alan told him to reflect on his actions. Then, with blinding speed, he delivered a sharp palm strike directly to Marcus's face. The blow sent Marcus collapsing to the ground, his glasses shattering on the stone. The referee announced his defeat. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd as they realized the commoner had now beaten 4 of the nobles. Anastasia stood frozen in shock. Only one opponent was left, the crown prince, Karlheinz. He erupted in fury, calling Alan a coward for relying on dubious magic tools instead of fighting fair and square. Claude, having recovered slightly, joined in, declaring the duel invalid. Alan calmly countered, questioning if it was not far more cowardly to publicly insult Anastasia and force her into such a duel. He reminded the prince that he, too, had blamed Anastasia solely because Amy was hurt, and that no rule forbade his tactics. The prince insisted that Anastasia had been harassing Amy, but Alan's voice boomed across the arena, proclaiming that it was all baseless accusations. He stated plainly that Anastasia had done nothing wrong, and, unlike them, he had no reason to lie. As he spoke, Amy watched with wide, confused eyes, the certainty of her own story beginning to waver. His composure finally shattering, the prince roared for Alan to shut up. He raved about the pressures of royalty, how no one ever cared for his personal desires. In his mind, he saw the truth. Amy was the only one who saw him, not the crown. His favorite things, his private thoughts, she saw it all. His voice cracked with desperation as he screamed that Amy was his, and only with her could he ever be happy. Across the arena, a terrible understanding dawned on Anastasia's face. Still reeling from the prince's outburst, she could only watch as Alan continued to press him. He questioned how the prince could not see Anastasia's devotion as his fiancée. Alan explained that she had understood her duty to the country and its people, yet the prince had ignored her for other women, focusing solely on Amy and pushing Anastasia to the point of breaking their engagement and entering a duel. The prince, unable to bear it, roared for him to shut up. He continued, his voice filled with anguish, lamenting that being born into royalty prevented him from living freely with the woman he chose. He accused commoners of having an easy life, protected by the royals. Alan simply asked if that was truly the case. In response, the prince challenged him, suggesting that if a commoner's life was so desirable, Alan should just elope with Amy. His challenge was met with a cold fury. Alan described the reality of a commoner's life since childhood. Endless days of filthy, tough manual labor for a mere 1,000 cents a day. He spoke of meager meals, vegetables, a piece of dried meat, and hard bread that had to be soaked in thin soup just to be edible, and a constant, gnawing hunger that followed him to sleep. With a surge of anger, he roared at the prince to quit being so damn spoiled. He pressed on, his voice ringing out over the silent crowd. He asked if the prince had ever truly considered the country or its people. If he had, Alan asserted, then choosing to live with Lady Anastasia would have been the only path. Hearing this, Anastasia lowered her head, her expression filled with sorrow. As she processed his words, Alan turned his gaze towards her. He stated that it was already too late for him as well. "This is the end," he declared. Alarmed, Anastasia looked up, calling out his name in warning. Her warning came just in time. Behind Alan, the prince, his face a mask of tear-streaked fury, was gathering a sphere of dark, chaotic magic. Anastasia recognized it instantly as the same power he had lost control of before, but this time it was visibly stronger. "This is for you," the prince screamed, ready to unleash the attack. Crouching low, Prince Karlheinz unleashes a massive, swirling sphere of dark energy towards Alan. With a look of desperate resolve, he declares that he will win this fight for Amy, vowing his victory. Watching from the sidelines, Anastasia is struck with panic. She realizes she must suppress the prince's magic, but fears her own ice spells won't be enough or even reach him in time. As the dark energy hurtles forward, she screams Alan's name in terror. In response to her cry, Alan remains perfectly calm. As the chaotic sphere of magic closes in, he simply raises a hand and, with a casual flick of his wrist, effortlessly deflects the entire attack, sending the prince tumbling backward from the redirected force. The deflected blast of dark energy dissipates harmlessly as the prince is thrown across the dueling grounds, landing hard on his back. His opponent defeated, Alan lowers his hand, flexing his fingers slightly before letting out a quiet sigh of relief. The elderly duel witness stares in stunned silence. On the ground, the prince lies unconscious as Anastasia rushes to his side, checking his condition with a worried hand on his neck. A voice rings out across the grounds, announcing that His Highness Karlheinz is down. The duel is declared Alan's victory. In the crowd, Amy and Isabella celebrate, cheering for Alan's incredible win, while Anastasia looks on in disbelief. Her celebration ceases as Amy falls to her knees, utterly defeated. She stares blankly, unable to process what has happened. Her world crumbles as she questions where she made the wrong choice, lamenting that she is supposed to be the heroine of this world. For her, it is all over. Meanwhile, Alan approaches Anastasia and kneels, formally dedicating his victory to her. She thanks him, but he clarifies that the more important thing is that he didn't kill the prince, who is merely exhausted from using all his mana. He explains that even if the crown prince were to die, the country would still end up in chaos, a thought that resonates with Anastasia's own concerns. He then stands, thanking Anastasia, Margaret, and Isabella for everything before turning to leave. As he does, Anastasia calls out his name. The duel witness steps forward, interrupting them. He states that the duel has been settled and formally asks Anastasia to provide the final confirmation. She agrees, accepting her responsibility for having praised the duel and acknowledging the people who were hurt. Feeling she must clean up the mess, she turns and runs, breathing heavily as she races through the school grounds. She arrives at Alan's room, calling his name as she throws the door open. His parting words, "Thank you for everything," echo in her mind, leaving her confused. The room is stark and empty, the bedding folded neatly on the bed frame. A schoolmaid enters, and Anastasia immediately asks where the student who occupied this room has gone. The maid explains that she was only asked to clean the room because it was now empty. The realization dawns on Anastasia. Alan has left the school. Meanwhile, Alan arrives home, surprising his mother. He carries a large bundle of his belongings. Internally, he grapples with the consequences of his actions. He won the duel against the crown prince, but now the nobility will surely not leave him alone. He wonders how he will explain everything to his mother. He sits down with her and recounts the events of the night, explaining that he sided with a duke's daughter who was being treated unfairly. He concludes by stating that he will almost certainly be expelled from school as a result of the duel, leaving his mother speechless. He apologizes, assuming she is disappointed that he won't graduate and secure a well-paying job as she had hoped. To his surprise, his mother simply closes her eyes and calmly accepts the news. She tells him she is proud that he has grown up and helped someone in a terrible situation. However, she cautions him that getting involved with princes and nobles from other countries could lead to consequences far more severe than expulsion. She makes him a solemn promise. If trouble comes, she will take his place, and he must run away. Alan immediately protests, but she insists that his health and safety are all that matter to her. The conversation concludes with his mother urging him to go to bed. He quietly agrees and heads for his sleeping area in the loft. Lying in bed, he stares at the ceiling, his mind racing. He questions the fairness of his world and worries about the future, wondering if he will have the strength to protect his mother if the worst comes to pass. His resolve hardens. He wants to save his mother and the people of the city he has worked so hard for, but a flicker of doubt remains. A memory from his childhood surfaces. His mother, holding a lantern, patiently encouraging him as he nervously climbed a steep ladder to the loft, telling him it was fine and he could make it. He lay in bed as his mother sat beside him, the distant castle visible through the window. She remarked how long it had been since she'd seen him like this, noting he was no longer a baby. With a gentle smile, she confessed that she'd always wondered about his brilliance, but now she understood it was because he was his father's son. He wondered aloud if that was why he had messed up and involved her. He admitted that he was never told why his father died before he was born. His mother explained that he was just like him. His father had also helped a girl who was in trouble. She assured Alan that his father would be proud of him. Alan quietly reflected on this, realizing his mother had never spoken so much about his father until now. Her expression hardened with resolve. She declared that she would fight anyone who tried to hurt him, be it the king or any noble. Moved, Alan apologized for the trouble he'd caused, but she gently placed a hand on his head, telling him she was proud of the great job he did. Then, to his surprise, she announced she was going to sleep there too and told him to move over. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, his head felt clear. As he washed his face, he reflected that he had been too negative the night before. His intervention had prevented Anastasia's condemnation, averted a potential civil war, and stopped an invasion from the Estonian Empire. So far, everything was proceeding as he had planned. He concluded that his anxiety was simply due to exhaustion and nerves. Besides, it hadn't even been decided if he would be executed. As he stood up from the wash basin, his mother's voice called out from the main room, noting that he was up early. While eating the breakfast she prepared, he confirmed that it was good. She smiled, remarking how long it had been since he was home. Despite the peaceful moment, his expression grew serious as he thought to himself, wondering how long this tranquility would last. A sudden knock on the door interrupted their meal. Alan wondered who could be visiting so early. He considered that it might be someone from the royal palace, though it had only been a day. He stood up, telling his mother he would check. He opened the door, but found the entrance empty. Confused, he looked out into the quiet morning, seeing no one. Suddenly, Monica burst into the room, tackling his mother in a powerful, breathless hug. Katerina cried out her name in surprise as Monica enthusiastically wished her a good morning. Releasing Katerina, Monica turned to Alan. She explained that some men from the guild had seen him yesterday and were now waiting downstairs to meet him. She had stopped by on her way from the market, handing his mother a basket of fresh vegetables. As Alan processed the news, a nostalgic look crossed his face. He found his guild mates waiting for him outside. The bald, bearded adventurer asked what was wrong and why he had returned so suddenly, while Jared greeted him warmly, remarking that it had been a long time. They immediately began to tease him, with one adventurer jokingly accusing him of bringing a girl home. Another corrected him, saying Alan wasn't like that. They pressed him, asking if he'd been kicked out of the dormitory and what he'd done to deserve it. As they departed, the bald man reminded him to visit the guild once in a while. Monica, standing nearby, asked if he'd explained the situation, but Alan simply insisted he hadn't done anything. He turned to his mother, who watched with a knowing expression. He confirmed her unspoken question, stating that he couldn't let the people from the guild get involved in his troubles. As he spoke, his attention was drawn to the street, where an ornate and beautiful carriage was pulling to a stop. His expression tightened with anxiety. He wondered aloud if they were from the palace, questioning why they would come at this time. The possibility seemed unbelievable to him. The carriage doors swung open, revealing Princess Anastasia. Alan stared in disbelief as an elderly butler stepped out beside her. The man bowed slightly, introducing himself as a butler from the Duke of Ramslet, and stated that he was there to pick up Alan. A formal carriage, drawn by 2 horses, stands on the cobblestone street. Alan looks on in disbelief, questioning why it has come to pick him up. His mother cries out in protest, insisting her son has done nothing wrong. The elderly butler, however, calmly explains that his master, Gerhard, the head of the ducal Ramslet family, wishes to meet with Alan. He swears in the Duke's name that Alan, whom he calls their young lady's benefactor, will not be harmed. The butler then asks if Alan could please change his clothes before they depart, promising to wait. Seeing his mother's lingering concern, Alan turns to her with a reassuring smile, telling her that everything will be fine. Now dressed in a smart uniform, he rides in the carriage as it clatters through the city. He sits quietly, observing the streets from his window while the butler sits opposite him. He gazes out at the opulent architecture, realizing it's his first time ever visiting the aristocratic district. Every mansion he sees is amazing. The carriage finally slows to a stop before an immense and stately manor, the official residence of the Duke of Ramslet. Inside a lavishly appointed waiting room, the butler asks him to wait for a moment. A maid promptly appears, offering a cup of tea, which Alan gratefully accepts. He takes a sip of the tea, his eyes scanning the elegant room. He reflects that the residence is exactly as one would expect from a prestigious aristocratic family like the Ramslets. Setting his cup down, he takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. He tells himself to calm down, focusing on his objective, determining how much cooperation he can secure from the Ramslet family. Just then, a hand turns the handle of the grand doors before him. The doors swing open, revealing an imposing, broad-shouldered man in regal attire. Alan looks up, startled, as the man greets him with a confident smile. "Good morning," the man says. "You're Alan, aren't you?" He gestured for the young man to take a seat. Alan, looking somewhat tense, complied and formally introduced himself. The nobleman then introduced himself as Gerhard, the head of the Ramslet dukedom, apologizing for the sudden summons. Alan assured him it was no problem. The Duke then stated that it seemed Alan had taken care of his daughter the previous day. He continued, expressing his gratitude to Alan for fighting a duel against His Highness and Prince Claude on his daughter's behalf. The Duke then leaned forward, asking if he could pose a few questions. Alan, taken aback, hadn't expected to be thanked and urged the nobleman not to trouble himself. He quickly agreed to answer anything. The Duke apologized, admitting that he had looked into Alan's background, revealing he knew Alan was the youngest Serank adventurer, the conqueror of the Goblin Labyrinth, and known as the Orc and Goblin Slayer. He went on, listing more of Alan's feats, defeating a Blizzard Phoenix, graduating early from a commoner's school, and saving up to enroll in the high school. With all this information laid out, the Duke questioned why someone with such a record would request to be his daughter's representative in a foolish duel. He then cut to the heart of the matter, bluntly asking if Alan wanted his daughter. Alan replied firmly, stating that he was prepared to be expelled from school. He explained that he admires Anastasia's dedication and hard work. He continued, acknowledging that he was fully aware of the difference in their social statuses, but trailed off. The Duke pressed him, asking why he would risk the high school he worked so hard to enter. Alan admitted that the Duke might not believe him, but his words were left unspoken as the Duke demanded to know his reasoning. He listened as Alan finally explained his motivation, declaring that he wants to protect his mother and the people who have taken care of him. The boy's answer seemed to confuse the Duke, who repeated the word back to him, questioning its meaning in this context. He took a sip from his cup, confirming that he had heard everything about the incident. He acknowledged that the duel was unfair, remarking that he had never heard of such a ridiculous affair. Alan countered that a duel is still a duel, but added that had Anastasia fought for herself, she would not have truly harmed His Highness. The Duke conceded the point, admitting that given his daughter's personality, her defeat was indeed evident from the start. He continued the thought, realizing that if she had lost, the opposing party would have demanded she be forbidden from approaching the prince. This, the Duke concluded, would have led to Anastasia's expulsion from school for something she didn't do. Alan then laid out the far greater consequences. He explained that if a duke's daughter were to be unilaterally excluded by the prince, it would set a dangerous precedent for other noble families. This instability, he argued, would ignite a battle for succession between the crown prince and the second prince, plunging the kingdom into chaos and bloodshed. The Duke raised a hand, indicating he understood the point. Despite understanding the political theory, he pressed for the connection to Alan's stated goal. He leaned forward and asked how a royal power struggle could possibly affect ordinary people like the boy's mother and loved ones. His gaze was firm as he gave his true answer. He is worried about the fate of the entire Estonian kingdom. The boy's grand declaration silenced him. His expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at Alan, weighing the immense scale of his concern. He processed the boy's words, understanding that Alan had considered the situation to a profound degree. Alan humbly clarified that his conclusions were merely guesses based on what he had read in the newspapers. His decision made, the Duke placed a heavy hand on Alan's shoulder, declaring that he would take responsibility for the case and ensure the safety of Alan's mother. He announced that from this day forward, the Duke of Ramslet had his back, and that Alan could finally relax. Alan, in turn, offered his profound thanks. He then called for his butler, Seabass, instructing him to see Alan back comfortably. A bit overwhelmed, Alan thanked them once more. He formally excused himself before departing with the butler. After Alan's departure, Duke Ramslet was left alone, his expression serious and contemplative. He pondered the boy's future, reflecting on the fact that a commoner with divine protection had managed to defeat 5 nobles. He wondered what kind of man Alan would become. His thoughts drifted to what his daughter, Anna, had told him. He realized that from a simple commotion at school, Alan had been able to analyze and act upon the precarious state of their country, surrounded as it was by hostile nations. The memory of the previous night surfaced, when Anastasia's urgent cries for her father had echoed outside the estate, pleading to be heard. He had met her at the door, clad in his nightgown and attended by a maid. Surprised by her early return, he had asked what happened. She, with a look of great urgency, insisted she needed to tell him something important. Inside, as the butler served refreshments, the Duke had listened. He now reflects on her words, questioning if she had truly said Alan would become stupid, or if the reality he just witnessed was the true extent of what she meant. He began by expressing his disbelief, stating that while her opponents in the duel were the school's strongest, including the prince. He couldn't accept that she had one on her own. In response, she brought up a classmate named Alan, explaining that he was a scholarship student from a humble background. She elaborated on his impressive resume. The youngest rank adventurer in history, a labyrinth explorer, a slayer of goblins and orcs, and one of the best students. She added that he was also a serious and likable magic user who could counter the prince's uncontrolled flame magic. After listening intently, her father bluntly asked if she had fallen in love with the boy. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she shouted, "Father!" He simply chuckled, amused by her enthusiasm and teasing that it must be in the early stages. His amusement faded as he grew serious once more, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He commented that, in any case, maintaining her engagement with His Highness would now be difficult. She looked down, her expression troubled, and quietly acknowledged that things were going to be rough. As she considered the difficult road ahead, her father was already seeking more information, turning to his butler, Seabass, about the scholarship student. The butler reported that Alan had been raised by his single mother in the royal capital. Anastasia, standing nearby, interjected that she had already investigated him. She then declared with conviction that Alan was someone their country could not afford to lose. Her father, his back still to her, conceded that if her claims were true, the boy was indeed an outstanding genius. Finally, he turned to face her, bringing the discussion to a close. He assured her that he understood everything she had told him and, noting the late hour, instructed her to go and rest. He listened as his daughter, her voice strained with worry, pleaded with him about Alan's fate. The plea brought his thoughts back to the present predicament. He stood alone, contemplating the tangled mess of his daughter's engagement with the prince, a situation far from trivial. As Anastasia entered his study, accompanied by her companion, he confirmed her assessment. The boy, Alan, was exactly as she had described. She affirmed his observation, but continued with a heavy heart. She confessed that she had been provoked into the duel, foolishly dragging Alan into the conflict. The situation had been so volatile, she admitted, that it could have escalated into a war for the entire country. As her companion watched with a worried expression, Anastasia voiced her shame over the entire affair involving His Highness. Seeing her distress, the older woman stepped forward, gently cradling Anastasia's head to offer comfort. While his daughter was being consoled, the Duke's resolve hardened. He announced his intention to go to the royal palace. He then turned to face Anastasia, whose face was streaked with tears. He declared that as the head of the dukedom, he would personally ensure Alan's protection, asking if this was the outcome she had hoped for. Through her tears, she managed a quiet yes. His decision was made. The matter was settled. Following these events, Alan found himself being escorted to a carriage by the Ramslet family butler. He asked for Anastasia, but the butler politely informed him that she was unavailable to see anyone that day. Understanding, Alan thanked him and moved to board the carriage. As the carriage carried him away, the boy's thoughts lingered on the princess. He was certain Anastasia must hate him now, having disappeared without a word. He felt it couldn't be helped, but the thought weighed heavily on him. He reflected on his circumstances while the city passed by outside the window. He was glad to have changed his fate and managed to survive, but he knew it wasn't enough. For now, however, it would have to do. A few days later, Alan was high up on a ladder in what appeared to be a barn when his mother's voice called to him from below. She announced that someone was there to see him. He descended to find the Ramslet family butler, who greeted him formally. But Alan's eyes widened in shock at the person standing beside him, Anastasia. The butler presented a sealed letter, extending an invitation from Duke Gerhard for dinner the next day. Alan could only stare, stunned by the request and Anastasia's sudden reappearance. Inside a grand estate, Alan stands uncomfortably in unfamiliar, formal attire. His mother, Katerina, looks on with worry, her hands clasped together as she asks if it is truly acceptable for them to be wearing such fine clothes. She expresses her deep appreciation for the consideration they've been shown. Alan attempts to soothe her worries, explaining that Sebastian had assured him it was fine if they didn't wear formal attire. He adds that her reaction is hardly surprising, considering how rarely commoners are invited to dine with the Duke. He, at least, has a school uniform to fall back on. As they converse, a large, powerfully built man with a beard greets them warmly, welcoming Alan. He gestures to Anastasia, who stands beside Alan with her eyes closed, then asks if the woman with him is his mother. Katerina introduces herself and thanks the man for the invitation. The man introduces himself as Gerhard Kleinel von Ramslet, the head of the Ramslet family. He tells Katerina that his daughter is greatly indebted to Alan and expresses his sincere gratitude for all the help he has provided. He then turns to introduce his wife, Elizabeth, and his son, Friedrich. The young boy offers a polite "nice to meet you." Elizabeth addresses them with a calm smile, stating that she invited her daughter's benefactor and his mother and wishes to avoid formalities. Bowing respectfully, Alan introduces himself, adding that it is an honor to meet them all. His greeting is interrupted when Elizabeth calls out to Anastasia, announcing Alan's arrival. Anastasia, now in a formal gown, turns with an expression of intense irritation. Alan is startled to see her as she strides purposefully towards him, ignoring the confused murmurs of the other guests. She reaches him and abruptly pulls him aside. As he stammers in confusion, she whirls on him, demanding to know what that was about. She asked if that was any way to say goodbye. Utterly bewildered, Alan can only apologize, wondering if she is angry. Her expression softens slightly. She apologizes for suddenly disappearing, but admits she is happy to see him again. She then thanks him for fighting the duel for her. Alan, still processing the sudden shift, can only manage a confused sound of acknowledgement as Elizabeth watches them with a knowing smile. Flustered by the Duchess's observation that she and Alan are close, she tries to deny it. Alan, however, simply expresses his relief, admitting he thought she hated him and was glad to see her again. His sincerity leaves Anastasia speechless. The moment is broken by the arrival of Duke Gerhard, who apologizes for the delay. The butler clears his throat, signaling a shift in the proceedings. Duchess Elizabeth then turns to Alan, confiding that Anastasia had been so worried she had run to the Duke's room, crying in the middle of the night. With a warm smile, she suggests he call her daughter Anna. Anastasia, mortified, loudly denies having cried, while Alan processes this new information. Leaning closer, the Duchess playfully presses him for an answer, asking what he thinks of the idea. Alan hesitates, unsure how to respond. He turns to Anastasia and formally asks if he may call her Anna-sama. Blushing and flustered, she agrees, but on the condition that he only does so when they are alone. Having settled the matter, she regains her composure and calls out to the butler, Seabass, announcing that it is time to proceed to the dining hall. He dutifully acknowledges her command. As they walk, Alan reflects internally. He decides it is better to show emotions appropriate for his apparent age, rather than maintaining his usual stoic poker face. Now seated at the formal dining table with the entire Ramslet family, Alan and his mother listen as Duke Gerhard begins. He states plainly that he invited them to discuss the details of the recent incident. He elaborates on the outcome of the duel, explaining that its primary condition was an apology for the insult to his family. To that end, it has been decided that the Crown Prince and Amy will formally apologize to Anastasia at the next term's opening ceremony, ensuring the act is witnessed by their peers. Taking a sip from his glass, he then delivers the final, momentous consequence. The engagement between the Crown Prince and his daughter is officially canceled. His wife, Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet, then addressed Alan, noting that her daughter seems quite fond of him. She asked that he continue to be a good friend to Anastasia. The Duke then confirmed the final details of Alan's situation. He announced that Alan would not be punished or expelled from school, a decision that left both Alan and Anastasia stunned with relief. The Duke encouraged Alan to enjoy his school life, and even offered to introduce him to someone for employment after graduation, suggesting he could work for the Ramslet family. Overwhelmed by this news, Alan's mother clasped her hands to her face, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks as she thanked the Duke profusely. As she continued to weep, the family's butler offered her a handkerchief. Duchess Elizabeth smiled kindly, remarking on what a relief it must be, and Katerina could only agree through her tears, thanking them once more. The Duchess then turned back to Alan with a playful glint in her eye, declaring that she would be in his care again next year. Her teasing suggestion that she might even be in his arms caused him to stammer in surprise. With the serious discussions concluded, Duke Gerhard cheerfully invited Alan and Katerina to enjoy the meal. The entire Ramslet family sat with them, and the dinner began in a warm atmosphere. He took a bite, a profound sense of satisfaction washing over him. Alan closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he was truly glad for all the hard work he had put in. After the meal, as Alan and his mother prepared to depart by carriage, they offered their sincere thanks to the Ramslet family. Duke Gerhard assured Alan that he was welcome at their home anytime. Just as they were leaving, Anastasia stepped forward, asking to speak with Alan for a moment. Seeing this, the Duchess suggested she show Katerina around the garden, giving the two young people some privacy. She got straight to the point, her expression determined. Anastasia stated that she wanted to explore the Altman labyrinth and intended to formally request him, a C-rank adventurer, to be their guide. She added that Margaret would be coming with them. She questions him about the Altman labyrinth, specifically the Great Orc Labyrinth, asking how deep he intends to go. Alan is stunned that she knows of it. He internally debates whether to reveal that he explored it when it was still a secret to the world. Anastasia, however, quickly pieces it together, her eyes widening as she demands to know if he's already explored it. With a casual smile, Alan confirms that he found it deep in the jungle a long time ago. He elaborates, dismissing the danger by explaining that the final boss was merely an orc king and the labyrinth lacked any traps, which is why he hadn't considered it a significant find. Anastasia listens, her expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. She concedes that discoverers are not required to report such finds, but is still shocked by his nonchalant attitude. Amy, looking overwhelmed, interjects to ask what he meant by fast lapse. He explains it was a method he used to quickly memorize the labyrinth's layout, suggesting that with a minimal level of self-defense, one could likely navigate it alone. He clarifies that fast lapse is an efficient training method for leveling up, involving clearing the entire labyrinth and immediately starting over from the entrance. The thought alone causes Anastasia to break into a sweat, though she has to agree that the method is brutally effective. Noticing her reaction, he asks if something is the matter. Anastasia quickly composes herself, claiming it's nothing, but her gaze lingers on him with a mix of awe and embarrassment. "You are really something," she murmurs, leaving Alan to simply respond with a questioning yes. Amy, seizing the opportunity, eagerly asks if he will guide them, proposing they make plans to set out after the new year begins. Alan readily agrees, confirming that it sounds like a great idea. And so, shortly after the new year, they journey by carriage for a few hours and arrive in the town of Altmund, where Margaret was waiting. They are greeted by a confident woman in adventurer's gear, who informs them that according to the guild, many others have already attempted to conquer the labyrinth. Alan voices his concern that it might have already been cleared, but she reassures him that they still have a chance. Her focus then shifts entirely to Alan. Citing his recent victory against the school's 5 strongest students in a duel, she expresses a keen interest in scouting him for the Altmund family. The proposal leaves Alan momentarily speechless. The woman then turns to Anastasia with a knowing smile, telling her not to worry, as she has no intention of stealing away her precious knight. A flustered Anastasia turns away, insisting she has no idea what she is talking about. Alan cuts in, his expression serious. He apologizes for raising their expectations about the labyrinth's riches, explaining that he has already collected all of its treasure. As compensation, he offers to give the entire hoard to them. He confirms his identity to the skeptical adventurers accompanying Cecilia. One of them, a man with a prominent mustache, notes that he heard from Margaret that Alan would be their guide, questioning if he's still just a student. Another adventurer, a man with a goatee, finds this hard to believe, recalling that Alan has conquered the Goblin Labyrinth and earned the title of Orc Slayer. A third man asks what his plans are. Alan calmly explains his intention. Before they proceed, he wants to test their skills so they can decide on a proper formation. The mustached man confidently assures Cecilia that they will handle Margaret's safety. Cecilia, however, looks on with a skeptical side-eye, clearly having her doubts about the man. With the terms set, the party stands before the dark, timber-framed entrance to the labyrinth, ready to begin their exploration. Just inside, Alan instructs the party to try fighting the orcs themselves when they appear. He promises to intervene immediately if things become dangerous, an order Cecilia acknowledges. Cecilia observes the men's dismissive attitude, realizing they don't trust Alan. She worries that their distrust will make them ignore his commands, putting them all in danger. Deeper inside the cavern, their first encounter emerges from the shadows, a massive, tusked boar and a club-wielding orc. One of the armored men declares he'll go first, but is abruptly told to wait. Alan steps forward, halting the party. He announces that he will be the one to go first, prompting a surprised Cecilia to question his actions. He calmly faces the snarling beast, his weapon at the ready. He tells the others it's time to let him show them just how powerful their guide truly is. He calmly produces a strange, metallic device, unlike any weapon they have ever seen. As Cecilia shouts a warning that the monster is approaching, one of her men stares at the object in disbelief, demanding to know what it is. The giant boar roars, charging directly at them. One of the armored men orders him to get back, but he ignores the command, leveling the strange weapon at the beast as Cecilia cries out his name. A deafening crack echoes through the passage as a brilliant flash erupts from the device's tip. The charging boar is struck, its momentum halted instantly before it collapses to the ground in a lifeless heap. The adventurers can only stare, their faces frozen in shock. He lowers the weapon, letting out a quiet breath as the immediate threat is neutralized. His display leaves the party utterly bewildered. One of the men stammers in disbelief, while another grabs Alan, demanding an explanation for what he just witnessed. He calmly explains that the device is a magic tool of his own creation, designed to shoot iron bullets using an application of wind magic. Cecilia, a nervous smile on her face, admits she sees now and says she will be counting on it. One of her men, still sweating from the shock, nervously agrees to leave it to him. Alan simply smiles, stating that he looks forward to working with them and that they should proceed as planned. Cecilia quietly observes that she has never witnessed such a technique before, expressing her relief that he is not their enemy. Alan cheerfully agrees, adding that they should work together to protect Margaret and Anastasia. Just as the group regains its composure, another monster, an orc, appears further down the passage. Alan calmly points it out, prompting a surprised Cecilia to declare that she will handle this one. Without hesitation, she charges forward, arm cocked back as she closes the distance to deliver a powerful blow to the creature. She lunged forward, her sword a silver arc that sliced cleanly through the orc's neck. With the creature dispatched, she glanced back at Alan with a confident smile, asking who he had intended to protect. Her party members watched, stunned by her swiftness. Elsewhere, the prince had laid out his own party strategy. He declared he would take the lead with Anastasia following closely behind. The knights were assigned to guard their rear against any attacks, while Amy's role was to protect him directly, ensuring they could all advance swiftly. The battle concluded with the decisive defeat of the Orc King, its massive, tusked form lying still on the ground. Following the victory, one of Cecilia's men wiped sweat from his brow, his expression a mixture of relief and disbelief. He marveled at how easily the Orc King, along with its priest and mage, had been dispatched, admitting that the display made him question his own abilities as a knight. With the threat neutralized, the prince addressed the assembled group, gesturing toward a glowing doorway. He instructed everyone to proceed into that room, explaining it was their way out of the labyrinth. As they prepared to leave, Amy turned to Alan with a grateful smile. She thanked him sincerely, acknowledging that they had depended on his strength far too much during the ordeal. One of the knights grumbled in disappointment at the lack of any treasure, calling the orcs stingy. Amy then explained to Alan that he could return to the entrance simply by touching the labyrinth's core. Alan acknowledged her instructions, referencing his fast lapse method. However, Cecilia stepped in, informing Alan that he would be accompanying her instead. She warned him not to get arrogant, prompting a quick apology from the boy. She then declared that she would lead the next lap, with Alan and Anastasia following her, as they continued their training to level up. On a grand stage before the student body, Anastasia raises her hand, her voice ringing out with a formal declaration concerning the Duke of Ramslet. In the audience, Alan watches, his expression frozen in disbelief. Her eyes are narrowed with fierce determination, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. He, in turn, can only stare back, a bead of sweat forming on his temple as he processes the unfolding scene. Just hours earlier, his day had begun so simply. With winter vacation over, it was the first day of school. He had promised his mother he would be back, and she had wished him well from the top of the stairs. Walking through the capital, Alan had been sorting through the consequences of his actions. He had successfully prevented Anastasia's condemnation and banishment, an event that was supposed to trigger the capital's destruction. In doing so, he had completely shattered the fate prescribed by the game's scenario. He reflected that his knowledge of the future had allowed him to make the first move, but now, that advantage was gone. The path ahead was unknown. From this point forward, he understood he would have to think and act with extreme care to avoid the worst possible outcome. The political situation was just as precarious. By preventing the civil war, he had, for the time being, staved off an invasion from the neighboring Est Empire. A fragile power balance between the nations was the only thing maintaining peace. He was left to wonder what the new reality would be, now that the original scenario was destroyed. The consequences were already taking shape. With the engagement between Anastasia and the Crown Prince broken, the prince's position had become unstable. The Ramslet Duchy, the kingdom's largest granary, had been the foundation of his power, controlling the nation's food supply. Furthermore, the duel had shattered the balance between the Crown Prince's faction and that of the Second Prince. In the ensuing chaos, the southern nobles might even rally behind Duke Ramslet. Despite his low ranking, the Duke possessed the right to succeed the throne, making him a dangerous new contender for power. Alan contemplates the kingdom's new, fragile political state, a situation just as unstable as the original scenario he sought to prevent. He finds it troublesome, even wondering if he should have simply eliminated the Crown Prince. His thoughts are interrupted by the sight of Anastasia, who wears a sly, knowing grin. He questions what sort of scheme she is devising now, while also suspecting that Amy has not yet abandoned her goal of a harem ending. He walks through the school grounds, resolute. After coming this far, he is determined to achieve a happy ending, no matter the cost, to save his mother and his seniors. As he walks, a cheerful voice calls out his name. The greeting comes from Isabella and Amy, who wish him a good morning. Isabella happily informs him that they are in the same class as him and Anastasia for the new semester, and asks if he has seen the class list yet. Upon his confirmation, Isabella waves goodbye, saying she will see him later. Amy adds that she looks forward to being in his care, a sentiment Alan echoes. He smiles to himself, pleased with this development. He believes that with those two around, Anastasia will have a better time and perhaps make more friends. His pleasant mood is short-lived, however. He sighs as he overhears other students whispering about him, the commoner who dared to challenge the prince in a duel and somehow hadn't dropped out. Annoyed, he decides to go check the class list for himself. He finds a bulletin board and scans the names, noticing a few things that bother him. Firstly, despite the Crown Prince's grades dropping, his status as Student of the Year allowed him to remain in Class A. In contrast, Leonardo, who had the lowest scores, was demoted to Class B. But what he truly didn't expect was that Claude's name was completely missing from the lists. He assumes Claude must have dropped out for some unknown reason. Just as he processes this, a sharp voice calls his name. The voice belongs to Anastasia, who stands before him with a commanding presence. Startled, Alan mumbles her name. She chides him, telling him to stop calling her that in public. After he apologizes, she complains that her mother is unbearably insistent on meeting him again before asking about his family. She continues, mentioning that her brother would also like to meet him when he returns home. She then asks if Alan's brother is at the school. Alan hesitates before explaining that Claude is currently out of the country for work. He then pivots, asking Anastasia if she has seen the class list. He listened as Anastasia explained the fallout from the duel, revealing that the Kingdom of Westerdale had apparently requested that Leonardo drop out of school. He asked if this was also a result of the duel, and she confirmed it, adding that she'd heard Leonardo was also disowned by his family. Leonardo himself had apparently confirmed this fact. She elaborated that the Ramslet family had made a formal protest to the Viscount Jukes family. Because Leonardo refused to admit his fault and insisted he was right, the Jukes family could no longer defend him. She confirmed this was the case, acknowledging that while it had been a series of unpleasant events for her, it was an obvious and ultimately positive result for the country. Changing the subject, she reminded him of the opening ceremony and urged him to head to the auditorium with her. They made their way to the auditorium, where a school official announced that a formal apology would be held, directed at the Ramslet family, the Crown Prince, and his companions. The official then called Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet to the podium, and she turned to Alan, asking him to come with her. She turned to him with a determined gaze, stating that since he fought on her behalf, he had the right to witness this from behind her. He quietly agreed. He agreed and followed her up the steps to the stage, where Karl-Heinz Bartiel, von Centralin, and Marcus von Baines were already waiting. Once they were on stage, she faced the group and asked directly if they would now accept the result of the duel. The prince and his companions stood before them, their expressions a mixture of resentment and defeat. Karl-Heinz grit his teeth, acknowledging to himself that the humiliation was Leonardo's own fault. He clenched his fist and began the formal apology, retracting their words against the Duke of Ramslet. Beside him, Isabella also quietly offered her own apology. He and his companions stand defeated as Anastasia formally accepts their apology. She issues a stern warning, hoping they will not belittle the Ramslet family so easily again, though she privately questions if a sincere apology is even possible from them. As they begin to walk away, Isabella quietly addresses him as Karl Sama. He responds with a simple, terse yeah. The prince and his retinue then make their way through the silent, watching crowd of students. Nearby, Alan notices Isabella's simmering rage. Though she claims she doesn't mind, her clenched fist and furious expression betray her true feelings. Alan, meanwhile, is still confused, admitting to himself that he doesn't even know what they were apologizing for. His thoughts are interrupted as Anastasia calls out to him. Alan, wait, she says. He turns, responding with a simple yes. A confident smile spreads across her face as she tells him to wait just a moment. Before he can respond, she turns and strides back onto the stage, facing the entire assembly. Alan watches from the crowd, completely bewildered. Her voice rings out with authority. Alan, she calls. She announces that he, as her representative, defended the honor of the Ramslet family. To recognize his achievements and loyalty, she declares that she will reward him. She continues, making a stunning proclamation. The Duke of Ramslet has decided to take Alan and his entire family under their official protection. The students in the audience murmur in shock and disbelief. The full weight of her words crashes down on Alan, leaving him utterly stunned and speechless. He is presented with a white handkerchief bearing an ornate crest. Anastasia's voice is quiet as she asks if he will accept it. He accepts the token, though his mind races with uncertainty. He wonders if this is some aristocratic custom, a piece of etiquette he is completely unaware of. His acceptance is met with a sudden, resounding wave of applause from the assembled students. Among them, Amy and Isabella clap with genuine delight, their faces beaming. With the public ceremony concluded, he and Anastasia walk together down a long, sunlit corridor, leaving the crowd behind. As they proceed, he turns to her, questioning the need for such a grand declaration when the king himself was already aware of the situation. She clarifies that her announcement was not for the royalty, but a direct warning to the other students. Since his duel, she explains, she has heard unpleasant rumors and wanted to make it clear that anyone who harms him will become an enemy of the Ramslet family. He thanks her for her consideration. Just as he begins to ask about the meaning of the handkerchief, Anastasia looks away, slightly flustered. Their conversation is cut short by the approaching voices of Amy and Isabella. Isabella rushes up to them, praising Anastasia's great work. She then turns to Alan, contorting her face comically as she describes how shocked and pale the other students looked after the declaration. Her attention then lands on the handkerchief in his hand. You got a handkerchief from Anasuma, didn't you? She asks, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Can I see it? Confused by their intense interest, he holds it out. Both Isabella and Amy lean in close, their faces lighting up as they let out squeals of pure delight. He watches as Isabella, with a knowing smile, begins to explain the custom surrounding the handkerchief. She details that when a noble lady sews her family crest onto a handkerchief and presents it to her knight, it serves as a public declaration. As the meaning starts to sink in, Amy lets out an excited squeal, while Alan can only utter a confused. Isabella finishes with a triumphant grin, stating it's a way to declare, he is mine. The realization hits Alan, but a flustered Anastasia quickly interrupts, insisting with a nervous laugh that she was merely thanking her benefactor. Amy simply giggles at her friend's reaction. Her denial causes Alan's thoughts to drift to a conversation he had with her father. The Duke had been very clear. As the daughter of a great house, Anastasia would eventually be married off to royalty or another high noble in a political arrangement. As if sensing his thoughts, Anastasia's expression turns serious. She thanks him again, but clarifies that she cannot afford any mistakes. She reframes her gesture as a promise, a pact so that they do not hurt each other. With unwavering resolve, she vows that should anything happen, she will absolutely protect him. Inside a well-appointed room, Alan and Duke Ramslet discuss the situation in the Westerdale Kingdom. Alan wonders about the reason for Prince Claude's exile, which the Duke explains was a minor punishment and an apology for the duel. Alan finds it odd that the prince would so easily accept being separated from Amy, concluding that his love for her must be profound. The Duke remarks grimly that love is blind, as Claude even volunteered to act as a representative. The Duke speculates on a deeper motive, suggesting the prince likely anticipates that Amy will eventually be forced to leave the country due to the impending devastation of their nation. He continues this line of thought, foreseeing a civil uprising following a battle for succession, which would inevitably lead to war. He elaborates on the geopolitical situation, questioning whether Westerdale, a friendly nation dependent on them for food and resources, would side with them or with the Estonian Empire. He concludes it's likely Estonia will take advantage of the internal chaos to launch an attack. Alan considers this, then posits a grim alternative. Rather than saving the country, it might be wiser for Westerdale to simply share the territory with Estonia after an invasion. Hearing this sharp analysis, the Duke interrupts Alan, a new thought striking him. He wonders aloud if Prince Claude could already be in contact with Estonia. He sighs, admitting that he thinks it's possible. The Duke recalls the original scenario from the game. He knows Amy and her friends would flee the country after an invasion by Estonia, only to be saved by Westerdale, who would then launch a counterattack. However, he dismisses this as highly unlikely now, explaining that he has destroyed that scenario by using Amy's awakening as a saint to persuade the kingdom. He has removed any political reason for Westerdale to save a mere baron's bastard daughter and a scandal-ridden crown prince. He shifts the topic. Having understood the situation in the West, he now asks about the South, mentioning that the eldest son, Conrad, has returned to the estate. Alan is surprised by this news. The Duke explains that the Ramslet territory is in the southeast, near the border with the Kingdom of Zouth, which is allied with Estonia. He adds that they have urgently called back their heir, prompting Alan to ask if Zouth is also preparing to make a move. He processes the grim strategic map, as Duke Ramslet observes that if the northern powers make a move, their kingdom will be surrounded on all sides. Alan concludes that this is a far more complicated situation than the one they faced before the destruction. The Duke reassures him that the military cannot act suddenly, predicting they will wait until the winter wheat harvest is over. Changing the subject, he asks Alan if he is enjoying his school life, and Alan confirms that he is. His tone growing more personal, the Duke asks Alan to please help Anna, not as a subordinate, but as a friend. With a hand to his chest, Alan agrees, stating he would be happy to help both the Duke and Anastasia. Just as the Duke predicted, the second year of Academy life passed without any particular problems after the expulsion of the so-called villainess. Inside the Academy, life around Amy has changed little, aside from Claude's absence. However, she and her companions are no longer at the top of the class hierarchy. He observes the new political climate with concern. The second prince's faction now blatantly ignores the crown prince's group. Alan realizes the power struggle in the royal palace has been brought to the school as well. Amidst this tension, Anastasia approaches him and asks if he has time. Suggesting they talk while walking, she brings up the summer vacation's independent research project, revealing her theme is the role of adventurers in their country. Her topic leads to a direct request. She asks if he will introduce her to the Adventurers Guild. Alan hesitates, and Anastasia playfully asks if she is unworthy of an introduction, before admitting with a slight blush that she is just kidding. As they continue, Anastasia explains to him that Isabella and Margaret will be conducting literature research together. The other two girls smile, promising not to disturb them. He finds himself watching her, thinking that she smiles more often now, likely because of her friendship with Isabella and Margaret. Anastasia catches him staring and asks why, prompting him to quickly look away and claim it's nothing. She expresses her gratitude, asking Alan to inform the guild that she has worked diligently to break her engagement with the crown prince. Sometime later, during the summer vacation, Anastasia meets Alan in a commoner's disguise. Adjusting her bonnet, she questions if the outfit is truly necessary, mentioning that the butler, Sebastian, arranged it for her. Alan observes that she is sneaking out once again. He explains that her situation has changed since the duel and the broken engagement. With the Ramslet family having not yet declared support for either the crown prince or the second prince, it is better for her to avoid standing out. Though she dislikes sneaking around, she seems to understand, and Alan adds that the disguise suits her. Their walk is interrupted when they come across a scene in an alley. A group of noble students, led by Leonardo, are gathered around a small, hooded figure. Leonardo spots Alan and calls out to him. He and his companions, Oscar, Marcus, Amy, and another girl, are addressing the hooded figure. Leonardo declares that as the top students of their grade, they will not abandon someone in trouble. He demands the figure guide them to a village supposedly being attacked by monsters so they can help. The hooded figure quietly denies the existence of any monsters. She insists she is not lying, but Leonardo grows angry, questioning how she dares lie to the next king. His companions murmur in confusion, wondering if they have the right person. From a distance, Anastasia watches the tense scene unfold. The confrontation is cut short by the sudden arrival of the elven princess, Sherry. Her face is a mask of fury as she confronts the hooded girl, accusing her of trying to prevent her from receiving a blessing. She hoists the small girl into the air by her cloak. Alan stares in disbelief, wondering what she could possibly mean by a blessing, as the other students cry out in alarm. With a sharp cry, Sherry delivers a powerful kick, sending the hooded girl flying. Alan shouts in shock, recognizing the attacker's voice as Cheryl Loris. The hooded girl confirms her identity as she is struck. She lands and immediately points a trembling finger at Leonardo and his friends. Through tears, she accuses them of threatening her and trying to steal her money, leaving the noble students completely stunned. As the chaos from her accusations settled, Prince Karl-Heinz explained the situation to Leonardo. He revealed they were following a prophecy Amy had received, one that foretold someone being attacked by a monster and asking for help. The prince identified the hooded girl as the subject of this prophecy. Watching from nearby, Alan understood that saving the elf village was a mandatory event tied to this blessing. The elven princess, Sherry, sharply interjected, demanding to know if the girl was truly being attacked by a monster, declaring that she absolutely was not. Her eyes narrowed as she accused the hooded girl of planning to rob someone in the city and questioned her true intentions. Leonardo, taken aback, urged Sherry to stop pestering her, but the hooded girl merely winced under the princess's intense scrutiny. Frustrated with the entire affair, Prince Karl-Heinz clicked his tongue. He announced it was no use and turned to leave, surprising both Sherry and Leonardo with his abrupt departure. As his group walked away, the hooded girl defiantly stuck her tongue out at them. Leonardo caught the gesture and glared back, silently vowing that he would not forget this slight. The wind from Sherry's earlier display of power had yet to cease. Anastasia, looking around in confusion, turned to Alan and asked who that girl was. Before he could respond, the hooded girl herself stepped forward, her gaze fixed on him. "That's my line," she stated, asking Alan who he thought she was. The argument reignited instantly. Sherry took offense at being called a little girl by someone physically smaller than her. The hooded girl shot back that Sherry was younger and pleaded for her to stop. Unmoved, Sherry insisted she was bigger and demanded the insolent girl state her name. Ignoring the princess, the hooded girl grabbed Alan, insisting he was on her side and that they needed to hurry to the guild. Meanwhile, in the hallway of a nearby building, two men waited. Jared knelt by a door, while a bald, bearded adventurer stood watch. "Is Alan in there?" Jared wondered aloud, finding the situation amusing. He pressed his ear against the door, listening in. He mused that Alan couldn't just sit in the corner, having entered the room during what sounded like a lover's quarrel between two women. His companion leaned down, catching him in the act. The bald adventurer remarked on Jared's bad taste for eavesdropping before calling out loudly. "Explain this, Alan." He suggests the elven princess can finally remove her hood. With a sigh of relief, she does, revealing her long, pointed ears and complaining that keeping them folded would give her a strange habit. Anastasia then formally introduces her to an unseen party as Cheryl Laura, the daughter of the Queen of Elves. Following this, Anastasia turns to the princess and introduces herself with a slight bow as Anastasia, daughter of the Duke of Ramslet. She offers a sincere apology for her previous rudeness, her cheeks flushing slightly. Cheryl simply observes her, her expression unreadable. As Anastasia stands flustered by her own admission of impoliteness towards royalty, Alan steps in to ease the tension. He explains to her that in the elven village, there are no differences in status or manners between commoners and nobles, rendering such formalities unnecessary. His words seem to work, as Cheryl's focus shifts entirely back to him. Her eyes light up with excitement as she invites Alan to their summer festival. She clarifies that she came to the village because she is an adventurer and thought it would be acceptable to make the request through the guild. Alan is stunned that she would take such a risk for a simple invitation. Cheryl then leans in, a mischievous glint in her eye, and reveals her true motive. She wants to get a ride on his flying ship on her way back. The unexpected request leaves Alan utterly speechless, his eyes wide with shock. Before he can recover, Anastasia steps forward with a menacing grin. She declares that Alan has a lot of explaining to do, specifically about the elven village and his gliders. Unseen by them, the two adventurers who had been eavesdropping now lie unconscious in the hallway, having been swiftly neutralized. Inside a room, Anastasia confronts Alan directly, demanding to know how he is acquainted with an elf. As Alan stammers, unable to form a response, the elven princess, Cheryl Laura, reclines casually on a nearby sofa. Cheryl Laura answers for him, explaining that Alan is the benefactor of her village. Anastasia, still suspicious, presses further, asking why he holds such a title. She enthusiastically elaborates, revealing that Alan protected the village from evil spirits. She declares him to be the divine child of the wind god, descended from the sky. Anastasia is stunned into silence by this revelation, while Cheryl Laura chuckles, surprised she didn't already know. Anastasia, flustered, tells Cheryl Laura that her teasing has gone far enough, wondering if the elf is using some power to make Alan obey her. Cheryl Laura dismisses the notion and changes the subject, formally inviting Alan to her village's summer festival. Alan agrees that he can attend the festival, but a worried expression crosses his face as a practical concern arises. He asks Cheryl Laura how she managed to enter the town in the first place. She answers with blunt simplicity, stating that she just walked in through the main gate, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Alan immediately points out the danger of her casual approach. He explains that if she were to be captured, the very existence of the hidden elven village would be revealed to the world. The princess appears genuinely confused, asking if humans truly desire to capture elves so badly. Anastasia interjects, clarifying that while some might, that isn't the core of the problem. Alan explains that they were lucky this time, as the town wasn't on high alert. If she were to act suspiciously, people would inevitably investigate her origins. As Cheryl Laura sighs in relief, Alan's attention shifts, and he wonders aloud if it's safe for Anastasia to accompany them. He quickly formulates a plan. If they leave from the noble's gate with Anastasia, he reasons, their departure won't arouse any suspicion at all. He explained that his plan was the best way to get out of town safely, but Anastasia vehemently refused, declaring there was no way she would allow another human into the elven village. Hearing this, the elven princess, Cheryl Laura, pondered for a moment before suggesting a new approach. They could pretend that Anastasia was Alan's fiancée. The idea left Anastasia utterly speechless. Anastasia flushed at the word fiancé. Alan reasoned that if she were related to him, she might be permitted to enter the village, and asked if she was okay with the idea. Before she could properly answer, Cheryl celebrated, declaring the problem solved and that they should prepare for the festival. Seizing the opportunity to research the elves, Anastasia agreed, telling Alan not to worry about her. She then turned to leave, announcing that she had to hurry and get ready, adding that she would need to get permission to stay overnight. Alan could only watch her go, remarking on what a strange girl she was. An hour later, the group stood before a large, sleek glider. Anastasia stared in wonder, asking if it was Alan's ship. Nearby, Alan adjusted some gear on Cheryl, telling her to hold still while the princess beamed with pride. She asked if the craft flew like a bird. Cheryl, now sporting a pilot's cap and goggles, confidently assured her it did, boasting that she would soon be amazed by the power of the wind god's divine child. The princess then asked Alan where she was supposed to sit. He simply pointed, telling Anastasia where her seat was. Cheryl adjusted her goggles, a look of confusion on her face. Her question was answered moments later as she found herself strapped securely to the top of the glider's fuselage. She yelled out to Alan, demanding to know why she was the only one positioned there, assuming the others would be sitting up front. He leaned over and whispered to Anastasia, explaining that it was a special seat with a spectacular view. He urged her to keep it a secret, claiming Anasama would be upset if she found out. From her perch, however, Cheryl laughed heartily. She declared that Alan was smart and that this was exactly what she expected of him. Anastasia, confused by the exchange, asked what she had said, but Alan simply told her not to worry about it. As Cheryl is secured, Anastasia asks Alan where she should sit. He explains that this is the only way to distribute the weight, a method he confirmed while transporting, or he instructs her to hold on tight. She settles in behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, and asks if this is all right, concerned that their combined weight might be too much. He reassures her that it's fine. With everyone in place, Alan announces their departure. The glider surges forward and lifts off the ground, rapidly gaining altitude as it soars into the sky. As they climb, Anastasia's eyes widen with wonder. She exclaims that it's amazing and incredibly fast, marveling that they are truly flying. She turns to Alan, telling him his invention is awesome. She looks down at the receding landscape, pointing out the royal capital and the castle, remarking on how small they appear from such a height. Alan informs her that it's a 4-hour flight to the elven village and that they should arrive by sunset. He apologizes for the cramped conditions, asking her to bear with him. Despite her excitement, the close proximity causes a faint blush to cross her face as she quietly acknowledges to herself how cramped it is. Her gaze softens as she looks at the boy piloting them so skillfully. She calls his name, telling him he is truly amazing as the glider soars over a vast mountain range. Meanwhile, in the elven village, a group of elves, including the queen, spots the approaching aircraft. A guard identifies Alan and confirms that Cheryl Laura is with him and safe. However, another elf points out with alarm that there is a third person on board, a human. The glider lands smoothly, and the villagers gather around, murmuring in surprise at the sight of another human. As Anastasia dismounts, a guard thanks her. From her position on the wing, Cheryl impatiently tells Alan to let her off first, complaining that Anastasia is in her way. The other elves excitedly ask Alan about the flight. Later, the group stands before the elven queen. She addresses Alan, apologizing if her daughter caused him too much trouble. He assures her it was fun. The queen's gaze then settles on Anastasia, and she asks who this girl is. Alan confirms to Anastasia that this is indeed the queen of the elves. He turns his attention back to the queen, a calm expression on his face as he begins his introduction. This is, he starts, a woman precious to me. His declaration leaves Anastasia momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. The elven queen observes this, covering her mouth with a hand as a hint of amusement crosses her face. She softly repeats the word precious, her expression then shifting to one of calm assessment. As the queen considers them, the male elf guard beside her casually remarks that this must be Alan's companion. The queen, however, simply responds with a non-committal, "Is that so?" Sensing the need for decorum, Anastasia steps forward with a hand over her heart. She formally introduces herself as Anastasia, daughter of Duke Ramslet, and expresses that it is an honor to meet Her Majesty. Alan quickly adds that she is a lady from a good family. The queen's gaze remains fixed on the young woman. She asks Anastasia directly if she is aware of the reason why the elven village is isolated and closed off from humans. Looking tense, Anastasia quietly affirms that she is. She presses the point, her eyes narrowing slightly. Knowing this, she asks, why did Anastasia intend to come to their village with Alan? Before Anastasia can formulate a response, Alan interjects, attempting to explain to the queen that they had encountered some trouble that forced them to leave the town. The queen, however, raises a hand to silence him. She addresses both Alan and her guard, requesting they wait outside for a moment. She wishes to speak with Anastasia alone. A bead of sweat forms on Anastasia's cheek as she looks down. He reluctantly complies, stepping out onto a veranda under the light of a full moon. He wonders what the two of them could be discussing, feeling a weight of responsibility for having brought her here. A sudden, unspoken possibility crosses his mind, and he immediately dismisses it with a firm internal no. He recalled a moment, the wind whipping past as he and Anastasia flew together, her arms wrapped securely around him. That memory surfaced as he stood alone under the moonlight, his thoughts consumed by Anna. He had come here to help his mother and the people of his town, a purpose he had sworn to uphold without fail. Yet, another, more intimate memory of Anastasia flashed through his mind, a stark contrast to his solemn vow. His reverie was shattered by a tiny, indignant voice. The spirit of light, Lochan, appeared before him, puffing her cheeks and once again calling him a pervert. She insisted he stop, declaring that she knew what he was like before. Hearing the accusation, the elven child Lula stepped forward, asking Lochan if this pervert had done something to her. Alan, startled by her sudden appearance, protested that her comment was rude. But Lula's expression was not one of concern, but of eager curiosity. With a blush, she mused that she'd heard Alan had brought his wife with him, and she was curious about this lovely girl, whom she considered a comrade. The spirit of light zipped in front of Alan's face, telling him not to be shy because she knew him. He tried to correct Lula, stating that Anna was not a little girl and not his comrade. Before he could finish, Lula rushed forward and embraced him, exclaiming for him to hug her. Surprised, Alan noted her weight as she happily declared that he was her comrade. Nearby, Lochan thought to herself that if Alan was a spirit of light, the world was surely doomed. Meanwhile, inside the private chamber, the Elven Queen's interrogation continued. She addressed Anastasia directly, asking if she understood the reason why the elves hide from humans. Anastasia calmly affirmed that she did. The Queen pressed the point, her tone serious. She asked what Anastasia believed would happen if humans were to discover that Alan had connections with the Elven village. Anastasia met her gaze, her expression somber as she gave her answer. She confirmed that she knew the consequences, stating that some humans capture elves for their beauty and treat them as slaves. She listened as the Elven Queen explained the dire risk. If despicable people learned of Alan's connection to the village, they would try to find it, even if it meant harming him. The warning continued, with the Queen noting that this danger could extend to Anastasia and her family. This was exactly the outcome she had feared. As Anastasia began to sweat, the Queen revealed she knew from Sherry that Anastasia could have simply helped them escape and return to town, but had chosen not to. Her interrogation culminated in a single, knowing question. Why? Knowing everything, why had Anastasia still come? The question stunned Anastasia into silence. Her mind filled with images of Alan as she realized she could not speak the truth. Her feelings for him were forbidden. Kneeling before the Elven Queen, Anastasia's thoughts are consumed by one person, Alan. The memory of his smile brings a fresh wave of turmoil to her face. The Elven Queen addresses her, acknowledging the social chasm that separates them. Alan, a commoner, and Anastasia, a noble. She points out that this is a constraint of the human world, and then offers a solution for Anastasia to live in the Elven village with him. She continues, explaining that the elves also wish for their benefactor, Alan, to live happily. If Anastasia's love cannot flourish in her own world, the Queen suggests perhaps it would be better to cast aside her old life entirely. But Anastasia firmly rejects this. As a noble who has been sustained by her people, she insists that she cannot abandon her duty to them. Hearing this conviction, the Queen offers a different path. She asks why Anastasia doesn't choose a way to achieve both happiness and duty. She could live for her people, the Queen proposes alongside Alan. The idea strikes Anastasia as the ideal solution, but doubt immediately follows. Even if such a thing were permitted, she wonders if Alan would even want that. The Queen watches her, a gentle smile on her face, and observes that Anastasia seems rather self-sacrificing. She then offers some gentle counsel, suggesting that perhaps Anastasia should relax and be more honest with herself. The words leave Anastasia to quietly ponder. A short while later, as she steps out onto a veranda, a familiar voice calls to her. It's Alan, with Lula on his shoulders and Lou floating nearby. He asks if she has finished her conversation with the Queen, startling her. He notices her strange reaction and asks what's the matter. Flustered, Anastasia averts her gaze and dismisses it as nothing, muttering that she thought he had already gone to his room. She kneels formally as Alan introduces her to the Elven Queen's youngest daughter, Miral Laura, and the Spirit of Light, Lo. Anastasia offers a polite greeting, honored to meet them. But Alan quickly realizes she cannot see the spirit floating beside him. He tries to cover for this, casually mentioning that the spirit is floating around. Unable to perceive Lo, Anastasia can only express her confusion at what she considers a rather rough introduction. Despite her inability to see her, Anastasia formally introduces herself as Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, expressing her pleasure at meeting the Spirit of Light. As she speaks, Lo and other small spirits flutter around her, creating an eerie presence that Alan feels he must put a stop to. His eyes widen in realization. He turns to her and asks if she is, by any chance, the daughter of Duke Gerhard and Elizabeth. Before Anastasia can answer, the Spirit of Light chimes in, confirming that she knows Anastasia because she taught magic to her mother when she was just a little girl. Lo fondly recalls that Elizabeth was an angel back then, before calling Alan a pervert. Anastasia, unable to hear the spirit's voice, is startled by the sudden silence. The moment is broken when the young elf, Miral Laura, reaches her arms out, making it clear she wants Alan to hug her. A flustered Anastasia turns to him, asking what is happening. He corrects the child's assumption, telling Anastasia that Miral wants her to hold her. Before she can fully process the request, Alan places the young princess into her arms. Miral seems to have quickly grown attached to Anastasia, who holds her awkwardly. Lo observes that Anastasia must not be a bad person and that it's a beautiful sight, save for her tense expression. The spirit then begins to tease them, musing about the forbidden love between a commoner and a noble, prompting a sharp rebuke from Alan. He remains silent as Lo continues her teasing, pointing out that since they are in the hidden village of elves, no one from the human world will ever find out what they do there. Anastasia continues to hold the child, her arm growing tired. The spirit giggles to herself, remarking that surprisingly, Alan also seems to enjoy playing with fire, a clear jab at his supposed perversions. Lying awake in the elven village, Alan tosses in bed, a single thought echoing in his mind. No matter what happens, he is stuck here. While he frets, Anastasia sits alone on a veranda under the full moon, contemplating her own burdens and wondering if it's time to be honest with herself. Unaware of her introspection, Alan mutters in his room, still annoyed by the spirit of light's teasing, calling her a pervert. The next day, the village is alive with the energy of festival. Elves in traditional attire mill about, and one, wearing a crown of flowers, cheerfully beckons others to join the celebration. An elven man greets Alan, asking if he's attending the festival with Anastasia. At that moment, another elf places a similar flower crown on Anastasia's head, remarking on her beauty as she looks on in surprise. Alan can only stare, flustered. He turns to the guard, still confused, and asks again what the festival entails. The guard patiently repeats the custom. The man protects the woman as they run away. Before Alan can process this, an elven woman ushers them toward the building, telling them they both need to change clothes. The explanation leaves Alan utterly bewildered. The man runs away with the woman he loves? Protect her from what? The elves explain that if he protects her tiara until the end, they will be blessed by the spirits. They wish him luck, leaving him to grapple with the romantic implications. Moments later, Anastasia emerges, dressed in a traditional elven kimono, the flower crown still in her hair. She tells Alan she heard the details of the festival, remarking that the elves are either very tough or very easygoing. She clarifies that it involves a pair doing something together and asks if he would prefer to decline. Despite his earlier confusion, Alan looks at her and makes a decision. Since they're already there, he suggests they should join in. Anastasia, blushing slightly, seems to agree. Having agreed, they walk through the bustling festival grounds. Alan mentions his interest in elven culture as a reason for participating. The elven guard thanks him and leads them to a designated waiting area. In the waiting area, they're surrounded by elven couples openly embracing and kissing. The public displays of affection are overwhelming. Anastasia leans toward Alan, suggesting they might be better off refraining from the event after all. He quickly agrees, both of them looking thoroughly flustered. He found himself in the middle of a lively festival, with elves playing flutes and drums. The male elf guard who had been guiding them urged Alan and everyone else to join the circle for a dance. Confused, Anastasia, now wearing a flower tiara, asked what was going on. Alan admitted he didn't know, but decided it was best to follow them for now. As they moved, the guard explained their task. For now, they just needed to run away and ensure the tiara didn't get dirty. Alan questioned what would happen if they refused, but the guard simply smiled. With a sigh of resignation, Alan agreed to participate. The guard wished them good luck, and in an instant, he and the other elves were enveloped in a magical aura. Alan and Anastasia watched in shock, realizing their pursuers were using acceleration magic. With their speed enhanced, the elves began their pursuit, armed with what appeared to be soft, throwable fruits. The objective was now clear. They had to run and protect the tiara. Alan grabbed Anastasia's hand, urging her to flee. He was immediately struck in the face by one of the projectiles. As Anastasia cried out his name in concern, he wiped the pulp from his cheek, assuring her that it was soft and didn't hurt. His priority remained her tiara. As they continued to run, Anastasia cried out that her legs were failing her. With their pursuers closing in, Alan grimaced, apologized for what he was about to do, and then unleashed a thick smoke screen to cover their escape. Within the cloud of smoke, he swept the surprised Anastasia into his arms, declaring that they needed to keep moving. He carried her away from the chaos, finally finding a quiet corner to catch his breath. Flustered by the sudden intimacy, she asked him to please put her down. He immediately apologized for his forwardness. Once on her feet, Anastasia checked her flower crown, relieved to find it safe. She then turned to Alan and quietly asked if she had been heavy. He earnestly replied that it was fine and he could carry her for hours. Her initial surprise gave way to laughter as she questioned if he truly intended to do so. She asked Alan if she was heavy, a blush on her cheeks. Her question is nearly drowned out by the fawning of nearby fairy spirits, who swarm around her, calling her a wonderful angel and showering her with affection. Alan, sweating from the exertion, realizes with a jolt that not only have the spirits found them, but so have their elven pursuers. He grabs her hand, urging her to run as one of the guards points them out. He pulls her along, and without breaking stride, unleashes a blast of wind magic behind them to slow the chase. The spheres of air hurtle towards the elves, but Alan knows it's not enough. He grits his teeth, realizing they are outnumbered and must find another place to hide. Their pursuers are undeterred. The lead guard smirks, remarking on the impressive display of power. He acknowledges Alan's skill, but vows that he won't let them win so easily. A volley of mud splatters across them, and Alan pulls Anastasia tighter against him, his face a mask of grim determination. She looks up at him, her voice a worried whisper as she says his name. Surrounded by elven observers, Alan holds Anastasia close. The male elf guard approaches them with a sinister smile, holding a small, dark orb. He remarks what a shame it is, declaring it's time to finish things. Anastasia, her face pressed against Alan's chest, calls out his name in fear. As the guard lunges, Alan reacts instantly, shoving Anastasia behind him. He shouts an apology to her, positioning himself as a shield against the imminent attack. His resolve hardening, Alan realizes he must protect her until time runs out. He channels his power, commanding his mana to take the form of ice. With a shout, he unleashes an ice spear, which flies true and impales the attacking elf through the chest. Anastasia grabs his arm, her eyes wide with shock and concern. She demands to know what he meant by holding out, crying that there's no point if he gets hurt in the process. Alan looks back at her, his own face a mask of distress. Suddenly, the clear ring of a bell echoes through the area. The elven queen appears before them, a calm smile on her face. She announces that the bell signals the end, congratulating both Alan and Anastasia on a job well done. Alan, splattered with blood, turns to speak to Anastasia, but he is cut short by the queen's presence. At that moment, the elven princess, Sherry, rushes forward, telling her mother to stop. The queen calmly replies that it's over. Sherry apologizes, explaining that she thought there was a chance and decided to take it, much to the surprise of the other elves. She then turns to the two humans, congratulating Alan and the little girl on their great work. Flustered, Alan can only manage a quiet word of thanks. Later, the group stands assembled in a courtyard. The tension has dissipated, replaced by a formal but peaceful atmosphere as they face the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen explains that their perception of time is different, as expected of a long-lived species. The male elf guard, now perfectly fine, jokes that they will do their best again 10 years later, revealing the entire ordeal was a test. The queen then calls for the two pairs who protected the tiara to come forward, instructing Alan and the others to proceed. She watches as the surrounding elves, spurred on by a festival drum, begin to chant, urging Alan and Anastasia closer. Caught completely off guard, the pair stare in flustered shock as the crowd demands they kiss. The Elven Queen herself encourages them, shouting for them to hurry up and do it. He looks at Anastasia, stammering her name in disbelief. She, blushing and unable to meet his gaze, insists that it can't be helped and they should just pretend to go along with it. Alan confirms that she doesn't really have to, but Anastasia reaffirms that they are only pretending, and he reluctantly agrees. With their hesitant agreement made, he pulls her into an embrace before the watchful eyes of the entire elven crowd. As he leans in, Anastasia's face flushes a deep crimson, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and anticipation. His own expression is one of nervous resolve. Just as their faces draw near, a strange energy seems to ripple through the air. The world around them shifts, revealing a vision of a luminous, unclothed elven woman. A voice identifies this being as Anastasia, the daughter of Elizabeth and Gerhard. Alan and the real Anastasia can only stare, stunned into silence by the apparition. Stammering, Anastasia points at the spirit, questioning its connection to someone named Loringas. The being calmly introduces herself as Lo, the spirit of light, and clarifies that she is related to the selfless great sage Loringas. Her serene gaze settles on Anastasia. Lo announces that she has witnessed the girl's determination and love, and for that, she will bestow upon her a holy blessing. A gentle light flows from the spirit, touching the flowers in Anastasia's hair. Lo promises that as long as Anastasia does not lose that love, she and the spirit of Loringas will always protect her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Anastasia tearfully gives her thanks. Nearby, the Elven Queen smiles and tells Anastasia that she is counting on her regarding Alan. The surrounding elves erupt in astonishment, shouting that a human has received the blessing of the spirit of light as they offer their congratulations. With the festival set to continue late into the night, it was suggested that they both take the opportunity to wash up beforehand. Following the advice, Alan found himself soaking in a tranquil, stone-lined hot spring, letting out a sigh of relief as the warm water soothed him. He relaxed, recalling that he had forgotten about the hot spring here. His thoughts drifted to the festival itself. He had learned it wasn't for weddings, as elves don't have that concept. Instead, it was a ceremony for choosing a partner to have children with. He mused that if Anastasia had known that beforehand, she likely wouldn't have participated. His contemplation was shattered when Anastasia entered the same spring. He stared in shock, crying out her name as he realized it was a mixed bath. Flustered, he immediately apologized and tried to leave. He began to stammer her name, but she told him to wait, assuring him it was fine. With a stern blush, she commanded him not to look her way, and he quickly agreed. An awkward silence fell between them as they sat apart in the steaming water, both looking away. She broke the silence, remarking that the elves hadn't explained the bathing situation very well. Alan could only manage a flustered agreement. Looking up towards the night sky, she admitted that she liked this village. She agreed, observing how happy the elves and spirits were. Anastasia's thoughts turned to their society, where everyone was equal. There were no royals or nobles squeezing taxes from the people to fund unnecessary luxuries. She wondered why humans couldn't achieve the same, questioning the very purpose of a king or a noble. Alan addressed her formally, but she turned to him, her cheeks flushed, and insisted he call her simply Anna. Her face flushed. She asks if her noble status from the human world truly matters here in the elven village. She presses the point, asking if she can simply be Anastasia here. Alan begins to agree, addressing her as Anna, but she cuts him off. If she is just Anastasia, then he is just Alan. She looks him in the eye and asks if he will agree to be just Alan, not the commoner. In the quiet of the steamy spring, they close the distance between them, sharing a deep and passionate kiss. From a nearby rooftop, under the starry night sky, the spirit of light, Lou, watches the scene unfold with a gentle, knowing smile. Later, as they lie together, Anastasia calls his name. She recalls a memory from her childhood, seeing a strange bird flying. She asks if that was him, realizing with dawning certainty that they had met long before this. He quietly confirms her suspicion. The next morning, Alan sleeps soundly in his bed, bathed in the soft light of dawn. Lying beside him, Anastasia is already awake, her gaze fixed upon his sleeping face. His eyes flutter open, and he is startled to find her there. She greets him, playfully calling him a sleepyhead, though she admits she just woke up as well. He manages a flustered good morning. As Anastasia begins to get out of bed, Alan averts his gaze, flustered by the memory of the previous night. She tells him it's his fault and that they need to prepare to go home. She stumbles slightly, causing him to cry out her formal name in alarm. She turns back, gently reminding him that he is to call her Anna. He corrects himself, and she then informs him that before they return to the royal capital, there's a place she wants to show him. She led him to a serene lake on the village outskirts, remarking on its presence. Alan simply agreed, his gaze following hers across the water where countless small lights danced on the surface. She pointed them out with excitement, exclaiming at the sheer number of spirits. Sensing there was more on her mind, he gently asked what was wrong. He began to stammer an apology about the previous day, but she quickly cut him off, her face flushing as she insisted he stop. Confused by her reaction, he asked what she meant. His expression hardened with resolve. He declared that while he didn't know when it would happen, he would one day make certain that her father, the Duke, would acknowledge him. He continued his vow, promising to achieve something noteworthy so he could comfort her, and that he would always protect her. Anastasia listened, her gaze softening at his words. He explained that because of this, even if it wasn't in the proper order, he had to act. He then presented a simple ring, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Standing before her by the shimmering lake, he held the ring out and formally asked for her hand in marriage. Tears of joy welled in her eyes, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she accepted his proposal without hesitation. They embraced on the shore, the spirits of the lake swirling around them in celebration. The ring now rested on her finger, a symbol of their shared promise. Later that same day, as they prepared to depart, Anastasia offered her sincere thanks to the Elven Queen. The Queen smiled knowingly, advising her to always be honest with herself. She acknowledges that it's a shame to leave, but they must return to the royal capital. Their respective statuses demanded. Their return to the capital leads them directly to an audience with Duke Gerhard Ramslet. His fist is clenched in silent anger as he addresses the boy directly, demanding to know if Alan understands why he was called. With a tense expression, Alan confirms that he does. As winged, bat-like creatures descend upon them, Alan shouts a warning to Anastasia. She responds instantly, unleashing a blast of magic that vaporizes one of the monsters. With the immediate threat neutralized, she calmly informs Alan that it's done. Standing over the fallen creatures, he praises her work and suggests they take a short break. Anastasia, however, states that she isn't tired. He insists, reminding her that they are about to face the boss and that it will be better to rest. He offers her some water, which she quietly accepts with a word of thanks. She takes a drink from the water skin, a faint blush on her cheeks as she lets out a sigh. As she does, the simple ring on her left ring finger is clearly visible while Alan watches her. The scene shifts to 4 days prior. Alan sits opposite Duke Gerhard Ramslet, who fixes him with an intense, angry stare. The Duke demands to know what the ring is and why his daughter is wearing it on her left ring finger. Alan calmly admits that he gave the ring to Anastasia. The Duke erupts in fury, shouting that Alan is a fool. He reminds the boy of the favor he did by protecting him from the royal family after the duel, warning him to stay away from his daughter. Alan, however, had anticipated this reaction and considers his debt to the Duke now settled. He slams his fist on the table, roaring for Alan to shut up. He questions if Alan would have preferred Anastasia to suffer a humiliating defeat, tarnishing the family's honor. He declares it utterly unacceptable for the daughter of Duke Ramslet, a noble, to wear a ring given by a commoner. Cutting through the Duke's rage, Alan states plainly that the ring is not an ordinary one. The Duke pauses, taken aback by the boy's assertion. The item is revealed to be a substitution ring. It is a magical artifact with a single, powerful purpose. If the wearer is about to be killed, the ring will take their place, saving their life. Back in the present, Anastasia gazes at the ring on her finger, now understanding its true nature. She murmurs about what an incredible gift it is, recognizing it as a legendary magic tool coveted by royals and nobles fearing assassination. An item so valuable, it could earn a title if presented to the king. Alan simply smiles and agrees. Inside the dungeon, Anastasia gazes at the ring on her finger, wondering if she should remove it for safekeeping. Alan gently reminds her that doing so would defeat its purpose. Understanding, she accepts his reasoning. The memory shifts to a past conversation with Duke Ramslet. The Duke questions Alan, asking if he truly obtained his offering from the treacherous Wind Mountain dungeon, a feat never officially reported. Alan confirms he did, presenting the proof he knew the Duke would require: the magic stone, wing feathers, and tail feathers of a blizzard phoenix. The Duke's skepticism shatters, replaced by stunned silence. His composure regained, the Duke sternly asks Alan what he wants in return. Alan, dressed in a formal uniform, calmly states his ambition: to earn enough military honors to be granted a noble title. He looks the Duke directly in the eye, declaring his ultimate goal is to earn the right to stand beside Anastasia and protect her for the rest of his life. The Duke's face contorts with frustration. After a tense moment, he grits his teeth and gives his ultimatum: 3 years. He turns to leave, warning Alan to prepare himself for a battlefield so brutal he will wish for death. Furthermore, he forbids any progression in Alan's relationship with his daughter. Alan simply accepts the terms. The flashback ends as a monster is obliterated in the present. Returning to the present, Alan holds a modern firearm, confirming the kill with a simple good. He turns to Anastasia, who sheathes her sword, remarking on the incredible power of his magic. She admits she has no talent for the sword, and that this is the only way she can contribute, but she promises to protect him when a blade is needed. He thanks her. When she asks if he dislikes being protected by a woman, he quickly dismisses the idea. He reveals that a primary reason for coming to this dungeon was for her to level up, explaining that as a member of an influential duchy in an unstable country, she cannot afford to be weak. He elaborates that he wants her to have the power to protect herself, anticipating that her personality might lead her to the front lines. Standing before the boss room door, he confirms she is ready and lays out the plan. She will use her Blizzard Phoenix shield for defense while he uses magic to ground their foe by targeting its wings. He explains his second reason for being there, so Anastasia can witness his first battle. He declares he will defeat the beast on his own. Anastasia, her expression firm, wishes him luck, promising to watch closely this time. With their purpose set, they step into the vast chamber. High above them, silhouetted against the cavern's light, the Blizzard Phoenix awaits. The creature dives, its dark form a blur of motion. As Anastasia gasps in surprise, Alan calmly instructs her to hold her shield, assuring her the fight will be brief. He raises a firearm and fires a single, precise shot. The projectile finds its mark, striking the diving phoenix squarely in the head with explosive force. Its momentum extinguished, the massive bird tumbles from the air, crashing to the cavern floor just behind Anastasia. Alan calmly announces that it's over. Still in disbelief, Anastasia asks if the fight is truly finished. He confirms, explaining that his shot hit a vital point. They approach the fallen creature, its sheer size even more impressive up close. He states their next task: to collect the tail and wing feathers, along with the magic stone. He presents the large, ornate magic stone to Anastasia, telling her to take it. He offers her the meat as well, adding that he has no use for the bones and usually discards them. Her expression shifts to one of understanding as she holds the stone. He explains that the spoils are hers, reasoning that they accomplished the task together. Gazing at the massive magic stone, she finally understands. The third reason for their journey, an intention she now believes was shared by the Duke, was to make her the official conqueror of the labyrinth. She stood near the treasure chest, as Alan suggested they take a short break before returning to the entrance for a second round. By accompanying him, she was securing her family's honor, as they could now claim to have sponsored the first adventurer to explore this dungeon. Her attention shifted to the chest, as she asked if it was full. Alan confirmed that its contents had already been collected. They sat down to rest on the stone steps. After a moment, she asked what had been inside. Alan paused, telling her to wait a minute. He then reached into a simple-looking pouch and, to her utter astonishment, pulled out a magnificent, long sword. He held the weapon aloft, explaining that it was the treasure of this dungeon. Anastasia, unfamiliar with such things, noted that it came from a magic bag. She took the blade from him, her expression one of pure shock. Alan identified it as the Sky Knight's sword, a legendary weapon. The word legendary echoed in her mind. He then calmly told her he was giving it to her. Stunned, she questioned his seriousness, pointing out that it was a national treasure. Alan simply stated it was a present for her next birthday, an apology for being unable to celebrate with her the previous year. He added that it was his first birthday gift for the person who had accepted his proposal, and he wanted to give her the very best. Flustered and blushing, Anastasia managed a quiet thank you as he promised another gift for her next birthday. Her flustered demeanor shifted to one of quiet intensity. She looked around the chamber and asked for confirmation that they were truly alone, with no monsters nearby, now that the boss was defeated. Alan affirmed they were. Hearing this, she murmured that it was just the two of them. Then, with sudden determination, she leaned forward, closing the distance between them and startling the boy. She breathlessly asks if anyone is there. Alan, startled by her proximity, can only stammer as she confirms that they are completely alone. The intense moment passes. A flustered Alan suggests they explore the area a bit more before heading back, and Anastasia quietly agrees. Following their expedition, during which they completed multiple laps of the Wind Mountain dungeon to finish Anastasia's level-up training, Alan reported their progress to the Duke. He also presented the spoils of their battles to the ducal family, with a composed Anastasia standing beside him. Duke Ramslet accepts the items, confirming the family will handle the official quest registration. He then leans in, issuing a stern warning to Alan not to lay a finger on his daughter. Alan agrees, though he feels a pang of guilt, knowing that line has already been crossed. With only 2 days of summer vacation left, he and Anastasia take to the skies in a small aircraft, heading towards the Valley of the Flying Dragons. His goal is to confirm that his friends, Melissa and Jerome, are safe, and to finally introduce them to Anastasia. Aboard the plane, Anastasia holds onto him tightly. Noticing her tense grip, he asks what's wrong as she nervously adjusts her flight goggles. She asks if they're truly heading to the Valley of the Flying Dragons. He asks about her strange tone, acknowledging that the valley is known as a terrifying place roamed by wyverns. He questions if she's worried about safety, assuring her it's fine because he knows someone there. She presses him about her tone. He explains that her way of speaking is different from other noble ladies. Worried, she asks if it sounds arrogant or unpleasant. He clarifies that it's not exactly that, but it is noticeably different. She leans in close, her voice adopting a formal, almost deferential tone as she asks if he, like other men, prefers women who speak politely. Her sudden movement causes the small aircraft to lurch violently to the side. Startled, she apologizes and demands to know why he's swerving. He clarifies that it's not about her tone. He simply wants to have a relaxed relationship with her. He assures her that whether she speaks formally or in her usual manner, he's fine with whichever is easier for her. She seems to process his words, asking if he disliked her formal speech. He admits he was just a little surprised. With a smile, Anastasia decides she'll save that particular tone for when it truly matters. Her thoughts drift back to her past. She explains that she lived in the palace as an apprentice and eventually began training as a knight alongside the prince. It was an unusual path, she muses, but it greatly improved her swordsmanship. She continues her story, recalling how she began acting on behalf of the lazy prince, issuing commands to knights and maids alike. Over time, she grew accustomed to speaking to subordinates with authority. Now, she realizes there's no longer a need for it, and perhaps she can finally revert to a more natural way of speaking. Alan interrupts her reverie, musing that things will change little by little if she marries him and becomes a mother. Flustered by the sudden talk of marriage, Anastasia is cut short as a massive, dark-winged wyvern appears directly in their flight path, its form eclipsing the sky. While flying their plane, Alan and Anastasia are suddenly flanked by a white wyvern. Anastasia cries out Alan's name in alarm, but he calmly reassures her that everything is fine. He tries to get the creature's attention, calling out his own name and asking if it doesn't recognize him, noting that it must have just arrived in the valley. Panicked, Anastasia grabs him and yells for them to leave immediately. As they attempt to flee, a massive, dark-scaled wyvern descends from the sky, cutting off their escape route. Both Alan and Anastasia look up in shock at the imposing figure. The great creature hovers beside them, addressing Alan by name and asking if he is all right. Relief washes over Alan and Anastasia as they recognize the sky dragon, Jerome. Now safely on the ground, Alan thanks Jerome for saving them. The sky dragon bashfully accepts his gratitude. Alan then introduces him to Anastasia, explaining that after a series of events, he befriended the wyvern, who has since become a sky dragon. Jerome greets Alan, noting it has been a while. He then leans in close to Anastasia, pointedly asking who she is. The white wyvern, Melissa, reappears beside them as Alan, flustered, realizes another of his friends has arrived. He continues the conversation, asking Alan what has happened and whether he requires their help, as they had promised before, stating that he is there to check on things. The group settles down, and Jerome asks if any humans have attacked the wyverns since their last meeting. As he asks, Alan's expression suggests he is beginning to remember something relevant. Jerome explains what he's learned from the other wyverns in the valley. A strange woman with pink hair and her entourage came and attacked them while spouting some gibberish. He clarifies that the attackers were weak and quickly dispatched, so no help is needed right now. Then, his tone shifts as he makes a request of Alan. Should Anastasia ever face danger in the future, he wants Alan to lend her his strength. The Sky Dragon processed the request, turning to Anastasia and asking if she was indeed Alan's chosen mate. With a confident smile, Alan confirmed it, adding that while her parents had not yet approved, he was determined to make them recognize him. Melissa remarked that this parental disapproval was a problem. Jerome, however, offered a much more direct solution. He bluntly suggested that if Anastasia's parents refused to acknowledge Alan, he should simply kill them, leaving the boy stunned and speechless. His violent suggestion was met with a swift rebuke from Anastasia, who struck him and called him an idiot. The dragon immediately apologized profusely. Alan, still flustered, told Jerome he needed to fix his extreme way of thinking, but Anastasia tried to calm the situation, dismissing it as an over-the-top dragon joke. As the tension eased, Melissa approached Anastasia with a request. In order to help her in the future, she asked to be allowed to remember the princess's sin. The request was acted upon immediately, as both dragons leaned in to sniff Anastasia, who flushed with embarrassment. Alan reassured her it was fine. Melissa confirmed her promise, stating that since it was Alan's request, she would help protect the person important to him. To show his gratitude, Alan offered them a gift. He produced a large slab of orc meat from a magic bag, much to Anastasia's amazement. Both Melissa and Jerome expressed their eagerness to eat, prompting Anastasia to remark that she never gets bored when she is with Alan. After sharing the meat with the dragons, their time together came to an end. Alan and Anastasia departed from the Valley of the Dragons. They took to the skies, flying away from the valley on their small, personal aircraft. Their journey concluded as the long but short summer vacation finally ended. It was time to return to the Royal High School. Back in the classroom, Alan and Anastasia stood before their peers to present their independent research project. The topic was adventurers in the country. Anastasia elaborated on their thesis, stating that they must advocate for a new relationship to overcome the conflict of interest between the two groups. As they worked on their project, Alan considered the core of the conflict between the country and its adventurers. The nobles and the state desired the wealth from the labyrinths for their treasury, yet they were unwilling to risk their own knights or accept responsibility for the adventurers they would otherwise need to hire. In essence, he concluded, it was a raw battle over profits. This led him to a cynical realization. The nobility was scheming, searching for any pretext to claim a share of the earnings that adventurers risked their very lives to obtain. As he shared this blunt assessment with his group, Anastasia threw down her pen in frustration, declaring that she couldn't possibly write that in their report. Alan, seeing her point, suggested they find a less offensive, more diplomatic way to phrase it. Isabella, ever practical, agreed and offered a positive example to counter the point. She mentioned her hometown of Altmund, noting that the knights and adventurers there enjoyed a good relationship. She explained that they often hunt orcs together, a cooperation that results in a stable supply of meat for the town. Anastasia seized on the idea, suggesting they include it in their report, while Isabella playfully pointed out that the mere mention of food had caused Amy to start drooling. After settling on that point, Isabella proposed they next consider the Adventurers Guild's perspective. Her focus quickly shifted, however, as she turned to Anastasia with a curious expression, asking about something else that had caught her eye. The question hung in the air, and soon the entire group was focused on the ring on Anastasia's finger. They all wondered if it was a gift from Alan. The revelation that she had been wearing both the ring and the hair ornament ever since their visit to the elven village made Alan blush, especially with the gift giver sitting right in front of her. Isabella continued her good-natured teasing, much to Anastasia's embarrassment. Despite the rumors that had circulated through the school, Anastasia had never publicly revealed the identity of the person who had given her the precious fairy hair ornament. The controversial nature of the gift, however, was about to become a public matter. As Alan and Anastasia walked through a school archway later, a sharp voice called out from behind them, demanding they stop. They turned to find themselves facing the Baroness von Breezes and her companions. The Baroness's eyes were fixed on Anastasia's hair, a look of fury on her face. That hair ornament, she seethed. It's mine. Give it back. Anastasia stood her ground, her expression hardening as she coolly replied that it was not the Baroness's property, but a gift from a certain noble person. As she spoke, the name Amy surfaced in her thoughts. She stands her ground as the Baroness demands the hair ornament, shouting that she was supposed to receive it. Anastasia calmly refuses, stating she cannot give it to her, no matter who wants it. Nearby, the prince sides with the Baroness, ordering Anastasia to give the hair ornament to its rightful owner, Amy. Alan watches with disdain, realizing the prince is simply taking Amy's word for it, and has become useless. He silently questions if there is any hope left for the royal heir. His declaration is met with an attempt at reason from Leonardo, who reminds the prince of the ornament's importance to Anastasia. But the prince, ignoring him, silences Alan with an insult and lunges forward, reaching to snatch the accessory from Anastasia's hair. Alan cries out her name in warning. Before his hand can make contact, an invisible force repels him, sending him flying backward through the air. The other students can only stare in stunned silence at the sudden, violent turn of events. The force of the repulsion knocks Anastasia to the floor. As Alan checks if she is all right, the other students cry out in alarm. A chilling, disembodied voice suddenly fills the hall, vowing to punish those who would take the proof from the one recognized by the spirits. The voice intensifies, repeatedly asking who would dare harm the spirit's beloved child. A palpable dread washes over the onlookers, and the Baroness von Breezes freezes, her face a mask of pure terror as the unseen presence looms over her. She turns on Anastasia, her fear twisting into accusation. She claims Anastasia has ruined everything, lamenting that she was supposed to become a saint and that now the country is done for. Stepping between them, Alan looks directly at the Baroness and declares with conviction that regardless of what Amy might claim, the hair ornament belongs to Anastasia. He continues, urging the Baroness to wake up to reality and see the people living right in front of her. He points out the prince, Oscar, Marcus, Leonardo, and Anastasia, emphasizing that they are all real people, not just pieces in a story. He reminds her that Amy is a living person too, just like the countless others residing in the royal capital. Anastasia, taken aback by his words, can only utter his name in surprise. He meets her gaze, explaining that they are not characters simply following a pre-written scenario. He concludes with a profound declaration. In this world, there is no such thing as a heroine. There is nothing. As he and Amy walked away down the corridor, the prince was left to confront his miscalculation. He recalled his thoughts from just moments before, when he was certain his actions would stop Amy's interference and make the others regret their behavior. But that hope was now revealed to be a foolish one. In the present, watching her leave, he could only call out her name in disbelief. While walking through the school grounds, Alan asks Anastasia if she would like to have lunch. She seems distracted, prompting him to ask what is wrong. She dismisses his concern, but internally, she reflects on her recent habit of always searching for a place where they can be alone, even considering another trip to the labyrinth. Their conversation is interrupted by Amy, who greets Anastasia warmly and invites them both to join her for lunch. Accepting her offer, the three sit together at an outdoor table. Amy remarks that it feels nice to eat outside for a change, as they usually eat in the dining hall. She holds up her meal, noting that she is having her usual sandwich. Amy then compliments Anastasia, assuming she must wake up early every day to prepare her own lunch. Anastasia quietly denies this, saying she couldn't possibly manage such a thing. The peaceful meal is suddenly broken by the arrival of the prince. Anastasia looks up in shock, addressing him as Your Highness. He acknowledges them eating, but dismisses it as unimportant, stating he has come only to give her something. He presents her with a sealed letter, explaining that it is from his father. He then informs her that he will wait for her response immediately before taking his leave. As Anastasia processes the prince's words, Alan watches the royal with a hard, untrusting expression. Composing herself, Anastasia gives her reply. She confirms her understanding and asks the prince to inform His Majesty that she will visit him soon. He accepts her answer, telling her that a carriage will be sent to pick her up the following day before turning to depart. Once the prince is gone, a concerned Amy asks Anastasia what is happening. Anastasia explains that she has received a summons from His Majesty and must report to him tomorrow. She adds that while the details are unclear, it seems she will be spending some time at the royal castle. She tried to downplay the situation, noting that the orders would only keep her away for about a week. Alan, however, was unconvinced, pointing out that the genuine imperial seal meant there was a serious reason for the summons, and that he would miss her. While Amy sipped her drink, the prince dramatically declared he couldn't bear to be away from Anastasia for even a single day. He smiled, promising to catch her up on any missed lessons upon her return, though a thought crossed his mind. At that time, he never could have imagined what was to come. His thoughts lingered on the realization that this would be the last lunch he would share with this group for some time. From a nearby window, another student with her hair in pigtails watched the scene unfold with a faint, knowing smile. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit corridor, a different young woman walked alone, her mind racing. She mused that things were proceeding well, and that she would ensure her target experienced a fate worthy of a villainess. Her internal monologue continued with a smirk, revealing her true target, Alan, another reincarnator like herself. She vowed to have her revenge on him for cheating and disrupting the scenario. Later, as Anastasia prepared to depart, she asked Alan if he was sure the others didn't want to see her off. He explained that the carriage would be arriving any moment and that they had classes to attend. With a smile, she entrusted them to his care. He watched her go, calling out a simple, "See you in a week." The school's official story was that Anastasia would be absent on the king's business. However, a seed of doubt was planted. But that week stretched on. After 10 days had passed with no word of Anastasia's return, Alan's worry grew. He sat at his desk, contemplating whether he should ask the Duke about her on his way home. His concern finally drove him to seek an audience. Duke Ramslet stood before him, his expression severe. "Did you not notice until now?" the Duke demanded. Alan could only respond with a hesitant confirmation, the gravity of the situation beginning to dawn on him. He listened as Duke Ramslet explained the gravity of the situation, confirming that he had learned the details from his butler, Seabass, the previous night and had spoken directly with His Majesty that very day. The Duke then thrust a letter towards him, urging him to read it. Alan's eyes widened in shock as he took the document. It was a royal decree, stamped with His Majesty's seal, commanding Anastasia to marry Gunther Werner, the magician commander of the enemy Est Empire. As Alan processed the order, the Duke clarified the deception. The seal on the decree was genuine, but His Majesty had no recollection of ever summoning Anastasia or issuing such a command. The immediate suspicion fell upon the crown prince. Duke Ramslet confirmed that the prince had refused to testify, claiming he had done nothing to harm the kingdom. The horrifying truth struck Alan with the force of a physical blow. The prince had sold Anastasia to an enemy nation. Rage twisted the young boy's features. His fury was met with even grimmer news. The Duke revealed that the Est Empire had now officially declared war. Their justification was a fabricated incident, a supposed attack on a peace convoy within the kingdom's borders, during which, they claimed, the bride and her entire escort were killed. The weight of the revelation crushed him. He slumped into a chair, head bowed, barely able to comprehend that this fabrication was the official reason for the impending war. Looking up with a sliver of hope, he asked if the Duke truly believed Anastasia was dead. Of course not, the Duke stated firmly. He explained that there was no evidence of any carriage being attacked, making it far more likely that the Empire had simply abducted and imprisoned her. He paused, gazing out the window as he pieced together the enemy's strategy. The Duke laid out the entire conspiracy. The Crown Prince used a forged decree to sell Anastasia, and the Empire fabricated the story of her death to create a pretext for war. With no body or carriage to hide, they would soon publicize the false incident to legitimize their invasion. Alan was struck by the Duke's composure. even in such a dire situation. The Duke then turned to him with a direct command: go to the Empire and find his daughter. He explained that Alan, as an adventurer, could act unofficially through the post-student mobilization. An attack by a soldier would be an act of war, but an adventurer's actions could be denied, preventing the enemy from justifying a massacre of civilians in retaliation. He listens intently as Duke Ramslet, his back turned, formally requests his help as a B-rank adventurer to bring his daughter back. With a determined expression, Alan replies that it goes without saying. The Duke then clarifies the terms of the arrangement. Alan will join the army as an adventurer acting on behalf of the Ramslet family. Alan immediately raises a concern, noting that being integrated into the military chain of command will prevent him from moving freely. Acknowledging the point, the Duke assures him he has an idea to address that and will have his butler, Seabass, visit tomorrow. Placing his trust in the young man, the Duke states he's counting on him. Alan accepts and takes his leave, stepping out of the grand mansion into the pouring rain. As he walks through the downpour, his thoughts turn to the Crown Prince's heinous act. The Duke's judgment is correct. Selling his former fiancée to the Est Empire, a nation known for massacring civilians, is unforgivable. In their separate locations, both Alan and the Duke share a moment of silent, seething rage. The next day at school, Isabella approaches him. She explains that she and another student were called to the royal castle that morning to testify about the letter the Crown Prince gave to Anastasia. She confirms that Anastasia is still believed to be in the castle and asks if Alan has heard anything. His other classmate adds that other students were also invited, mostly from families known to oppose the Crown Prince. With a worried look, she asks Alan directly if something has happened to Anastasia. He feigns ignorance, stating he doesn't know anything. Isabella speculates that the situation might be connected to the declaration of war. Though he says nothing, Alan internally reaffirms his unwavering belief in Anastasia. Later, leaning against a wall with a determined look, he resolves to wait a little longer. He is certain she will come back. Some time later, Alan sits with Seabass, the Ramslet butler, who delivers a report. Seabass states that on the day Anastasia left the royal castle, a gatekeeper recalled her carriage leaving town via the east gate. Alan, taking notes, asks for confirmation, which Seabass provides. The butler continues, explaining that the carriage driver fled as soon as they passed the gate. The remains of that same carriage, which came from the royal capital, were discovered a week later. Alan realizes this points to a decoy meant to disrupt any pursuit, a conclusion Seabass confirms the Duke also shares. He listened as Seabass reported the findings. According to witnesses who saw the carriage on the road, it was moving at high speed and contained only some luggage and the driver. The butler continued his assessment, noting that the young lady is strong. He concluded it would be extremely difficult for just 1 or 2 men to successfully kidnap her. He processed this, asking if it meant that Duke Ramslet also suspected she was taken away in a different carriage via another route. Seabass confirmed that his lord held the same suspicion. His concern growing, Alan asked if Anastasia was safe. Seabass replied firmly that he believed she was. He offered a slight smile, thanking the butler and asking him to simply call him Seabass. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's situation grew more complicated. Based on student testimonies, it was confirmed he had sent Anastasia to the royal castle, but the extent to which the forged royal decree could be investigated was limited, as it implicated the king himself. The prince recalled the Duke's reaction. It was more than a protest. Duke Ramslet had demanded the Crown Prince's abdication and threatened to withdraw all cooperation with the royal family, even leaving the capital, until Anastasia was returned. He was then approached by a female student with pigtails who asked if he was alone. She then began to taunt him, mentioning how his precious Anastasia had supposedly married into the Empire, only for her carriage to be attacked by bandits. She feigned a look of pity. His eyes narrowed as he accused her of setting the whole thing up. She feigned ignorance, calling Anastasia a villainess who was abandoned by her fiancé, attacked, and sold off, dismissing it all as fake. She continued, laying out the entire scenario with a smug smile. Anastasia would eventually return to get revenge, at which point they would defeat her, resulting in a happy ending. She then asked the prince if he understood this as well. She continues to smile, acknowledging that the prince has been trying his best, but notes he has interfered with her plans too many times. With a triumphant expression, she declares that he has lost and dismisses him as an irrelevant character who should simply leave. As she turns to depart, she remarks on how pleasant the howl of a loser is, prompting the prince to grit his teeth and call her scum. Her words are followed by a burst of triumphant, almost unhinged laughter as she walks away, leaving him stunned. Alone with his thoughts, the prince reflects on his own actions. He had meticulously collected all the key items and triggered events ahead of schedule. He had even deliberately crushed Amy's chances of becoming a saintess. In doing so, he had convinced himself that everything was going well, willfully ignoring the precariousness of the situation he had created. He realizes his overconfidence stemmed from his success in altering destiny and, most importantly, from winning Anastasia's love. The truth crashes down on him. This is all his fault. A new resolve hardens within him. He will save Anna. Yet, as he walks down the empty corridor, he is struck by a crippling uncertainty, admitting to himself that he has no idea what to do next. A young woman in a school uniform stands outside, a thoughtful expression on her face as she looks up at the sky. She begins to address an unseen audience, stating that some of them may already be aware of the situation. Inside a grand assembly hall, a woman with glasses, the school's principal, stands at a podium and makes a grave announcement to the student body. She declares that their kingdom is now at war with the Est Empire, a result of the empire's unilateral aggression. She urges the students, who will one day lead and protect the people, to remember that the weak and innocent are always the first victims of war. In the audience, the prince listens, realizing with alarm that this invasion is happening far earlier than it was supposed to. He recalls the original scenario. A villainess, banished from the kingdom, would return leading the imperial army to exact her revenge during a civil war, turning her relatives to darkness. But that civil war hasn't happened yet, and the duke's family should be safe. Beside him, Amy and another student are distraught. Amy cries out that it's too much, questioning why they can't all just get along. In response to the grim news, Amy stands up and passionately calls for dialogue, certain that they can understand each other. The prince, moved by her compassion, loudly agrees, declaring that they must support her spirit. He insists there must be more they can do than just fight. The principal looks on, taken aback by their outbursts. His words ignite the crowd. Students begin chanting Amy's name, rallying behind her call for words over swords. Amy stands with her arms outstretched, a beacon of hope for her peers. Watching from the side, the mysterious reincarnator observes the scene with a flat, unimpressed expression. Later, the principal and a military commander address the reincarnator directly. The principal states that while talking is important, it's only effective if the other party is willing to listen. She then sternly tells the girl that she doesn't appreciate unsolicited comments, demanding to know if she understands. The girl quietly affirms that she does. She sits alone, dejected, her earlier confidence gone. She thinks to herself that the scenario is already broken. The war has started far too soon, and the student's reaction is completely different from what she expected. She wonders if the world is still bugged because of that mob character. The principal, regaining the attention of the assembly, makes another announcement. She informs the students that because the country is entering a war, the school will be closed until the following spring. The students are shocked by this news, questioning what it means. The principal simply instructs everyone to prepare to return to their homes. The military commander steps forward, thanking the principal for her hard work. The reincarnator, however, is furious. She confronts the principal, demanding to know what she means by closing the school and what will happen to the festival and other events. She feels completely ignored, thinking the situation is a mess. The commander turns to the students, his voice booming with authority. He introduces himself as Commander Otto von Jukes and declares that the kingdom needs their help. He bellowed his command to the assembled students, his voice ringing with patriotic fervor. To protect their homeland from the Est Empire's brutal invasion, he called for brave young men and women to raise their hands, show their spirit, and rise to the challenge. In response to the commander's impassioned plea, a single hand shot up from the crowd. A young man declared his intention to volunteer, identifying himself as Alan, a second-year student. His sudden action sent a ripple of shock through the otherwise silent assembly. The commander recognized him immediately as the scholarship student, Alan. As he called for others to join, murmurs spread among the noble students. They noted that Alan was a commoner, and his bravery created a sense of obligation. If a commoner could go, why couldn't they? Spurred by his example, another student raised his hand and shouted that he would volunteer too. A young woman beside him followed suit, declaring her intent as well. With a satisfied expression, Commander Otto welcomed the brave young men and women. He announced that all applicants would now accompany him to the royal palace. While the volunteers gathered, some of the noble students who had remained behind watched with scorn. They noted that the princes and even Leonardo hadn't volunteered, questioning the purpose of nobility. Anastasia sneered, telling the commoner volunteers to go die in the war. At the palace grounds, Alan and the other volunteers had changed into military uniforms. Commander Otto informed them of their initial assignment to rear support and instructed them to be respectful, as they were about to have an audience with His Majesty, the King. As they entered the throne room, Alan realized he was about to meet the father of the crown prince. Seated before them on a grand throne, the king of the realm offered a simple, powerful welcome to the brave students. He then formally addressed the kneeling volunteers. The king declared that, as of that day, they were officially part of the army, and he wished them the best of luck in their service. The students bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Just as an aide announced their dismissal, Alan remained standing. He knew it would be difficult to search for Anna from the rear lines. He boldly requested a chance to speak, identifying himself as an adventurer from the Ramslet dukedom. While Commander Otto reacted with fury at the breach of protocol, the king simply held up a hand and commanded everyone to wait. As he stands with the other student volunteers, Commander Otto dismisses them, ordering the students to return to their barracks and await further instructions. They acknowledge the command. He is then brought before the king for his private audience. The monarch addresses him directly, acknowledging that he has heard of Alan, the commoner under Duke Ramslet's protection. The king's expression grows serious as he continues, stating he is aware that Alan defeated his son and his friends in a duel. He questions if this was Duke Ramslet's way of showing non-cooperation with the royal family. Alan quietly affirms the fact of the duel. He clarifies that he does not know the Duke's intentions. Instead, he declares that his own purpose for being there is to support the royal family and His Majesty. Having stated his loyalty, he makes a startling request to provide protection for Anastasia, the Duke of Ramslet's daughter, as soon as possible. Both the king and Commander Otto are visibly surprised by this. He continues without pause, adding a second, even more audacious demand, strict punishment for those involved in the misuse of the royal seal and the forgery of a royal decree. The king's expression darkens as he demands Alan repeat what he just said. Commander Otto erupts, shouting Alan's name and warning that such disrespect will not be tolerated. The king glares, asking if Alan truly understands the meaning of his words. Immediately, Alan bows low, apologizing for his rudeness and begging forgiveness for overstepping his bounds. The king scoffs, dismissing the words as something Duke Ramslet likely told him to say as an insult. He orders Alan to be sent to the rear for support duty. Alan refuses, pleading to be sent to the front lines to take responsibility for his disrespect. The king, taken aback by his persistence, tells him to wait. His Majesty presses the point, reminding Alan that the Duke declared he would not cooperate with the royal family and asking if Alan intends to do the same. With a hand over his heart, Alan firmly denies it, stating that he dedicates himself to the king and his country. A satisfied smile appears on the king's face. He declares that he will grant Alan's wish, commanding him to go to the front lines and crush the imperial soldiers. He commanded his aide to prepare the orders. Alan was to head to the fortress city of Chaldacia, recapture the Brazini region, and defeat the imperial army. The king then asked what reward the boy desired. Alan thought to himself that once the army was defeated, he would request something appropriate. Nearby, Commander Otto seethed in silent frustration. He continued, promising gold, a title, or a woman. Anything Alan wanted would be as if he secured victory for the kingdom. There was one condition. He would not be allowed to return to the royal capital until then. Bowing, Alan formally accepted the command. Commander Otto questioned if His Majesty was certain, but the king dismissed his concern and told Alan he could go. The monarch then mused aloud about Duke Ramslet, finding it amusing that the man couldn't even discipline his own pet dog, which had bitten his hand and run away. As he walked down a long, shadowed corridor, Alan considered the king's calculus. He was a competent commoner. If he died on the battlefield, it was of no consequence. But if he returned alive, the king would become his new master. Later, in a private room, Alan asked the Ramslet butler if the plan would work. The butler, Seabass, reassured him, stating that Duke Gerhard believed that, given His Majesty's character, there was no doubt it would succeed. The butler explained the Duke's reasoning. The king is a fool, but not so foolish as to execute a student for mere rudeness. Understanding dawned on Alan. His plan had worked. Now, he thought, he was off to be a traitor. First, he would let the Duke know the results, and then he needed to tell his mother. His uniform, now prepared for departure, hung ready. To the war? Yes. At home, he sat with his mother and explained that he had volunteered as a student. He tried to reassure her that it wasn't dangerous, as students are typically assigned non-combat tasks like publicity, supply transport, or providing aid. After a moment, he shifted the topic, beginning to speak about Anastasia. She looked at him knowingly. Alan, she began, a small smile on her face. You like Anastasia, right? She then added that perhaps the princess felt the same way about him. Alan was left speechless. He stammered, a blush rising on his cheeks, asking if it was that obvious. His mother calmly took a sip from her cup. No, she said, but his mother continues speaking, her expression knowing. She recalls the invitation to the meal and how the letter mentioned Anastasia, admitting that she understood his feelings even then. She concedes that while she doesn't want him to go, there is nothing she can do. She advises him that if the girl he likes is the daughter of a duke, then he absolutely must succeed. Placing a gentle hand on his head, she tells him not to worry about her and to focus on doing his best to save Anastasia. However, she adds that there is something important he must keep in mind. Her gaze becomes serious as she gives her final piece of advice. When it comes to what is truly important, he must not get his priorities wrong. Her words linger in his mind. Alone in his dimly lit room, Alan sits on his bed, contemplating the priorities of the things that matter most to him. His resolve hardens, his expression set with determination. His single, overriding priority is clear, saving Anna. This decision, however, is met with fury. Melissa shrieks in outrage, declaring his plan to be unforgivable. She flits about frantically, calling it a terrible idea. The spirit of light, Lou, asks if this means killing the crown prince. Jerome warns that to do so would mean killing everyone in the royal capital. Alan insists he just wants to find Anna. Jerome then questions why they should help in a war between stupid humans, calling Alan a good, but strange person. Cutting through the argument, the wyvern mother makes a declaration. She will take on the task of searching for his beloved girl herself, promising to find her right away. Her decisive action leaves Jerome to look on with concern. He stammers Alan's name before quietly pleading with him not to die as the boy heads off to the rescue. He stood resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. With the wyvern mother now gone, he announced his own departure, stating that he too must head out. His destination was clear, the front lines. Above him, Melissa took flight, agreeing with his decision as she and Lou soared through the air, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. While showering, Anastasia's thoughts are consumed by a single word, an order. The directive, she recalled, was not for the duchy, but for her directly. More surprisingly, the crown prince himself was to deliver it personally. She wondered if the matter was truly that urgent, but quickly concluded that, in any case, she could not disobey the king's orders. With that resolve, she realized she needed to pack her bag quickly. As she finished dressing in her uniform, a knock came at her door. It was Alan, calling for Anna. Flustered, she told him to wait, prompting him to guess she was still changing. She emerged moments later, bag in hand, and explained to Alan that she was going to the royal castle. He asked if she didn't want him to see her off, but she gently dismissed the idea, reminding him that he had class and telling him to hold the fort until the carriage arrived. Her firm tone softened into a gentle smile as she agreed to his request. From the doorway, Alan told her to let him know when she returned, bidding her farewell for the week. Moments later, Anastasia stood with her luggage outside the school's grand iron gates. A horse-drawn carriage rumbled up the stone path towards her, and her expression grew serious. The carriage door opened, and the prince stepped out with a confident smile. He addressed her formally, Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, stating that he needed her to fulfill her responsibilities as a noble. Startled, she could only manage to say his title. She questioned what he meant by responsibilities as a noble. In response, he presented a sealed letter, explaining that a new royal decree had been issued that very day. He presented the royal decree, his voice steady as he read the order. Anastasia von Ramslet was to marry Gunther Werner, commander of the Est Empire's magic division. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The prince then delivered the ultimatum with a confident smile. This was a royal decree. If she or the duke refused, they would be branded as traitors. Dismissing any immediate protest, he gestured towards the waiting carriage, suggesting any further discussion could happen en route. His men stood by the gate, formally addressing Anastasia and requesting she accompany them. Anastasia's mind raced. Even if it was from the royal family, this was outrageous. Yet, she knew the document was official. Forging it would be a crime of the highest order. Deciding against making a scene, she resolved to obey for now. She would speak to His Majesty directly at the palace and report back to her father. Composing herself, she walked forward, asking that her luggage be taken care of. As she stepped into the carriage, a sudden doubt crossed her mind. Were they truly going to the palace? Before she could react, a cloth was clamped over her mouth from behind. Her eyes shot open in alarm as the world faded to black. Miles away, Alan noticed the spirit of light, Lou, suddenly stop. He turned to her, asking what was wrong. She simply stared into the distance, a flicker of concern on her face. She quickly brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. To change the subject, she declared they were playing hide-and-seek and that he was, before darting away to hide. As she found a hiding spot, Lou realized what she had felt. The blessing she had placed on Anastasia had activated for a moment, giving her a brief, disturbing vision of the abduction. She wondered aloud what could have happened, her thoughts drifting to a comical, unlikely scenario involving Alan. Pushing the vision aside, she began to count for their game. Meanwhile, Anastasia slowly regained consciousness. The sound of rushing water filled her ears. Disoriented, she tried to understand what had happened and where she was. Her vision cleared to reveal a dark, stone tunnel. She was being carried by two men. A wave of panic set in as she realized she couldn't move. Her last thought before the darkness had taken her was a name, Alan. Her captors moved swiftly through a wooded area, their leader urging them to hurry. They loaded her unconscious form into the back of a covered wagon, preparing for a longer journey. The wagon rumbled on, approaching a distant, fortified structure. As it traveled, a voice seemed to call her name from afar, though she remained lost in the drug-induced slumber. She finally began to stir inside a dimly lit room. An older man with long, pale hair leaned over her, asking if she was awake. He admitted with a slight smile that he had used a strong sedative and was worried. Her first groggy thought was a single name, Alan. Now fully conscious, she found herself bound tightly to a chair. She recognized her captor from the day of the duel. When she demanded to know where she was, he explained they were in the mountains, far from the royal capital. He revealed they had used a secret sewer route from the castle, a weakness that would render the city's walls useless if the Empire ever learned of it. He observed her with a condescending look, remarking that even after being betrayed, her concern was for the kingdom's future. He called her a truly noble person. The bitter truth of his words settled in her heart. She had been betrayed and abandoned by the royal family. She scoffed, questioning who would ever want to be the wife of the Empire's Magic Corps commander. The man confirmed her fate. She had been sold out by the crown prince. He then delivered another devastating blow, informing her that her father, the Duke of Ramslet, would be executed for treason. He then clarified that there was a misunderstanding. The commander of the magic division, Gunther, had no intention of making her his wife. His voice turned menacing as he explained the true nature of their arrangement. As long as she remained physically intact, he and his men were free to treat her however they pleased. He turned to his subordinates, asking if they understood the meaning of that freedom. The other men chuckled darkly. But even bound, Anastasia refused to yield. She focused her will, calling upon the source of all creation. "O Mana," she began to chant, her voice filled with defiance. "Become a spear of ice and strike down my enemy." I spear. She felt the mana gather, but nothing happened. A wave of shock and confusion washed over her. Why was her magic not working? The ropes binding her arms and torso suddenly felt impossibly tight. As her defiance crumbled into disbelief, the lead captor let out a low, mocking chuckle, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. Bound and suspended, Anastasia struggles against her restraints, questioning in frustration why she cannot use her magic. The lead captor informs her that, unfortunately for her, the rope is no ordinary binding. He explains it's a magic item that disables all magic, a gift from Gunther Dano, the magic division commander. He leans in with a sinister smile, adding that he and his men will be her companions on the journey to the imperial capital. His mockery continues as he calls it an honor to handle someone with a noble spirit like hers, one who could run wild at will. As the other captors watch, Anastasia grits her teeth, straining against the ropes. Her defiance prompts the men to grow rougher. They grab at her head and shoulders, forcing her down as she cries out in protest. In that instant, a powerful, invisible force erupts from her, blasting the captors away and sending them tumbling across the room. The men are stunned by the sudden turn of events. One clutches his wrist, shouting in disbelief that she shouldn't be able to use magic. Another realizes with dread that they won't be able to handle her. Anastasia pants heavily, the clear source of the violent outburst. As one captor urges another to try again, Anastasia's eyes fill with tears. A luminous, ethereal figure of a young girl manifests before her. Through her despair, she recognizes the phenomenon. It is the blessing of Rosama. The blessing's power leaves one of the men motionless on the floor. A companion rushes to his side, asking what's wrong, only to recoil upon realizing the man is dead. Anastasia's expression hardens. She thinks to herself that the man was a traitor anyway, and that they needed to bury him before things got dangerous. The scene then shifts to a memory of her as a young girl, where a robed figure she calls Rolinga's sensei offers her sweets. In the memory, the young Anastasia asks her teacher if the scones he has are delicious. He replies that they are, especially with jam, but that they're also quite good on their own. He used his magic, effortlessly splitting a small cake into two perfect halves. The young Anastasia, watching him, had first suggested they share it. A moment later, with childlike innocence, she fretted that if she ate her piece, there would be none left for Anastasia. Her teacher simply agreed to her initial request, performing the feat that left her momentarily stunned. The display of power left her in awe. She marveled that it was magic, calling her sensei awesome and eagerly asking if she could learn to do it too. He assured her that with dedicated study, she certainly could. In the present, however, the spirit of light, Lu, felt a familiar surge. The blessing had activated again, a sure sign that something terrible had happened to Anastasia. Lu was deeply worried, but her contract with Millie prevented her from traveling far. Her worry was palpable as she wondered aloud to Alan what was happening. Below, soaring through the sky, Jerome the Wyvern announced to Melissa that the scent they were tracking was growing stronger. He then turned to his companion with a dark proposition, questioning if it wouldn't just be better to kill all the humans. His cynical question hung in the air, a stark contrast to their urgent mission. The Wyvern Mother, however, held a much clearer objective. Her voice was firm as she declared their plan. They would find Anna, report her location to Alan, and leave the rest of the rescue to him. Meanwhile, at the location they sought, the prince sat beside a bound Anastasia. He explained that anyone connected to Rolinga's is protected by his blessing, giving him hope that they could still be rescued. He realized this hope stemmed from his faith in Alan being a good person, a thought he affirmed with a simple, quiet, yeah. His hope was not misplaced. As if in answer, a voice called out for Alan. Standing near a small aircraft with Amy watching from a distance, he responded, "I'm here." With a determined expression, he pulled on his flight goggles, ready to take to the skies for Anna. On the battlefield, chaos erupts. A sudden, violent explosion rips through a makeshift camp, sending men and debris flying. Amidst the carnage, a man with a goatee and another captor stare in wide-eyed shock, unable to comprehend the attack. The source of the destruction becomes clear as several glowing orbs rain down from above. The leader of the captors, now shirtless and brandishing a sword, grabs a captive woman while demanding to know what happened to his lookouts, shouting that it's an enemy attack. His question is answered as he looks up from the wreckage and spots a strange, winged craft flying in the distance. He stares bewildered, wondering what it could possibly be. From the battlements of a nearby castle, guards also watch the event unfold. On that same wall, a guard nervously announces that the craft is returning. Beside him, a female commander in full-plate armor watches its approach with a calm, unwavering gaze, flanked by a young assistant. The craft they are watching, a twin-engine machine of an unfamiliar design, banks sharply in the sky as it heads directly for the castle. It descends with a roar, landing smoothly in the castle courtyard. The female commander immediately takes charge, ordering the assembled guards to return to their posts and telling her assistant to come with her. As the machine settles, the pilot, Alan, is visible in the cockpit. He watches as the commander and her assistant walk toward his aircraft. He disembarks and immediately begins his report to the commander. He states that he found and destroyed an enemy camp. The commander, noting that they heard the sounds of battle, commends his work and asks for the enemy's numbers and location. Alan replies that there were about 100 and requests a map. He elaborates on the situation, explaining that the camp was in a village captured by the Empire and that the civilians had either fled or been killed. The commander acknowledges this, then asks for confirmation that they have no allies in that area, which Alan affirms. With the report concluded, the commander issues new orders. Alan is to fly reconnaissance north and south across the area and report NES soldiers. She gives a stern directive. If he sees any, he is to eliminate them on sight. Looking weary, Alan simply requests some water. He takes a long drink from a canteen as the female commander asks how he intends to use the water they've supplied. He explains his method. He freezes it and drops it from above. With a thoughtful expression, he adds that for the next attempt, he plans to conjure water directly from the air, an idea the commander quietly considers. A soldier then reports that the aircraft's water tanks are full. Alan thanks him and announces his departure. Before he goes, the commander offers him a ride in the back of the plane once the battle is over. He accepts the offer, confirming he's ready. With that, his twin-engine aircraft roars to life and ascends into the sky. From the fortress walls, the commander and her soldiers watch him climb. As he flies off, her assistant voices his concern, questioning if it's wise to let someone so seemingly reckless proceed. The commander states that with their situation so dire, they have no choice but to trust him, adding that she is grateful the Ramslet family is fighting alongside them. High above, Alan confirms via his instruments that neither Anastasia nor Jerome are in the target area, giving him clearance to attack without restraint. His aerial view reveals the enemy force, a column of several hundred soldiers, the size of a battalion, marching on foot along a road, heading directly for the fortress. Seeing them preparing for a siege, he decides to strike. He maneuvers the aircraft to approach from behind, cuts the magic engine for a silent descent, and engages bombing mode. With his route and altitude confirmed, he opens the bomb bay doors to commence the attack. Inside the aircraft, he begins the spell. He releases a stream of water, simultaneously forming a magic circle around it. A secondary spell then acts upon the water, instantly creating gleaming spheres of solid ice. He orders the first batch to be dropped. As the ice spheres fall away, he immediately calls to load the next, repeating the process. He notes that the magic circles contained within the ice are an adaptation of a technique he used against the bandits. The spheres plummet towards the unsuspecting battalion. On the ground, a soldier hears a strange whistling sound, but his comrade dismisses it as a landslide. They are unaware that as the spheres fall, the magic circles within are drawing in and compressing vast amounts of air, like miniature jet engines. Upon impact, the compressed air is violently released. A massive explosion rips through the enemy ranks, shattering their large battering ram and sending bodies and debris flying in all directions. Their ranks shattered. The enemy soldiers were sent fleeing by the devastating aerial assault. From his cockpit, Alan observed the aftermath, realizing he had created a terrible weapon. He had designed it to be manageable, safe for friends and the environment, either exploding or harmlessly releasing air, but its destructive potential was undeniable. With his current payload expended, he decided to retreat for now. He reasoned that the enemy soldiers must have scattered and fled. His next objective was clear: destroy their supplies completely before seeking another target. As long as he had mana, he could continue the assault, using the wind magic engine to draw water from the atmosphere itself. He resolved to keep crushing the enemy until Jerome and the others could find Anna, silently pleading for her to stay safe. Meanwhile, in a dark, unknown location, Anastasia lay on the cold ground. She gasped for breath, her body still and vulnerable. Her face was bruised, a trickle of blood on her lip. With what little strength she had, she managed to whisper his name. Al. Light glints off the intricate crystal and metalwork of a grand chandelier, illuminating a cavernous space. The chandelier hangs high above a vast, opulent throne room. Below, Anastasia and two of her captors stand, as if on display, their shadows long on the polished floor. Her expression is tense and weary. Her arms are bound tightly behind her back. Despite her captivity, she holds her head high, her gaze fixed forward with defiance. Before her sits a man with long, pale hair and a condescending smirk, Emperor Adolf of the Est Empire. He formally welcomes Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet to his domain, his voice laced with false pleasantry as he asks about her journey. A bald man at the emperor's side bows his head, offering his deepest apologies to his majesty. He vows that he will discipline his wife properly. At this, Anastasia's composure shatters. She whirls on her captor, shouting that he kidnapped her and has no right to speak. She declares with fury that she will never be the wife of a man like him. Her outburst draws the attention of a young man with light hair, Crown Prince Igor. He smirks, noting to the bald man, Gunther, that she clearly doesn't like him. The prince then offers his assistance in disciplining Gunther's supposed wife, an idea the emperor seems to contemplate. He approaches Anastasia, leaning in to cruelly remark that she stinks like a sewer after her long journey. As Gunther promises to have her cleaned, Igor scoffs, questioning if he's truly capable of handling her and pointing out that her current state is entirely his fault. The emperor's cold gaze settles on them. He observes that, regardless of her appearance, she is still holding on. He then reminds his subordinates of his order to violate her until she was broken. One of the captors explains that Anastasia resists with a strange power that blew them all away, despite the magic sealing rope they used. Hearing this, Prince Igor's smirk widens. He issues a new command to the men, his voice chillingly casual. Violate her, here and now. He punctuates the order with a simple threat. Do you want to die? His cruel command was met with a moment's hesitation. As the captors reached for Anastasia, one stammering that he understood, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the princess. The force of the blast sent the men hurtling backward, crashing against the throne room floor, while the emperor and crown prince watched in shock. The unexpected display of power left the throne room in disarray. Crown Prince Igor, however, laughed with amusement, remarking that with this power, they couldn't simply lay a hand on her. Emperor Adolf then addressed the bald man beside him, Gunther, entrusting the situation to him. Gunther replied coolly that there was no problem, as there were many ways to break a person's spirit. The emperor then cautioned his son, Igor, not to overdo it, to which the prince affirmed his understanding. The prince, impatient, urged Gunther to hurry and also do something about the stench, so they could enjoy the spectacle properly. Gunther simply acknowledged the command. Some time later, Anastasia found herself in a lavish bath, the ropes that had bound her now gone. In their place, a cold, metallic collar was fastened around her neck. She recognized it immediately, a device designed to seal her magic. Though the warm water was soothing, the relief was fleeting. She was still a prisoner, a fact that weighed heavily on her mind. After her bath, a servant presented her with a set of humiliatingly revealing undergarments. When Anastasia asked if there were any other clothes, the servant replied that Gunther himself had ordered it so. The intent was painfully obvious to Anastasia. Not only was it meant to humiliate her, but it would also make any attempt at escape far more difficult. She was then escorted by Gunther and 2 armored guards into a well-appointed but windowless room. The heavy door locked from the outside, confirming her suspicions. This wasn't a prison cell or a torture chamber as she had braced herself for. It was a gilded cage arranged for others to come and violate her. Despite the grim reality, she resolved to endure, holding on to the belief that she had Rose protection. As the door was about to close, Gunther mockingly asked if she was comfortable. Facing away from him, Anastasia's thoughts turned to her only hope. She was certain Alan would come to save her. His next words, however, were completely unexpected. He stated that he would see her after a year, then turned to leave. As the heavy door began to lock, Anastasia spun around in shock, demanding to know what he meant by his cryptic farewell. She stood alone as the door clicked shut, plunging the room into near-total blackness. Her captor's final words echoed from the other side, a chilling farewell. Stay strong, my dear wife. Otherwise, you won't be able to tolerate it at all. The finality of the lock clicking into place sent a shiver through her. A year? Here? In this oppressive darkness, where not even the faintest glimmer of light could penetrate. The thought was incomprehensible. As the full weight of her situation crashed down upon her, her eyes widened in sheer terror. In this lightless prison, there was nothing left for her. Only despair. At a war council, Alan reports the results of his attacks over the past week, detailing strikes on S forces at the 86th, 87th, and 88th points. The female commander listens intently, acknowledging that while the enemy wasn't completely wiped out, any surviving soldiers could simply be reassigned to other units. An older, bearded general clarifies if he means attacks from the sky. Bombings. The female commander confirms, expressing her belief that the bombings have significantly damaged enemy morale, leaving most survivors unable to continue fighting effectively. She continues her assessment, stating that the enemy has not yet adapted to aerial assaults. Even if they devise countermeasures, the need to defend from both the sky and the ground will place them at a severe tactical disadvantage. With a decisive gesture, the female commander declares their next target, Cardacia. She reports that their troops are already pushing back the Imperial Army on multiple fronts, and that they will press this advantage to reclaim the city. At the mention of the city, a mustached officer reacts with surprise, while the bearded general expresses grim satisfaction. Cardacia, finally, he murmurs. The fortress city of Cardacia, located in the Bricini region, was once the largest military base on the eastern side of Centraland. It was conquered by the Est Empire half a century ago and has remained under their control ever since. Back in the war room, the female commander outlines the initial phase of the attack. She points out 3 smaller fortresses on the west side of the main structure and declares that she wants Alan to focus his attack on the northernmost one first. He responds with unwavering confidence, stating that if it's just a single fortress, he can handle alone. In fact, he adds, it's easier for him to operate without allied forces getting in his way. His confidence is perceived as arrogance. The mustached officer is stunned, asking if Alan is calling them useless. The bearded general explodes with anger, shouting at Alan not to get cocky and reminding him that he is just a student. The female commander quickly intervenes. She silences the mustached officer, admonishing him for speaking so rudely to the general. She then turns to the general, reminding him that Alan is an adventurer from Ramslet, dispatched by royal decree, and therefore not under their direct command. As for his results, she adds they speak for themselves. She expressed her urgency to conclude the operation, explaining that while Alan was being sent with every available troop to Cardacia, she wanted to finish before any troublesome figures from the capital could arrive and interfere. Her words immediately drew a sharp reaction. The mustached officer questioned if this meant the king was sending reinforcements from the capital, and the general confirmed that a noble was indeed leading troops toward their position. The news infuriated the officer, who vented his frustration that the capital, after rejecting all their previous requests for aid, was now swooping in to take control. The bearded general then turned his attention to Alan, observing that the boy was no longer the capital's primary concern, and asked if he was all right with this turn of events. Alan's response was simple and focused. He affirmed that he was fine and urged them to continue with the plan, his gaze fixed on the objective, the fortress. Meanwhile, within the very walls of that fortress, a young woman lay in a cell, her body trembling as she clenched her hand. A clatter from the heavy metal door drew her attention. She sat up on her cot in the Spartan's cell, noticing the tray of simple food that had been pushed through a slot at the bottom of the door. She made no move toward the meal, instead remaining seated on the edge of the cot, her expression a mask of weariness and despair. After a long moment, she rose and walked slowly to the door, pressing her hand against its cold, unyielding surface. From the other side, a voice delivered a single, brutal message, informing her that her father was dead. The words struck her like a physical blow. Her eyes widened in absolute shock and horror, the devastating news echoing in the silence of her prison. She stood in the dim light of her cell as a disembodied voice continued its cruel report. Her father, it explained, had protested the royal family's decision to sell her. For this act of defiance, her entire family was executed. With a sharp, metallic click, the sound of a closing hatch echoed in the darkness, sealing her in with the horrifying news. The finality of the sound did nothing to make the words feel real. She collapsed onto her cot, her mind reeling, insisting to herself that it was all lies. But the voice pressed on, twisting a knife. A war had broken out, it claimed, all because she refused to marry and failed her duty as a noble. The voice added that Brazzini was now under the Empire's control, and that countless civilians and soldiers were dead because of her. Her denial shattered as the voice delivered its most personal and devastating blow. The man she loved was also dead. She covered her face, a sob escaping her lips. The voice described his death with cold satisfaction. Run through with a spear in battle. It was a pity, the voice mocked, before concluding that none of this would have happened if she had never existed. The cruel words hung in the air, each one a separate wound. The voice repeated its final, damning accusation. He had died because of her. The weight of the accusation crushed her. She gasped for breath, her body trembling as the full horror of the situation washed over her. Her ragged breaths turned into a desperate, whispered plea. Through her tears and gasps, she managed to form a single name, Alan. Miles away, as if in answer to her call, the boy she named prepared for battle. Alan adjusted his flight goggles, his expression set with determination. With a final confirmation, his advanced aircraft surged forward, taking to the skies. A sleek, twin-boom aircraft stands poised for flight. From a high vantage point, a figure raises a pair of binoculars, focusing on the distant northern fortress. The assault on the stronghold has already begun. It is one of 3 fortresses that guard the Cardassian border, and a strategic decision was made to attack the northernmost one first. Through the lenses, the observer confirms that the fortress's defenses are formidable. Archers on the battlements unleash volleys of arrows, effectively keeping the siege weapons from approaching the walls. His attention then shifts as he spots movement from the central fortress. Reinforcements are riding out, prompting him to wonder if they plan to ambush his forces from the south. Seeing the enemy's maneuver, he determines that the moment has arrived. It is time to begin the bombing. On the battlefield below, a mustached officer reports to the female commander that their southern vanguard is retreating before 5 o'clock EST troops from the central fortress. She calmly orders her archers to occupy the high ground and lure the enemy in. Elsewhere, a general on horseback spots a new force on the horizon and recognizes its leader. Alan has arrived. Just as the general takes notice, spherical bombs rain from the sky, erupting among the cavalry with devastating force. Unfazed, the female commander issues a flurry of orders. The front line at the fortress is to retreat. The main force will split for a counterattack, and the siege tower will advance once the bombing stops. The bearded general relays the commands, roaring for the siege towers to move forward and breach the front wall. He declares that the main force will secure the fortress before moving on the central one, while another unit eliminates the enemy to the south. As he speaks, a massive explosion tears through one of the fortress towers. High above the battle, Alan observes the unfolding destruction. The attack on the northern fortress has begun, and a single bombing run has already shredded its defenses. He muses on the immense technological gap at play. With the other 2 forts likely to fall just as easily, he contemplates his next move, whether he should also crush the S troops fleeing toward Cardassia. His aircraft continues its flight, the drone of its engine a stark sound against the clouds. Meanwhile, in a dark, confined space, Anastasia curls into herself on a bed. She wonders how long it has been, lost in the oppressive blackness. Her eyes close, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and sorrow. A memory surfaces, a vision of a young Alan, dressed in a pristine suit, looking down at her with a gentle smile. The gentle image shatters, and she cries out his name in the darkness. Another memory flashes. Alan, shirtless and vulnerable, impaled by a brutal weapon. She reaches out desperately, pleading for him not to go. Her pleas echo in her mind. She asks his memory why he wasn't there, questioning the promise he made to protect her. The vision of a smiling, formally dressed Alan returns, a painful reminder of a time before the trauma. A heavy scraping sound jolts her from her thoughts. The door to her cell slides open, and from her bed, she watches as a massive, ornate greatsword is brought into the room. The blade is presented before her, its dark steel seeming to absorb the faint light. As Anastasia nears her limit, she can only stare with weary, half-lidded eyes. With a look of grim determination, Helena prepares for the coming assault. Beside her rests a large, ornate greatsword, its purpose yet unknown. She had found the weapon in a dark, unfamiliar room. Her bare feet on the cold floor, she reached for the hilt, wondering why a sword would be left in such a place. With the blade in hand, a fierce resolve hardened her expression as she moved swiftly through the corridors. Her path led her to a horrifying sight, a crude gallows from which 3 figures hung, lifeless and bound. A cry of pure anguish escaped her as she recognized them. "Father! Mother!" she screamed, her eyes then falling upon her younger brother, Friedrich. Her horror deepened as she saw another body below, riddled with projectiles. Her gaze fixed upon the fallen man's still face. "Alan," she whispered, the name catching in her throat. Disbelief warred with the terrible truth before her. "Alan, Al." The realization finally struck. A raw, desperate scream tore from her throat as the weight of her loss became too much to bear. She collapsed, the great sword clattering to the ground beside her. Darkness. Meanwhile, within the stone walls of a distant fortress, a council of war was in session. The prince stood over a large map as the mustached officer's voice rose in frustration. He demanded to know why they weren't using their advantage, declaring that reclaiming Cardacia was their long-cherished goal. "What is there to hesitate about?" he bellowed. He responds to the bearded general's question about the weapon's name, identifying it simply as a fireball. He elaborates that upon impact, it scatters fuel and bursts into flame, making it highly effective against targets crowded with people and buildings. The mustached officer, listening intently, interjects with aggressive enthusiasm, asking if it isn't the perfect weapon for their needs. The officer presses his point, arguing they should burn down the entire city rebuilt by the Est Empire, showing no mercy to the common folk he believes were swayed by the enemy. The prince quietly objects, reminding him that many Cardacian civilians remain. The female commander listens to the exchange, her expression unreadable, his fury unabated. The officer turns on the prince, accusingly shouting that he must have developed the weapon intending to use it from the very beginning. Before the argument can escalate, the female commander calmly interjects. She proposes they issue a warning to Cardacia, giving civilians time to escape and thereby demonstrating the kingdom's justice and nobility to the world. The mustached officer falls silent, seemingly accepting her counsel. Later, away from the council, she speaks with the prince alone, admitting it was careless of her to mention the firebomb. He sits on a set of stone steps and confirms her unspoken question. He did indeed build them to be used. He continues, explaining that they are designed to be effective against cities. The fuel-based fires are difficult to extinguish, capable of burning even fire-resistant buildings and driving people into a corner. She considers this, then returns to the subject of the warning. She notes that he will wait for 5 days, but accepts the grim reality that some people will inevitably choose to stay. She clarifies that the fire is meant as a simple and effective technique, intended to scare the remaining population into a swift surrender. The prince listens, his expression heavy with the weight of the decision. As she walks away, she gives him one last piece of advice. Don't go overboard, as it will only hinder the recovery efforts after the war. Meanwhile, far from the prince's war council, Alan stood watch on a castle battlement, a lantern casting a small pool of light against the encroaching night. His thoughts drifted to the people he had met, realizing that just as people lived here, they also lived in the enemy's cities. He wondered grimly how many of them would actually flee after the warning was issued. His contemplation was cut short by a massive, white form landing silently on the battlement. The wyvern mother, Melissa, hushed him before lifting him onto her back. As they took to the sky with Jerome, Alan remarked that the search for Anna would take more time and asked if they could talk somewhere else. Once airborne, she asked if everything was going well. He confirmed it was, but explained that they still couldn't narrow down Anastasia's location because a strange spell was making her scent difficult to track. After landing in a secluded, rocky area, he saw her worried expression and offered to hunt something for her, asking if she was hungry. She dismissed the idea, telling him that if hunting was the fastest option, he should just do it. She urged him to hurry so they could resume the search for Anastasia, reminding him that was why he was there. Jerome then interjected, asking Alan if a deer would be acceptable. He hesitated, asking if he should just kill it. As Jerome offered Melissa a choice between deer and rabbits, she looked at Alan with a curious expression, remarking that he was a strange person. After a moment of silence, he finally voiced his own preference, quietly stating he would like orca, and wondering if there was a river nearby. He stands before a vast, sunlit mountain range, the morning light casting long shadows across the rugged peaks. His expression is resolute as a voice from behind asks if he is ready. He confirms that he is. The female commander approaches, clad in full armor. Alan turns to her, asking if all the civilians have managed to escape. She reports that the last evacuees, just a few families, fled through the east gate that morning. Her tone becomes stern as she clarifies the situation. Those who ignored the warnings and chose to stay to fight are now considered the enemy. Alan listens, his face set with grim determination. As she and her assistant sit mounted on their horses, the distinct sound of an engine echoes from above. They look up to see a strange, winged machine soaring through the sky. The aircraft banks over a massive, fortified city, where an entire army stands assembled outside the walls. Watching the scene unfold, a single, desperate plea forms in Alan's mind, for them to please run away. The female commander, mounted and in full armor, addresses the Est forces stationed in Cardacia. She announces that, as warned, the attack will now commence. In response, Archers positioned along the fortress walls knock their arrows, preparing for the assault. She then gives a sharp command to signal Alan. Her soldiers immediately raise a large, two-tone flag. High above, Alan spots the signal from his aircraft. Recognizing it as the command to begin bombing, he opens the bomb bay doors. As enemy soldiers on the ground spot him and fire crossbows, he calmly assesses that their 300-meter range is no threat at his current altitude. He scans the battlefield, confirming that only enemies remain below. The female commander looks up, a hint of confusion on her face. Suddenly, Alan's expression shifts to alarm as a dark, winged shape streaks through the sky toward him. The shape reveals itself to be Jerome, the Wyvern Lord. He lands with a heavy thud atop a building, his powerful form looming over the soldiers below. He lets out a deafening roar, striking terror into the hearts of the enemy soldiers. They cry out in shock, identifying the beast as a sky dragon. Their panic intensifies as a second creature, the white wyvern mother, Melissa, appears in their midst. The soldiers scream and scramble to flee. The sight of the two dragons shatters the Est battalion's morale. They throw down their weapons and flee towards the city gates, screaming for help and begging to surrender. The female commander watches the complete rout in disbelief. From his cockpit, Alan watches the chaos unfold, his expression filled with concern as he murmurs the name of his wyvern ally, Jerome. He watches from his aircraft as the female commander, mounted on her warhorse, shouts up at him, demanding to know what is happening and questioning the appearance of the dragon. Her assistant relays the message he received from Alan, explaining that he saw the dragon and consequently called off the operation. The assistant then asks for an update on Cardassia. The commander reports that the dragon's roar incited panic among the enemy, causing many soldiers to surrender. She adds that while some resistance remains within the castle, their defeat is now just a matter of time. Her assistant looks on with grim satisfaction, stating that they have succeeded. The commander confirms that Cardassia has fallen, noting with relief that they achieved it without resorting to that. Having landed his craft, Alan thanks the two wyverns but questions why they came. Jerome, the dark-scaled wyvern, playfully nudges him, feigning injury and complaining that a dragon shouldn't be hurt by such a light tap. Melissa, the white wyvern, leans in close, explaining they couldn't just leave him alone. More importantly, she reveals they have discovered Anastasia's location. Stunned, Alan demands to know where she is, and Melissa confirms she is in the imperial capital of Est. The news galvanizes him. He shouts that he must get Anna back no matter what, but Melissa gently restrains him, urging him to calm down. She insists she cannot let him go alone, reminding him of the help he's given them and promising they will be with him until the end. Visibly moved, he quietly thanks her. Jerome eagerly offers to destroy the imperial capital, but Melissa tempers his enthusiasm, saying not now, next time. Alan agrees with the sentiment, suggesting they should move under the cover of darkness. As night falls, the three of them take to the sky, flying in formation against the full moon. Alan is no longer alone in his fight. Soaring through the night sky in a glider, Alan flies alongside his wyvern allies. He calls out to Jerome, concerned about the arrow that struck him. The dark wyvern turns his head, reassuring Alan that he is fine, his scales too tough to be pierced. He then turns his gratitude to Melissa, the white wyvern. She explains that while the arrow only got caught between her scales, it still hurt a great deal, and she had merely acted tough. She quickly adds that it's too early for thanks, as her primary mission to rescue Anastasia is not yet complete. The other wyverns interject, insisting they owe Alan for introducing them to Jerome and for his help with the pink-haired girl. Alan, however, feels their gratitude is unnecessary. As the wyverns peel away into the night, their parting thoughts are of thanks and a simple request to let them help. Below, at the gates of a formidable castle, two guards are startled by a strange sound. Before they can identify it, a massive explosion erupts against the outer wall. The sudden blast throws the guards into a panic. One bellows for the fire to be put out immediately, shouting for anyone who can use water magic to be woken at once. The source of the chaos is revealed. Alan, now on the ground in simple clothes, confirms his plan worked. He used alchemy to create the diversion, dropping Melissa in a very noticeable place to draw attention. His diversion successful, he turns his focus to a nearby building. He can faintly detect Anastasia's scent coming from it. Realizing she must be held somewhere secure, perhaps underground in a room with thick walls and no windows, he whispers his thanks, promises to return, and activates his stealth ability. Now inside, he observes the guards moving frantically. He surmises that the fire, likely caused by a fallen torch from his diversion, is the reason for the commotion. The heavy guard presence suggests someone important is being held here. He concludes the fire won't be extinguished easily with just water and resolves to find the entrance to the basement first. He moves through the palace corridors, noting they are brightly lit with magic stones. The display is a testament to the Empire's immense resources, but he realizes the bright light is also an advantage, making his search for Anastasia easier. His search is interrupted as he spots a well-dressed, noble being escorted down the hall by two guards, forcing him to pause and observe from the shadows. Elsewhere in the palace, a high-ranking official with short, light hair stood beside a gaunt, hooded figure. The official addressed the man, Gunther, the head mage, asking for a progress report. Gunther replied that their project was nearly complete. He elaborated, stating that he had given the captive the demon sword of ice extinction the previous night, and now it was merely a matter of time. Gunther simply acknowledged the update. The official smirked, remarking that she was quite stubborn, just as one would expect from a daughter of the Ramslet house. A sudden metallic click from nearby interrupted his thoughts. As they continued down the corridor, Gunther inquired if they could make her obey yet. The official confirmed that it would be possible once they used the demon sword to break her mind and control her. The head mage's eyes widened slightly. He explained that possessing both ice magic and a knight's blessings made her the perfect vessel for the sword, but stressed that they must proceed with great care. Their conversation was joined by Crown Prince Igor, who crudely commented on the captive's beauty and demanded they make her submit to him quickly. The official, recognizing the Crown Prince of the Est Empire, bowed slightly and promised to do his best. As they began to descend a spiral staircase, the official changed the subject, reporting that the forces at Centralin had folded as expected. He added that the entire Brazini region would soon be captured. Gunther noted that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. He continued laying out their grand strategy. Zaz would soon invade the Ramslet Duchy, isolating the family. They would then install a puppet on the throne and let the duchy destroy itself from within, after which they would divide the spoils. He mentioned having already conferred with Westerdale. With a sneer, he called their own crown prince an idiot, impressed that the fool had actually stolen the imperial seal for them. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, they looked into a dark chamber. An elven woman lay unconscious on the cold floor, her clothes torn, a massive, ornate sword beside her. The official commented on the mess, while Gunther surmised that she must have put up a fight. Prince Igor stared down at the scene, a flicker of concern on his face. He asked if she could be returned to normal. The official replied coolly that they would need to recondition her before she could be put to proper use. He listened as the commander detailed the captive elf's condition. While she could regain her sword and magic abilities, her mind would remain shattered. The commander added a note of caution, mentioning her current state was dirty and might affect the final outcome. A cruel thought forming. Igor confirmed that this meant she would be unable to resist him. His eyes widened with a predatory gleam as the commander goaded him on, suggesting he not be stingy and take just a little taste. The captive elf lay nearby, her eyes open but vacant. The commander's smirk widened as he urged the prince to act quickly, before the elf was fully broken. But as the prince moved to take advantage of the situation, a dark, hooded figure intercepted him. Gunther, the head mage, slammed Igor against the wall, his grip firm on the prince's arm. A hooded figure with a skull-like mask lunges forward. Below, a young man with determined eyes stands his ground, aiming a pistol forward, ready to fire as he guards a large, reinforced door. The confrontation ends in an instant. The young man now kneels over a blonde woman on the floor, calling out her name, Anna. The attacker's spiked club lies discarded nearby as a hand reaches for the woman's hair. He gently touches her face, his expression filled with concern. Her eyes are half open, unfocused and vacant, as if she doesn't recognize him. His own eyes narrow with a surge of anger and resolve. His weapon is now trained on a new figure, a pale, bald man in dark robes. The young man demands to know what was done to Anna. The pale man mockingly identifies him as the girl's lover, admitting he let his guard down because his subordinate was using magic to hide. He reveals they broke her mind so she could wield a demon's sword, callously adding that the rescuer is too late. The pale man continues his taunts, declaring that Anna is all his now, though she no longer has a will of her own. He sneers that she is useless for anything other than impregnation. With that, he collapses, his body lifeless on the floor beside his fallen comrades. The young man kneels amidst the defeated cultists, his gaze fixed and grim. He turns his full attention to Anna, who lies unresponsive on the cold floor. He carefully begins to dress her, pulling the drawstrings on a simple garment. Her eyes remain empty, her mouth slightly agape. With a gentle, reassuring smile, he looks down at her and speaks softly, telling her it's time to go home. After speaking, he activates a skill, stealth. He then lifts her onto his back, her arms draped limply over his shoulders, and prepares to move out. He carries her carefully through a vast, darkened hall lined with towering, arched windows, moving silently through the enemy territory. As he proceeds, a sharp-eyed woman with long, light hair spots their movement from the shadows. Her eyes widen in alarm as she raises the cry. An intruder! An officer bellows that His Highness and Gunther Sama were attacked, identifying the Ramslet woman among the fugitives. He roars for his men to find and capture them. Below, the young man clutches Anastasia, his face set with grim determination as enemy soldiers begin to close in. The soldiers spread out across the grounds, confirming they have surrounded the perimeter. They are certain their targets must still be nearby and begin a thorough search. As the net tightens, the young man realizes just how important Anastasia must be to their enemies. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded. Without hesitation, he slams his hand to the ground, invoking alchemy. Two massive stone walls erupt from the earth, shocking the approaching guards. Within the newly formed enclosure, a small, winged aircraft rests. The young man explains to the still unresponsive Anastasia that his stealth is disabled while the craft's wind magic engine is active, urging that they must take off before the walls are destroyed. Outside, the baffled soldiers demand to know what happened as their commander orders them to get a ladder. The strange craft ascends, clearing the top of the stone wall. The soldiers below stare in disbelief, one shouting an order to shoot it down. An arrow finds its mark on the wing, and the pilot cries out as the impact jolts him. Before the archers can loose another volley, a terrifying roar echoes from above. A dark-scaled wyvern dives from the sky, sending the soldiers scattering in panic. From his cockpit, the young man looks down in astonishment, recognizing his ally, Jerome. The dark wyvern is not alone. A second, larger white wyvern descends, its powerful form radiating menace. The soldiers are thrown into chaos, screaming in terror at the sight of what they believe to be a dragon. With their escape secured by the fearsome beasts, the aircraft flies on, flanked by its two draconic escorts. The white wyvern, Melissa, expresses her satisfaction with a feeling of refreshment before turning her attention to the pilot, asking if Alan and Anna are safe. Having found a safe clearing in the woods, they make camp. Anastasia rests on a bedroll while the two wyverns stand guard. Looking at the princess's still form, Melissa's expression hardens into fury. She growls that what their enemies did is unforgivable, wishing she had killed more of them. Her rage is infectious. The smaller, dark wyvern, Jerome, eagerly asks if he can also participate in the killing. Still simmering with anger, Melissa grants him permission, just for this occasion. With Anastasia secured, Alan lays out his plan. He intends to take her to a doctor who understands curses, but considers the royal capital too dangerous. Instead, they will fly to Viken, the capital of the Ramslet Duchy. Lying nearby, Anastasia stirs weakly. With her eyes barely open, she offers to show him the direction on the map, asking him to lead the way. From her perch, Melissa the wyvern mother overhears and readily agrees to the arrangement. Her attention then shifts. In her humanoid form, Melissa points out that Alan has been injured by an arrow. He dismisses her concern, insisting the wound is shallow and that they must move quickly. He explains that they will switch to the glider they buried outside Cardassia to travel faster. Melissa immediately volunteers to guide them, confident in her sharp eyes and keen sense of smell. Turning to Jerome, Alan offers a sincere apology, acknowledging that he has dragged the wyverns into a human war. Jerome's eyes narrow with fury. He tells Alan not to worry about it, his voice a low growl as he asks who did this to Anastasia. He declares his intent to kill only those responsible. Beside him, Melissa trembles with rage, asking if she has permission to wipe them all out. Jerome grants it without hesitation. He listens to their exchange, his own expression hardening. His gaze falls upon Anastasia's still form. As memories of her flash through his mind, a silent, unwavering promise forms within him. He will save her. He will bring her smile back. From his siege tower, a commander of the Est Empire army looks down with a grimace as his vast formation of spearmen advances across the field. Below, 3 small aircraft soar through the sky. Observing the battle from his own aircraft, Alan peers through binoculars. He notes that the humans are killing each other, a foolish act of war, but recognizes one side is led by Anastasia's father, flying the Ramslet flag. Just as the Crown Prince had warned, the Zaw's army is already near the outer walls, though they are still outnumbered. He assesses the Zaw's troops' position at the northern wall, wondering if they intend to breach it in the countryside and invade. Jerome, flying beside him, declares he will crush them, but Alan orders both him and Melissa to hold their position, warning they might accidentally harm his allies. Melissa affirms she will help as well. In response, Alan's aircraft banks and releases several spherical explosives, which plummet towards the rear of the Zaw's army. The resulting explosions rock the battlefield, startling a knight in full plate armor. He shouts, demanding to know the source of the sound. Beside him, a soldier reports to Duke Ramslet, whom he addresses as Albrecht, that there is no smoke on the north wall and questions if Zaw's is attacking. Albrecht observes that there are also explosions on the southern front, realizing the enemy's rear and main forces are under attack. Seeing some of them fleeing across the river, he seizes the moment, ordering the cavalry to advance through the gap, strike the enemy from both sides, and then turn back, ignoring the fleeing soldiers. From the castle ramparts, Duke Gerhard Ramslet watches the Zaw's army begin to retreat. His men cry out in shock as they spot 2 dragons and a strange vehicle approaching. The Duke, however, remains calm, ordering his men not to attack. He tells them to prepare a reception, correctly guessing it must be Alan. On the ground, the Ramslet soldiers stare up in awe. One remarks that it's the first time he's ever seen dragons, let alone 2 of them. Another wonders about the strange vehicle and asks if they were the ones who attacked the Zaw's army. Aboard their respective mounts, Jerome nervously asks Melissa if he should kill the humans who are staring at them. Melissa calmly replies no, explaining that they are all allies of Alan. As Alan's aircraft comes to a stop on the ground, Duke Ramslet stands before it, his expression stern. A soldier calls out to him as his lord, while the Duke addresses Alan in the cockpit directly, demanding to know what is going on. He was cut short as Alan urgently announced that he had brought Anastasia and needed a doctor immediately. The Duke could only utter a stunned, "What?" in response. He then revealed the unconscious form of Anastasia, wrapped in a heavy cloak. The Duke, his expression shifting to grave concern, asked what had happened, but Alan insisted that explanations could wait, pleading for them to hurry and find a doctor for her. Taking command, The Duke ordered a carriage and instructed Alan to take Anastasia to the mansion. When Alan asked for its location, the Duke described it as the largest building in the center of town, impossible to miss. Alan, however, decided against waiting, stating he would carry her himself to save time. As he gave his orders, the armored knight, Albrecht, called out to his father. The Duke's attention was drawn to the sky, where the strange aircraft and its two draconic escorts were circling above. Albrecht approached, demanding to know why dragons were present. The Duke explained that Alan had brought them, identifying him as the very man he had previously mentioned to his son. He then added the most crucial detail. Alan was the one who had found Anastasia. The revelation left Albrecht momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, at the Ramslet mansion, two maids were tending to laundry in the courtyard. One remarked on how the work never stops, even during a war, before her companion spotted something unusual in the sky, asking what it was. Their question was answered as the aircraft and the two wyverns swooped low over the mansion grounds. The maids cried out in terror, dropping their baskets as the strange trio passed overhead. Moments later, Alan arrived on foot, carrying Anastasia in his arms. He announced to the stunned maids that he had rescued her from the Empire and called for a bed to be prepared. One of the maids recognized him, and he quickly instructed them to take Anastasia to the treatment room, assuring them a doctor was already on the way. Outside, Jerome landed in the courtyard, his immense form startling the butler, Seabass, and another staff member. They watched in awe, identifying the creature as a sky dragon, the king of the skies, and recalling the legend that its roar alone was powerful enough to render a human unconscious. The smaller, white wyvern, Melissa, lets out a deafening roar of her own. Her roar sends a nearby staff member collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A startled Alan asks if she killed the man, but she calmly explains that she was only teasing him a little. Inside, Alan watches over the still unconscious Anastasia as the head butler directs a maid to prepare a change of clothes and get ready to clean the young lady. Alan quietly affirms the instructions. He gazes down at her, his expression a mixture of concern and relief. Later, resting in a room prepared for him, Alan is told to leave everything to the staff and have his own injuries treated. As he lies back, his thoughts drift to Anastasia. A soft knock sounds at the door. Sitting up, he calls for the visitor to enter. The door opens to reveal a young man with long, light-colored hair. He introduces himself as Albrecht von Ramslet, Anastasia's brother. Much to Alan's surprise, the young noble stands before him, his expression sincere as he formally expresses his gratitude for saving Anastasia. A bit flustered, he dismisses the thanks, apologizing for his own informal state. Albrecht inquires about his injuries and assures him he can see Anastasia once she is able to move, then turns to leave. As they walk through the mansion's corridor, Albrecht mentions that his father has told him a little about Alan. He then asks if it was Alan who brought the dragons, and Alan simply confirms that it was, leaving Albrecht amazed. He leads Alan into a formal room where his parents, Duke Gerhard and Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet, are waiting. After announcing Alan's arrival, his mother immediately asks about Anastasia's condition. Albrecht confirms she is stable, though his tone is somber. The Duke greets Alan, acknowledging it has been some time, and gestures for them to enter. Inside Anastasia's room, Duke Gerhard sits grimly by his daughter's bedside as she lies unconscious. He turns his intense gaze upon Alan, demanding he tell them everything that happened. Alan hesitates for a moment. Nearby, an elderly man with glasses examines some notes. Noticing Alan's apprehension, Friedrich explains that the man is the family's doctor and that he shouldn't worry. He then begins his report, stating that Anastasia was kidnapped by the prince of the Est Kingdom. He names the culprits, Crown Prince Igor, his court mage, and the head mage, Gunther. The Duke's expression darkens as he listens. Alan continues, explaining that they had imprisoned and weakened Anastasia, then used a cursed sword on her. Their goal, it seemed, was to completely break her mind in order to control her. The Duke repeats the phrase, a cursed sword, letting the horror of the words sink in. Alan confirms it, adding that he sealed the sword in stone and brought it back along with their heads. Both Albrecht and Friedrich are stunned into silence, questioning what he means by heads. His composure breaking, the Duke holds up a hand, sweat beading on his brow. He demands Alan stop, needing to confirm what he just heard. He asks incredulously if Alan killed Crown Prince Igor within the imperial capital and brought back his head. Alan calmly states that he killed both the Crown Prince and the magician during the rescue. The Duke is rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the political implications. Albrecht, still reeling, presses a different point, asking how Alan even knew Anastasia was in the capital to begin with. Alan simply affirms that he did. He then clarifies his answer. It was the dragons. They were the ones who found her. Meanwhile, perched atop the Ramslet mansion, the dragons wait. A young dragonkin with glasses wonders aloud if Anna is all right. Melissa bluntly states that she is not, expressing doubt that a normal human could ever cure such a complex curse. Jerome scoffs, adding that humans are weak and stupid. She considered the situation for a moment, her reptilian eye narrowing in thought. Her attention then turned to a maid who approached them at the doorway. The woman relayed a message from Alan, stating that he wished for them to rest for the day. She also passed on his thanks for their help, a sentiment the small dragon, Melissa, shyly echoed. The maid, her hands clasped in gratitude, bowed her head, and thanked them profusely for saving the young Miss Anastasia. Accepting her thanks, Jerome nudged Melissa, telling her it was time to go. With a powerful beat of his wings, he took to the sky, leaving the mansion behind. As they soared through the air, Melissa remarked that the maid seemed like a good person. Jerome agreed, and she then asked if he was hungry. Meanwhile, inside the Ramslet mansion, the subject of their rescue lay motionless. A doctor stood over Anastasia's bed, delivering his assessment to her family. He explained that his examination revealed the young lady was physically stable, but her mind was completely unresponsive. No matter what they tried, they could elicit no reaction. The doctor concluded that with something like a demon sword involved, there was nothing more he could do. His grim prognosis continued, stating that their only options were to hope for a miracle or to find someone with the skills of the great sage. However, he lamented, that was an unfortunate and impossible path. The mention of the great sage, however, caught Alan's attention. The name sparked a sudden realization, bringing to mind the spirit Lu and the evil lich, Loringas. He understood what needed to be done. He immediately turned to the Duke, calling out to get his attention. As the family looked toward him, Alan announced that he had an idea. His expression was one of urgent resolve. He told them they needed to act immediately, to hurry and take Anastasia to a specific location right now. He had barely finished his urgent plea when he suddenly collapsed, falling limp to the floor. His abrupt fall shocked everyone in the room. Alan! Elizabeth cried out, while Duke Ramslet roared his name in alarm. The doctor, startled by the sudden turn of events, could only stammer a response. Rushing to the young man's side, the doctor immediately began to examine him. As he lifted the fabric of Alan's tunic, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a dark, grievous wound on his abdomen. Lying on the floor, barely conscious, Alan's lips parted to whisper a single, desperate plea. Save Anna. In a dream, Alan looks up from the floor into the gentle eyes of Anastasia, who sits on the edge of a bed, gazing down at him with a serene smile. She's the one he loves. The dream continues as he finds himself in bed, Anastasia beside him. She wishes him a good morning, telling him not to worry anymore. She will worry in his stead. Overcome with relief, he throws his arms around her, crying out her name. He clings to her, weeping with gratitude. He vows that he will never again let anyone hurt her. But as the promise leaves his lips, the cold steel of a sword blade erupts from her chest, and his eyes widen in pure horror. The vision shifts to the terrible memory. Anastasia impaled on the cursed sword, held aloft by a pale cultist. The man's voice echoes in his mind, declaring it's too late. The sword pierced her heart, and the heart he loved is gone. The nightmare flashes with images of her supposed destiny as a villainess, abandoned and ruined. He cries out her name in denial, his mind refusing to accept the gruesome sight before him. The horrific vision shatters as Alan jolts awake, sitting upright in a dimly lit bedroom. He breathes heavily, disoriented and confused, trying to grasp what was real and what was a dream. He is covered in a cold sweat, the nightmare still clinging to him. A maid enters his room and stops in surprise. Seeing him awake, she cries out his name and immediately calls for the doctor to come quickly. Soon after, the doctor explains that Alan survived a poisoned arrow. Had it been a magic dampening poison, he would be dead. Alan asks about Anastasia, and the doctor confirms she is still unconscious but in a stable condition. Both the doctor and the maid find it peculiar that Alan's wounds have already healed completely. As Alan quietly gives his thanks, the maid offers him soup. Alone for a moment, Alan looks at a ring on his finger. He understands now. It was a substitution ring, an item that allowed him to cheat death just once. He has survived, but his only insurance is now gone. Elsewhere in the mansion, Duke Ramslet expresses his relief that Alan made it back, a sentiment shared by his wife Elizabeth and their son Friedrich. Later, Elizabeth Ramslet sits by his bedside, thanking him for saving Anastasia and repelling the Tsar's army. She relays the doctor's assessment that Anna's condition isn't life-threatening and tells him not to push himself. But Alan's expression is grim. He states that he hasn't truly saved her until she wakes up. He then declares that there is a place he must go, even now, leaving the Duke to wonder what he could possibly mean. He revealed his plan, speaking of a spirit of light and a village of elves, which drew a shocked reaction from Duke Ramslet. Alan confirmed it, explaining that a new elf, the first in 800 years, was recently born in that village and might hold the key to curing Anastasia. The Duke, though intrigued, pointed out the logistical problem. Anastasia is unconscious and cannot travel. Alan, however, confidently stated that he could handle that part. His confidence was met with thoughtful silence from the Duke and Duchess. The young Friedrich then spoke up, his voice filled with a child's hope, asking if his sister Anna would truly recover. Alan paused, wrestling with his own thoughts. He couldn't be certain the elven village was real and debated whether to admit it. But an image of Anastasia solidified his resolve. He knew this was his only chance. Steeling himself, he addressed the Duke directly, stating he had a favor to ask. The Duke's expression hardened as he demanded to know what it was. Standing over Anastasia's still form, Alan made his audacious request. Your daughter, give her to me. Standing before the assembled Ramslet family, Alan makes a stunning declaration. Duke Gerhard, Duchess Elizabeth, and their sons Friedrich and another young man sit in stunned silence. The Duke leans forward, his voice low and incredulous, asking what Alan just said. He repeats his request, his voice unwavering. "Permit me to marry Anna." The words hang in the air, met with wide-eyed disbelief from Anastasia, Friedrich, his brother, and Duke Gerhard. Only Duchess Elizabeth maintains a semblance of composure, her expression one of measured surprise. As the family reels from his audacity, Alan's thoughts are already elsewhere, focused on the urgency of his mission. A sleek, twin-boom aircraft soars over the grand estate. He knows he must hurry. Even at its top speed, the journey to the elven village will take a full day, and he cannot predict when Anna's condition might take a turn for the worse. The aircraft streaks across the sky, a silent promise to the one he is racing to save. "Wait for me." Back in the Duke's study, the basis for his bold request is revealed, a letter bearing the king's official seal. Holding it, Alan makes a solemn vow. "I will save you. I swear it." Duke Gerhard, now holding the evidence of Alan's deeds, demands to know how he accomplished them. Alan calmly reports that he took Cardacia as instructed. The Duke exclaims the name in disbelief. Alan continues, stating he also reconquered Brazini, infiltrated the imperial capital, and assassinated the crown prince and his retinue. He offers to show proof, prompting the Duke to order Friedrich to step back for a moment. The Duke gestures for him to proceed, and Duchess Elizabeth gives a nod of assent. Alan explains that as an adventurer under the protection of the ducal house of Ramslet, he achieved these victories. The Duke examines the proof, recognizing the heads of the Est Empire's crown Prince Igor and the court archmage, Gunter. There is no denying the truth of Alan's claims. He then lays out his plan. In exchange for these accomplishments, he intends to receive a noble title from the king, which is why he is now asking for Anna's hand. Duchess Elizabeth speaks, her tone gentle. She reminds him that Anna may never awaken, even with the spirit of light's power, and urges him to consider his own happiness. But Alan is resolute. He declares he will be the one to wake her, for he cannot imagine a life with anyone else. He implores them to understand. Having heard enough, Duke Gerhard turns away, his back to the young man. He gives his answer. He will approve the marriage, but on one condition. First, save Anna. Far away, in the elven lands, Princess Sherry stops suddenly. Her pointed ear twitches, and her tail wags with a faint, curious motion as if sensing a distant, significant event. She stands observing the training grounds, where the sharp thuds of arrows striking straw targets echo in the quiet air. Her gaze is distant, however, as she senses a familiar presence approaching, certain it must be Alan. Her intuition proves correct. Alan arrives in the elven village, informing the queen he has something to discuss with her. Before he can continue, a small elven girl, Myril, spots him and runs forward with a joyful shout, demanding to be carried. As he greets the child, the spirit of light, Lu, appears before him, looking distressed. She tells him she knew he would come soon, explaining that the divine blessing she gave Anastasia has been activating non-stop, draining her own power to the point of exhaustion. Alan realizes that something has happened to Anna. Now inside a formal chamber, Alan sits before the elven queen, having explained the entire situation. With Myril asleep in his arms, he waits as the queen acknowledges his story, expressing that it must have been very painful for him and for Anastasia's family. The spirit of light hovers nearby, lost in thought. She wonders if this is happening because it was her first time using her power this way, admitting that even for someone as great as herself, a demoniac sword was an unexpected complication. As Alan begins to speak to the queen, Sherry interjects, asking if her mother knows that Alan was once a perverted mage. The queen looks taken aback. Alan calmly states that her phrasing is rude, but concedes that he never mentioned it, so he supposes the queen is unaware. He pushes past the interruption to make his formal request. Addressing the queen, he explains that the doctor who treated Anastasia said that this pervert, he quickly corrects himself. The spirit of light, Lu, might be able to save her. The queen listens intently as he continues. He states that due to the gravity of Anastasia's condition, they cannot bring her to the elven lands. Therefore, he would like Lu to accompany them to the Ramslet estate. At this suggestion, Lu clings to Alan's shirt, protesting that it's not as if she can cure everything. She pleads with him to understand her limitations. He turns his attention back to the queen. He reminds her that, due to his contract, he cannot be separated from Myril. With that, he asks if it would be acceptable for Myril to come with him as well. His plea is met with approval. The elven queen looks down with a calm expression and gives her consent, entrusting Millie to his care. Before he can respond, the elven princess, Sherry, rushes forward, arms outstretched. She exclaims that she overheard everything and offers her profuse thanks. He looks on, momentarily unsure how to handle the princess's outburst. The spirit of light, Lu, then pipes up from his shoulder, declaring that it isn't fair for Millie to be the only one to have fun in the human world. With a fist raised in the air, she proclaims that she wants to go too. The elven queen, overhearing the commotion, asks when they intend to depart. With a gentle smile, she advises that they leave at dawn the next morning, as she doubts they can navigate safely by flying at night. The next morning, as his aircraft ascends into the sky, the elves on the ground wave them off, wishing them good luck. Princess Sherry, however, is seen sitting on the ground in despair, crying out that she overslept and missed her chance to leave with them. Aboard the plane, he watches over Anastasia, who is still sound asleep. He muses that she was very excited before, then turns to the spirit of light. He thanks Lu for protecting Anna this entire time. As the aircraft flies on, it's revealed that Princess Sherry is also on board, sleeping soundly. In her sleep, she murmurs that helping Alan is no problem since he's a comrade, before immediately shouting that she is not his comrade. Having finally arrived at the Ramslet mansion, he stands at the entrance and addresses a maid. He asks her to please inform the Duke that he has returned, and she calmly agrees. But before she can, a woman's voice welcomes him home. He looks up, his eyes widening in shock. Standing before him is his mother. "Mom!" he cries out, completely stunned by her presence. Outside a grand mansion, Alan, carrying the small, cloaked mural, is startled to find his mother. He asks why she is there, and Katerina explains that Duke Ramslet brought her from the capital, deeming it too dangerous for her to remain. She seems surprised the Duke hadn't informed him, but Alan confirms he was told nothing. She asks if he was in the city during the war. He clarifies that he was in a nearby village and only learned of her situation the day before. Katerina expresses her relief, having heard he was injured. Alan admits he should have died, but was saved by sacrificing his ring of life, though it cost him his life insurance. He tells his mother he must see the Duke first and will explain later, but she stops him, asking if the child is his. He quickly denies it. Inside, a woman sits by an unconscious Anastasia's bedside. Alan enters, addressing her as Lady Elizabeth and asking for the Duke. She informs him that the Duke is in a war council meeting. The woman, Elizabeth, notices the sleeping child and gently wakes her. Muriel stirs, rubbing her eyes and wondering where she is before realizing she's looking at an elf. Alan explains that Muriel is the daughter of the Elven Queen and that the spirit of light, Lo, is with them, though currently invisible. With a start, she corrects him, introducing herself properly. She is Elizabeth of Ramslet, Anastasia's mother, and she is delighted to meet them. The spirit of light, Lu, materializes beside Alan's head. She mutters with disdain about the cute girl transforming into a haggard old woman and mentions that she brought mosquito repellent. Muriel, now fully alert, recognizes the girl in the bed and exclaims, "It's Anna." Elizabeth confirms this is her daughter and expresses her gratitude to Muriel for coming. Elizabeth then turns her attention to Alan, asking why he has come as well. He explains that the spirit of light, Lo, is bound by a contract to Lady Millie. Leaning close to Anastasia, Muriel listens to her faint murmurs. She understands, explaining to the others that a spirit cannot move far from its contractor. Elizabeth offers her heartfelt thanks. Alan then relays Lu's intention. The spirit will now examine Anna. Elizabeth readily agrees, urging them to proceed. He leans over the bedridden Anastasia, his expression serious. From her perch on his head, the spirit of light, Lu, also peers down, murmuring as she begins her examination. In the background, both his mother and Duchess Ramslet watch with anxious anticipation. As Anastasia lies still, her breathing shallow, Lu addresses Alan directly from her position near the girl's head. She asks for confirmation, recalling his explanation that Anastasia's condition was caused by a demon sword. He affirms her question without hesitation. Nearby, Muriel's face contorts with fury. She clenches her fists, declaring that whoever forged such a terrible weapon must be insane and deserves to be locked away. Her outburst is followed by a strange request. She turns to Alan and asks to borrow his body for a moment. The proposal startles everyone in the room, and he questions what she means. She simply confirms her intention. Before he can react further, a strange energy flows through the room. Muriel's body suddenly goes slack, her head drooping for an instant before she straightens up, her eyes closed, and her demeanor completely changed. She opens her eyes, her expression now placid and unervingly mature. The young elf's usual energetic presence is gone, replaced by a quiet, observant stillness as she surveys the room. The entity speaking through Muriel's mouth introduces itself as Lo, a successor to the great sage Loringas. The name causes Alan's mother to gasp in shock. Alan, however, makes a cynical remark about Loringas's past proclivities, prompting his mother to cry out the sage's name in disbelief. In response to her cry, Lo's gaze fixes upon her. The entity echoes the name Master Loringas, before collapsing to its knees in front of her, overcome with emotion and weeping the title Master. Tears streamed down Katerina's face as well, a shared grief and reverence passing between them, leaving Duchess Ramslet utterly bewildered by the sudden, dramatic reunion. In a dimly lit chamber, Elizabeth Ramslet kneels before the small, robed figure of Lo. With an ancient authority, Lo instructs her to lift her face. Elizabeth complies, addressing the entity as Lady Lo. As she looks up, tears stream down her face as she offers her thanks. Lo gently touches her cheek, stating that Loringas is also pleased to see how much she has grown. The conversation shifts as Alan, standing nearby, asks Lady Lo about Anastasia's condition. Lo explains that Anastasia's soul is not gone, but lies dormant deep within her heart, showing the princess sleeping peacefully in her bed. Her mother, desperate, asks if her daughter will ever awaken. Lo elaborates, revealing that Anastasia has sealed herself away as a necessary act of self-preservation. Had she not, the demonic sword would have torn her soul apart. Alan, processing this, exclaims that they must break the seal and asks if a key is required. Elizabeth echoes his question, her expression filled with a sliver of hope. Lo confirms his suspicion. A seal always requires a key, and this one is necessary to undo the mental block Anastasia created. Lo speculates that the key must be something Anastasia thought of in the final moment before sealing herself. But without knowing what it is, they cannot proceed. The entity continues, explaining that sealing one's own soul is an incredibly dangerous act. Lo surmises that Anastasia must have been wounded to such a degree that she was forced to take this drastic measure. Lo delivers a grave warning. If they attempt to break the seal by force, without the proper key, Anastasia's soul will shatter and be lost forever. She would never awaken. The small figure then turns its gaze upon Alan. With a knowing look, Lo suggests that perhaps he is the one who can find the key. Alan is taken aback, and Elizabeth covers her mouth in shock, wondering how such a thing could be found. Lo explains the nature of the key. It could be an important person, an object, a memory deeply etched into Anastasia's heart, or even a feeling like joy or hope. The entity reveals that the power she granted Anastasia is currently active through her hair ornament, protecting her as she sleeps. Looking directly at Alan, Lo's thought trails off. If it's you then, Duchess Ramslet explains that the hair ornament is the source of a sacred protection. When they attempted to remove it, it simply reappeared in Anastasia's hair. She instructs that from now on, no one should try to take it off. She then turns her attention to Alan, adding that the anti-magic collar Anastasia wears must also remain on until she awakens, in order to prevent any magical outbursts. He quietly agrees. His mind briefly flashes to the unsettling, hooded shopkeeper who sold him the collar. He reflects on the irony that such a perverted-seeming item has proven to be so useful. His thoughts are interrupted when Lo, speaking through Miral, asks to see the sword. Surprised by the sudden request, Alan confirms that it is in his room. Hearing this, Duchess Ramslet steps forward, declaring that she also wishes to see it, as she wants to understand what happened to her daughter. They all proceed towards Alan's quarters. Inside his room, Alan presents a long object encased entirely in stone. He explains that he used alchemy to create a sheath for it. Lo, with a determined expression, announces that if there is nothing more, they will reveal it now. They tell Alan to step back. With a sharp, downward chop of their hand, Lo unleashes a wave of force that violently shatters the stone casing, sending fragments flying across the room. As the dust settles, the ornate and malevolent-looking sword is revealed. Alan and the Duchess stare in shock. Lo looks down at the weapon, confirming its identity with certainty. A dark aura surrounds the blade, filled with the ghostly image of countless children's arms reaching out. Lo explains that this demonic sword was created using the souls of innocent children who died in despair, starved for affection. The Duchess recoils, horrified by the terrible truth. Lo reveals the enemy's plot, to control Anastasia with this terrible object. They have temporarily sealed its power, but it will not last. Declaring that such a thing should not exist in this world, Lo entrusts Alan with a mission. Take the sword to the Elven village. Alan accepts. He listened intently as Lo explained the two methods for purifying the cursed blade. The first option, she stated, was for her to do it herself, a process that would take centuries. The alternative was to find a holy maiden, one who had received a sacred blessing and was guided by a divine instrument. As an example, she mentioned the one who most closely fit this description, the Holy Maiden of Charity. The name struck Alan with the force of a physical blow, a jolt of recognition flashing across his face as he realized who she meant. Prince Karlheinz sits alone with a cup, his expression troubled as he quietly speaks a name, Amy. Across the table, the Holy Maiden of Charity smiles sweetly, her chin resting in her hands. She asks if something good has happened, then adds that she understands, addressing him as Karl Sama. She continues, observing that he has seemed to be in a good mood lately. She then asks if he has been watching over her every day. Taking a sip from her cup, she remarks coolly that the villainous of this era has now been condemned, cast aside like a worn-out rag. Her expression turns serious as she lays out the consequences. At the end of her despair, consumed by resentment, the villainous will transform into the final boss. This inevitable outcome means a specific item will be required. That item is the sacred guiding staff, a crucial tool needed to secure a happy ending. The Holy Maiden continues her explanation, noting that while the event to obtain the staff is still far off, the current scenario has already become a complete mess. She looks toward the prince, a hint of embarrassment on her face. She admits that while she is busy contemplating the future, she has a request for him in the present. The scene shifts to a memory, where the small, robed elf Miral Laura stands before Alan and Anastasia. She is asked to define the Saintess of Charity. Miral explains that a woman who receives the sacred blessing and is acknowledged by a divine weapon is guided to become a saintess. As the prince listens, the grim details of this world's predetermined fate are laid bare. After losing everything, Anastasia's heart will be consumed by a demonic sword. She will become a soldier for the Est Empire, attack the royal capital, and destroy it. To counter this, the heroine must become the Saintess of Charity, purify the demonic sword, and liberate the capital. This is the destiny she must live to overcome. A young man reflects on a demonic sword, a weapon of great evil. He recalls that, to his knowledge, the Holy Maiden of Charity does not yet exist in this world. His thoughts drift to Anastasia, who once sneered at the idea of the game's heroine Amy, ever becoming a saintess in this world, declaring that someone so rotten to the core was unworthy of the title. The memory shifts to a tearful Elizabeth Ramslet, who confessed to him that it took her some time to process the truth about the demonic sword. She expressed her happiness at seeing him again, addressing him as Lu Sama. He, in turn, gently reminded her that she is still his student, just as she was back then. The memories are abruptly broken as a young girl. Muriel Laura stretches awake with a yawn. She calls out to him as Lu Sama, startling the young man from his reverie as he wonders who she is and why she is calling him that. Having finished her business, she tells Alan it's time to eat and then sleep, her small spirit companion hovering nearby. Later, while carrying the sleeping Muriel, Alan stands before Duke Gerhard Ramslet. The Duke notes that the military council meeting was long and asks about the spirit of light. Alan explains that he has brought Anasama's doctor and introduces Muriel as the spirit's contractor and the daughter of the Elven Queen, shocking the Duke. He stares intently at the small, sleeping child in Alan's arms, processing the incredible revelation. His stern expression melts into a warm, gentle smile as he sees that the young lady has awakened. He then turns to Alan, asking if he finds the Ramslet mansion to his liking. The Duke mentions that he has some delicious sweets and invites him to have some. He bows his head slightly, assuring his guests that he will have tea prepared immediately and inviting them to make themselves comfortable. As he speaks, Anastasia rushes to her father's side in alarm. Alan calmly tells her that the Duke is likely fine, then reflects that the situation feels like a protective charm he received from Muriel. The Duke, still on his hands and knees, elaborates on his reasoning. He explains that he has witnessed the fate of those who think ill of Muriel and understands that harming her would mean provoking the entire Elven village, a connection he considers significant. Walking away, he issues a stern warning. Anyone who attempts to harm Muriel will be killed instantly. He advises Alan to be cautious, as well, and orders the message relayed to all the servants. Elsewhere, in the Est Empire, a messenger apologetically interrupts Emperor Adolf's rest with a report. The Emperor, looking displeased, questions whether the news is truly urgent enough to warrant the disturbance. He laughs mockingly from his bedchamber, daring the messenger to come closer and have his head taken for his insolence. Unfazed, the messenger delivers the news. The House of Ramslet has withdrawn the 100,000-strong Zaz army. The Emperor's dismissive demeanor shatters, replaced by stunned disbelief. Now sitting upright and fully engaged, he seeks confirmation, repeating the unbelievable report. The messenger affirms it, stating that a fast rider has just arrived from Vohan with the intelligence. The Emperor scoffs, analyzing the numbers. He reasons that Zaz could never deploy a full army of 100,000 for an expedition, estimating that Ramslet could muster 20,000 at best. He concludes that the initial figure of 100,000 was nothing more than a ridiculous bluff. A smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the truth. Their request for reinforcements was the genuine plea. He dismisses them as mere braggarts. In a different part of the realm, a woman with long, dark hair gives a firm instruction to a subordinate. She tells him to relay a message to Duke Ramslet, emphasizing that this is a matter concerning them directly. The subordinate, a messenger, now stands before a nobleman, his expression tense. He begins his report, stating that he has come regarding an adventurer. The nobleman's aide listens with a grimace as the messenger continues, explaining that this adventurer contributed greatly to the pacification of Bruges under His Excellency's command. The nobleman, a man with a striking mustache, listens intently, asking for the point. His aide bows low, praising the nobleman's keen eye. The nobleman smirks, confirming that his judgment about the adventurer was indeed correct. He demands to know what the issue is. The messenger reveals that Duke Ramslet wishes to negotiate regarding the adventurer's emblem. The nobleman's demeanor shifts instantly to one of possessive anger. He declares that the adventurer is his property and questions how Duke Ramslet dares to try and take him, let alone bring up his mistress. Duke Gerhard Ramslet addresses Alan with satisfaction, declaring that with the Zaz army supply lines cut, their defeat is imminent. He inquires about the establishment of the Elven Forest, and Alan confirms it will be soon. Nearby, Muriel Laura adds that she has been well cared for during her 2-day stay. The Duke then gives Alan a message to convey. As they walk away, Muriel Laura invites him to dinner, asking if he is hungry. Alan confirms that he is and gratefully accepts her offer. She leads him to a doorway, gesturing inside and explaining that she had a room prepared for him. Alan looks on, surprised by the gesture. Stepping into the room, he finds a dinner table set for several people. His mother, Katerina, is seated there, along with Duke Ramslet, Duchess Elizabeth, and their son Friedrich. In the background, Anastasia rests in a bed. Katerina greets her son, explaining that she had also been invited and they were just speaking of him. His mother continues, telling him she heard about his rescue of Anastasia from the Empire. She commends him for his hard work, and he responds with a quiet, humble acknowledgement. He then turns his attention to the Duke, inquiring about the Duchess's well-being. Duke Ramslet, his expression turning serious, instructs Alan to take a seat, stating they have matters to discuss before they eat. He seems to be pondering Alan's recent actions. To give the men privacy, Duchess Elizabeth turns to Katerina, asking for her assistance with the meal preparations. Katerina readily agrees. As the two women leave the room, the Duchess asks Katerina if she has grown accustomed to her new life. Katerina smiles warmly, replying that everyone has been exceptionally kind. The Duchess then declares that Katerina is now part of their family, a statement that brings a gentle smile to Katerina's face. Overhearing this, Alan asks what she means. His mother, caught off guard, apologizes and explains she had intended to tell him once things had settled. With a sudden, resolute expression, he looks past his mother and makes a formal request. He wishes to marry Anastasia, and he asks for the Duke's blessing. The declaration leaves Katerina utterly stunned. His proposal hangs in the air as Duke Ramslet addresses Alan's mother directly. He states that he and the entire Ramslet house have formally acknowledged her. The Duchess, Elizabeth, confirms this with a gentle smile, leaving Katerina speechless. Elizabeth then elaborates on her daughter's condition for Katerina's sake, explaining that Anastasia continues to sleep due to her illness, and it remains uncertain when she will awaken. Upon hearing this, a flustered Katerina turns to Alan. She stammers that while Anastasia had previously agreed to this, the suddenness of the proposal is overwhelming. She asks Alan directly if he is certain of Anastasia's feelings, to which he quietly affirms. He then looks up, a faint blush on his cheeks, and explains that he has already confirmed Anastasia's feelings for him. He is confident that she will be happy about this development. His mother looks on in surprise, while the Duke and Duchess share a knowing smile. The Duke, stroking his beard thoughtfully, addresses Katerina, noting that Alan clearly has a mountain of things he wishes to say. Katerina remains wide-eyed, still processing the situation. Without a word, his mother suddenly stands up from the table, causing Alan to call out to her in surprise. She walks over to Anastasia's bedside. Looking down at the unconscious girl with a warm, gentle smile, Katerina thanks her for choosing her son. Her eyes close as she continues to speak, her voice filled with affection. She tells Anastasia that Alan is her pride and joy, and asks that she please take good care of him. Returning to the main table, the Duke slams his hand down decisively, declaring the discussion over. He calls for food and wine, then tells Alan to come to his room later. With a grin, he announces it's time for a heart-to-heart talk as father and son. Alan is stunned. He can only manage a meek agreement. The following 2 days see Mira Laura causing a playful uproar throughout the Duke's mansion, leaving her covered in grime as exasperated maids give chase. He recalls Sherry's parting words. She had told him to return with Anastasia next time, bringing the sweets the Duchess had sent as a farewell gift. As he stands beside the aircraft, Lou asks if he is certain he wants no reward, especially since the Duke was so grateful. Alan dismisses the idea, stating that receiving valuables will be pointless. Meanwhile, Sherry complains aloud about being a great sage of no pay, sighing that all this pro bono work is exhausting her. Alan smiles faintly, adding that he will consider bringing any future children he and Anastasia might have for a visit. Returning to the Ramslet mansion, he finds Anastasia still hasn't awakened. He sits quietly by her bedside. He decides it's time for him to get some rest as well, softly wishing her a good night. As he quietly leaves the room, his thoughts turn to the key that will awaken Anastasia. His expression hardens with resolve. He must find it, and quickly. The next day, outside the grand mansion, a hand trembles, wiping away a tear before a difficult meeting. Inside, Duchess Ramslet looks upon Alan with a pained expression. She remarks on how many years it has been since she last saw that face, admitting that even she doesn't understand. She watched with a heavy heart as Alan approached the grand doors. He knocked twice, announcing his presence to the Duke. The Duchess offered a quiet word of caution, telling him not to worry, but to be mindful, as some of the retainers were rather boisterous. He entered the room, his mind steeled for what was to come. Duke Ramslet, his arms crossed imposingly, immediately questioned him. "Alan, are you prepared?" Alan met his gaze and affirmed that he would do everything within his power. Satisfied with the response, the Duke gave a sharp nod. "All right," he declared, his voice firm. "Let's go." With a determined expression, Alan simply replied, "Yes." A carriage rumbles along a country road, carrying Duke Gerhard Ramslet toward the royal capital. Seated inside, he grits his teeth in frustration, cursing the Tsar's forces for stealing the harvested wheat before their retreat. Alan reflects on the recent conflict. The invading Tsar's kingdom lost half of its 100,000 soldiers and was forced to withdraw from Ramslet territory. Despite this victory, several cities were looted, and the loss of their wheat stores dealt a heavy blow to the region. In the aftermath of the Est Empire's withdrawal, peace negotiations commenced swiftly. A female commander reports that a treaty of non-aggression was signed, but as compensation for their losses, the Empire demands a full response regarding the injury to Albrecht's arm. The conversation returns to Duke Ramslet and Alan inside the carriage. The Duke asks if Alan was aware of the aid requests sent to the central and royal family. He surmises that the Crown Prince's displeasure is the likely reason for this summons, believing it to be a trap. He continues his line of thought, questioning why anyone would engage Ramslet in the south now that the Estate Empire has withdrawn from the east. He suspects a larger plot is at play, but confirms that he brought Alan along as a precaution. Alan simply affirms his understanding. As their carriage travels onward, the Duke privately worries that the king's grasp on the situation is weak, hoping that this summons is merely a one-time contingency. They soon arrive at their destination, a grand, fortified castle standing as the heart of the royal capital. Inside the opulent throne room, Duke Ramslet stands before the king. His Majesty welcomes the Duke, who bows and expresses gratitude for the aid in searching for his daughter. The king waves it off, remarking that he cannot allow his own daughter to be reprimanded within the capital. The king then turns his gaze to Alan, who stands nearby with his arms crossed. He thanks the young man for his efforts and offers to reward him with all his power, asking what it is he desires. His attention shifts back to the Duke. The king asks if he has remembered his loyalty, pointedly noting that the military uniform the Duke wears belongs to the kingdom, the only acceptable attire to present before his majesty. He observes Duke Ramslet's refreshed appearance, commenting that he has never heard of a beast that sharpens its fangs. The Duke smirks, recognizing the verbal sparring. Alan, watching the exchange, silently compares the two powerful men to a gorilla and a wild boar sizing each other up. The Duke, unfazed, reminds the king of a deer hunt they once shared in the eastern forest. He then formally addresses the matter at hand, stating that he has been entrusted with negotiating the reward for Alan, an adventurer of his house, for his contributions in the war against the Zaz kingdom. Leaning back on his throne, the king dismisses the Duke's statement. He asserts that the individual in question was dispatched under his direct command, implying that the matter is now beyond the Duke's jurisdiction. Unyielding, the Duke presses on. He explains that Alan, as a vassal of House Ramslet, made a tremendous contribution to the recapture of Chaldania, and that he possesses a written agreement from the king to that effect. With this, he formally requests that a peerage be bestowed upon Alan. The king is visibly taken aback by the request to grant a title to a commoner. The king contemplates the request, mentally running through the kingdom's hierarchy of titles: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. He muses that for a commoner, even one backed by the audacious Duke Ramslet, the rank of knight would be the most suitable. Alan listens silently, his expression unreadable, his expression hardening. He points out that a knight is a title without land or wealth, a mere honorific. He accuses the Duke of attempting to place a newly minted noble under his direct control, questioning what his true intentions are. A knight, the Duke proclaims, his voice ringing through the throne room. He argues that if the king's own men recognize the accomplishment, then the rank is more than justified, reminding everyone that the Pulsanai region had not been reclaimed in 50 years. He challenges the king, asking if he means to belittle such a feat. Murmurs spread through the court. While the achievement is undeniable, granting a peerage to a commoner is unprecedented. The elderly noble, the dual witness, steps forward, requesting permission to speak. The elderly noble acknowledges the merit in the Duke's argument, but contends that granting a barony would be disproportionate to the results of the battle. He then presents a sealed document, declaring that it is a direct order from the king himself. The king glances at the order. He declares that the war in Pulsanai is far from over and that victory is not yet certain. The promised reward, including the peerage, he explains, is contingent upon a final triumph. He then adds that Alan has other accomplishments that warrant consideration. At that moment, Alan steps forward and unceremoniously drops two severed heads onto the floor before the throne. A wave of shock and horror ripples through the court. The king's eyes widen in stunned recognition as he identifies the heads of Crown Prince Igor of the Est Empire and his head mage, Gunther. His face contorted with rage, the king stared at the grisly trophies. Duke Ramslet explained that he had personally ordered Alan to infiltrate the empire and bring back the heads. He clarified that Alan's war achievements were so immense that he was kept from the main subjugation campaign for this very purpose. The Duke insisted that leaving such a matter to his house was the only option, as the king's own forces would have been unable to handle it. The king accused the Duke of submitting a false report, questioning how he could claim the Zaz army of 100,000 had retreated. He bellowed, demanding to know if the Ramslet family possessed such military might on their own, calling the Duke a liar. Unfazed, the Duke replied that the Empire was not yet aware of these events, and urged the king to reconsider the reward for Alan's accomplishments. He continued, arguing that his army had made great sacrifices and fulfilled its duty to protect the country. He asked what could possibly be wrong with rewarding such loyalty. From nearby, Alan, who had been watching with his arms crossed, spoke up, dismissing the Duke's words as a shameless farce. At his breaking point, the king pointed furiously at the Duke. "Seize him," he roared, ordering his guards to throw the rebel in jail. As the armored royal guards began to surround Duke Ramslet, Alan calmly began to speak, attempting to address the king's decree. Before a dark, dilapidated church stands the object of their quest, the holy guiding staff, lying on the stone path. Inside, Amy holds the staff, her eyes wide with awe at its beauty. Behind her, the prince and his companions watch, agreeing with her sentiment. She quietly wonders if she is truly worthy of holding such a magnificent item. The prince reassures her that it is decided, as the staff itself has chosen her. From the base of the dais, a voice declares that for seeking guidance, her strong wish has been acknowledged, and she will be granted power. Following a brilliant flash of light that startles the prince and Leonardo, Amy turns to them with a serene smile. She informs Karl-Heinz that she has now awakened as the saintess of compassion. While the prince is taken aback, Leonardo remarks that it is just as he thought, as she already looked like a saintess. Marcus agrees, adding that her gentle nature is a perfect fit for the role. Her moment is interrupted by Anastasia, who approaches with a triumphant expression. She thanks everyone, declaring her victory and the revival of the reverse harem route. With a crazed look in her eyes, she apologizes to the villainous and mob character, proclaiming that the world is finally on her side. Elsewhere in a grand hall, Duke Gerhard Ramslet stands before an officer in dark sunglasses, flanked by armored soldiers. The Duke's expression is grim as he asks the officer if he's been declared a rebel. The king's face appears, contorted in rage. He confirms it is so, roaring that he will fabricate 800 lies, deceive the populace, and strip the Duke of his lands and knights. His furious outburst continues as he orders the Duke's immediate capture, screaming for his head. The officer in sunglasses watches, realizing he had misjudged just how foolish the king could be, while the royal guards flinch at the command. The officer remains silent, his expression unreadable as he takes in a chaotic scene. An elderly noble rushes forward to restrain the king, pleading with him that a war with the Ramslet family would be disastrous. As the king fumes, the officer coolly brings up the crown prince's current situation. Duke Ramslet seizes the opportunity, declaring the negotiations are over and that he wishes to see the prince prove his valor in battle. He stood defiant as the king, his face contorted with rage, bellowed for his capture. As the royal guards moved in, the duke shouted, refusing to be taken and questioning their right to lay hands on him. Their advance was immediately met with fierce resistance. A chaotic melee erupted in the throne room as men loyal to the duke clashed with the king's guards. The prince watched, stunned, wondering how the situation had escalated so quickly. The clash of steel was abruptly silenced by a blinding flash. A dense cloud of white smoke erupted from the center of the conflict, engulfing the combatants and throwing the king's guards back from the force of the blast. From within the billowing smoke, a Ramslet officer guided the prince and a few others away from the chaos. He acknowledged that the provocation might have been excessive but urged them onward, ordering them to abandon their luggage and follow him without delay. He shouted for them to run, declaring their intent to escape from this point forward. As his group fled, he ordered his remaining men to pursue their enemies. Back in the throne room, the smoke began to clear, revealing to the stunned guards that their targets had vanished. His fury unabated, the king roared his command from the throne, demanding the capture of every last rebel. Outside the castle walls, the Ramslet officer led his small, determined group away from the seat of royal power. In the streets of the capital, royal guards shout for the capture of the rebels. Duke Gerhard Ramslet and his men are being pursued. Alan, accompanying them, listens as the duke asks if they are abandoning the carriage. Alan confirms, explaining that if they try to leave through the main gate, they will be caught immediately. In response, Alan declares they will use the sewers instead. He approaches a grated entrance to a waterway and uses his alchemy skill to unlock it. As the duke and his men follow him down the steps, one of the loyalists confirms that he has memorized the route. As they prepare to part ways, the duke gives Alan a stern look, ordering him not to die. Alan assures him he will be careful. With grim determination, the duke adds that he must survive to see his grandchild's face. Now alone, Alan quickly creates a small, glowing orb in his palm. He hurls the object toward the street corner just as a group of pursuing guards appears. The orb bursts, releasing a foul stench that engulfs the guards. As they reel back in disgust, one asks what the horrible smell is. Another, hearing shouts about the rebel Ramslet, wonders if this is their doing. One guard glares accusingly at his comrade. The accusation is met with a swift denial. Overwhelmed by the putrid odor, the other guards shout at the accused man, telling him to stay away. An officer arrives on the scene, furiously demanding to know what his men are doing. He accuses one of wetting himself, but the soldier vehemently denies it. Unnoticed in the chaos, Alan walks away, satisfied that the ammonia stink bomb will create a sufficient diversion. Walking through the city, Alan considers his next move. He must keep the guards' attention away from the sewers until the duke has escaped. He plans to set small fires and use more stink bombs around town, reusing some old incendiary devices. He feels a pang of guilt for the trouble it will cause the citizens, but knows it is necessary. His path leads him to a cluttered, dimly lit shop. From behind the counter, the mysterious hooded shopkeeper greets him. Alan recalls a coded message. Yesterday, I tilled the fields, and thinks of a rumor that the hen will crow tomorrow night. The shopkeeper smiles and asks what he can get for him today. Alan states he is there to scout. The shopkeeper's grin widens as they identify Alan as the hero who repelled the Est Empire. They extend an invitation to the Ramslet Duchy, predicting that the capital will soon descend into chaos. Processing the offer, Alan asks bluntly if this means an internal conflict is coming. He stands before the chuckling, robed figure, making his position clear. Alan states that whatever the shopkeeper may think is fine, but he only wishes to continue their business dealings. With that, he declares his intrusion over. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the commotion has not gone unnoticed. Monica, working at a tavern, overhears patrons discussing fire. They remark that it was only a small blaze, but the entire town now stinks. Elsewhere, a hand pens a direct request. I want you to leave the capital. Duke Gerhard Ramslet is then seen walking purposefully down a hallway, his course of action set. The contents of a similar letter are relayed to Monica and Jared by the female commander. She explains the message was a request to not act with hostility towards the Ramslet family. Jared reacts with surprise, while Monica listens intently. The commander's words do little to calm the growing unrest in the street. A guard tries to reassure the crowd that the fire is out, but a shopkeeper complains that the lingering stench is driving away customers. Amid the chaos, Jared jokes that he heard someone's rear end was on fire, much to Monica's exasperation. Having concluded his business, Alan emerges from his shop. He is immediately met by Seabass, the Ramslet butler, who is also concealed in a hooded cloak. The butler confirms he has been waiting. Seabass informs him it is time to leave and gestures for him to follow. Alan agrees, his expression resolute. He reflects internally that he has done everything he possibly could. Now, all that is left is to return, trusting that everything will go according to plan. Several days have passed since the escape from the capital. Duke Ramslet and his retinue all returned to their domain safely, but the political situation they left behind has become precarious. At his desk, Alan reviews the reports. The kingdom's lords are divided in their reaction to the king's decree branding the Ramslet family as traitors. The political landscape is fractured. A map reveals that the southern nobles, bound by strong ties, remain steadfast in their support of the Ramslet duchy. In the east, the lords threatened by the Est Empire lean towards the duke's family out of necessity, particularly for food supplies, but they have yet to make a clear declaration. Conversely, the western and northern territories are aligned with the royal family, seeking the elimination of the Ramslets. However, many northern nobles belong to the Second Prince's faction. It appears that even the anti-Ramslet coalition is paralyzed by their own conflicting ambitions, preventing any immediate military action. As he works, the butler, Seabass, approaches him. He addresses Alan formally, asking him to review the plans for repairing the castle walls. Alan agrees without hesitation. He rises and heads for Anastasia's room, announcing his entry. Amidst the political turmoil, he has taken on the ducal family's administrative duties, all while watching over Anna every day. Inside, Anastasia remains in a deep sleep, her face peaceful but pale. He gently adjusts her position to make her more comfortable. As he lifts her, he is struck by how light she has become. He holds her slender hand. While the spirit Laringas's protection keeps her alive, her body continues to waste away, growing thinner with each passing day. Turning to the window, he speaks to her as if she can hear. Anna, can you see? The stars are so beautiful tonight. He sits by the window, looking out at the starry night sky, lost in thought. His gaze shifts to Anastasia, lying still in her bed. He realizes her birthday is the day after tomorrow, and knows he must prepare a celebration. He thinks about how it's been a long time since they could celebrate her birthday at the capital estate, and that everyone is eager to do something special for her. His thoughts trail off as he looks upon her sleeping form, a silent acknowledgement that the time is drawing near. He remains seated by her bedside, keeping a quiet vigil through the night. 2 days later, Duchess Ramslet formally welcomes Alan's mother, Katerina, to the estate, thanking her for coming. Katerina expresses her admiration for the beautiful surroundings. The Duchess then turns to Alan, thanking him for being there for Anastasia, and he humbly accepts. With all the guests assembled, Duke Ramslet announces that since everyone is present, they should begin before the meal. They gather around Anastasia's bed. The Duke wishes his daughter a happy birthday, telling her that everyone has come together to celebrate with her. The family presents their gifts in spirit. The Duke tells Anastasia he has prepared the white horse she always wanted to ride. The Duchess adds that she baked her favorite cake. Katerina offers a simple, heartfelt happy birthday, Anna. Her younger brother, Friedrich, steps forward holding a small gift. He proudly tells his sister he made a doll for her out of an egg. The Duchess exclaims in delight, as Alan confirms to Anastasia that he and the others are all there for her. He places his gift, a row of tiny, handmade dolls, beside the still form of Anastasia, whispering his hope that she will awaken soon. His parents, Duke Gerhard and Duchess Elizabeth, watch the tender moment with somber, pained expressions. Following them, Alan's mother, Katerina, steps forward. She wishes Lady Anastasia a happy birthday and asks that she continue to look after Alan. She presents her own gift of freshly baked scones, noting their lovely aroma, and mentioning she heard they were a favorite of Anastasia's. Nearby, Monica turns to Alan, who stands beside a large, cloth-wrapped object, and asks what he brought. He simply confirms he has a gift. He then reveals his present, a magnificent, ornate blade. It is a Sky Knight sword. Friedrich and the Duchess gasp, recognizing it as a legendary class item. Alan kneels before the bed, formally offering the sword to Anna. He states that he is fulfilling a promise he made to give her a present on her birthday. He gently places the sword in Anastasia's hands, resting it across her body. As he does, Friedrich is startled to see a small, dark object fall from the sword's pommel into a glass of water on the bedside table. Instantly, a brilliant light erupts from Anastasia, lifting her entire body into the air above the bed. The family and their guests cry out her name, staring in utter shock and disbelief at the impossible sight. Amid the chaos, an ethereal woman appears, explaining that a key is required to unlock the seal on Anastasia's spirit. This key, she elaborates, must be a person or object deeply engraved in her heart, a precious memory. She declares that this sword is that very key, a shared, gentle memory between Alan and Anna. As the woman's words echo, Anastasia's eyelids, sealed shut for so long, begin to flutter. Her eyes, now fully open, stared blankly upwards as she clutched the sword to her chest. With a faint breath, she uttered a single name. Alan. Below, the young man looked on, his face a mask of tearful disbelief. Overcome with emotion, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her in a desperate hug. Anna, Anna, he cried out. She responded weakly, her voice barely a whisper as she called his name in return. As his family and friends looked on, his mother softly urged him not to cry. He buried his face in her shoulder, unable to stop the tears as she called his name once more. The moment triggered a memory, a grand celebration for her birthday. In a flashback, Anastasia stood surrounded by her family and guests, as a chorus of children's voices wished her well. Working late into the night within the Ramslet estate, Alan carries a bundle of scrolls. As he walks through a corridor, he is greeted by Jared and another colleague. They wish him well after a long day and question why he is still at work so late. Alan explains that he is taking the remainder of his work home with him. His colleagues advise him not to overdo it, warning that it would sadden Anastasia. They ask if he plans to visit her again tonight, and Alan confirms that he does. Following their conversation, Alan arrives at Anastasia's chambers. He knocks gently, asking for permission to enter. From her bed, Anastasia, looking weary, grants him entry and greets him. He observes that she is still up, but she turns the concern back on him, telling him not to push himself so hard. He steps inside, replying that the same could be said for her. Alan reports that the doctor was worried she was pushing herself too hard with her rehabilitation. Anastasia quietly processes his words. Alan reminds her that she has only just started walking again and should proceed slowly, without overexerting herself. He then presents a large, sheathed sword, declaring, "This is it." Anastasia, looking puzzled, questions him, stating that she has a reason to be in a hurry. Her eyes widen in recognition as she gazes at the weapon. The Sky Knight's sword, she breathes. Alan confirms its identity. Anastasia's resolve hardens as she states her desire to wield it soon, believing a legendary sword is meaningless if it only serves as a decoration. She continues, her voice filled with a quiet intensity, adding that it is also the very sword that saved her life. Alan listens, understanding dawning on his face. Looking directly at him, Anastasia expresses her eagerness to use the precious sword he gave her, even if it's just one day sooner. A gentle smile forms on her lips as she calls his name and tells him how happy she is, leaving Alan momentarily stunned. Later, Alan enters a grand room, announcing his arrival. Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet greets him warmly, noting he must have come from seeing Anastasia and playfully asking if she was interrupting. A flustered Alan denies it. Nearby, a maid is instructed to prepare Anastasia's bath. He bids them good evening, saying he'll see Anastasia tomorrow. As he walks away, Alan lets out a sigh of relief. He reflects that since awakening from the cursed sword's influence, Anastasia's condition has been improving day by day. He walks down the long corridor, now recovered enough to move with some support. It will still be some time before he can wield his sword again. His thoughts turn to Anastasia. After touching the cursed sword and sealing herself away, she apparently has almost no memory of the events leading up to her awakening. Looking out the window, he reflects that, fortunately, she was spared the deep mental scars that the cursed sword's influence could have inflicted. Outside the grand mansion, life seems to carry on, a stark contrast to the turmoil that has unfolded within and beyond its walls. Later, Anastasia asks if all this truly happened while she was unconscious. Alan confirms, recounting everything that transpired after the Est Empire abducted her. The war that began between the Empire and the Kingdom, his killing of her captor to rescue her, and the king's refusal to acknowledge the prince's crimes in framing her. He continues, explaining that the academy is now closed for a student military draft, and that Isabella and Margaret have returned to their hometowns. He acknowledges it must have been difficult for the students. Anastasia listens, taking in the heavy news. Her expression hardens as she looks away, quietly wishing that everyone will be all right amidst the chaos. Alan muses that perhaps it was for the best that she was forced out of the capital when she was. Anastasia agrees grimly, stating that the royal family is finished now that the crown prince has refused to volunteer for the war effort. She remarks that for her, a bastion of loyalty, to declare the royal family finished must be quite persuasive. When Alan tries to brush it off, she tells him not to make light of it, noting that his own disappointment must be great. He is taken aback that she is considering his feelings on the matter. Anastasia's voice rises with indignation. She declares that a nation unable to properly reward its heroes is not qualified to rule over its people. She questions why his only reward for such unprecedented achievements is a mere knighthood, stating that she finds it unbearable that anyone might look down on him. His treatment, she concludes, is utterly unpleasant. Her face flushes with embarrassment, but Alan simply smiles, finding her reaction endearing. Anastasia insists that he should be angrier about the situation, but he dismisses it, teasingly noting how cute she is. He continues his teasing, remarking that she is cute both when she blushes and when she is angry, which only makes her pout in exasperation. She calls him an idiot for his sudden change of topic, demanding to know what's wrong with him. Alan calmly replies that he simply got sick. His words send Anastasia into a panic, and she immediately shouts that they must call a doctor. Alan, however, clarifies with a grin that his sickness is just a desire to watch over her all day. She is left speechless for a moment before erupting, declaring that she had been truly worried about him. Alan's smile softens as he confesses that her cute reactions are precisely what makes him so happy. He leans closer, gently touching her chin. He explains that it's enough for him that she has returned safely, and that seeing her smile by his side is all the happiness he needs. Visibly moved, Anastasia softly agrees, telling Alan she feels the same. In the quiet of the evening, Alan and Anastasia stand impossibly close, their faces just inches apart as if poised for a kiss. The moment breaks as Alan pulls back slightly. He remarks that it's getting a little chilly and suggests they should head back inside. Anastasia quietly acknowledges him. She then makes a surprising request, asking him to come to her room tonight. Seeing his shocked expression, she quickly clarifies that he's misunderstanding her, insisting that he still needs to recover more and that she must be patient until then. He stammers in agreement. Anastasia explains her true reason. She's still a little frightened at night and asks him to stay with her. With a look of understanding, Alan agrees, of course. Later, Alan makes his way through a darkened corridor of the grand mansion, carrying a small lamp to light his path. He reaches Anastasia's chambers, where she greets him. Alan says good evening, and Anastasia apologizes, explaining that she usually asks her mother or another member of the household for this favor. He smiles warmly, telling her not to worry about it. He heard that since waking up, she has been afraid of being alone in the dark, a consequence of her encounter with the demon's sword, though her memory of the event is hazy. Inside her lavish room, Alan observes that she always keeps a light nearby when she sleeps, admitting that he enjoys watching her sleeping face. Anastasia wryly notes his familiar habits, mentioning that usually Elizaveta or another maid stays to watch over her until she falls asleep. His attention is drawn to a peculiar lamp. Anastasia identifies it as a magic stone lantern, noting its brightness can be easily adjusted. Finding it convenient, Alan suggests they can extinguish the other lights. Just then, a maid enters, announcing she has brought hot water to wash Anastasia. Realizing his presence is no longer appropriate, Alan excuses himself, saying he will leave. He watches as the maid instructs him to simply leave the items where they are. From the bed, Anastasia quietly affirms the instruction. With a polite bow, the maid announces her departure, leaving Alan alone in the doorway, looking slightly uncertain. As the door closes, a faint sound from the bed makes him turn his head sharply, his attention snapping back to the princess. He finds Anastasia sitting up, the sheets pooled at her waist. She asks if she can ask him for a favor. Shocked and blushing, Alan stammers her name. She urges him to hurry as she is cold, and though flustered, he quickly agrees to help. Approaching the bed, he gently begins to wipe her back with a cloth, asking softly if he is hurting her. She murmurs that he is not. As he continues his task, he silently observes that her back seems to have gained a bit of muscle. His unspoken thought causes her to glance back at him, her eyes wide with surprise. He smiles gently, reassuring her that it's nothing. He adds that he is simply happy that he gets to see her every day. While carefully tending to her, he feels a quiet satisfaction, sensing that his presence is helping her slowly regain her strength. Anastasia then speaks, her gaze lowered. She admits to having worried him and explains that this service is her apology, her thanks, and a reward given in place of the king himself. Taken aback, Alan insists that being with her is a greater honor than any title. Misinterpreting his earlier observation, she defensively asks if he thinks she's gotten fat. He quickly refutes it, but she chides him to choose his words more carefully. Suddenly, he wraps his arms around her from behind, causing her to cry out his name in shock. She accepts his embrace, her surprise giving way to profound relief. She thanks him for returning to her, whispering his name, Anna. With renewed conviction, she vows that she will never let him go again and will protect him absolutely. Her eyes close as she solidifies her promise internally. She will never, ever leave him behind again. He gazes back at her, his expression soft as he agrees. It's a promise, Alan, she affirms, sealing their mutual vow. Later that night, the two lie together in Anastasia's bed. She softly calls his name, and he answers in kind, Anna. They drift off to sleep, side by side under the covers of the ornate bed. The next morning, Alan is startled awake by a cheerful greeting. It is Elizabeth Ramslet, Anastasia's mother, looking down at him. Seeing him shirtless beside her sleeping daughter, she smiles knowingly and asks if they just slept together. She advises him not to do anything reckless that would put a strain on Anastasia's body. Flustered, Alan tries to insist that nothing happened, but Elizabeth's calm demeanor suggests she understands. After all, sleeping beside a loved one is an important part of recovery. In a bustling town square, villagers call out to Amy with reverence. She responds with a radiant smile, cheerfully wishing everyone a good day. Elsewhere, Anastasia lets out a long, exasperated sigh. She reflects on how, ever since being recognized as the saintess, she has been subjected to the constant, irritating stares of those around her. She muses to her companions, questioning whether she was always this cute or if a saintess correction has polished her appeal. Her cronies eagerly welcome a group of handsome men passing by. Back in the square, Amy's face lights up as she spots Prince Karlheinz with his entourage. She calls his name with adoration, and he catches her with a warm laugh. Held close, Amy blushes, captivated by his scent. She thinks about how gentle he has been lately and wonders if this is another effect of her new saintess status. She looks up at him and tentatively brings up a rumor she overheard, asking, "Did we win against the Est Empire in Brazil?" Later, while seated together, the prince confirms the news. He announces that their kingdom has successfully regained complete control of the Brazil region, earning congratulations from his men. He continues, adding that a commoner named Alan was a key contributor to the recapture of Caldathia. Amy reacts with utter disbelief, questioning if he means the gloomy Alan she knows. Leonardo scoffs at the report, calling it a ridiculous lie. The prince seems to agree, remarking on how little a single commoner could possibly accomplish. This news sends Anastasia reeling. Her mind races in confusion. This is wrong. The capital was supposed to be invaded, and she was meant to flee to Westdale to fight alongside Claude and defeat the villainous. The current reality completely contradicts the scenario she expected. She tried to reassure herself. Perhaps her early ascension to Saintess had caused a bug, skipping part of the scenario. It would surely be fine. A short distance away, Amy's voice cut through the air, filled with utter shock. "What? Fired?" Her question was directed at Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet, who stood with Prince Karlheinz and his retinue. The Duchess looked weary, confirming she had heard the rumors that Duke Ramslet had presented the head of the Est Empire's crown prince to the king and offered a strained congratulations. Amy, still reeling, pressed on, her voice trembling as she recalled the most unbelievable part of the news. She stammered that the one credited with killing the prince was the commoner, Alan, that gloomy boy. The news triggered a memory for Anastasia. She recalled questioning her father, Duke Gerhard Ramslet, asking if such a thing was possible. He had dismissed the notion with a stern, "Impossible." This memory clashed with her current reality, sending her thoughts spiraling. The situation was becoming increasingly strange. According to the original scenario, her entire family was supposed to be executed at the gallows. So what was happening now? Back in the present, the rumors grew more chaotic. Amy cried out in alarm, having heard from another source that the Ramslets had committed treason. The prince's companions murmured amongst themselves, wondering if Alan was involved yet again. A student with glasses stepped forward with new intelligence. The commoner Alan had apparently aided Duke Ramslet's escape, and now they were refusing to sell wheat to the capital. Anastasia felt a cold sweat on her brow. The scenario was utterly shattered. She wondered if this was the villainess's ruin ending after all. With the Empire defeated, perhaps this outcome wasn't so bad? The thought offered little comfort. Seeing her chance, Amy rushed to Prince Karlheinz, her eyes filled with tears. She pleaded with him, declaring that the ducal family was now an enemy of the state and must be subjugated as traitors. His expression hardened with resolve. "All right," the prince declared, agreeing with Amy. He announced his intention to report the matter to his father, the king, immediately. Beside him, Leonardo eagerly volunteered to join. He prepared to depart, but was stopped by his companions. Marcus urged caution, reminding him that the war with the Empire was not yet concluded and there was no immediate need for a suppression force. Amy, clutching a white chess piece, then asked if she and her friend could accompany him, adding that she would be delighted to do so. Moments later, he arrived before his father, the king, bursting into the royal chamber to request an audience. The king, who had been reviewing documents with a trusted advisor, looked up from his seat, his expression weary as he questioned the talk of subjugation. He formally declared his purpose, to demand judgment for the treason of the Ramslet family. The king listened, his gaze steady, and replied that he had already intended to do just that. The prince was momentarily stunned, but the king's advisor quickly clarified the situation. He explained that the lords had their own complex obligations, especially with the eastern territories still facing the threat of the empire. Diverting the army to attack the southern duchy now would erode the trust of the other nobles. The prince was left speechless. As he struggled for a response, Amy stepped forward and presented herself to the king with a deep curtsy. She announced that she was Amy, the daughter of Baron Braze, and that she also wished to speak. The king's eyes widened slightly in recognition of the name. She continued her plea, tears welling in her eyes. She passionately argued that Prince Karlheinz, just like his father, loves the nation's people deeply and therefore cannot forgive the traitors. She implored the king to act alongside the heroic Prince Karlheinz to bring down the Ramslet family. Her words had a profound effect. The king's face lit up with joy as he realized his son had finally awakened the divine protection of a hero. Declaring it a joyous and reassuring development, he immediately gave the order, subjugate the traitorous Ramslets and dispatch the army to the south at once. While his advisor looked on in shock, Amy allowed a triumphant, chilling smile to cross her face. Within the royal court, tensions flare. An elderly minister urgently pleads with the king, advising that they must focus on defending the east and the capital. Other nobles, however, are consumed by fervor, demanding that Duke Ramslet be driven out and the south reclaimed for the kingdom. Amid the shouting, Prince Karlheinz grins, declaring it's time for him to go wild. A startled Amy calls out to the prime minister. Amy turns to the prime minister, her expression a mask of innocence, as she asks if he won't help them take down Ramslet. The minister, looking distressed, insists that she must restrain herself, as these matters are far more complicated than she realizes. The king, however, watches with amusement. He asks why they shouldn't proceed, proudly stating that his son has awakened as a hero who will lead the nation. The king's gaze hardens as he confronts the prime minister directly. He questions if it is not the minister's duty to support the crown prince, the hero destined to save the nation, at such a critical time. He pointedly asks if the minister instead intends to be an obstacle. The prime minister, sweating under the pressure, can only manage a non-committal sound, though his mind races with the decision to immediately assemble a subjugation force. Having achieved her goal, Amy gives a cheerful little wave as she walks alongside the king, leaving the troubled prime minister in their wake. He turns to her, a warm smile on his face, and remarks that his son has gained a fine companion. The king tells Amy he is counting on her to look after the prince, before asking for her name. She replies simply, Amy. Nearby, the queen consort smiles, finding the situation delightful. Amy turns to her with a look of pure devotion, clasping her hands and assuring her majesty that she will, of course, continue to adore the hero, Carl. Her public display of loyalty masks her inner thoughts. With a sly, self-satisfied expression, Amy thinks to herself how easy it all is. Being such an overpowered heroine, she muses, is almost frightening. With a playful oops, she breaks into a run, calling out for Carl to wait for her. The king watches her depart, a fond and amused smile on his face. Elsewhere, on a quiet balcony, the female commander finds Anastasia. She calls out her name, Anna. Anastasia, who had been gazing outward, turns to face her. The commander remarks on finding her here, and Anastasia simply replies that she wanted to get some fresh air. On a balcony, the female commander approaches Alan, asking how his work is progressing. He confirms the wall repairs are finally complete. Nearby, the butler Seabass acknowledges the good work, and Alan offers his thanks. She then asks about Anastasia's recovery. Alan replies that it seems they can relax for a bit now that she's doing well. The commander elaborates on her own recovery, surprising Alan by revealing she can walk as she did before and has even started training with the sword. He expresses his excitement, but she clarifies it's just a wooden sword for now, though she'll be swinging the Sky Knight's sword soon. She adds wistfully that she hopes to never fight again. At that moment, Seabass approaches, addressing both Anastasia and Alan. He gravely informs Alan that Duke Gerhard Ramslet needs to discuss something with him. Alan looks toward his father, surprised. Now with the Duke, Alan is asked if the royal family has made a move. He confirms they have received word of a troop deployment to the south. He questions the reliability of the information, but Seabass, also present, confirms it came from their sources in the capital. Alan reacts in shock, exclaiming that a peace agreement with the Empire hasn't even been reached. The Duke adds the grave news that troops are even being pulled from Brazzini. His face contorted with anger, the Duke calls the move pure madness. He explains that the Empire has announced their own crown prince's death and is now stirring for revenge. As a map illustrates the precarious political divisions, he explains that the crown prince is personally leading the campaign. Since it is a royal command, the other lords will be forced to follow, leaving the kingdom dangerously exposed. He considers if Amy could have orchestrated this, but quickly dismisses the thought. She lacks that kind of influence. Alan concludes that something significant must have happened at the highest level of the kingdom's leadership of the royal family to make such a sudden move. The Duke grimly agrees, stating that this has gone too far. He asks Seabass when the report arrived, and the butler confirms it was earlier that morning. Alan reasons that the kingdom should already be mobilizing its forces, but the Duke cuts in with a grave, however. He declares that they have no choice but to prepare as well, pondering how the neighboring lords will react, and then announces that he has an idea. His words hang in the air. Alan and Seabass both look toward the Duke, the younger man questioning what this idea could possibly be. With his decision made, the Duke's eyes are firm. He announces his plan, independence. The House of Ramslet will declare its independence and establish the Kingdom of Ramslet. Within the Ramslet estate, Duke Gerhard Ramslet sits across from Alan and makes a stunning declaration. He announces his intention to declare independence, revealing that he has already secured an agreement with the southern nobles to see how the other feudal lords will react. Alan, taken aback, can only echo the word, independence. The Duke confirms it with a simple, that's right. As Alan processes the news with a worried expression, the butler, Seabass, explains the strategic gravity of the situation. With this declaration of independence, all feudal lords will be forced to make a choice, side with the royal family or with the Ramslets. He voices his hope that many nobles will offer their loyalty. Anastasia, standing nearby, interjects with a dose of realism, noting that the royal family will undoubtedly apply pressure to keep their allies from defecting. She then turns to Seabass, asking if their recent victory in battle is a strong enough result to convince wavering lords that joining the Ramslet cause is the correct move. The butler affirms her assessment. He elaborates, confirming that the news of them repelling 100,000 soldiers from the Zaw's army is now common knowledge throughout the kingdom. He adds that young Master Alan's feats will surely be seen as a threat, which he considers an honor, albeit a dangerous one. Having received constant updates on the royal family's movements, Duke Ramslet addresses Alan directly. Alan, he says with authority, it's time to get ready. Alan responds with a firm yes. The Duke's declaration sent ripples through the land. As he anticipated, the feudal lords began to arrive one by one, kneeling before him to pledge their loyalty. With these new allegiances, the Ramslet family's sphere of influence expanded dramatically. A map of the region shows their territory now covering not only the south but also portions of the east and west, bringing nearly half of the old kingdom of Centraland under their control. Sometime later, as a transport aircraft rests in the courtyard, Alan approaches Anastasia. She stares ahead with a hardened expression and states firmly, I don't agree with this. Her words leave Alan momentarily confused. He watches as she explains that both her father and the doctor have forbidden her from going to the battlefield. Anastasia admits they are right and that she knows she would make everyone worry. But despite understanding their reasoning, she crosses her arms defiantly, declaring that she still cannot agree. She gazed into the distance, her thoughts on the coming war. She listed the names of her classmates, Marcus, Leonardo, Oscar, and even Amy, who had all joined the subjugation army. It was confirmed that the kingdom's forces would be led by the crown prince, and she bitterly confessed her desire to have faced him on the battlefield. From his resting place on the ground, Alan retorted with a sharp remark, questioning her crude language. He looked up at her from beneath the structure, remarking that it was unlikely their paths would cross on the battlefield anyway. Her gaze fell upon him, her expression unreadable. She asked if he was actually happy that she was forbidden from fighting. Before he could answer, she dismissed the topic, telling him to simply rest. She announced her departure and turned to leave. Surprised, Alan called out, noting that her tone had made it sound like she was the one who was happy. He asked why she would say such a thing. Without another word, she walked away, her back turned to him. Lying alone, Alan considered her words. He admitted to himself that while he admired the brave and bold Anastasia, he was, in truth, glad. He felt a sense of gratitude that she was in a safe place. Elsewhere, the mood was far from calm. Prince Karlheinz, his face contorted with rage, roared to his assembled forces that they must wipe out the Ramslet traitors. He stood before his army, a crowd that included Amy and other students. He accused the Ramslets of fleeing miserably after their plots were exposed, only to then threaten the kingdom using wheat as a shield. He condemned their declaration of independence as a rebellion and a scheme to illegally seize national territory. The prince's voice thundered across the courtyard. He declared that everything the Ramslets possessed, the land, the wheat, even their titles of nobility, was nothing more than a loan granted by the king. None of it, he asserted, truly belonged to them. In the crowd, Amy and the other female students listened, their expressions firm. The prince delivered his final command. Now is the time to pass judgment on those conceited ingrates. She watched as Prince Karlheinz, standing atop the castle walls, whipped the assembled army into a frenzy. He declared they were going to crush the traitors and kill them all. His words met with a thunderous roar from the soldiers below. As the prince continued his speech, vowing to take back everything that belonged to them, the soldiers' cheers echoed relentlessly. His attention then shifted, and he called out, Amy, come here. She dutifully complied, stepping forward. He led her to a massive, newly constructed siege weapon, a source of great pride for the army. The prince boasted they would use it to shoot down the commoner who flies, confident that an attack from above was nothing to fear. Amy, though not understanding the details, looked at Lord Karl with admiration, thinking him incredibly reliable. His confidence swelled into outright glee. He laughed maniacally, declaring that he could already clearly see the look of despair on the commoner's face. But upon arriving at the battlefield, his triumphant laughter died in his throat. His expression froze, contorting into one of disbelief as sweat beaded on his brow. He and his mounted retinue reined in their horses, staring out at the vista before them. What the hell? The prince stammered, unable to process the sight. The field was a scene of absolute carnage. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, interspersed with deep, smoking craters. The question hung in the air, unspoken by the horrified soldiers. How is this possible? Their gaze fell upon the wreckage of their prized siege weapon. It was utterly demolished, a single sword impaled through its frame as a final, defiant statement. The reality of the situation crashed down upon them. The prince's face was a mask of pure panic, his mind screaming, what the fuck? Beside him, Amy trembled, her own thoughts racing with the realization that this was bad, so very, very bad. His followers, including Oscar and Leonardo, broke from their shock, desperately urging him to flee. Prince Karl, let's retreat, they pleaded. The nobles begged him to come with them. But the prince was frozen, not by fear, but by a seething, impotent rage. His teeth ground together as he silently cursed that fucking piece of shit mob. 2 days before the decisive battle, plans were being finalized. The army of the Centraland Kingdom was advancing, and the Ramslet army prepared to meet them. Inside the war room, Duke Gerhard Ramslet laid out the strategy. They would intercept the kingdom's army in a wetland where the terrain and seasonal winds favored their forces. He then turned to Alan, instructing him to stay back until after the battle started. Alan immediately protested, declaring it unacceptable and boasting that he could wipe out the enemy in a heartbeat. The Duke, however, was firm. He explained his reasoning to the group, stating that even as they fought to break free from the kingdom's control, freedom itself was something they had to fight for and win on their own terms. His gaze fixed on Alan as he delivered the core of his lesson. A country cannot sustain itself on freedom that is handed out for free. He then asked pointedly if Alan understood this principle. Outside, standing near a strange, winged vehicle, Alan contemplated the Duke's words. He now understood the man's perspective, a philosophy that knowingly accepts sacrifices. With this understanding, he resolved to play by the rules of this world. As he stood in thought, the clank of armor announced a visitor. It was Anastasia, fully clad for battle. Alan, startled, called out her name. She calmly told him she was just there to see him off, but he looked at her armor with disbelief, questioning if she was really saying goodbye while dressed for war. Instead of answering with words, she closed the distance between them, pulling him into a firm kiss. For a moment, they remained locked in their embrace. They parted slightly, and Anastasia looked into his eyes, promising that even if they were apart, she would be by his side. She wished him good luck in the battle. A grateful Alan simply replied, "Thanks." With their farewell complete, Alan's biplane took to the sky. As Anastasia watched it depart, Duke Gerhard Ramslet stood before his army on the battlefield. With a resounding clap to signal the start, he gave the command. Archers readied their bows, drew their strings taut, and unleashed the first volley. The battle had begun. The Duke, mounted on his warhorse, issues his first commands as the battle commences. "Shields up!" rings across the line as his soldiers brace. At his next order, bonfires roar to life and magic-infused flame arrows streak across the sky, a fiery volley aimed at the enemy ranks. As the arrows fly, a subordinate expresses concern that the enemy setting fire to their own defensive wall will obscure the archer's line of sight. The Duke scoffs, calling them morons for the tactical blunder. He quickly issues new orders. Spearmen and infantry are to advance on the gates, while he entrusts the eastern flank to his commander, Albrecht, as the enemy cavalry moves to avoid the very flames they created. The clash is immediate and brutal. The sound of steel striking steel rings out as the Ramslet forces slam into the enemy line, and soldiers cry out as the front collapses into a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, Prince Karlheinz rages at his subordinates, demanding they use water magic to extinguish the fires. He declares his intent to crush them with a frontal assault, but his tirade is cut short when an aide urgently points to the western sky, announcing that something has arrived. His gaze snaps upward to the approaching aircraft. Realization and panic dawn on his face as he bellows orders to shoot it down, first calling for a cannon before correcting himself to the great Karlheinz catapult. His soldiers scramble to aim the massive siege weapon skyward. From his cockpit, Alan calmly observes the enemy's futile efforts. He notes their projectiles fly higher than typical ballistas, but it matters little. For now, his goal isn't precision bombing, but simply to scatter the enemy lines before they can fully engage with the Ramslet army. He prepares to release his payload. The first bomb drops, striking the ground with a deafening boom that obliterates a piece of enemy war machinery in a cloud of smoke and shrapnel. The bombing run continues. Alan knows he will have to call off the attack once the armies are fully mingled, but the damage is already done. The combination of the aerial bombardment and the collapse of their own strategy has plunged the Centralan army into chaos. Though outnumbered, the Ramslet forces press their advantage, annihilating the enemy's rear guard. The result is decisive. The army of the Centralan Kingdom lost the vast majority of its troops in an instant and fled in disarray. The battle closes with a crushing, swift victory for the Ramslets. His mission complete, Alan lands his aircraft on the grounds of a grand estate. At the main entrance, the butler Seabass stands waiting to receive him. He returned to the Ramslet encampment, a place bustling with activity in the wake of their victory. Alongside Cecilia, he walked past soldiers unloading supplies from rattling carts, their efforts punctuated by the sound of applause from onlookers. A Ramslet loyalist immediately approached, gesturing them forward. "Right this way, Lord Alan," the guard said, leading them into a stone building. His expression was grim and focused as he followed the guard down a torch-lit stone corridor, leaving the sounds of the courtyard behind. The hallway opened into a starkly lit room where the spoils of war were on display. Kneeling on the cold stone floor, their hands bound, were the captured nobles from the Centralan Kingdom. Prince Karlheinz, Anastasia, Marcus, Leonardo, and Oscar, all under the watchful eyes of their captors. They stopped before the prisoners. As Alan and Cecilia looked down upon the defeated group, Prince Karlheinz lifted his head, his eyes burning with defiant rage. Within a prison, a guard stands watch as Prince Karlheinz rattles the bars of his cell. He furiously demands his immediate release, shouting that the confinement of the future king is an act punishable by death. Outside, an older man instructs his subordinate to be prepared, noting that neither God nor the people will forgive this act, and to leave the prince to his rage for now. In another part of the prison, Amy sits on the floor with her hands bound, looking distressed. Beside her, Monica grits her teeth in frustration, declaring the entire situation to be an absurd, broken game. Elsewhere, Marcus realizes with dawning horror that imprisoning all the main characters is an untenable situation, noting that the formidable blonde girl is likely using some unknown power. A guard approaches Amy, telling the insolent prisoners to be quiet or they'll go without food. He places a bowl and a piece of bread before her, telling her to eat. With her hands still tied, she meekly asks if she might have some butter for her bread, but the guard coldly dismisses her request, stating it's more than enough. Her quiet plea is overheard by Jared, who questions a guard about some butter. He then approaches Amy, asking if she has a request. The scene then shifts, revealing that Amy successfully negotiated for better accommodations. She, Alan, Monica, and Jared are now gathered around a large table laden with food in a much nicer room. Having secured their new setting, Jared asks if this is what she wanted to discuss. Amy confirms with a smile, reminding them that she is the Holy Maiden. While Monica and Jared suggest they leave immediately, Amy states she has something she needs to do first and asks for their protection. Nearby, a group of freed commoners demand their own release. As she speaks, Alan's attention is drawn to the prince, who has grabbed Amy. Karl-Heinz furiously accuses them of being rebels against the crown, declaring that their treatment of the Holy Maiden Amy is unforgivable. The title, Holy Maiden, echoes in Alan's mind. Before he can fully process this, a sharp voice cuts in. Anastasia has appeared, looking down on Amy with disdain. She remarks that Amy is as persistent as a cockroach, a trait befitting a villainess, before turning her attention to Alan and telling him that's enough. She looks at him, confirming he is indeed alive, then suggests he abandon that woman and return with her instead. Behind Alan, Amy looks up, a questioning expression on her face. As Anastasia makes her appeal, Marcus approaches the prince. He declares that there is no way someone like Amy could be the true Holy Maiden and informs His Highness that there is something he must confirm. The prince listens, his expression one of surprise. Ignored, Anastasia fumes. She wonders why no one is paying attention to her, internally reasoning that the cuteness from her Holy Maiden buff must have been too dazzling for a gloomy person to handle. Her defiant posture was met with a direct accusation from the prince. He asserted that she had forged an order and made a deal with the Est Empire's head mage to sell out Princess Anastasia, asking if he was mistaken. With her eyes closed, she calmly confirmed his accusation was entirely correct, then coolly asked him what of it. The prince was left momentarily speechless. Her admission sent the prince into a rage. He bellowed that his plan was to exchange that other woman, Bolzenai, for her, and that without his interference, she could have been recovered bloodlessly. He then turned his attention to Amy, demanding to know if she was aware of this. Amy retorted that she knew perfectly well, as it had been her idea in the first place. She complained that it was a good plan, but it failed because someone didn't fulfill their noble duty. The prince roared back that what the Holy Maiden Amy did was correct. His fury then redirected to Anastasia, whom he disparaged as a commoner. He continued his tirade with a sneer, questioning how Alan could be considered a hero and declaring that no one recognizes Anastasia's country anyway. His insults were cut short. Anastasia warned the prince to watch his tongue, stating that she, the first princess of the Ramslet kingdom, would not permit him to insult Alan, their hero. Placing a hand on Alan's shoulder, she announced that he is her fiancé. The prince scoffed at the news, remarking how far Anastasia had fallen to be engaged to a commoner, while a vexed Amy muttered about the inappropriate timing for such a romantic declaration. She then leaned in close to a surprised Alan, whispering that an insult to him is an insult to her, and that he should refrain from such behavior in the future. After the shocking announcement, the prince coldly informed the entire group that, due to the circumstances, none of them would be released until a post-war treaty was finalized. As he finished speaking, Amy, still bound and kneeling, considered her next move. She wondered how to proceed, realizing that the gloomy boy, Alan, would not be easily swayed this time. Her planning was cut short as Alan suddenly snatched the ornate staff. Amy gasped, warning him not to come any closer. Alan, holding the weapon, looked bewildered, questioning why a prisoner would possess such an item. The prince's voice cut through the tension, sharp and furious. He demanded Alan return what belonged to the holy maiden, ordering him not to touch it with his filthy hands. The commotion drew Anastasia's attention. Exasperated, she clenched her fist, complaining about how foolish the guards were for not binding them properly. She turned toward the cell door and shouted for a guard to come at once. He ignored her, his gaze fixed on the object in his hand. A realization dawned on him. Could this be an awakening event? The staff was identified as the Staff of Guidance. It was an artifact capable of granting a single skill or blessing to anyone who held it with a truly strong will, an effect that could only be used once per person. His thoughts were shattered by the prince's frantic shouting. He demanded to know what Alan was doing, but his attention quickly shifted. Pointing past Alan, the prince yelled for him to look at the prisoner and use his appraisal skill on the approaching figure. Responding to the shouts, a large, muscular guard stormed into view. His face was a mask of fury, and he raised a clenched fist, ready to strike.